Chapter 682. Green Snake. Lana said seriously, "What you're doing is wrong. You're not even from the same species." Chao Xing chuckled. "Your worldly values are stronger than I thought. Ailina is my subject, and she live in my territory from now on. As a lord, isn't it normal for me to care for my subordinates? Or do you want your sister to be lonely forever?" Lara was speechless after Chao Xing's retort. She could only look at her sister. However, beside her, Ailina had completely given up thinking and continued to twist her hips. She had never seen her sister like this, nor had she ever seen a man standing before her naked. All of this was a shock to Lana. After a moment of confusion, Lana took a deep breath and said, "Whatever you want." With a flick of her tail, the green snake turned and walked out of the hot springs. She escaped. After Lana left, Ailina, still clinging to Chao Xing's neck, asked with a dazed look, "Lord, isn't it a bad idea for us to scare my sister like this?" Chao Xing chuckled. "What's wrong with that? She's been alone for too long. She's almost withdrawn. Do you see anyone else she talks to in the territory besides you? Maybe if we do this, she'd be able to get over it faster." Ailina seemed to agree that Chao Xing's words made sense. She nodded obediently. Yes, all yours." Then she continued to make love with her beloved lord. Elsewhere, Lana, after returning to her room, collapsed directly onto her bed. She slumped there, as if lost in thought, staring blankly at the ceiling. She continued to mutter, "How could this be? How could this be? He's human, we're snake men. This kind of thing is unacceptable." She wanted to forget what she had just seen, but the images kept flooding back like a tide. The image of her sister's obsessed expression, the man's muscular body, flashed through her mind. It seemed to be deeply imprinted in her mind, lingering. After a moment, she murmured, "My sister looks genuinely happy. Is it really that happy to do something like this?" At this moment, Lana couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity. While Chao Xing and Ailina were embracing, it was already late at night. Outside, snow fell heavily, and the cold wind howled. It was as if the entire world was shrouded in endless darkness and snow. At the same time, on a plain approximately 600 kilometers from the territory, stood a massive city. This was the city of Segra, one of two massive cities within a few hundred kilometers of the Blissband wilderness. Segra boasted a year-round population of hundreds of thousands. Its policies were more open than those of Maligned, attracting numerous traveling merchants from nearby, and the city's economy flourished. However, a devastating snowstorm, which had lasted 10 days, trapped hundreds of thousands of residents, preventing them from leaving. Food in the city was becoming increasingly scarce, and prices soared to staggering levels. Fortunately, the natives of this world had lived here for so many years, and had long-standing experience in dealing with such natural disasters. They would store large quantities of easily storable food in their basements or storage rooms. After 10 days, although life was difficult, they were still able to hold on. Compared to the humans who could hide in the giant city, the beasts outside were in a much worse situation. Many beasts, having not eaten for a long time, were ravenous with hunger. Recklessly, they rushed into the wind and snow, wandering the wilderness in search of anything to fill their stomachs. Although the raging snow and wind would sap their warmth and make them lose their way, for these beasts, the pangs of hunger were far more unbearable than the cold. And thanks to their keen sense of smell, some of the beasts actually found human villages. Starving, they rushed into these villages and towns and began to frantically attack the humans, causing considerable casualties. Recently, the giant city of Segra had also suffered several attacks by beasts. However, thanks to the city's defenses, these beasts not only did little damage to the giant city, but also became its food. At this moment, two militiamen, wrapped in thick cotton coats and fully armed, huddled in a sentry post on the city wall, building a fire and chatting with each other. Crackle. The bonfire burned brightly, its light illuminating their faces and dispelling some of the chill. One of the militiamen rubbed his hands, turned, and asked, "Vidal, I heard your wife is about to give birth, right?" The militiaman named Vidal nodded, a hint of a smile on his face. "Yes, in the next few days." "Gods, may the gods bless you." The militiaman's face flickered with emotion. He patted his shoulder and asked, "Do you have enough food at home? My wife is about to give birth, and we can't let her go hungry." Hearing this, Vidal was silent for a moment. In this extremely cold world, food is arguably the most precious resource, and it's usually kept secret, to avoid attracting their covetousness or attracting the attention of those with ill intentions. But the militiaman before him was also a longtime friend. He hesitated, then whispered, "We can still hold out for a while, but the meat at home is all gone. All we have left is some dry, hard bread, barely enough to fill our stomachs." The militiaman nodded in realization, a hint of worry in his voice. That won't do. Your wife is in a critical moment and needs nourishment. After a pause, he continued, I heard that Hood and Bran, who were on guard duty last night, encountered a starving wolf attacking the city. They were shot dead by arrow towers before they could even reach the walls. At this point, he lowered his voice and spoke cautiously. It said they secretly hid the wolf's meat in their home. Vidal frowned. What do you mean? The militiaman leaned closer and whispered, Don't get me wrong, I'm not planning on stealing their food. I'm saying, if we encounter a wild animal today, we might as well do the same. As long as we don't get caught, the city lord won't punish us. Vidal shook his head and smiled wryly. The chances of that happening are incredibly small, and there are more than just the two of us on patrol. Everyone's watching. The militiaman patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, Don't be so pessimistic. Maybe luck will favor us. Vidal was about to respond when they both felt a slight tremor. Boom! They exchanged glances, puzzled. Vidal, did you feel it? Yes, I did. Could it be an earthquake? Just as they were wondering, another violent tremor struck. And it was even more intense than the previous one. Before they could react, the rumbling sound grew closer and closer, and the entire watchtower was shaking slightly. It was as if some enormous monster was approaching at great speed. The two finally realized something was amiss. They quickly stood up and rushed to the window to look out. Outside, the wind and snow were raging, and visibility was extremely low. The lighthouse inside the giant city continuously beamed its light, piercing through the snow and wind. Just as the light from the lighthouse swept across the distance, it seemed to attract a massive shadow. The two men's attention was instantly drawn there, their heartbeats suddenly accelerating. What is that? Militiaman Vidal's voice trembled. The other militiaman's eyes widened, a wave of fear rising in his heart. At that moment, two bright red points of light suddenly appeared in the darkness. Like two gigantic eyes, emitting a terrifying red light, the points of light were even higher than the city wall, as if they came from some enormous being. Gods above. The militiaman muttered, his voice filled with fear. Before they could react, the shadows suddenly burst forth from the snowstorm, carrying destructive force. The lighthouse shone upon the monster, revealing its true form. It stood 100 meters tall at the shoulder, its body covered in thick, icy blue scales. The single horn, over 10 meters long, pierced the sky like a massive blade. It was the legendary frost rhino. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Two militiamen reacted, shouting at the top of their lungs and sounding the alarm. Beep! The dull siren had barely blazed, startling many of the guards. However, the rhino was already approaching. A legendary beast, its speed beyond imagination. Its massive hooves crushed the ground, and the wind and snow formed a violent vortex around it. In an instant, it reached the foot of the city wall. Bang! With a resounding, dull thud, the rhino's horn slammed heavily against the wall. The 20 to 30 meter thick city wall crumbled like tofu dregs at the first touch. Granite flew everywhere, accompanied by the soldiers' screams. And then, this terrifying giant rhino charged into the giant city of Sagala. In the second half of the night, Chaoxing gradually dressed. Behind him, Aelina, still half human, half snake, lay naked on the ground. She seemed drained of all her strength, her body limp, even her tail floating feebly on the water. This was the first time he had exhausted the white snake. Ever since reaching level 100, Chaoxing felt his energy become incredibly strong. It felt as if he had endless strength. Even under the siege of the two mature women, Chaoxing had managed to hold his own, so now dealing with the snake man was naturally a piece of cake. Aelina, I'm going back, Chaoxing's voice rang out. The snake man behind him replied weakly, yes. Okay, Lord. I need to rest a little longer. Chaoxing smiled, then turned and walked outside. When he pushed open the door to the hot springs, a howling cold wind mixed with snowflakes swept in again. It seemed to show no sign of abating. It looks like this blizzard will continue for a few more days. Chaoxing couldn't help but frown at this thought. So far, the blizzard has lasted for about 10 days. While his territory has temporarily solved its food problem, the situation is not so certain for the other survivors' territories. As mentioned earlier, for various reasons, during the blizzard, food in every territory was rapidly depleted. Many territories suffered serious consequences due to food depletion, and were even destroyed. Just like in the giant city of Sagala, the price of food in the community of these survivors was driven to an exorbitant level. Those survivors, who had some leftovers, once again reaped the rewards. But even so, compared to the hundreds of thousands of survivors, and the hundreds of millions of residents across the region, this amount of food was completely insignificant. Many territories were even destroyed because of this. The number of people online in the chat channel was also steadily decreasing. Many survivors complained in the chat channel. This damn weather is ridiculous. Disasters last for over 10 days at a time. How can we survive? Yeah. I should have known not to recruit. I just expanded my territory's population, and before I could stockpile more food, this blizzard hit. What bad luck. Brothers, who has extra food? Sell me some. I just recruited a group of bunny-eared maidens into my territory. They're all soft-spoken and graceful, with amazing figures. Just give me some food, and I send you a few after this snowstorm is over. Oh my god. Bunny-eared maidens? They're a rare species. I last saw a bunny-eared maiden sold for 2 million crowns at a slave market in a certain city. I'm tempted. I go see if there's any extra food in the warehouse. Lurked by this rare species, the lord successfully secured a batch of supplies. Other lords followed suit. I have 10 werewolf soldiers here. They can switch between forest wolf and human form and are incredibly powerful. Whoever gives me food will be yours after this blizzard ends. A noble princess, a stunning beauty in both figure and temperament. She's just joined my territory, and I haven't had time to cultivate her favor. 1,000 kilograms of food, she's yours. Any handsome elves for sale? Give me 10. I still have plenty of food. They laid out their terms in the chat room. While trading their subjects like commodities might sound somewhat inhumane, in times like these, when life is practically unsustainable, who cares about such matters? And not only the subjects, but also some of the survivors were bringing out their most valuable treasures, seeking to trade. Among them, there were even some items that even Chao Xing was tempted. For example, there were blueprints for high-level night halls, scrolls for recruiting commander-level creatures, and even epic-quality orbs. Chao Xing looked at the various offers from the survivors and pondered, damn it, should I trade some of my food? But after a moment's thought, he gave up the idea. He only had a few tens of thousands of kilograms of food left, thanks to the loot from the Momon's cave today. It was unclear how long this blizzard would last, so he couldn't trade it yet. As for the lizard overlord's meat, Chao Xing did still have quite a bit. But it could only be sold by the portion, at just 100 G. At this stage, these survivors needed a large amount of food, not this kind of meat that could increase stats. As Chao Xing pondered this, he suddenly saw a flood of messages flooding the chat channel. Oh shit! Guys, something's happened. The giant city of Sagala has been attacked by a monster, and the city walls have been breached. That monster is huge and powerful, at least 100 meters tall, like a fucking mountain. Hearing this person's description, the survivors were intrigued. A monster over 100 meters tall? So big. What size is it? I don't know. I checked the system panel, and it's all question marks. But it looks like a rhinoceros. Chao Xing, who was watching the chat channel, suddenly faltered. He quickly opened the map to check the location of the giant city of Sagala. Meanwhile, the survivor continued, that monster was terrifying. With just one charge, it could shatter a wall dozens of meters thick. Those expert-level arrow towers attacks didn't even penetrate its defenses. The soldiers in the city are powerless to stop it. The monster is about to burst into the city. At this rate, it feels like the entire city of Sagala will be destroyed by this monster. No, brothers. I have to run. A moment of silence fell in the chat channel. According to the survivor, the monster's strength was absolutely beyond their imagination. This also extinguished the thoughts of some lords, who had ideas. After all, let's not even talk about whether they could deal with a monster of this level. Just reaching Sagala in the fierce snowstorm was an extremely difficult task. As for Sagala, it could only hope for the best. At this moment, after listening to the survivor's description, Chao Xing had already confirmed one thing. Over 100 meters tall, it looks like a rhinoceros. A single charge could destroy a wall dozens of meters thick. I just checked. The giant city of Sagala is located in the Blissband Wilds, about 600 kilometers from my territory. According to Bingland's information from a few days ago, she unsealed a legendary giant rhinoceros within 1,000 kilometers of my territory. In other words, this monster is most likely that legendary giant rhinoceros. Chao Xing took a deep breath, his tone solemn. I didn't expect this monster to have been hiding for so many days after escaping. It actually went to the Blissband Wilds tonight and attacked a giant city. This giant city is home to hundreds of thousands of people. With the destructive power of a legendary monster, it's likely to completely destroy the city in a short period of time. At this thought, Chao Xing realized he had to act quickly. After all, this legendary giant rhinoceros was ultimately his fault. If it were allowed to wreak havoc, Not only would the giant city of Siraj suffer a devastating blow, but it could also trigger an even more severe chain reaction. Then, he quickly declared, "All legends in the territory, assemble as quickly as possible. Quick!" The moment he heard the order, several terrifying auras rose from the territory, from the alchemy workshop, from the mage tower, and from the lord's castle. They all transformed into streams of light. 6 figures converged. Except for Braum, who was in a dream, and Binglan, whom he had dispatched, the 6 legendary-level powerhouses in the entire territory looked at him solemnly. They seemed unaware of why their lord had gathered them all in such a hurry. Cao Xing glanced at them, and quickly said, "The situation is urgent, so I be brief. 600 kilometers away, the great city of Silag has been attacked by a legendary giant rhino. We need to get there as quickly as possible, kill this monster, and rescue the residents of Silag." On the field, the 6 legends were also somewhat surprised when they heard about the legendary giant rhino. But they didn't say much, instead solemnly saying, "Yes, Lord." Cao Xing nodded and continued, "For now, Francesca will stay home to guard the territory. The other 5, take me with you and rush to Silag." Chapter 683. As Cao Xing issued a series of orders, everyone sprang into action. 5 legendary auras erupted, instantly sweeping over a dozen kilometers. Even within Yao Yiming's territory, this terrifying sense of oppression could be felt. However, these auras flashed only briefly before swiftly vanishing. Meanwhile, in the deep night sky, coupled with the raging snowstorm, visibility became extremely low. All around was pitch black, as if swallowed by endless darkness. At this moment, the holy light sage Isabel raised her staff. A dazzling holy light suddenly erupted from the tip of the staff, instantly dispelling the darkness for 4 or 5 kilometers. At this moment, she was like a goddess of light guiding everyone forward in the darkness, divine and powerful. After visibility was restored, everyone continued to accelerate. Legendary-level warriors can reach a maximum burst speed of over 10 kilometers per second, with their current 220% movement speed bonus. The burst speed could even exceed 20 kilometers per second. That's equivalent to 72,000 kilometers per hour. While this burst state couldn't last long, it was more than enough to sustain for a minute or two. Whoosh! The wind whistled in my ears, and snowflakes streaked across my face like knives. At this terrifying speed, even the high-altitude wind and snow carried astonishing lethality. Cao Xing's holy shield had long since shattered. The cold wind ripped through his skin, oozing a trace of blood, but it healed quickly. Damage numbers like -1758 and -1852 repeatedly appeared above his head. Then a recovery number of over 50,000 appeared. A moment later, a system notification appeared. "You have arrived at Blissband Wilds in just over 20 seconds. They had traveled over 500 kilometers and officially entered the Blissband Wilds. Cao Xing, braving the howling wind and snow, squinted his eyes and scanned his surroundings. He quickly determined the direction and gave a deep command, "Northeast, quick!" Without hesitation, everyone adjusted their direction and sped away. Amid the snowstorm, their figures transformed into streaks of lightning that pierced the night sky. A few seconds later, they arrived above an endless snowfield. In the distance, a magnificent city could be seen rising amidst the blizzard. Besides this, they could hear violent vibrations and a faint, menacing aura. "That's it," Cao Xing said gravely. Upon hearing this, everyone's pace suddenly increased significantly again. From the moment Cao Xing learned of the giant rhino's presence, to the moment he summoned the legendary warriors, to the moment he arrived in the area, it took less than a minute. Swish! In the blink of an eye, they were completely above the giant city of Sagala. At that moment, they could see a massive beast wreaking havoc within the city. Its massive body was like a moving mountain, its powerful hooves like towering pillars, its every step shaking the earth. Add to that, its curved horn over 10 meters long, and it looked incredibly menacing. At that moment, the walls of Sagala had largely collapsed, rubble and ice scattered across the ground. The buildings within, crushed like toys by the giant rhino's charge, were as fragile as toys. The soldiers scrambled to avoid it, their faces filled with fear and despair. After all, let alone trying to stop a monster of this caliber, the aftershocks from its massive hooves alone would have been enough to turn them into a bloody mess. However, this giant rhino seemed to be in a peculiar state. It was simply charging blindly, wreaking havoc everywhere, not yet fully unleashing the true power of a legendary creature. Otherwise, a single skill would have reduced the giant city of Sagala to ruins. Seeing this, Cao Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there weren't too many casualties. The next moment, he quickly said, "Isabel, immobilize this monster. Sarah, use your legendary skills." Everyone else, attack together, and kill it instantly. The crowd responded in unison, yes, Lord. The next moment, Isabel raised her staff, and a dazzling beam of light burst from the sky, quickly landing on the giant rhino's head. This beam of light, imbued with terrifying holy light and sealing power, transformed the night sky of the entire giant city of Sagala. The legendary giant rhino below seemed to sense something, quickly raising its head and gazing at the sky with its crimson eyes. A flicker of panic flashed in its eyes, and its massive body trembled violently, as if trying to escape. However, the beam of light was even faster. Boom! With a resounding bang, the beam of light descended heavily, directly suppressing the giant rhino. Roar! The giant rhino let out an earth-shattering roar, madly charging at the beam of light, as if trying to break free. However, its horn merely caused ripples to appear on the surface of the beam. As a high-level legendary, approaching level 140, Isabel possessed terrifyingly powerful attributes. With the strength of her holy light, it was more than enough to suppress the giant rhino. No matter how hard the giant rhino struggled, it could not break free from the pillar of light. The soldiers and residents, who were frantically fleeing, suddenly saw the terrifying monster trapped, and a look of bewilderment appeared in their eyes. Originally, under the terrifying might of the giant rhino, they believed that their night was doomed to end, and many prepared for death. But now, the appearance of a pillar of light suppressed the terrifying creature. They stared at it blankly, muttering, "Oh my God! Is this a miracle? Have the great gods taken pity on us and come to rescue us? Thank the gods!" Cheers and cries rang out continuously. Meanwhile, Sarah had already entered the charging state of Shadow 1000 kills, Fatal Slash. The other legendaries launched other attacks, unnecessarily wasting too much divine power. Crack! Swish! King Velan's thunder, Lu Mushiwa's angelic power, and Marinina's sword slashes all fell upon the legendary giant rhino. Bang! Puff! Decrease 315, 2466. Decrease 492, 4519. Decrease 471, 9625. Decrease 239, 5242. Decrease 318, 6243. A dense array of damage figures appeared. In just one encounter, the legendary giant rhino had lost at least 40 million HP. The 3 legendary attacks could reach 40 to 50 million DPS per second. This was just for their normal attacks. Adding in their burst abilities, the DPS could soar even higher. However, the damage range of these legendaries was far too wide. Any single skill could reach several kilometers. And the massive city of Sagala still contained hundreds of thousands of residents. They needed to keep the battle to a minimum. Roar! The giant rhino, suddenly struck by this terrifying attack, let out a terrifying roar. The terrifying sound waves materialized, spreading like a tidal wave. Several nearby soldiers, unable to dodge, were swept by the sound waves, frozen in place as if struck by lightning. The next moment, a series of explosions erupted. This was the terror of a legendary creature. The impact of this sound alone was more than even these level 3 and 4 soldiers could withstand. Seeing this, Chao Xing's eyes darkened. How dare you act so violently in front of me? With that, he quickly pulled out the moon god orb and unleashed its sealing power. OM! A gigantic full moon appeared, instantly freezing the giant rhino in place. The moon god's sealing orb was as effective as ever. The others continued their frantic attacks, their health plummeting. The legendary giant rhino's health plummeted. Elsewhere, Sarah was still charging. While Shadow 1000 kills, Fatal Slash was terrifying. Like most legendary skills, it had a fatal flaw. It required 2 to 3 seconds to charge. However, compared to the damage it dealt during its initial burst, these 2 or 3 seconds were well worth it. Meanwhile, 2 seconds later, after the ferocious barrage from everyone, the giant rhino's health had dropped by nearly 100 million. And the cracks on the full moon were growing more and more, and it looked as if it was about to break free. Chao Xing's gaze fell on the giant rhino, scanning its attributes. Cold-held giant hoof ergonos. Race, Frost Plains giant rhino. Level 121. Potential, domination. HP, 234 million/412 million, talent plus domain bonus. A legendary giant rhino with domination potential? Chao Xing muttered to himself, a solemn look in his eyes. A little over 200 million HP left, more than enough. At the same time, cracks appeared all over the full moon. After another 0.5 seconds, it seemed to have finally reached its limit. With a crack, the full moon shattered completely, and the legendary giant rhino broke free. It raised its head and let out an earth-shattering roar. its crimson eyes filled with violence and rage. It was completely enraged, and the horn on its nose began to accumulate a terrifying energy wave, as if it was about to attack the people in the air. But at this moment, a twisted black shadow appeared beside it. Like a grim reaper of death, it radiated a deadly aura. The dagger in her hand, in particular, instilled a wave of instinctive fear in the legendary giant rhino. It was about to turn, attempting to stab the shadow with its massive horn. However, the shadow was even faster. Almost the instant the giant rhino moved, Sarah's dagger of death had already slashed out. Puff! The blade slashed through the air, creating a dark arc of light as it slashed down upon the rhino. The strike was so swift it was impossible to grasp, and the power it contained was terrifying. The giant rhino's body suddenly stiffened, and the murderous gleam in its eyes dimmed. The next moment, a terrifying damage number appeared above its head. -319235633. A full 300 million damage hits, instantly wiping out the last of the legendary giant rhino's health, instantly killing it. Boom! Its massive body collapsed with a resounding thud, shaking the ground and sending up countless shards of ice, snow, and gravel. Sarah's figure slowly emerged. She slashed beside the giant rhino's corpse, her petite form seeming insignificant. However, within this body lay a terrifying power. Compared to her last battle against the demigod-level fresh blood leader, Sarah had undergone a profound transformation after awakening Assassination Heart. Chao Xing observed this scene, a smile curling his lips. Yes, Sarah has grown stronger again. At the same time, the hundreds of thousands of residents of Sagala's main city, as well as the militia, felt as if they were in a dream. Just seconds before, the behemoth was wreaking havoc across the city, leaving them feeling despair. But with the appearance of several figures in the sky, the giant rhino was instantly suppressed. In fact, in just a few exchanges, the creature that had brought them destruction and death was instantly slain. It was only when the giant rhino's body collapsed with a loud bang that they woke up. The next moment, the entire city erupted in earth-shattering cheers. We're saved. Great. The main city of Segura is saved. Gods above, thank you to these powerful men who suddenly appeared. They saved us. These lords are so powerful that they easily defeated even such a terrifying monster. Their power is like that of gods descending to earth. Thank them. For a moment, many eyes fixed intently on Chao Xing and the others in the sky, their gazes filled with gratitude and awe. At this moment, after the battle, Chao Xing said, "Come on, follow me down." The four legendary warriors heard this, and quickly descended. In the blink of an eye, they arrived beside the giant rhino's corpse. Sarah had already gathered the spoils dropped after the giant rhino was slain and waited respectfully. Seeing Chao Xing, she quickly stepped forward and handed over the items. "Lord, please take a look." Chao Xing glanced at them, and saw a large soul, a few drops of bright red blood, and a miscellaneous assortment. With a wave of his hand, he gathered all the items into his backpack. Obtained, Overlord Soul of the Frost Hell Hoof, Legendary, *1. Obtained, 8th rank Tauren Chieftain Recruitment Scroll, Overlord, *1. Obtained, Barbarian Rune, Orange, *1. Obtained, Blood of the Mighty *6. Obtained, Master Level Elemental Crystals *496. Obtained. At this moment, a smile crossed Chao Xing's face once again. What a bounty from killing a legendary beast! Not only a Overlord Soul, but also an 8th rank Overlord Recruitment Scroll. These two items alone are worth the trip. And this is only a portion of the spoils from killing a legendary beast. The various materials found on this monster are truly priceless treasures. At this moment, everyone's eyes turned to the corpse of the giant rhino before them. From this angle, they had to strain their heads to see its full extent. The massive body, like a towering wall, obscured their view, creating a suffocating, oppressive feeling. Chao Xing, standing next to the giant rhino, seemed incredibly small, barely taller than one of its hooves. This gave one an idea of the monster's immense size. Even in death, the giant rhino's corpse still exuded a frightening aura, making anyone afraid to approach. The residents of Sagala's main city stood in awe, not daring to take a single step forward. However, while they remained steadfast, they gazed upon Chao Xing and his companions with awe and admiration. In their eyes, Chao Xing and his companions were not only heroes who had saved the city, but also masters of supreme power. Chao Xing had originally considered dismembering the behemoth right there. But noticing the tens of thousands of eyes, and their excited gazes, he decided to bring the corpse back to his territory before dismembering it. With a powerful wave of his hand, he tucked the giant rhino's corpse into his pouch. Instantly, Over 300 of the pouch's 1,000 spaces were occupied. At the same time, as the legendary giant rhino's corpse vanished, a crater 100 meters in diameter appeared on the ground. The ordinary people were incredulous at Chao Xing's methods. At this moment, a middle-aged man in armor, with disheveled hair, approached with a group of soldiers. The man looked pale, with blood at the corners of his mouth. When he reached Chao Xing's side, his expression suddenly straightened, and he solemnly said, "Thank you, powerful men, for saving my life. My name is Leafberry, Lord of Segura. Please allow me to pay you my highest respects." The middle-aged man bowed and saluted. "Thanks to your rescue, Lord Segura, Leafberry's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, respect. Thanks to your heroic rescue, the favorability of all residents of Segura has increased. You completed the special event, Giant Beast Invasion, increasing your reputation by 30,000. A series of prompts appeared. Chao Xing looked at the middle-aged man, then waved his hand, saying, "No need to thank me. Speaking of which, I'm also responsible for the giant rhino's appearance in Segura." This incident did have some bearing on him. Bing Lan broke the giant rhino's seal, and the monster escaped into the icy lake. Chao Xing had originally intended to send someone to search for the giant rhino, but then a snowstorm struck. Unexpectedly, a few days later, the monster appeared in the main city of Segura. Thankfully, it didn't cause many casualties. Only a few unfortunate soldiers perished in the giant rhino's roar. At the same time, the walls of Segura were destroyed, causing some property damage. When the city lord heard Chao Xing's words, a look of confusion crossed his eyes. But he didn't dare ask any more questions. After all, he had witnessed firsthand the terrifying strength of this group of people. The intensity of the giant rhino's aura far exceeded his imagination. The city lord had only ever seen it in one person in his life, His Majesty the King. And what level of power was the Ice Crystal King? He was a legend. In other words, these people had just arrived, and in just a few seconds, they had slain a legend. With that kind of combat power, crushing him would be a piece of cake. So, the city lord didn't dare say a single word. Chao Xing noticed his nervousness, and shook his head, saying, "Don't be nervous. I won't do anything to you." After a pause, he pulled a button-shaped black metal object from his backpack. With a flick of his finger, the black metal appeared in the city lord's hand. "I'm partially responsible for the damage to the giant city of Segala. Take this as compensation. If you need anything in the future, contact me through this object. I helped you once." Chapter 684. At this moment, the mayor of the giant city of Segala was still in a daze. However, he had clearly heard Chao Xing's last words. You can help him once. What a concept. In other words, he might even be able to call upon a legendary expert to help him in the future. The thought of this made the mayor feel a sense of unreality. Chao Xing, on the other hand, was rushing back to dismantle the legendary giant rhinoceros. He didn't say much, believing he had already done what he needed to do. So, he prepared to lead everyone away. Just then, the mayor suddenly came to his senses. He hurriedly asked, "My lords, may I know your name?" Chao Xing paused. He thought for a moment, then replied, "I am Chao Xing, an otherworldly lord of the snowstorm." Hearing this, the mayor paused for a moment, then repeated in a low voice, "Chao Xing, otherworldly lord." He felt that the name seemed familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. After a moment, he seemed to recall something and suddenly gave a start. The city lord's eyes widened, and he asked tentatively, "Could it be that you are Lord Chao Xing, who led the mighty warriors of the Four Kingdoms in a fierce battle against the Blood Legion and the Watchers, and ended the Blood Rebellion?" Everyone looked at each other, surprise in their eyes. It seemed they hadn't expected the city lord to even know his lord's name. Chao Xing nodded, "It must be me." After receiving his personal confirmation, the city lord's breath suddenly hitched, his eyes gleaming with fervor. "Oh my god, it's really you. Am I dreaming? I've actually met this legendary figure, praised so highly by His Majesty the King." He was so excited that his words were incoherent, his voice trembling. Chao Xing was puzzled. "Oh? You've heard of me?" "Of course." The city lord immediately nodded and said, "His Majesty personally told us about the Blood Legion and the great battle. Now, throughout our Ice Crystal Kingdom, in almost every town and even in those villages, your name is being sung. Many adults, even children, know of your heroic deeds." Chao Xing nodded in realization. At the same time, the city lord excitedly turned around, looked at the residents, and loudly announced, "Everyone, this is Lord Chao Xing. He's the hero who ended the Blood Legion and saved countless lives across the continent." At these words, the residents were stunned for a moment, then burst into wild cheers. "Oh my god! It's him! The legendary hero! We've actually met such a legendary figure. Perhaps they were not yet familiar with Chao Xing's name. But they knew that the Blood Legion, which had once wreaked havoc across the territories of several major kingdoms, had suffered a complete defeat in a matter of days. And not long ago, it had completely vanished from the face of the earth. And the one who had done all this was this young man before them. Although somewhat unbelievable, they knew the city lord couldn't lie in front of so many people. Lord Chao Xing. Lord Chao Xing. The cheers of hundreds of thousands of people swept through the city like a wave, even dispelling the raging blizzard. On the field, King Vilan, Sarah, and even Lu Mushua's gazes were fixed on Chao Xing. His eyes held expressions of emotion, relief, and joy. Seeing their lord or loved one adored and grateful by so many, they felt a sense of honor. Isabel, likewise, said with emotion, just by appearing, he can evoke the heartfelt, fanatical worship of hundreds of thousands of people. This kind of prestige and charisma, even 10,000 years ago, our Pope couldn't have achieved. What an incredible man. At the same time, a system notification appeared. Your heroic deeds are widely known throughout the great city of Sagala, and some of its residents have become your followers. Number of followers increased by 44,732. Note, because his level is not yet 140, the faith function interface is not enabled. Seeing this notification, Chao Xing was stunned for a moment. But soon, he understood. So that's it. Is this the power of faith the Lizardman leader was talking about? As long as there are enough believers, it will provide power of faith every day. When a certain number is reached, it can be used to ignite the divine fire. This time, by chance, Chao Xing unexpectedly gained a group of believers. However, since he hadn't yet reached the high legend level, he couldn't see their specific functions. Thinking of this, a smile played on Chao Xing's face. He looked at the city lord and said, "All right, tell them to stop. They're shouting like that. It's not good for their voices." The city lord responded respectfully, "Yes, great Lord Chao Xing." He then quickly turned around and gestured a few times. The earth-shaking cheers gradually subsided. However, the eyes of these residents still held a gleam of fanaticism. Chao Xing, who had been tempted to leave, suddenly had a different thought. The wind wings behind Chao Xing fluttered, and he soared into the air with a group of legendary warriors under his command. Then, he slowly spoke, "Citizens of the great city of Sagala, I am Lord Chao Xing." His voice was low, but amplified by his magical power, it reached every civilian clearly. The entire main city of Sagala fell silent, their expressions serious, awaiting Chao Xing's next words. Chao Xing continued, "I believe you all know that this is a hopeless world. Endless natural disasters, extreme temperatures, and various unexpected events claim the lives of many at every moment. As ordinary people, simply staying alive is already a great effort." His voice was deep and powerful, as if speaking to the hearts of everyone. "I, too, have grown from an ordinary person to where I am today, and I deeply understand your difficulties. So, when the Blood Rebellion broke out, I led my powerful men to bravely fight the Blood Legion. During that time, I felt lost, perplexed, and hopeless several times. But with our perseverance, we ultimately triumphed." As he finished speaking, the eyes of the hundreds of thousands of residents below once again lit up. They clenched their fists tightly, and their enthusiastic cheers erupted like a tsunami. At the same time, a system notification appeared. "Thanks to your speech, some residents of the Sagala megacity have reached a peak of faith in you, and have become your followers. This number of followers has increased by 29,452. Seeing this notification, Chao Xing secretly rejoiced. It really works. It seems my guess was correct. A barely perceptible smile played at the corners of his mouth at this thought. After waiting a moment, Chao Xing gathered his emotions and continued, however. Just as the Blood Rebellion ended, this blizzard, lasting over 10 days, erupted. Tonight, you were attacked again by the legendary beast, the Ice Rhinoceros. But even so, you all survived. This proves that you are all blessed by the gods. You are all the strongest warriors. His voice gradually rose, carrying an inspiring force. And in recognition of your tenacity and courage, I will grant you a rain of blessing. At these words, the eyes of the hundreds of thousands of residents below were filled with confusion, as if they didn't understand what this young man meant by rain of blessing. Chao Xing, however, winked at Lu Mushua and Isabel beside him. The two women immediately understood and nodded slightly. The next moment, a divine light erupted from their bodies simultaneously. OM! As the light rose, a golden sun appeared in the sky, its dazzling golden light illuminating the entire night sky. At the center of this sun, a sage of holy light, wielding a staff and robes, floated. The sky on the other side was enveloped in pure white light. From this light, fluttering white wings drifted down. When everyone looked up, they were shocked to see a majestic archangel with 6 wings standing there. These 2 figures were like true gods manifesting into the world. At that moment, everyone held their breath, their eyes filled with shock and awe. Chao Xing stood between the 2 divine figures, his voice resounding like a bell, resonating through the heavens and earth. Now, the rain of blessing descends. The moment she finished speaking, Isabel raised her staff, and holy light spread like a tide. On the other side, Lu Muxua also raised her ancient sword, the tip radiating pure angelic power. Angelic light and holy light intertwined, forming a dazzling curtain of light that enveloped the entire night sky. Then, countless points of light began to fall from the sky, showering the city like a gentle rain. Each drop of light contained the warm power of holy light and the healing power of angels. The moment the residents came into contact with these points of light, they felt the cold and fatigue in their bodies dispelled. Moreover, the hidden ailments and pains that had plagued them for years seemed to be alleviated. And as more and more points of light descended from the sky, these conditions seemed about to disappear completely. At this moment, soldiers, merchants, and even civilians were completely immersed in this miraculous gift. They excitedly stretched out their hands, cheering and leaping for joy in the rain of light. Oh my God! The cough that has plagued me for years is gone, and my throat doesn't hurt anymore. Great! The ailment in my legs is gone too, and I can walk again. My child. He's awake! He's awake! Excited voices rose and fell, filled with surprise and gratitude. This is a miracle, a true miracle. Only the power of the gods can accomplish this. An old man trembled, tears welling in his eyes. Another young man excitedly retorted, No, this is Lord Chao Xing's power. He has bestowed upon us a divine blessing. Let us praise Lord Chao Xing. With these words, the young man knelt on the ground and began to pray loudly. As he followed his example, more and more residents followed suit, kneeling to express their deepest respect and gratitude to Chao Xing. At this moment, the entire city of Sagala was completely overwhelmed by Chao Xing's rain of blessings. At the same time, the system prompt appeared again. Because you have displayed divine power, some residents of Sagala have reached a peak of faith in you, and have become your devoted followers. This number of followers has increased by 218,624. The effect this time was beyond imagination, with an unprecedented increase in followers. It has directly surpassed 200,000, including the previous 2 times. More than half of all the creatures in Sagala have become his followers. Chao Xing could hardly contain his ecstasy. But in front of the crowd, he maintained his sacred and majestic demeanor. May this blessed rain bring you new life, and I hope you can live better. With these words, Chao Xing raised his staff, mobilizing the vast power of the ice element. At the same time, below, the city wall destroyed by the ice rhino began to rise from thin air, one ice wall after another. Clatter. Clatter. The ice wall spread rapidly like a giant dragon emerging from the earth. In the blink of an eye, the 1 to 2 kilometer long gap was completely blocked. The ice wall's surface was smooth, emitting a faint chill. Although only a dozen meters high, it provided a protective barrier for the city. At least until the new city walls were repaired, those roaming beasts wouldn't be able to easily break in. After doing this, Chao Xing turned and left with several of his legendary men. But tonight's events left a lasting mark on the hearts of these residents. They watched the receding figures, their eyes still brimming with enthusiasm and gratitude. Among the crowd, Lord Segela also knelt respectfully on the ground. He tightly grasped the black metal device left by Chao Xing and muttered, Lord Chao Xing, you are truly a god descended from heaven. A few minutes later, Chao Xing and his companions had returned to the territory. Bragging against the howling wind and snow, they landed steadily in the center of the territory. At the same time, Isabel once again raised her staff, releasing a soft holy light. It not only dispelled the darkness, but also neutralized the surrounding snowstorm. At this moment, Chao Xing looked at Lu Muxua and Isabel and asked, How much divine power did you consume just now? The 2 women exchanged a glance. Lu Muxua softly said, Not much, about 15. Isabel replied, So did I. Chao Xing nodded slightly. This release of divine power, through its own power, creates a rain of blessing, healing creatures over a large area. This is a trick legendary level power masters after activating the divine power interface. However, while it may seem impressive, its effectiveness is quite limited. The healing value is even less than that of a bottle of high-level life elixir. Plus, it requires a significant amount of divine power, So few legendary power seekers would do this. But for these civilians, it had a terrifying healing effect. At this moment, Zweilen, standing by, tentatively asked, Lord, where's that legendary giant rhino? Should we take it out and disassemble it now? His tone was filled with barely concealed excitement, as if he was particularly concerned about this matter. Chaoxing glanced at him and said calmly, What's the rush? Are you worried the giant rhino will escape after resurrecting? Zweilen rubbed his hands and said embarrassedly, No. It's just that this is the first time I've seen someone successfully hunt a legendary beast. I'm so curious. I heard the flesh of this legendary beast holds immense power. Even a single bite would significantly enhance even a legendary warrior. Hearing this, Chaoxing's heart stirred. Without further comment, he waved his hand. The next moment, a mountain several dozen meters high appeared on the ground before them. It was the corpse of the Icefield giant rhino. Although they had already witnessed the giant rhino's enormity, shock still filled everyone's eyes when it appeared before them again. The murderous aura emanating from the Icefield rhino's corpse also attracted the attention of some of the territory's most powerful. They all opened their windows and peered out. Then, they immediately saw the enormous beast and Chaoxing, and the others standing nearby. At this point, Zweilen sighed. Such a massive beast would require at least hundreds of skilled workers just to dissect it, and it would take a considerable amount of time. Lord, should we gather our forces and begin the process? He didn't know that otherworldly lords like Chaoxing had a built-in decomposition function, eliminating the need for such fuss. Chaoxing didn't bother explaining. He stepped forward, and a system prompt appeared. Legendary creature found. The corpse of Frostheek Ergonos. Do you want to decompose? Note: due to the creature's powerful constitution, this decomposition is expected to take 5 to 10 minutes. Chaoxing simply clicked confirm. The next moment, a huge ball of white light descended upon the giant rhino's corpse, completely enveloping it. Buzz! The ball of light continuously emitted subtle energy fluctuations. It seemed the decomposition process had begun. As the system had indicated, the monster being decomposed this time was extremely powerful, and the time required was unprecedented. Everyone waited patiently. Furthermore, protected by Isabel's holy light, even the blizzard had little impact on them. A few minutes later, the ball of light finally dissipated completely. Then, before them, a mountain of materials appeared. There were vast chunks of flesh, thick fur, glistening blood, scattered bones, and all sorts of precious organs and materials. It practically filled the entire clearing. There was so much stuff. Compared to ordinary beasts, the materials extracted from this giant rhino were more diverse and of higher quality. After all, this was the essence extracted from a legendary creature. Chaoxing could even sense the powerful energy fluctuations emanating from it. He took a quick glance. Iceland giant rhino meat, legendary, *1,127,842 kilograms, introduction, meat dropped from the legendary giant rhino, Frost Hellhoof, contains extremely powerful strength. The first consumption increases strength by 2,000, constitution by 1,000, and physical attack by 10%, valid up to once. Subsequent consumption increases satiety by 5 to 50 points, depending on the creature's size. Note: due to the immense power contained within the legendary giant rhino, it must be consumed by a creature at least level 40 or higher, otherwise there's a risk of explosion. Chapter 685. Complete Icefield Rhino Hide, Legendary, *1, 21,534 square meters, Introduction. The leather from the legendary giant rhino, Hellhoof, can be used to mass-craft epic armor above level 100. Or, use a whole rhino hide, combined with some rare materials, to craft a single piece of legendary armor. Note: to craft legendary armor, legendary blacksmithing mastery is required. Thrust Horn of Hellhoof, Legendary, *1, Introduction. The thrust horn on the head of the legendary giant rhino, Hellhoof, possesses extremely powerful penetrating power and thrust energy. Can be crafted into legendary quality special weapons, items, or the core material for special magic arrays. Note: forging this material requires legendary blacksmithing mastery. Icefield Rhino Skeleton, Legendary, *784, 523 kg, Introduction. The bones of the legendary giant rhino, Hellhoof, are harder than steel and contain ice. Thrust power. Can be used to mass-craft high-level epic light armor, or as a material for special magical devices. Note: master blacksmithing mastery is required. Ice Rhino Hoof, Legendary, *4, Description. The legendary rhino's hoof is incredibly hard, and its surface releases thrust power. It can be crafted into epic heavy weapons such as warhammers, shields, or city walls. Note: Master Blacksmithing Mastery is required. Ice Rhino Viscera, Legendary, *189, for 24 kg. Description: The viscera include the Surging Heart, Frost Lungs, and Magic Liver, and are key ingredients for crafting high-level alchemical items or magical potions. Note: Legendary Alchemist or Legendary Alchemy Mastery is required. Ice Rhino Blood, Legendary, *275, 254 kg. Description: The legendary rhino's blood is rich in frost magic, and its essence can be extracted to create legendary potions. It can also be used to mass-produce epic potions, or as a key ingredient for runes or magic circles. Note: Requires Legendary Alchemy Mastery. After reading this lengthy introduction, even Chao Xing, with his fortitude, was overcome with excitement, his breathing becoming a bit rapid. There was so much stuff. And each one was incredibly terrifying. From meat, to internal organs, to bones, and even blood. Each item weighed in at tens of thousands of kilograms. And, since they were materials from legendary creatures, each one had a powerful effect. Even that hide alone was over 20,000 square meters, enough to craft hundreds of sets of epic leather armor. Add to that the hundreds of thousands of kilograms of bones, and you could craft dozens of sets of epic light armor. This is truly terrifying. The harvest from dissecting this legendary giant rhino is truly enormous. Chao Xing took a deep breath, suppressed his excitement, and began analyzing each item one by one. First and foremost, the largest loot here was undoubtedly the 1.12 million kilograms of legendary giant rhino meat. Just one bite increases strength by 2,000, vitality by 1,000, and physical attack power by 10%. It goes without saying how terrifying this boost is. Even the system notes that it requires a minimum of level 4 to consume, otherwise there's a risk of explosion. Clearly, this legendary giant rhino meat is several times more potent than the meat of a lizard master. If it were to appear on the market, it would surely cause a sensation. Furthermore, this meat can be broken down into 10 portions for sale. In other words, over 1 million kilograms of legendary giant rhino meat could boost the attributes of over 10 million people. Chao Xing couldn't help but sigh. How exaggerated. If we took this to the market and traded it, I'd probably be able to exchange it for resources to build a giant city in no time, right? He swallowed hard at the thought. Besides the legendary giant rhino meat, there are also legendary giant rhino bones, and legendary giant rhino heavy hoofs. Both of these are legendary level materials, capable of being mass-produced into epic quality light armor and large-scale war equipment. Furthermore, the nearly 200,000 kilograms of ice-filled giant rhino viscera are also rare high-level alchemical materials. The value of these 4 materials alone is beyond imagination. However, this is just part of the giant rhino. It also contains 3 even more precious materials: legendary giant rhino thick hide, legendary giant rhino frost horn, and legendary giant rhino blood. All 3 of these can be used to craft legendary equipment or refine legendary potions. It's fair to say that the combined value of the 7 materials from this giant rhino is inestimable. Huh? Chao Xing took a deep breath, calming his excitement. Then, gazing at the pile of legendary giant rhino meat on the ground, he murmured, "It's been a while since the last large-scale trade. The survivors throughout the 4 districts already have quite a few valuable items. It's a good opportunity to acquire so much meat this time, allowing for a large-scale trade. Not only can we gather the valuables they have, but we can also gather the materials for building the giant city." After a pause, he continued, "But first, I need to deliver these materials to Harold and Francesca. Let's see what other auxiliary materials are needed besides these main materials. After all, the creation of a piece of legendary equipment requires more than just the main materials. A large number of precious auxiliary materials are also needed to fully complete it." Thinking of this, Chao Xing waved his hand and gathered the pile of items on the ground into his backpack. In an instant, the small hills before him vanished. Zulin, standing nearby, watched this scene, his eyes once again filled with envy and curiosity. In his hundreds of years of life, this was the first time he had witnessed a legendary giant rhino being hunted and then dissected so cleanly. He was deeply curious about the magical properties of the materials from such a powerful legendary creature. However, Chao Xing ignored him. He turned around and prepared to head to the blacksmith shop. Just then, from the corner of his eye, Chao Xing noticed something peculiar on the ground. It had suddenly appeared in the clearing, seemingly weighed down by the disintegrated giant rhino flesh. After Chao Xing had put all the giant rhino meat into his backpack, the object was revealed. Could there be something else on this giant rhino? With a hint of confusion, Chao turned and walked towards the clearing. Then, he finally got a clear look at the object. It looked like a round runestone, about the size of a palm. The edges of the runestone were engraved with intricate, ancient patterns. In the center, a bull was carved. What is this? A curious look crossed Chao Xing's eyes. Then he reached out and picked up the strange rune. Obtained, contaminated 12 sacred beasts runestones, ox. 12 sacred beasts runestones, contaminated? Seeing the item information, Chao Xing's curiosity grew even more intense. He eagerly checked the item details. Contaminated 12 sacred beasts runestones, ox. Quality, unknown. Item effect. 1. Imparting this rune to a creature with ox bloodline grants the infinite strength effect, increasing its base strength by 300%. The rune is contaminated and will not be effective. Item effect. 2. Gather all 12 sacred beasts runestones and purify them to travel to the realm of eternal life and be resurrected. Note, this runestone was originally one of the 12 left behind before his death. He bestowed these stones upon 12 creatures: rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, rooster, dog, pig. These 12 creatures became the 12 sacred beasts. Endowed them with powerful powers, awaiting the day in the future when the 12 sacred beasts would gather and resurrect him once more. However, for unknown reasons, these runestones became contaminated by an unknown force, causing the 12 sacred beasts to become violent, irritable, and irrational. The time it takes to resurrect them was also indefinitely extended. Seeing the long list of information about this item, Chao Xing was stunned. After a moment, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh my god! I think I've got something incredible this time. The 12 sacred beast runestones. Gather them, and they can even resurrect a mysterious being. It's unknown how powerful this mysterious being is, but even the system's introduction is shrouded in question marks. There's only one possible scenario. That being's power is terrifying. It's far beyond what Chao Xing can currently grasp. Only once his power continues to rise will his name be revealed in the system's introduction." Interesting. A hint of interest played on Chao Xing's lips. He currently had no intention of resurrecting this person. After all, trying to resurrect him without even knowing who he was would be like lighting a lantern in the toilet, looking for shit. Of course, aside from this effect, this bull talisman stone is also incredibly powerful. It can increase the power of creatures with bovine blood by 300%, a terrifying boost. And currently, in Chao Xing's territory, only the cloud yaks and dairy cows carry bovine blood. Could it be training a combat-capable cloud yak? Chao Xing mused softly. But after a moment, he realized something. No, when I just killed this legendary giant rhino, it also dropped a Minotaur chieftain recruitment scroll. I can definitely give him this runestone. Never mind that Minotaurs aren't actually cows. After all, even the rhino they killed is a sacred beast of the cattle tribe. This gave Chao Xing an idea. So, besides this legendary giant rhino, cattle, they also carry the bull runestone. There should be 11 other creatures, each carrying runestones of different races. These runes are likely very powerful, comparable to the bull runestone. Even the creatures that possess the corresponding runestones should be quite powerful, probably at least legendary. If we can find all these mad holy beasts and kill them all, not only will I get the other 11 runestones, but I also harvest a large amount of legendary materials. Thinking of this, Chao Xing grew excited. Of course, finding the other 11 holy beasts is still very difficult. At least for now, there's no clue. Even this rhinoceros was accidentally broken by Bing Lan, allowing it to escape. And before that, we must find a way to purify this bull runestone. Having such a powerful item unusable is a significant loss. So, Chao Xing turned his gaze to Isabel in the crowd and asked, "Isabel, this bull runestone seems to be contaminated by some force. Do you think there's any way to purify it?" As a holy light sage, he wields extremely powerful divine power, and can be said to be the nemesis of many evil and dark forces. Especially after reaching legendary status, they can use their divine power to purify curses and dark auras. Of course, this ox rune stone has a unique origin, making its purification extremely difficult. Even a legendary holy light sage might not be completely certain. Isabel, staff raised in one hand, approached Chao Xing gracefully, like a goddess of light. She took the ox rune stone and examined it carefully. Then, she released a gentle stream of holy light from her fingertips, illuminating the rune surface. Hiss, hiss. A series of gentle sounds echoed, and a faint black smoke rose from the surface of the runestone, as if resisting the divine power. After a moment, Isabel raised her head and said calmly, "This surface is indeed contaminated by some evil power. And it appears that this power is of a very high level, perhaps even originating from an evil god." Evil god? Chao Xing frowned slightly and asked, "Are you sure?" The Holy Light Sage didn't answer immediately, but continued to release holy light power, testing it. After a while, she slowly said, "It should be possible to purify it, but it will take some time and consume a considerable amount of divine power." Hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes flashed with surprise. He had already given up hope. But Isabel said yes. So, this Holy Light Sage of his is truly powerful. A smile crossed Chao Xing's face, and he said, "The amount of divine power isn't a problem. I replenish whatever you need." Isabel closed her eyes slightly, did some calculations in her mind, and then replied, "According to estimates, it will take at least 7 days to completely purify the power within this runestone. During this time, I need to consume 1 point of divine power every hour or so to continuously purify the dark energy within. That means I consume about 20 points of divine power per day. I can now naturally regenerate 4 points of divine power per day. Adding what I've already regenerated, I need about 110 points." Hearing this figure, Chao Xing began to calculate quickly. 110 divine power points, or 11 divine power fragments. It sounds a bit pricey. But compared to that, 11 divine power fragments in exchange for such a powerful bull rune stone is still a great bargain. He said without hesitation, "No problem, I replenish your divine power right away." With that, Chao Xing pulled 11 glowing fragments from his backpack and clicked use. Buzz! The divine power fragments transformed into points of light and landed on Isabel. When the divine power was fully replenished, Chao Xing said, "Then I leave the purification of this bull rune stone to you." Isabel replied solemnly, "Yes, I will complete the task." Chao Xing nodded, then looked at the other legendary powers on the field and said, "Everyone, thank you for your hard work tonight. Now everyone, go back and rest." Everyone responded and turned to leave. Soon, he was the only one left. "Very good, now it's time to hand these legendary materials over to Harold and Francesca." Chao Xing clapped his hands and headed straight for the blacksmith's shop. Although it was already 11 o'clock in the evening, Harold should still be there. Sure enough, as he arrived at the blacksmith's shop and pushed open the door, several furnaces inside still glowed with flames. A dwarf blacksmith stood at the forge, hammering away intently at a pistol over a meter long. Clang! Clang! The heavy hammering continued incessantly, and the pistol gradually shifted shape under his forging. Harold was currently forging another tusk from the Boar King's body. Chao Xing walked over to him and asked, "Harold, why haven't you rested yet?" At the Lord's voice, the dwarf blacksmith quickly put down his tools, turned around, and said respectfully, "My lord, this tusk is almost finished. I like to finish this weapon before I rest. It shouldn't take long." Chao Xing nodded, knowing the blacksmith's diligence. "Harold, come here. I have something for you. It's a little small here. I might not be able to do it." With that, Chao Xing turned and walked towards an open area inside the smithy. The dwarf blacksmith's eyes were filled with confusion. But he didn't ask any further questions, silently following Chao Xing. When the two arrived at the open area, Chao Xing first took out the 4 giant rhino hooves from his backpack, then a large pile of legendary giant rhino bones. The 2 materials piled up into 2 small hills, emitting a ferocious, terrifying aura. Seeing these enormous masses, Harold felt a moment of bewilderment. It wasn't until he took a deep breath that he gradually recovered from his shock. God of Forge. The aura of these materials far surpasses that of that overlord-level lizard. Harold's eyes were filled with shock. After all, aside from the 2 scales of the ancient dragon, the highest grade materials he had encountered so far were those dropped from the overlord lizard. However, the pile before him was countless times more terrifying than that of the overlord lizard. Then, as if realizing something, he looked at Chao Xing with a look of doubt and astonishment. "Lord, could this be material from a legendary creature?" Chao Xing smiled faintly and nodded yes. After receiving his confirmation, Harold's breath hitched again. "Oh my god! There are so many legendary materials! This is incredible!" Chapter 686. Blacksmith Harold looked incredulous. "There are so many legendary materials! This is incredible! If those master blacksmiths knew about this, they'd go crazy. With so many materials, their forging proficiency will definitely skyrocket. Even a legendary blacksmith like me can gain a lot of forging experience." The dwarf blacksmith seemed very excited. A smile played on Chao Xing's face. The bones and ox hooves of the legendary giant rhino were of lower quality. They only require a master blacksmith to forge them. It was indeed as Harold said. If they were to forge these high-quality materials, their proficiency would skyrocket, but there was a problem. Aside from Harold, there wasn't a single master blacksmith above the master level in Chaoxing's territory. However, there were 2 expert blacksmiths. Furthermore, he had 4 master proficiency emblems in his backpack. Chaoxing calculated in his mind. From expert to master, 50,000 proficiency points are required. In other words, just 1 master-level proficiency emblem is enough to max out their proficiency. And to break through to master-level blacksmith, another thing is needed, the craftsman's soul. This batch of materials is too large. Harold alone is far too slow. It seems we need to find a way to get a few more master-level blacksmiths in the territory. Thinking of this, Chaoxing asked, Harold, how are the other 2 expert blacksmiths in the territory doing? Have they awakened their tinker's soul? Hearing this question, the dwarf blacksmith replied respectfully, Your Majesty, Galhan and Born work very diligently, often working late every day. But so far, they haven't awakened their tinker's soul. A hint of regret crossed Chaoxing's eyes. Without awakening their tinker's soul, they wouldn't be able to reach the master level, nor would they be able to mass-produce these epic equipment. Although his territory had begun to take shape, it still lacked a significant amount of talent. Not only management and combat personnel, but also forging talent, and even alchemy talent. It seems, Victoria's last proposal to establish the blacksmith and alchemist associations after the giant city is completed should also be put on the agenda. Use the reputations of legendary blacksmiths and alchemists to attract more talent, and then recruit them into my territory. Combined with my resources, I can achieve even faster development in my territory, and put these high-quality materials to good use. Through this thought, Chaoxing secretly made up his mind. Then, he looked at the dwarf blacksmith before him and said, Since these 2 can't break through to the master level yet, I put these materials aside for now. I have a more difficult task for you. Hearing this, Harold straightened up, awaiting the Lord's instructions. Then, Chaoxing gathered all the bones and ox hooves from the ground into his backpack. Then, with a wave of his hand, he retrieved the enormous piece of leather, over 100 meters long, and another horn, a staggering 11 meters long and emitting an astonishingly cold aura. Upon seeing these 2 objects, Harold, a legendary forger, could clearly sense the immense power they held. Even more terrifying than that pile of bones and 4 hooves, these were 2 materials of higher quality, and the previous 2 materials could be mass-produced into high-level epic equipment. What could be higher than this? The answer was obvious. Legend. Harold took a deep breath, trying to regain his composure. Then, tentatively he asked, Lord, this leather and this horn, like those bones, should belong to the same creature, right? Chaoxing nodded, yes, but compared to those scattered bones, these 2 materials are more complete. I want to use them to forge 2 pieces of legendary equipment. Are you confident? A serious look suddenly crossed Harold's eyes. He quickly walked over to the leather and horn and examined them carefully. His gaze swept over every corner, as if studying the properties of the materials. Chaoxing did not urge him, but stood aside and waited. After a moment, the dwarven blacksmith stood up again. He solemnly stated, My lord, I have confirmed that the power contained in these 2 materials is indeed sufficient to create legendary equipment. A smile crept onto Chaoxing's face again. However, Harold continued, the difficulty of crafting a piece of legendary equipment is beyond imagination. In addition to these 2 main materials, I also need a large amount of precious auxiliary materials. Chaoxing nodded, I understand. Tell me what you need. Harold pondered for a moment and replied, Due to the different properties of the 2 materials, the required materials are also different. This large piece of leather needs to retain its full strength and properties, and be crafted into a legendary leather armor. This requires the use of some spatial power. I need a large amount of spatial crystals, at least 10,000. In addition, a large amount of mithril, around 100,000. Also, approximately 150 pure shards. After that, 500 crystal dust pile, and 500 reinforced silk cloth rolls each. Harold listed 5 materials, each requiring a considerable amount. 3 of these materials Chaoxing had previously obtained. The other 2, the crystal dust pile, and the reinforced silk cloth roll, were completely unknown to him. Chaoxing hesitated to comment, motioning for him to continue. Harold said, The only way to deal with that large hide is to forge it into legendary leather armor. As for the other horn, it's over 10 meters long, so it's a bit more difficult to handle. I have 2 options, and you need to decide, Lord. Chaoxing thought for a moment, then said, Tell me which 2 options. Harold continued, The first option is simple. Just like with the large hide, we can use the power of space to shrink it. Shrink it to about 2 or 3 meters in length and forge it into a legendary spear. Chaoxing nodded again. This method was pretty much what he had in mind. After all, his territory already had quite a few legendary weapons. But there weren't even any spears. If they could be forged, it would fill that gap. However, he didn't decide immediately. Instead, he continued, what about the other option? The other option is to forge it without changing its size. Harold's voice rose slightly. The material of this horn itself is extremely hard, and it also contains extremely powerful thrust power. Without changing its size, we can better unleash the horn's power. This way, we can forge a legendary weapon up to 10 meters long, with immense destructive power. A massive weapon like this would not only sweep across the battlefield, but also wreak devastating damage on enemy formations, and even city walls. It would even be more effective against larger creatures. Chaoxing also piqued his interest. He said, thoughtfully, that sounds impressive indeed. But who could possibly use such a massive weapon? Harold chuckled and said, my lord, although this weapon is enormous, many could use it. For example, we could give it to the giant warrior in our territory, Jord Ironfrost. Or, if we simply don't attach this legendary weapon to it, and mount it on a large mecha or chariot, it would still unleash terrifying destructive power. Hearing this, Chaoxing reflected on the situation. He seemed to foresee the sight of this massive legendary weapon wreaking havoc on the battlefield. However, Harold's suggestion of entrusting the weapon to the giant Jode Ironfrost wasn't entirely appropriate. After all, Jode was a boxer, and his skills were all focused on close combat. To use it, he had to find other giant warriors, or sufficiently large creatures. As for the latter suggestion, mounting it on a large mecha or chariot was a good option. However, this would only allow the weapon to unleash its inherent destructive power. Since mechas couldn't bind to legendary weapons, they naturally couldn't utilize their powerful special effects. After pondering for a moment, Chaoxing decided, let's go with the second option. Just leave the horn unchanged and create a complete legendary weapon. After all, even if he didn't have a suitable candidate to wield the weapon now, with his strength, he eventually find one. Since he was going to do it, he had to do it to perfection. Let this legendary giant rhino horn unleash its maximum power. After hearing Chaoxing's choice, a smile crossed Harold's resolute face. That's indeed a good choice, esteemed lord. However, to craft such a large legendary weapon, more materials are required. Chaoxing waved his hand and said, no problem. Just tell me what materials you need, and I find a way to get them. Harold nodded, then said, first, the most needed are mithril and eternal gold. The former will cost approximately 200,000, and the latter 50,000. In addition, 3,000 Delmic steel ingots, 300 pure shards, and 10,000 frost white crystals. That's basically it. Chaoxing quickly calculated in his mind after hearing this. According to the 2 legendary pieces of equipment Harold mentioned, each requires 5 materials. Total, mithril * 300,000 pure shard * 450 eternal gold ingot * 50,000 delirite steel ingot * 3,000 space crystal * 10,000 crystallized dust pile * 500 enhanced silk cloth roll * 500 frost white crystal * 10,000. A total of 8 materials are needed. And the quantities are quite staggering. Common materials like mithril and eternal gold ingot are relatively easy to come by. After receiving the treasures from Zevelin's treasury, I've replenished them quite a bit. The more troublesome materials are space crystal and pure shard. Especially the pure shard. So far, Chaoxing only has 10 of them, and they were rewarded by the system after completing the blood expansion. This would require 450 of them, making the collection of these incredibly difficult. There were also other crystallized dust pile, enhanced silk cloth rolls, and so on. Chaoxing had never even heard of them. At this moment, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly at the sheer difficulty of crafting a single piece of legendary equipment. The mithril and eternal gold alone could drain the resources of a small nation. However, with a population of hundreds of thousands across the 4 regions, there would always be a few lucky individuals who could obtain a small amount of rare materials. All Chaoxing had to do was to find something powerful enough to collect all the rare materials from these people. At this moment, Harold added, by the way, Lord, when you gather these materials, I suggest you collect 2 of each. 2? Chaoxing asked, puzzled. Yes. Harold nodded, looking a little embarrassed. He whispered, because this is my first time forging legendary equipment. According to the records in the books, the success rate for each legendary item is extremely low. Even a legendary forger can't guarantee a success rate above 30%. And if the legendary item fails, The main material won't be easily damaged, but all the auxiliary materials will be wasted. Chaoxing couldn't help but twitch his lips after hearing this. After all, the list of materials he provided was already ridiculously expensive for just one. Now he wanted two, meaning the quantities for all the materials would have to be doubled. And it didn't sound like even 2 copies would guarantee a 100% success rate. But considering the importance of a legendary item, these costs didn't seem outrageous. After all, if a blacksmith could create such equipment, his fame would last forever, resounding throughout the entire Western continent. Thinking of this, Chaoxing gritted his teeth and said, "No problem, I go collect the materials. Just focus on crafting it, and leave the rest to me." After all, he was planning to establish a blacksmith association to attract talented blacksmiths. The mere mention of a legendary blacksmith was impressive enough. But if you added, a legendary blacksmith who successfully forged legendary equipment, it would surely drive all those blacksmiths crazy. After hearing this, Harold straightened his posture, his gaze becoming incredibly determined. "As you command, Lord." "Harold will do his best to live up to your expectations." Chaoxing nodded slightly, then left. After leaving the blacksmith shop, Chaoxing rushed straight to the alchemy workshop. However, when he pushed open the door, it was dark and deserted. "Has Francesca gone back to rest?" Chaoxing whispered, his eyes filled with confusion. But on reflection, it made sense. After all, it was already past 11 o'clock in the evening. According to the rest time stipulated in this territory, work could cease after 6 o'clock. Someone like Harold, who couldn't be persuaded, was truly an anomaly. "Forget it. I ask her tomorrow." Chaoxing shook his head and was about to leave. Just then, a faint aura emerged from the alchemy workshop. Then a voice rang out, "What's going on?" Chaoxing paused, startled. Then, the alchemy workshop's dim blue lights flickered on. Francesca slowly rose from a small bed in the corner. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked at Chaoxing with some confusion. Under the overhead light, her beautiful face took on an even more alluring air. Chaoxing didn't answer, instead asking, "Why are you sleeping here?" The witch spread her arms and stretched lazily, purring like a cat. After a moment, she exhaled and replied, "I'm tired from refining the potion this afternoon. I wanted to rest for a while, but ended up sleeping until now." Chaoxing nodded in understanding, then advised, "Okay, next time, go back to your room. It's a bit cold here, and it's not comfortable." The witch tilted her head slightly, glancing at him from the corner of her eye, a hint of smile playing on her lips. She smiled softly, then nodded, "I see." After a pause, the witch asked again, "You haven't told me yet. What brings you to see me so late? Are you just here to see if I'm working?" Francesca said jokingly. Chaoxing listened, then said seriously, "No, I just came to see you. Don't you realize you have to see me at least 2 or 3 times a day now?" Hearing this, Francesca reflected. Then, as if realizing something, her cheeks flushed. For a moment, she didn't know how to start. Seeing her expression, Chaoxing stopped teasing her. He got straight to the point, saying, "Okay, let's get down to business." As soon as he finished speaking, a glass bottle appeared in his hand like magic. Then, bright red blood appeared in the bottle. He handed the bottle over, saying, "Take a look at this." Francesca's deep gaze locked onto his hand. She could sense the surge of power within the blood within. Francesca reached out her fair, delicate hand, took the blood, and examined it carefully. After a moment, a glimmer flickered in her beautiful eyes. "Is this the blood of a legendary creature?" she asked curiously, looking up. "Yes," Chaoxing nodded. After receiving confirmation, Francesca's eyes lit up even brighter. She then asked, "What creature is it from? What are its strength attributes?" Chaoxing replied, "A giant ice rhinoceros." "As for attributes, should it be strength and ice?" Francesca nodded in realization, muttering, "Strength and ice. This kind of blood is very suitable for the formula of another legendary secret potion I saw recently. The Power Demon's Gust of Drink." Hearing the name of this secret potion, Chaoxing asked in confusion, "What are the effects of this secret potion?" The witch replied, "The Power Demon's Gust of Drink, as its name suggests, is very beneficial for those with strong strength attributes." Chapter 687. The witch said slowly, "After taking this potion, the body's strength attribute will be significantly increased for a certain period of time. Even legendary level warriors can gain at least a 30% increase in strength, while also slightly boosting their ice attribute attacks." Legendary 30%? Wow! So high! Chaoxing exclaimed in surprise. After all, that's a 30% increase in strength. For a legendary level warrior, it can significantly increase their combat effectiveness. Furthermore, Lu Muxua has the Strength Blessing skill, which can increase strength by 20%, for a total of 50%. Add to that the Bull Talisman in Chaoxing's hand, which can increase strength by 300%. If these three are combined, the user's strength will skyrocket to a terrifying level that's simply unimaginable. The witch chuckled. Of course, this is a legendary level potion after all. However, to refine this potion, the process is relatively complicated and requires a large number of ingredients. This blood alone isn't enough. Chaoxing had foreseen this. Just like crafting a legendary weapon, refining a legendary potion is destined to be no simple task. Tell me what I need. The witch nodded gently, then began to explain. First, I need a large amount of blood. 100 kilograms of blood, extracting its essence, should be enough for one potion. Then, I need 10 pieces of cold chalcedony, and 5 lion's head flowers, or bull vine. Basically, those three are the ingredients. After hearing this, Chaoxing began to think again. Compared to the materials needed to craft legendary equipment, refining secret elixirs requires far fewer types. Besides the blood of legendary creatures, only 2 more are needed. Of course, finding these 2 materials is no easy task. At least Chaoxing had never heard of them before. Now, he could only hope in the almighty trading market. Chaoxing nodded and said, "Okay, I understand. I figure out the materials. I put 100,000 kilograms of blood into the storage box. You extract 1,000 essences. I also put some hearts, lungs, and other things in there. They're all extracted from that legendary monster. Study them, and see if they can be used." The witch nodded slightly and said, "I understand." After explaining this, Chaoxing quickly transferred some of the blood and internal organs to the storage box. Then he left the alchemy workshop. As soon as he pushed open the door, a howling cold wind, swirling with snowflakes, lashed him once again. Whoosh! Chaoxing narrowed his eyes and glanced at the sky. The snow didn't seem to let up. Including in the chat room, the survivors were frantically clamoring for large quantities of food. Seeing this, Chaoxing thought to himself, "Time to sell some of my giant rhino meat." Bragging against the blizzard, he quickly reached the market. Then he began setting up the transaction information. Consignment item: Icefield giant rhino meat, legendary. Inventory reserve: 2 million units. Required items: skill book, advanced blueprint, pure shard, space crystal, lion's head flower, and other high-level materials. Consigner: Chaoxing. Seller's note: legendary level giant rhino meat significantly increases strength and vitality, and also increases physical attack damage by a percentage. In addition to the items requested above, if you have other valuable items, you can contact me privately to negotiate a price. After setting up the transaction information, the next step is to specify the specific exchange ratio. For example, 1 legendary beast meat equals X amount of mithril equals X amount of eternal gold ingots, and so on. At that time, anyone with these materials can trade directly, without needing to click to confirm. Otherwise, if Chaoxing were to trade them one by one, it would take him forever to finish all his trades. Furthermore, he only listed 2 million units this time, to avoid a situation where the market was overheated and he sold out all his legendary beast meat. Many lords in the 4 major regions are currently facing a food shortage. Though they can barely hold out for 2 days, no one knows how much longer this snowstorm will last. For a moment, they were all in the market, frantically scanning the trading information, looking for food for sale, and snapping up the items immediately. Thus, before Chaoxing's consignment information was even set up, it had already caught the attention of many survivor lords. They were amazed to see the name consigner listed. Huh? The consigner is Boss Chaoxing. What's he selling this time? Surprisingly, it's this guy. The items he always consigns are extraordinary. I wonder if he'd bring us some surprises this time. Never mind him. Let's check the consignment information first. When these people looked at the consignment item information, they were silent for a moment. Then they wiped their eyes and took a closer look. When they clearly saw the word legendary noted behind the item, a surge of warmth seemed to surge through their hearts, instantly coursing through their bodies. Their heads were flush red. This was a reaction of sheer excitement and shock. They gasped, awestruck. Legendary. Am I seeing this right? Is Boss Chaoxing insane? What is he doing? Even trading meat of this caliber? Exaggerated. Too much. Everyone felt a surge of disbelief upon seeing the item's information. After all, the highest quality meat they had encountered so far was the batch of lizard overlord meat Chaoxing had previously sold. However, The meat from this legendary giant rhino was many times more terrifying than even a lizard overlord. At the same time, a survivor immediately spread the news in the chat channel. Brothers, everyone pay attention. Everyone pay attention. Whatever you're doing, stop. Even if you're making figurines, pull them out immediately. Hurry, and head to the market area. Boss Chaoxing is making another big move. You regret it forever if you don't go. At first, everyone was a little skeptical after hearing this person's exaggerated description. But when they noticed the name Chaoxing, they suddenly realized something. Some survivors near the market immediately opened the trading channel to check. When they also saw the consignment information, they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Holy crap! Holy crap! This time, Boss Chaoxing is actually selling legendary beast meat. The entire chat channel fell silent for a moment, then erupted in an uproar. Like a tsunami, hundreds of thousands of messages flooded the screen. It was impossible to make out what the survivors were saying. It wasn't until over half a minute later that the terrifying wave of messages gradually subsided. The chat channel finally became clear with the survivors' comments. This is insane! Legendary beast meat. Just one serving increases strength by 2,000 and constitution by 1,000. This is outrageous. Yeah, I'm a level 50, rank 5 polar warrior, and my strength is only a little over 2,000. This one serving of beast meat has doubled my stats. Not only that, it also increases attack power by a percentage. Just one serving of beast meat can create a huge gap between us. Everyone marveled at the power of this legendary beast meat. After all, what does 2,000 strength mean? You have to remember that even when Lu Muxua first broke through to rank 6, her strength was only around 3,000. For someone like a polar warrior, it might be higher, but it's probably only 4,000 at most. This portion of beast meat could even grant a 6th level master an exaggerated boost. How could these survivors not be driven mad? At this moment, another group of survivors said, "It's over, it's over. This legendary beast meat has such terrifying effects. It definitely won't be ours." Yeah, I'm still sleeping in the Lord's castle. I guess it was all snatched up before I could even get dressed. Damn it! You beasts, leave some for me. All the survivors went crazy, desperately rushing into the trading market. At this moment, a single comment caught everyone's attention. Chaoxing, don't worry, everyone. This time, there's plenty of legendary beast meat, enough for all the survivors in our 4 districts to buy several. I'm still setting the specific exchange rate, so take your time. After all, how much giant rhino meat did he acquire this time? A full 1.12 million kilograms, that translates to 11.2 million units. And there are only a few 100,000 survivors in the entire 4 districts, enough for everyone to buy several units, and more, of course. If you count their subjects, there's not enough. At Chaoxing's announcement, the chat channels in the 4 districts erupted again, like a tidal wave. They frantically swiped the screens, messages scrolling one after another. Every survivor in the district will buy several units? That's outrageous. We have hundreds of thousands of people in our 4 districts. That's outrageous. Does this mean that Boss Chaoxing has millions of units of legendary beast meat, or even more? As expected of Boss Chaoxing, he's always generous with his spending. It wasn't until more than 10 seconds later that the frenzy in the channel subsided slightly. At this time, the leader of the Jiangha Legion, Wei Jiani, asked, "Captain Chaoxing, is what you just said true? Do you still have a lot of this precious legendary beast meat?" Chaoxing replied, "Of course. I think you can guess. I killed a legendary beast, and this meat was extracted from that monster. This meat is very powerful, and can significantly improve your attributes. Once I set the specific price, we can start trading. I also hope that everyone in the 4 regions can continue to grow stronger, and survive better in this world." With his current strength, he didn't need to worry about his resources being excessive and coveted by these survivors. Chaoxing's primary concern now was to help the Blue Star survivors improve their strength, while ensuring his own interests. And then, they would help him collect even more valuable resources. After receiving his confirmation, the chat room erupted in excitement again. Wei Jiani excitedly exclaimed, "Captain Chaoxing, you're as kind-hearted as ever, caring about us survivors." The other captains chimed in, "Yes, these resources are truly invaluable to us. Every time Captain Chaoxing has something good, he thinks of us. He doesn't charge exorbitant prices like the powerful individuals in other regions, exploiting the civilian survivors. He's truly kind. Indeed, we're truly lucky to be in the same region as this person." For a time, across the 4 regions, even survivors from other countries felt immense admiration and respect for Chaoxing. Many survivors even considered Chaoxing their only savior. Although they initially suspected Chaoxing of being deliberate, perhaps with ulterior motives. After a series of events, such suspicions had long since vanished. After all, without this person, the blood expansion alone would have wiped out at least half of the world's billion remaining survivors. Whatever his motives, he certainly saved countless lives. At the same time, a system notification appeared. Survivor Chao Xing, please note. You have earned the approval of over 80% of the survivors in the 4 major regions, unlocking the achievement, highly anticipated. Since you are the first survivor in the server to unlock this achievement, channel management permissions are now enabled for you. Channel management permissions. You can mute everyone in this channel or mute individual survivors for 1 to unlimited hours. Note, this feature remains available even after the next region merge. Seeing this message, Chao Xing's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh my god! Channel management privileges. Not only can I ban everyone, but I can also permanently ban someone. At that moment, Chao Xing's heart was filled with ecstasy. With this function, he had indirectly gained some control over the survivors of all 4 regions. Anyone who disobeyed him would be permanently banned. See if he accepted. After all, in this world, not being able to speak in the chat channel for survivors was a significant loss. Many things were no longer as convenient as before. And the system had even indicated that he would retain this channel management privilege after the region merger. Thinking of this, Chao Xing said happily, not bad, not bad. I'm a dog manager now. Then he continued in the chat channel, everyone, the specific exchange rates have been set. You can start trading now. Don't worry, basically everyone gets a share. The price he set was as fair as ever. 1 legendary beast meat equals 100 mithril equals 10 eternal gold ingots equals 1 space crystal equals 1 frost white crystal. Except for the space crystal and frost white crystal, these other materials are relatively common. After all, who doesn't have some mithril or eternal gold ingots at this point? This ensures that every survivor can afford them. As for the other materials, Chao Xing set the price as follows. 1 delirium steel ingot equals 5 legendary beast meat. 1 pure shard, crystal dust pile, and enhanced silk cloth roll equals 100 legendary beast meat. Also, the lion's head flower, cold chalcedony, and barbarian bull vine that Francesca needs all cost 1 each equals 10 legendary beast meat. Because these materials were extremely difficult to find. Even Chao Xing had never obtained them before, one could imagine that their market share must be extremely low. So, a sufficient quantity had to be offered to convince the survivors to willingly part with them. As for the advanced blueprints, we discussed them in detail later. As the trading began, the survivors swarmed over. They excitedly shouted, brothers, charge! The rush has begun. The next moment, Chao Xing's screen was once again flooded with frantic trading information. Transaction successful. You gained space crystal, gold, *100, but lost Iceland rhino meat, legendary, *10,000G, 100 items. Transaction successful. You gained lion head flower, orange, *2, but lost Iceland rhino meat, legendary, *2000G, 20 items. Transaction successful. You gained pure shard, orange, *4, but lost Iceland rhino meat, legendary, *40,000G, 400 items. Transaction successful. You gained delir ingot, orange, *10, but lost Iceland rhino meat, legendary, *5,000G, 50 items. Transaction successful. A prompt appeared on the screen. The number of various rare materials in Chao Xing's backpack was also increasing at a terrifying rate. In just 2 minutes, he had acquired over 500,000 pieces of mithril. He had also acquired over 100,000 pieces of eternal gold ingots. He had even acquired a significant amount of extremely rare crystal dust pile, enhanced silk cloth rolls, and more. A hint of excitement gradually emerged in Chao Xing's eyes. Great, great, it really is true that there's strength in numbers. I've even collected so many pure fragments. Give them enough incentives. These survivors will unload all their hidden treasures. Although the survivors only had a small number of these rare materials, mostly 1 or 2, or even 2 or 3. Clearly, they only found them by chance. Normally, these materials were too few in number to be of much use. Now, all of them are in the hands of one person, and this is just the beginning of the trade. While setting up automatic trades, Chao Xing scrolled through the private messages from other survivors. They all posted items they considered precious, hoping to trade with Chao Xing. And Chao Xing quickly browsed through them. When he saw something he was interested in, he quoted a price. After both parties agreed, the trade was carried out. Trade messages flooded the screen again. Transaction successful. You received Advanced Night Hall Construction Blueprints, Orange, but lost Iceland Giant Rhino Meat, Legendary, *10, 000G, 100 units. Transaction successful. You received Advanced Warrior Camp Construction Blueprints, Orange, but lost Iceland Giant Rhino Meat, Legendary, *8, 000G, 80 units. Transaction successful. You received Advanced Shooting Range Construction Blueprints, Orange, but lost Iceland Giant Rhino Meat, Legendary, *8, 000G, 80 units. Transaction successful. After a frantic exchange, Chao Xing had acquired a total of 6 blueprints, which he considered quite good. Then, Chao Xing continued scanning private messages, seeking any blueprints or skill books that caught his eye. He actually saw quite a few goodies. Chapter 688. Chao Xing discovered a number of tempting items in various private messages. He also kept chatting privately with the survivors, offering prices, and then directly conducting transactions. Transaction successful. You gained Overload Operation, Skill Book, *1, and lost Iceland Giant Rhino Meat, Legendary, *1500G, 15 items. Transaction successful. You gained High Voltage Electromagnetic Field, Skill Book, *1, and lost Iceland Giant Rhino Meat, Legendary, *2500G, 25 items. Transaction successful. You gained Aurora Shock, Purification Pillar, Skill Book, *1, and lost Iceland Giant Rhino Meat, Legendary, *3500G, 35 items. Transaction successful. You gained Master Swordsmanship Mastery, Skill Book, *1. You lost Iceland Giant Rhino Meat, Legendary, *4000G, 40 items. Transaction successful. You gained Iceland Secret, Skill Book, *1, and lost Iceland Giant Rhino Meat, Legendary, *4000G, 40 items. Transaction successful. You gained Master Ice Element Mastery, Skill Book, *1, and lost Iceland Giant Rhino Meat, Legendary, *5000G, 50 items. Transaction successful. System notifications kept flashing across the screen. This transaction lasted from 11:30 p.m. to 1 a.m. It lasted a full hour and a half. This shows just how enormous Chao Xing's gains were this time. Even he couldn't help but exclaim, "What a fucking profit." He glanced at his backpack. Mithril *113640 Eternal Gold Ingot *81647 Delirite Steel Ingot *12897 Space Crystal *41647 Pure Shard *1564 Crystallized Dust Pile *1547 Enhanced Silk Cloth Roll *1693 Frost White Crystal *69732 Lion Head Flower *11234 Cold Jadeite *21546 Bull Vine *8974. Totaling these materials, 109,335.97 kilograms of legendary beast meat was consumed, equivalent to over 1 million portions. It sounds like a lot, but it's not even 1/10 of the meat Chao Xing had. But even so, it still helped him acquire a near enormous amount of resources. Even the most precious materials, pure shard and crystallized dust pile, he collected over 1,000 portions. From this, one can imagine the incredible value of this batch of materials. Chao Xing excitedly said, "Harold said that 2 sets of materials are enough to almost guarantee a successful forging of legendary equipment. And I prepared 3 sets this time, so it looks like I have a good chance of forging it. This way, I soon have 2 more pieces of legendary equipment. And this is something I forged with my own strength." Trading tens of thousands of kilograms of legendary beast meat for 2 pieces of legendary equipment is a lucrative deal. Chao Xing was almost trembling with excitement at the thought. In addition to all this, he also obtained a large amount of precious herbs. According to the ratio Francesca gave, 10 pieces of coal chalcedony plus 5 lion's head flowers, or wild bull vine can be used to refine 1 legendary elixir. Chao Xing has collected nearly 2,000 of them. In other words, he soon have over 2,000 legendary elixirs. The value of any one of these bottles is beyond imagination. Even with just these 2,000 bottles, he could raise enough resources to build a massive city. This is money making money, money making money. Chao Xing explained it all. Next, it's those blueprints. This time, Chao Xing finally exchanged for several high-level blueprints. These included the Advanced Night Hall, Warrior Camp, Archer Range, as well as the Junior Assassin Training Ground, Intermediate Assassin Training Ground, and Advanced Assassin Labyrinth, and the Guardian Goddess Statue Construction blueprints. These 7 blueprints cost him a total of 600, and 70 kilograms of legendary beast meat, or 6,700 units. The final guardian goddess statue, in particular, cost him a full 200 kilograms of legendary beast meat. Regretfully, he didn't get the advanced mage tower construction blueprints he most desired. Xiaoxing sighed. I didn't expect anyone in the 4 regions to have these building plans. Shaking his head, he didn't dwell on it. After all, even without the advanced mage tower, exchanging so many advanced plans for them would have been more than enough. Now, let's take a look at the properties of these plans. Xiaoxing randomly clicked on one and took a quick look. Advanced Night Hall Construction Plan Orange. Plan Description. Upgrades the intermediate Night Hall in your territory to the advanced level. Night classes can train there, gain experience points, and learn more advanced skills. Note: Legendary Knights experience faster divine power regeneration in the Advanced Night Hall. Armor: 3,000. Durability: 480,000. Size: 1,345 square meters. Height: 24 meters. Training experience points: 1 hour/3002. 30,000 points. Divine Power Acceleration. Restores 2 to 4 points daily. Advanced Skills Learnable. Iron Barrier, Charge and Trample, Sacred Oath. Construction Materials. Level 5 Lord's Castle. 200,000 wood, 100,000 stone, 50,000 iron, 10,000 mithril, 2,000 eternal gold ingots, 2,000 magic pattern stones, 500 master level elemental crystals. Upgrade time: 245 hours/46 minutes. After reviewing the properties of the blueprint, Xiaoxing nodded in satisfaction. Yes, just like other class buildings, after upgrading the Knight's Hall from intermediate to advanced, you can learn 3 more skills. And the attributes of these 3 skills are even more powerful than the previous ones. Plus, training inside can earn up to 30,000 experience points per hour. These 2 features alone make it worthy of being an epic level building. Of course, this isn't the most important feature. The most important thing about a high-level building like this is that legendary knights training inside it can accelerate the natural regeneration of their divine power. And it's not just 1 point, but at least 2 points. That's a pretty astonishing increase. So, even a level 100 knight, who just broke through to legend, can recover 3 points of divine power per day in the Knight's Hall. At level 150, that could even reach 10 points per day. With these high-level buildings, I'd be able to generate divine power fragments even faster in the future. Then he continued to examine. Next, there were the blueprints for the Advanced Warrior Camp, Orange, and Advanced Training Range, Orange. The effects of these 2 buildings are essentially the same as the Advanced Knight's Hall, Orange. The only difference is the advanced skills they teach. For the Warrior, Berserker's Rage, Earth Shatter, and Unyielding Will. For the Archer, Cloud Piercer, Chain Shot, and Fatal Weakness. Then, Xiaoxing glanced at the other 3 blueprints, which were for assassin-type buildings. Come to think of it, previously, because there weren't many assassins in the territory, only Sarah and Li, I didn't collect blueprints for them. Now, I've exchanged all 3 levels of blueprints at once, from beginner to intermediate to advanced. According to Xiaoxing's plan, he would also prepare to establish an assassination team. After the giant city was built, any matters that needed to be resolved covertly would be handled by the assassination team. As for Sarah, she was his personal bodyguard, and she couldn't easily leave his side. A few seconds later, Xiaoxing finished reviewing the attributes of the 3 assassin building blueprints. The effects were essentially the same as those of other class buildings. In addition to gaining training experience points, a total of 8 skills could be learned. Besides the basic stealth and assassination skills, there were also advanced skills like Shadow Strike, Backstab, and Fatal Blow. Also, there were advanced skills like Dark Blade Throw, Death Mark, and Heavenly Punishment. Xiaoxing nodded again with satisfaction. Yes, these basic skills won't do much for Sarah. Those intermediate and advanced skills are quite powerful. In the hands of this legendary assassin, they can unleash terrifying devastation. He secretly decided that once the blizzard ended, he would begin construction on all 6 blueprints. Of course, the amount of materials required to construct the 6 blueprints is also quite staggering. I exchanged over 1 million mithril this time, and with the hundreds of thousands in the Velan Kingdom's treasury, I have more than enough. What we're lacking are basic resources like wood, iron, and master-level elemental crystals. Thinking of this, Xiaoxing thought to himself, looks like this round of trade is over. I have to sell some giant rhino meat soon to get some basic materials. Things are different now. In the early days, Chao Xing generally wouldn't use his resources to exchange for basic resources from other survivors unless he was in dire need. The quantity of these basic resources determines the speed of a territory's development. If he plundered the resources of other survivors and concentrated them all in his own hands, his territory's development would indeed accelerate. But correspondingly, the development of other lords would slow down. They were already weak to begin with, and if they encountered another disaster, they would be completely wiped out. But now was different. The infrastructure of most territories was nearly complete, and they had a considerable supply of basic resources. Chao Xing's transfer of a small portion would have little impact. Of course, even a small portion, considering the hundreds of thousands of people in the 4 major regions, was an astronomical number. Thinking of this, Chao Xing began to examine the 7th and final blueprint. Guardian Goddess Statue Blueprint. Quality, Epic. Blueprint description. Consumes a large amount of materials to construct a statue of the Guardian Goddess, Ithril, within the territory, to protect the entire territory. Area, 412 square meters. Building height, 28 meters. Statue effect. The Guardian Goddess statue's divine power protects the entire territory, increasing the armor and durability of all territory buildings by 20%. It also activates the Guardian Power effect when the territory is attacked. Guardian Power. Restores 1% of the durability of all buildings in the territory every 5 seconds for 300 seconds, with a cooldown of 7 days. Required materials. Level 5 Lord's Castle, 200,000 stone blocks, 100,000 iron blocks, 20,000 mithril blocks, 5,000 eternal gold bars, 2,000 master level elemental crystals, 1 guardian stone. After reading the description of this blueprint, Chao Xing's eyes flickered with contemplation. Increases the durability and armor of all buildings? That's a pretty good stat. Plus, there's also the Guardian Power effect, which actually restores durability by a percentage. It's not much, but it's still an amazing effect. You have to remember that before this, these territory buildings, like the city walls, couldn't be repaired immediately after being damaged. They had to wait until the battle was over before sending out repair crews. But this not only took a lot of time, but also consumed a lot of materials. With this Guardian Goddess statue, it indirectly saved countless resources and time. However, what Chao Xing was even more concerned about was the Guardian Power's ability to continuously restore the durability of buildings. Could this effect, like ice healing, be enhanced by eternal power and become permanent? If so, the significance would be enormous. This would mean that his city walls would now restore 1% of their durability every 5 seconds, meaning they would be fully restored in just 500 seconds. This would be extremely helpful for the massive city he was about to build. Thinking of this, Chao Xing couldn't wait to build the statue and test its effects. However, building the Guardian Goddess statue, like the Craftsman God statue, required a special material. This time, it was the Guardian Stone. Chao Xing decided to see if he could trade the stone for the basic materials later. He nodded in satisfaction. After reviewing the blueprints, the next step was the skill book. This time, he acquired a total of 6 skill books, 2 for each class. Chao Xing, as usual, only acquired the skill books needed by himself, Lu Muxue, and Tong Chu Chu. As for the Snow Hunter and Polar Warrior, he ignored them. He glanced at the stats. Overload, Orange. Quality, Epic. Requirement, Cold Iron Mechanic Class. Learning Level, Level 60 and above. Skill Effect, consumes 200 to 500 Mechanical Force, 200 Mithril, and 20 Master Level Elemental Crystals. Grants special powers to the machine or mecha controlled by the mechanic, causing it to enter an overload state. Increases mech attack speed by 50%, attack damage by 30%, and skill cooldown by 30%. Lasts 60 to 300 seconds, with a 10-minute cooldown. Note, after entering overload mode, the mech will reach its maximum potential, overdrawing its core energy. After this mode ends, there is a 50% chance of entering overload paralysis. High Voltage Electromagnetic Field, Skill Book. Quality, Epic. Requirement, Cold Iron Mechanic. Learning Level, Level 60 and above. Skill Effect, consumes 500 points of mechanical strength to create a high voltage electromagnetic field with a diameter of 500 meters. All enemy units within this area are affected by electromagnetic interference, reducing their attack and movement speed by 20% and causing a 30% chance of skill failure. For mechanical or electronic enemy units, the interference effect is doubled. An electromagnetic pulse is released every 3 seconds, dealing lightning damage equal to 248% of attack power to all enemies. Skill duration, 20 seconds, cooldown, 120 minutes. After reviewing the properties of these two skills, a smile played across Xiaoxing's lips. Clearly, both overload and high-voltage electromagnetic field are incredibly powerful. The former can significantly boost the combat effectiveness of a mech or robot, and can also benefit from eternal power. What's the concept? Tong Chu can use this skill to unleash all the hundreds of robots in her territory, instantly creating a fortified robot army, and the latter's high-voltage electromagnetic field combines effects like group interference and group damage. It's fair to say that a mechanic who masters these skills holds a crucial position in the team. Xiaoxing nodded in satisfaction and said, at this stage, the mechanic has really shown its potential. In the beta version I played before, the mechanic could only reach level 70. But even so, it was already very powerful. I wonder what powerful abilities the mechanic will have when he reaches heroic or even legendary. This also made him look forward to it. Then he continued to check other things. Next were the two skill books for the Aurora Knight. Aurora Shock, Pillar of Purification, Orange. Quality, Epic. Class, Aurora Knight. Learning requirements, level 60 and above. Skill effect, concentrates a massive amount of Aurora power at the tip of your sword, then bursts forward, releasing a pillar of purification that pierces the battlefield. Deals, attack power asterisk 215% plus agility, damage per second to all enemy units in its path, and applies a purification effect, removing 1 to 3 buffs from enemy units. The purification pillar has a maximum length of 500 meters, and a width of 5 meters. Lasts 3 seconds, cooldown, 5 minutes. Master Swordsmanship Mastery, Orange. Quality, Epic. Skill type, Passive. Learning requirements, sword using classes such as Aurora Knight and Polar Warrior. Learning level, level 60 and above. Skill effect, after decades of constant companionship with the sword, integrating various combat techniques, one has finally mastered mastery of swordsmanship. Increases the attack power of sword weapons by 30%, increases attack speed by 20%, and increases the damage of all sword skills by 25%. Lu Mushua's two skills are also very powerful. While they don't have the buff skills Xiaoxing most desires, they're still very good. Comparatively speaking, Lu Mushua already has a wealth of buff skills, making her the strongest support in the entire territory. Not bad. These two skills will significantly increase Mushua's combat power. Then Xiaoxing began to check the last two skills. Ice Secret, Orange. Quality, Epic. Skill type, Passive. Learning requirements, Frost Mage. Learning level, level 60 and above. Skill effect, comprehend the mysteries of the way of ice and grasp the true meaning of its power, significantly enhancing the freezing power of your skills. The duration of all Frost Mage's ice control skills, such as Freeze, Slow, and Deep Freeze, is increased by 50%. When a Frost Mage casts an ice skill, there is a 30% chance of triggering ice shackles, completely freezing the target, preventing them from moving or attacking for 0.1 to 3 seconds. Master Ice Elemental Mastery, Orange. Quality, Epic. Skill type, Passive. Learning requirements, Frost Mage. Learning level, level 60 and above. Skill effect, increases the casting speed of ice skills by 40% and their damage by 30%. After reading the last two skill attributes, Xiaoxing smiled with satisfaction again. These two passive skills are a huge boost to me. The former, Ice Secret, significantly extends the duration of his control. After learning this skill, he could hold a legendary in check for at least 3 or 4 seconds with a single Frost Prison, Ice Burial. That time was enough time for his legendaries to use their skills. The latter, Master Elemental Mastery, further significantly increased his casting speed and skill damage. His already formidable attack power skyrocketed even further. With a clap of his hands, he instantly learned both skill books. Instantly, a flood of memories flooded into Xiaoxing's mind. At the same time, waves of terrifying cold emanated from him. This chill seemed to freeze everything around him. A thick, white frost spread from his feet, as if even the air itself was frozen. As a level 100 Frost Mage, mastering these two master-level skills took significantly less time. Just a few minutes later, Xiaoxing suddenly opened his eyes. 2 system prompts appeared in succession. You have successfully learned the skill, Ice Secret. You have successfully learned the skill, Master Level Ice Element Mastery. Chapter 689. After successfully learning the 2 skill books, Xiaoxing's strength increased again. He nodded with satisfaction and said, "Excellent. Next, I put up another batch of legendary giant rhino meat and exchange it for some basic resources. By the way, I also looked for the Guardian Stone, and then we can officially conclude this transaction. Thinking of this, Chaoxing opened the market channel again, and set up the transaction information. Consignment item, Icefield Giant Rhino Meat, Legendary. Inventory reserve, 50,000 units. Demand item, 1 unit equals 20,000 wood equals 10,000 stone equals 2,000 iron equals 1,000 copper. Transaction limits, maximum purchase of 2 units per person. Consigner, Chaoxing. Seller's note, we are purchasing Guardian Stones. Price is negotiable. When this consignment information appeared, it once again caused a sensation in the 4 major districts' markets. After all, this was the first time Chaoxing had traded meat for basic resources like wood, stone, and iron. Despite the increased purchase limit of 2 per person, it still couldn't dampen the enthusiasm of the vast number of survivors. A system notification flashed across the screen. In just 2 minutes, Chaoxing's 50,000 units of legendary beast meat were sold out. And Chaoxing had accumulated wood asterisk 314 million stone asterisk 154 million iron asterisk 27.54 million copper asterisk 5.13 million. Seeing the terrifying figure of over 100 million in his backpack, Chaoxing felt immensely satisfied. This amount of resources should be more than enough to build a giant city. Even if it's not enough, I add another batch of beast meat to the shelves later, and it'd be more than enough. Thinking of this, Chaoxing couldn't help but feel relieved. For some time, he had been agonizing over the resources needed to build the giant city. Additionally, the blizzard had created a food crisis in the territory. Now, after defeating the legendary giant rhino, all these problems had been almost resolved. It could be said to be a true instant wealth. Of course, while the resources for building the giant city had been secured, the problem of manpower remained. As mentioned earlier, building a giant city requires at least tens of thousands of workers. And it wouldn't be completed overnight. It would take a considerable amount of time. But these were things to consider later. Then, Chaoxing began to check the private messages, seeing if anyone had obtained something like the Guardian Stone. After patiently reviewing nearly 10,000 messages, Chaoxing finally found one. After some negotiation, Chaoxing bid for the stone for 100 pieces of meat, equivalent to 100 pieces. So far, not only had he gathered the materials for forging 2 pieces of legendary equipment and refining legendary potions, but he had also gathered the materials for constructing those advanced buildings and the Guardian Goddess statue. Chaoxing was now eager to consume all of this. However, because this transaction had lasted so long, from 11:30 p.m. to 2 a.m., almost everyone in the territory had gone to bed. Chaoxing could only wait until dawn. Then, he too returned to the Lord's castle to rest and fall asleep. The next day, a familiar system prompt appeared. The blizzard continued. However, Chaoxing's trade last night did provide some food for the 4 regions. After all, a serving of legendary giant rhino meat could increase one's satiety by dozens of points. When Chaoxing opened his eyes, he immediately saw the person beside him. Lu Mushua had also woken up. Chaoxing first took the 2 skill books, Aurora Impact, Purification Pillar and Master Swordsmanship Mastery, from his backpack. Then he said, "Come, Mushua, learn these 2 skill books." A smile crossed Lu Mushua's face. She obediently took the skill books and began studying them directly. As a legendary Aurora Saint, she mastered these master-level skills even faster. In just a few seconds, she had mastered them. When she opened her eyes, a flash of Aurora power flashed in her pupils. Then, gazing at the man before her, she softly said, "Axing, I've learned it. These 2 skills have significantly increased my attack power." Chaoxing smiled and nodded, then patted her head and said, "This blizzard looks like it lasts a few days. You should rest in the castle. I go find Harold." "Okay, go ahead, Axing." After leaving the Lord's castle, Chaoxing braved the blizzard and rushed to the blacksmith's shop. He found the dwarf blacksmith and took out all the materials needed to forge legendary equipment, reserving about 3 portions for him. Then he instructed, "Harold, we've gathered all the materials. Don't worry about failure. If you're short on materials, just let me know." At this, Harold's eyes lit up with emotion. He solemnly replied, "As you command, Lord. I will use all my knowledge to forge these 2 pieces of legendary equipment. Let the entire Western continent know that within your territory lies a blacksmith capable of crafting legendary equipment." A smile played on Chaoxing's face. He patted the blacksmith's shoulder and encouraged him, "Very good. I believe you succeed." After a pause, he continued, "By the way, Harold, how long do you estimate it will take to craft these 2 pieces of legendary equipment?" The blacksmith pondered for a moment, then said, "My lord, It normally takes about 7 to 10 days to craft one piece of legendary equipment. If we fail once, we have to start all over again. According to our estimates, these 2 pieces of legendary equipment will be ready in about a month. A flash of realization crossed Chao Xing's eyes. A month wasn't a long time after all. He nodded. Very well, continue forging. I won't bother you any more. Yes, Lord. After leaving the blacksmith shop, he went to the alchemy workshop and found Francesca. He placed the cold chalcedony, lion's head flower, and wild bull vine into the storage box. Chao Xing instructed as usual, Francesca, all the materials are ready. How many bottles of power demon drink can you produce per day? The witch, one arm folded across her chest and her chin resting on her other, said softly, this legendary potion isn't as simple as refining ordinary potions. It requires a much more complex process, and there's also a certain failure rate. She paused for a moment, then whispered, at my current pace, I can refine about 300 bottles a day, and only about 200 will succeed. Hearing this number, Chao Xing quickly calculated in his mind. Refining 300 bottles of potion, with 200 succeeding, equates to a success rate of over 65%. For a legendary potion, this success rate is quite abnormal. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction and said, okay, thank you for your hard work. The witch's lips curled into a smile, then she turned and began refining the potion. After leaving the alchemy workshop, Chao Xing quickly found Tong Chu Chu and handed the other 2 skill books to the young girl. At this point, the profits from last night's transaction had been largely absorbed. Next, all he had to do was wait for the blizzard to subside. Then he could officially begin the next step. Thinking of this, Chao Xing returned to the Lord's castle with great anticipation, silently waiting. Time flew by, and a day passed. The next day, a system notification appeared. Attention all survivors. You have passed the 23rd day of the uncertain period. Event, 48 days until the dream fractal opens, and 49 days until the golden script's golden treasure opens. Weather forecast, heavy snow today, lows between -67 degrees Celsius and -72 degrees Celsius. At that moment, Chao Xing noticed a different system notification. The blizzard forecast had turned into heavy snow. He whispered, could it be that this blizzard is about to end? Chao Xing quickly got up and opened the curtains. Then he looked up at the sky, carefully observing the changes in the snow's intensity. After a moment, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Huh? The snow really seems to be easing a lot. Chao Xing muttered to himself, a hint of anticipation in his voice. After observing for a while longer, Chao Xing finally confirmed his suspicions. The snow had indeed subsided, from a blizzard to a continuous, heavy snowfall. Although still cold, this was undoubtedly a good sign for everyone. The blizzard, which had lasted for 11 days, finally showed signs of abating. Chao Xing said with relief, great. This snowstorm is finally reaching its final stage. Based on last time's experience, it will be completely over in 3 or 4 days at most. At this thought, he couldn't help but feel relieved. Then, with a brisk pace, he returned to the Lord's castle. Meanwhile, many survivors around the world had discovered the situation outside. They discussed the situation in the chat channel. Brothers, have you seen this? The blizzard has weakened. Yes, the snow has clearly subsided, and the winds aren't as strong. It feels like the last fog disaster. The blizzard has reached its final stages, first weakening, then gradually ceasing. Hearing the crowd's discussion, the lords grew excited, and the chat room became increasingly lively. Although the wind and snow hadn't completely stopped, the weakening gave the surviving lords a shot of confidence, although the death toll from this blizzard wasn't as outrageous as before. But each region suffered varying degrees of damage. If this continues, more and more territories will collapse completely due to resource depletion. A lord encouraged in the chat channel. Everyone, hold on. We be through this soon. That's right, keep going, everyone. For the next few days, everyone waited silently in the territory. As everyone had predicted, the snow was gradually decreasing. And unlike before, it wasn't falling all day. Now it was intermittent, falling for an hour or two, then stopping for an hour or two, then continuing for a while. Everyone could even go out and move around briefly. 3 days passed in a flash. The blizzard, which had raged for 14 days, finally stopped completely at night. The next morning, all survivors heard a system notification. Attention all survivors. You have successfully survived the 27th day of the turbulent period. Event, Dream Fractal opening 45 days, Golden Script's Treasure opening 46 days. Weather forecast, sunny with a light breeze, lows between minus 56 degrees Celsius and 63 degrees Celsius. The snow has subsided, and you can now go out, gather resources, and develop your territory. To celebrate your success in overcoming this difficult time, all survivors and their subjects will receive the following blessing. Goddess of Nature, Lisa's blessing. Goddess of Nature, Lisa's blessing. Movement speed increased by 20%. Resource gathering speed increased by 20%. This effect lasts for 10 days. At this moment, the chat channel erupted in excitement, with countless cheers echoing. Haha, great. This blizzard is finally over. Yeah, we finally made it through. It was so hard. Oh my god, we even have the Goddess of Nature's blessing, increasing movement and gathering speed by 20%. This system is really taking care of us. Everyone exclaimed in admiration. A lord quickly reminded, brothers, the buff only lasts for 10 days. Hurry and get moving. Hurry, hurry. I can't wait to go hunting. Survivor lords around the world began to move. They excitedly led their subjects out, ready for a big fight. However, the snow outside their territory was like a low wall, blocking everyone's way. The first challenge every lord faced after the blizzard was shoveling the snow. In Chaoxing's territory, his subjects couldn't help but smile with joy as they watched the wind and snow subside outside their windows. They all ventured out, enjoying the long-lost peace. Chaoxing and Lu Muxue also heard the system notification and smiled at each other. Let's go, Muxue. We're going to restart the construction of the territory today. Okay, Xing, we go together. With that, the two of them pushed open the gate of the Lord's castle. A gentle breeze blew towards them, bringing a slight chill. The view was a vast expanse, as if the entire world was covered in snow. Due to the recent period of energy conservation, Chaoxing had limited the heating range of the energy tower to a 2-kilometer radius. Thus, the area outside the territory was already covered in snow. The snow, which had been blizzards for over 10 days, was thick beyond imagination, practically burying everything. Even the scattered boulders outside the territory were largely covered. The thick snow, like a thick quilt, blanketed the entire landscape. Wow, this much snow! Just shoveling it will take a lot of effort and time. Chaoxing exclaimed in amazement. Lu Muxue, standing nearby, whispered, Ah Xing, I have an idea. Tell me. Chaoxing turned, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Lu Muxue said, don't we have dozens of transport trucks in our territory? These are very powerful, and can push very heavy objects. We can install a bucket on the front of each transport truck to clear the snow outside the territory. That would be much more efficient. She paused, then continued, in addition, we can use the goblin airship to speed up the snow clearing process. Chaoxing asked with some surprise, goblin airships? Lu Muxue nodded and explained, yes, the goblin airships have a very high load capacity. We can install a special snow clearing device underneath them, using their height and speed to push the snow from high to low. We can even transport the snow directly. Chaoxing listened carefully, and agreed that both of Lu Muxue's plans were excellent. He praised her, excellent, let's do that. I gather everyone first. Lu Muxue smiled softly, and quietly retreated to his side. Then, Chaoxing pressed the communication device to his ear and shouted, everyone, assemble. Upon hearing the order, over 8,000 people from the entire territory quickly assembled, pouring in from all directions. Then they formed neat lines. They gazed at their lord with hopeful, passionate eyes. Chaoxing glanced at the crowd. After a moment, he nodded with satisfaction. The snowstorm, that had lasted for over half a month, hadn't killed a single person in his territory. Everyone was safe and sound, having once again weathered this disaster. He took a deep breath and spoke loudly. Everyone, as you can see, the raging snowstorm has subsided. We've overcome this difficult time together. In this blizzard, I've witnessed your resilience, unity, and loyalty to the territory. Your hard work and dedication make me so proud. Hearing these words, the crowd below erupted in excitement. They shouted in unison, we serve our Lord. We dedicate everything to the territory. We serve our Lord. We dedicate everything to the territory. Chaoxing nodded slightly, and raised his hand for silence. The frenzied crowd gradually calmed down. Chaoxing then continued, although we've overcome this crisis, in this world, no one knows what tomorrow will hold. I'm sure you all know that the snowstorms of the past 10 days have depleted our territory's resources, and many have even reached their limit. To ensure a better life for everyone, and to prepare for the disasters that may come, we need to continue working hard. After a pause, Chaoxing said, from now on, everyone will continue to divide into groups as previously planned and head outside the territory to clear snow, repair buildings, and gather resources. The Goblin airships and transport vehicles are ready. We will complete these tasks as quickly as possible. Yes! The staff members were once again enthusiastic and began to move according to their original groups. Then, Chaoxing looked at the polar man in the crowd and said, Duan, I have a mission for you. The sturdy polar man immediately stepped forward and said respectfully, Lord, please give me your instructions. Chaoxing nodded and said, I recently obtained several more blueprints. Now, take enough polar man with you to build these buildings while you upgrade the energy station and the Lord's castle. Chapter 690. Chaoxing ordered, higher-level buildings, like the Advanced Night Hall and Warrior Camp can be put on hold. Prioritize upgrading the Assassin Training Ground to the Assassin Maze. Oh, and the Guardian Goddess statue. Build it in the Territory Square, a certain distance from the Craftsman statue. He quickly issued a series of instructions. Duan listened attentively, then solemnly replied, Yes, Lord. With that, he turned and led a group of polar people to begin construction. A moment later, only Chaoxing and Lu Muxue were left. Chaoxing led her on a tour of the territory, preparing to inspect the damage. As they walked, he pondered his next plan. The blizzard has stopped, and after this transaction, I've almost secured the resources needed to build the giant city. Next, we need to gather personnel and begin construction. After all, even with ample resources and personnel, a giant city would take at least several months to build. So he had to start preparing now. But before we begin, I have to wait for the Black Lion and Woodpecker Chambers to arrive and stockpile enough food. After all, if you're asking people to help build a city, you still have to provide them with food. Just as Chaoxing was pondering this, he suddenly heard a series of muffled footsteps in the distance. Boom! Boom! Looking up, he saw it was the Earth Dragon Mecha. This behemoth, 4 or 5 meters tall, was marching heavily towards Chaoxing. 3 figures stood and sat on its broad metal shoulders. Besides Tong Chu Chu, there was also the brother and sister rescued from the kingdom of Varen. Alisa sat in the cockpit at the center of the mecha. Next to this mecha, a young dragon, its body painted entirely frosty white, followed. Ing! A clear dragon roar echoed. The moment the dragon cub saw Chaoxing, it immediately flapped its wings and flew towards him, seemingly delighted. Then it gently nudged its head against Chaoxing's shoulder. A smile crossed Chaoxing's face, and he reached out to touch its head. Bing Bing, good boy. Ing! Bing Bing responded sweetly, seemingly delighted. At the same time, the Earth Dragon Mecha, carrying its 3 little creatures, arrived beside Chaoxing. Tong Chu Chu said happily, Big brother, the snow has stopped now. We're ready to take Bing Bing out to fight. And Julian and Meili, they want to come with us too. Okay, let's go. Chaoxing smiled and nodded. Although Bing Bing had only just passed her infancy, and possessed only rank 4 combat power, her attributes, enhanced by everyone's efforts, had already reached an extremely terrifying level. Therefore, there was no need to worry about any unexpected events. This also went for the siblings. After all, Tong Chu Chu's power alone was enough to rip through the entire snowstorm plain. After receiving Chaoxing's permission, the children aboard the Earth Dragon Mech beamed with joy. They then waved to Chaoxing goodbye, Big brother. Goodbye, Lord. With that, the Earth Dragon Mech leaped into the air, carrying the demonic dragon cub Bing Bing with it, and soared into the air. Boom! Boom! Even on the other side, the transport trucks had already loaded their buckets, their energy cores humming with gusts as they began to clear the snow outside. Chaoxing continued to patrol the territory with Lu Muxue, observing the damage to various areas during the blizzard. Then he dispatched personnel to carry out repairs. Time passed slowly. About an hour later, various combat notifications flashed across Chaoxing's dashboard. Your pet, Bing Bing, used Ice Crystal Breath to kill 32 level 3 caveman warriors, gaining 412,452 experience points. Pale guidance. Pet, Bing Bing's level has increased, current level, 39. Attribute increases from this level up. Strength plus 74, Agility plus 71, Spirit plus 112, Constitution plus 84. Soon, several more notifications regarding resource increases appeared. Stones adds 17,524. Coal adds 3,125. Iron ore adds 1342. Mithril ore adds 24. Many gathering teams have already begun heading to nearby mining sites and collecting supplies. After more than 10 days of stagnation, Chaoxing's territory's resources have begun to increase again. This also brought a sense of peace of mind. Great. Next, we just have to wait for the arrival of the Black Lion and Woodpecker Chambers. The territory's resource crisis will be completely resolved. I wonder how Jace and Hilton are doing. When they can deliver the first batch of food to me? Shaking his head, Chao-Shing turned around and began to inspect the territory without further thought. Time slipped slowly, and the morning flew by. In the afternoon, a convoy slowly approached the territory. The wheels left deep tracks on the snow-covered ground. The horses in the convoy panted heavily, clearly having traveled for a long time. A thin, middle-aged man with hawk-like eyes peeked out from the lead carriage. At the sight of the familiar territory, a look of fatigue and relief crossed his face. We're finally almost there. This delivery was no easy task. The middle-aged man was none other than Jace of the Woodpecker Merchant Guild. He sighed, and quickly straightened his clothes. At the same time, the carriage was approaching the southern gate area of Chao-Shing's territory. Standing on the city wall stood a group of soldiers with a formidable presence. Just as Jace was about to send someone to request a visit, the gate opened automatically, and a familiar figure emerged. He wore a frosty white robe, and with every step he took, a trail of icy crystals appeared beneath his feet. It was as if the very earth froze under the chill emanating from him. This figure was none other than Chao-Shing. Jace's face lit up with surprise upon seeing Chao-Shing. He immediately jumped off the carriage and quickly stepped forward. Lord Chao-Shing, I'm truly sorry to have kept you waiting. After our last transaction, I mobilized the entire Woodpecker Chamber of Commerce to gather food. Once we had gathered a sufficient amount, I dispatched a convoy to deliver the supplies to your territory. According to the original plan, our convoy should have arrived over a week ago. But unfortunately, we were caught in a snowstorm on the way here, which delayed us quite a bit. At this, a look of deep regret crossed his face. Chao-Shing waved his hand and said with a smile, "It's nothing. This blizzard was indeed extremely severe. We're lucky you were able to deliver the goods safely. Sir Jess, you've worked hard." Jess's face was immediately flattered. He waved his hands repeatedly, his tone filled with respect and humility. "It's not hard at all, Lord Chao-Shing. It's an honor for us, the Woodpecker Chamber of Commerce, to serve you and your territory." In fact, he had indeed suffered a great deal in this blizzard. The caravan had been trapped in the snow for several days, and the horses and crew were exhausted. But compared to earning the favor of Lord Chao-Shing, all this was nothing. After all, as the vice president of the Woodpecker Chamber of Commerce, he was probably considered a high-ranking official among the common people. But before a truly powerful being, his status remained insignificant. With his status, he would never, let alone meet a legendary powerhouse, let alone even see one. And now, he had not only established a stable partnership with Chao-Shing, but also earned his recognition. This was a tremendous honor and opportunity for him and the entire Woodpecker Chamber of Commerce. Chao-Shing knew his thoughts, but he paid no attention. He glanced at the carriage behind Jace and asked, "Sir Jace, how many kilograms of grain are you transporting?" Jace quickly replied, "About 110,000 kilograms, but this is only the first batch. I've already given orders. As soon as the snowstorm subsides, we mobilize the Chamber of Commerce to gather more food from all over the country." Chao-Shing nodded, calculating inwardly. 110,000 kilograms of food, according to the territory's current normal consumption, that's about 30,000 kilograms a day. That's enough to sustain the territory for a few more days. In addition, the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce should be on its way. The Woodpecker Chamber of Commerce is still helping him collect food. It seems that the food crisis in his territory has been completely resolved. Thinking of this, Chao-Shing smiled slightly and said sincerely, "Thank you, Lord Jess. This batch of food arrives just in time. It's getting late now. You can stay in my territory tonight and return early tomorrow morning." Jess hesitated for a moment, then said solemnly, "Thank you for your trouble, Lord Chao-Shing." Chao-Shing shook his head. "You're welcome. You've had a hard time. Go and rest now. I've had rooms and hot meals prepared for you." Jess nodded gratefully. Then he ushered the convoy into the territory. A group of people bustled about, unloading bags of food from the wagons and carrying them into the basement. Dahua, a resident of the territory, and several other cooks beamed with delight as they watched the ever-growing pile of food in the basement. Dahua couldn't help but sigh, "The Lord is truly capable. He's already secured so much food just after the blizzard ended." Another cook chimed in, "Yes, that way, we don't have to worry about food anymore. We all have enough to eat every day. The Lord not only cares about our lives, but he also foresees future crises. This time, thanks to his decisive decisions, we were able to safely weather the blizzard. These cooks truly admired Chao Xing. After arranging the Woodpecker Chamber of Commerce, Chao Xing patrolled the territory, pondering his next plan. It's been over 10 days since I sent Binglan out. She's probably been looking for shelter from the blizzard. No news means she hasn't found the location of Whirlpool Mountain. So there's no need to rush to contact her. In other words, that SS-level quest probably can't be completed for the time being. There's still some time before the Dream Fractal event opens, which means I still have two things to do. The first is to gather enough staff to begin city construction. The second is to explore the ancient ruins, the lost royal city. Counting the days, this royal city should be opening soon. I promised the Lord of Dwelluin Lake City that we go together when the ruins open. Let's ask him about the situation. Just as Chao Xing was about to contact the Lord, a system prompt appeared before him. Your territory building. The Dream Library's dream entry period has ended and is now open. Chao Xing's eyes flashed with surprise. Oh! The dream entry period has ended again? He had already arranged for Brown to enter 7 days ago. During the snowstorm, since no one could go out, the 7 days passed quickly. I wonder what Brown brought back from the dream this time. With anticipation in his eyes, Chao Xing quickly headed for the second ring area of his territory. A moment later, he came upon the vast, ancient, and majestic Dream Library. The bubble that enveloped the entire library had vanished. Standing at the entrance was a large, shirtless man. It was Braun. Like Sarah, he had stood there with his eyes closed after exiting the library, seemingly lost in thought. Sensing Chao Xing's presence, Braun immediately opened his eyes. Then, his mustache twitched, and a simple smile spread across his face. Uh-huh. Finally seeing you again, Lord. Braun's voice was loud and enthusiastic, like an old friend reunited after a long absence. Chao Xing chuckled and asked directly, Tell me, what did you encounter in your dream? Braun nodded solemnly, then recounted his experiences in the dream. After a few minutes, Chao Xing nodded. Braun's experiences in the dream weren't as eventful as Sarah's, but they were equally bizarre. In the dream, he was the son of a seaman, having lived at sea since childhood. After more than a decade of wandering, Braun finally grew up and displayed remarkable talent. Like Sarah, Braun retained his memories and combat experience, so his strength increased rapidly. In just a few years, he became the most powerful being on the ship. And so, months passed in a flash. One day, their ship was attacked by a powerful sea beast. The beast could easily create waves hundreds of meters high, and its massive tentacles could even entangle the entire ship and drag it into the deep sea. In a single encounter, numerous crew members were slain, including the captain, who was overturned by the waves and drowned. At the crucial moment, Braun stepped forward, using his immense strength and combat skills to repel the sea monster. The sea returned to calm, and Braun reunited his lost crew. However, after this attack, only a few crew members remained on the entire ship. But Braun's inherent optimism prevented him from giving up hope. Braun led the surviving crew on a new journey, and he became the captain of the ship. They wandered far and wide, exploring uninhabited islands and acquiring numerous treasures. Over time, Braun's strength grew, and his crew grew in number. After reaching rank 6, Braun's formidable strength earned him a formidable reputation in the sea. His ship became a formidable presence in the region, and he became known as the Great Shield of the Sea. Until one day, Captain Braun steered his massive ship, continuing to drift across the sea, ready to explore the next deserted island to see if he could find any treasure. Then, he experienced a scene that all the crew members would never forget. The surrounding sea suddenly took on a strange quality. Dense fog filled the air, and the waves surged, making it impossible to find the way forward. And from this thick fog, a ghost ship slowly emerged. The ghost ship was dilapidated, its hull covered in rust and barnacles, as if it had lain dormant on the seabed for centuries. On the deck, one could see decaying figures that looked like the ship's crew. According to the crew, this ghost ship is the legendary cursed ship. In ancient times, this ship stole a divine treasure, and the entire crew, including all aboard, were cursed by the gods. They became sea-like ghosts, trapped on this ship for life, unable to die or escape. Every day, they endure the ravages of the sea and the pain of decay, forever teetering on the brink of life and death. Furthermore, any ship approaching it will be caught in this terrifying curse and become the next target of the curse. Thus, upon seeing the ghost ship, ships in this area generally avoid it, daring not to approach. However, in this area, there is a hidden legend about this ghost ship. It is said, if you can reach the deck of this ghost ship, successfully break into the captain's cabin, and seize control, you will become the new captain of this ghost ship. You will not only be able to control the ghost ship. Even more, this ghost ship could lead you to the god's treasure. Bron remembered Xiaoxing's instructions to bring back the most precious item from the dream. So, he set his sights on this ghost ship. Bron knew full well that he was now in a dream world, so he wasn't worried about any curses. Then, he led his crew in pursuit of the ghost ship at full speed. However, upon seeing Bron's ship approach, the ghost ship began to accelerate in the opposite direction, heading deeper into the fog. It was as if it was deliberately avoiding Bron's ship. Furthermore, the ghost ship was moving at such a speed that it left them behind in the blink of an eye. As the fog quickly dissipated, the ghost ship vanished without a trace. Clearly, their pursuit of the ghost ship had failed. However, Bron did not give up. He knew clearly that this ghost ship was the most precious item he had ever encountered. He would do whatever it took to obtain it. So, he led his crew in a quest for treasure and purchased a larger, faster vessel. He also made a series of preparations to catch up with the ghost ship. 6 years passed in a flash. Chapter 691. During the 6 years of this dream, Brown persevered. Whenever he heard of a ghost ship, he would quickly rush there with his crew. Several times, he nearly touched the ghost ship, only for it to speed away again. They also sent strange creatures to intercept his ship. Though Brown failed time and again, he grew through his failures. The ship's configuration became increasingly advanced, and the crew's strength grew, including Captain Brown, who reached hero level. However, that day, Bron saw a crack in the sky above him, and shared Sarah's premonition. He knew the dream was almost over. Bron grew anxious, knowing he had to hurry. So, without hesitation, he took out a large amount of the ship's accumulated treasure and offered a reward to other ships in the area, even pirates, for helping him find information about the ghost ship. After several months of searching, and the help of various intelligence sources, finally, in uncharted waters, Brom's ship encountered the ghost ship again. At this moment, Brom almost without hesitation increased his ship's speed to its limit. At unprecedented speed, he approached the ghost ship. He unleashed a multitude of grappling hooks, firmly grasping the ghost ship. For the first time in years, Brom had come so close to his target. Then, without hesitation, he leaped onto the ship's deck, his eyes gleaming with determination. Aboard the ghost ship, he encountered countless rotten sailors. However, they were either knocked back by Brom's massive shield or slammed off the deck with his warhammer. So, Brom single-handedly fought his way into the captain's cabin. He had only one goal in mind: to seize control of this ghost ship and bring it back to reality. However, within the captain's cabin lay another powerful captain. He sat in a large, rotten chair, his eyes gleaming with a faint green light. He told Brown that to control this ghost ship, he must remain here forever, accept the curse, and transform into a ghost. How could the large man agree to this? He simply chose to seize it by force, and then engaged in a fierce battle with the rotten captain. During the battle, Brown encountered the same situation as Sarah. The cracks in the sky grew more and more, and his strength gradually recovered. After becoming a legendary shield guardian, he used his powerful attributes to completely crush the ghost captain. And just as he was about to kill the ghost captain, the other party roared in despair, determined to fight Brown to the death. So, he chose to sacrifice his soul to some evil god in the deep sea. Instantly, the entire ghost ship began to shake violently, as if the power that sustained its existence had been completely severed. This ghost ship, which had plied the seas for countless years, leaving behind countless legends, began to rapidly disintegrate. The hull seemed to be torn apart by an invisible giant hand. The deck, mast, and cabin shattered, shattering into countless fragments and sinking to the seabed. The deck beneath Brom's feet also collapsed instantly, and he sank into the icy water in the blink of an eye. At the last moment, Brown only had time to swim to the center of the captain's cabin and grab one last object. Then, the entire dream world began to collapse. Bron felt a surge of dizziness, then awoke from his dream. After listening to his narration, a thoughtful look crossed Xiaoxing's eyes. Bron's experience had been nothing short of tumultuous. In just a few words, he encapsulated his 20-plus years adrift on the sea. Xiaoxing raised his head and asked with a hint of curiosity, "You mean you finally brought back that parchment chart?" Bron, with a look of dejection on his face, whispered, "Yes, my lord. I was so useless. I couldn't bring back that ghost ship." His tone was filled with self-blame, as if he felt he had failed Xiaoxing's expectations. However, Xiaoxing smiled and gently consoled him, "Don't be discouraged. You've done well. Ghost ships are only legends. Whether they can be brought back to reality remains to be seen. You've already done a great job retrieving that chart." After a pause, Xiaoxing continued, "Now, let me see that chart. Hearing the Lord's words of comfort, the large man's face lit up with emotion. Yes, my lord. Bronn carefully removed the parchment map from the backpack at his waist. The map seemed to have existed for ages, still reeking of saltwater, as if freshly retrieved from the depths. Obtained, mysterious chart of the permafrost sea. The moment he saw the name of the chart, Chao Xing's eyes lit up with surprise. Is this a chart of the permafrost sea? So, the sea area where Bronn was in his dream is the permafrost sea? Chao Xing was a bit bewildered. He had originally believed that the dream worlds within the dream library were illusory, unreal. But now, the things he brought back from the dream world were connected to this world, truly overturning his understanding. Could it be that everything that happened in the dream was real? Chao Xing couldn't help but wonder. But according to Bronn, the ever-frozen sea had already been completely frozen over. This time doesn't add up. Confused, Chao Xing unfolded the chart and checked its properties. Mysterious chart of the ever-frozen sea. Quality, unknown. Description: this chart records the Fool Queen's route through the ever-frozen sea, as well as the location of a treasure. Treasure coordinates. ? Unlit. Note: after stealing the treasure from the Goddess of Fortune, the captain of the Fool Queen fled to the perpetually frozen sea, a region ruled by the sea god. Unable to intervene directly, the Goddess of Fortune cursed the Fool Queen with an eternal curse. The crew became eternal prisoners, suffering day after day as the Fool Queen sank. Before the Fool Queen sank completely, the captain hid the stolen treasure somewhere in the ocean. The secret of the treasure lies within this nautical chart. Note 2. Only the all-seeing eyes of the soul can glimpse the true treasure. After examining the properties of this nautical chart, Chao Xing's eyes gradually grew filled with shock. Wow! This very chart actually hides the treasure they stole. Furthermore, this treasure is connected to the Goddess of Wealth. Who is the Goddess of Wealth? She's a true deity, and it could have infuriated her, causing her to curse the Fool Queen with eternal damnation. Clearly, the treasure these daring individuals stole was anything but ordinary. And the secret to this treasure lies within this nautical chart. Chao Xing instantly unfolded the chart and examined it carefully. After a moment, his brow furrowed slightly. The chart displayed complex routes and markings, along with some unique symbols. In addition to island symbols, certain areas of the sea also featured a whirlpool, with a giant skull next to it. Clearly, these areas represented danger. Additionally, there were also symbols of icebergs. Above the chart, twinkling stars were depicted, resembling those in the night sky. Although Chao Xing knew these symbols might be connected, the treasure's location should be hidden somewhere on this chart. However, because there are so few clues, it's impossible to deduce. Chao Xing frowned, remembering a hint left on the chart. Only the all-seeing souls I can reveal the true treasure. What does this souls I mean? After careful consideration, he still had no clue. Chao Xing shook his head and said, forget it. I gather everyone together later to study this chart together. I don't think I can unlock its secrets on my own. With this thought, he put the ancient parchment chart into his backpack. Then he glanced at Bronn beside him and chuckled. Bronn, your choice is quite reasonable. The chart you brought back from your dream may be worth as much as that entire ghost ship. Hearing this, Bronn raised his head, a hopeful look in his eyes. Really, Lord? Then, he asked doubtfully, are you saying this just to comfort Bronn? Of course not, I'm telling the truth. Chao Xing chuckled. When we go to the permafrost sea, maybe we can put this chart to good use. Bronn was immediately delighted. Great. My hometown is right there. If you ever go to the permafrost sea, Bronn can lead the way. Chao Xing smiled. I understand. You should go back and rest now. Tomorrow, maybe you come with me again. Yes, Lord. The large man replied respectfully, then happily left. After he left, Chao Xing stood alone, thinking, this dream library is truly powerful. The things I brought back both times were incredibly powerful. Although it costs 100 divine power points to enter the dream each time, and it takes 7 days to wake up. But this price is nothing compared to the reward. Looking at the ancient building before him, Chao Xing was filled with satisfaction. After a moment, he thought, so, who will enter the dream next? This question requires careful consideration. Because, after Chao Xing begins construction on the giant city, he plans to explore the ancient ruins. At that time, he will definitely have to bring a large number of his powerful men with him. This includes core combatants, who are still at the master or hero stages. Basically, they all be taken with him. However, we don't need to bring so many legendary experts with us. We should leave behind 1 or 2 to guard the house. So, the next person to enter the dream should be chosen from among these legendary experts. Thinking of this, he began to mentally select candidates. At this moment, Chaoxing suddenly had an idea. After entering the dream, these indigenous people will enter a world woven by dreams. This dream seems real, and has some connection to this world. Then, what will happen if we, the survivors from Blue Star, enter the dream? This sparked a strong curiosity in Chaoxing. After a moment, he made a decision. That is, to make Lu Muxue the next person to enter the dream. She possessed a wealth of status-enhancing abilities, allowing her to quickly level up even without combat. So, Chaoxing pressed the communication button and summoned Lu Muxue. A few minutes later, the powerful Aurora Saint sauntered to his side and softly asked, "Ah Xing, I'm here. What can I do for you?" Chaoxing turned around, a gentle smile on his face. Then, as usual, he explained the functions of the dream library. After listening, Lu Muxue, like Sarah and the others, showed a look of surprise. A dream world? And even bringing an item out of it? What an incredible ability! Chaoxing nodded. Yes, so I've decided to let you try it too, to see what you can bring back. Lu Muxue replied softly, "That's no problem on my end. But, if I enter the dream now, it takes 7 days to wake up. That means I can't explore the ruins with you. Is that okay?" Since Chaoxing had already explained his upcoming plan, Lu Muxue knew the next steps the territory would take. Chaoxing pondered for a moment, then said, "No problem. Your status skills have already been used to buff us all. With the combat power I plan to bring out this time, we should have no problem dealing with demigod-level powerhouses. By the time we return, you have almost woken up from the dream." Lu Muxue nodded slightly, her tone gentle. "Okay, Xing, I listen to you." Chaoxing also smiled. This woman was always so obedient. After he made a decision, Lu Muxue would always carry it out unconditionally, occasionally offering her own opinions. The relationship was quite harmonious. Chaoxing said, "Then I open the library now and let you in." Lu Muxue was about to nod. At that moment, as if remembering something, she turned and asked again, "By the way, Xing, what do you think of my suggestion last time?" What was it?" Chaoxing said, puzzled. "It's about, I want Baiji to join our territory." Hearing this, Chaoxing also remembered this. After a moment's thought, he replied, "We need to reconsider the matter of Baiji joining the territory. As the second-ranked legion commander in the 4 regions, she oversees hundreds of lords and tens of thousands of subjects. Her influence is enormous. We have even more people on our side, and merging the 2 sides would involve a lot of issues. Besides, my legion has reached its maximum population, so I can't recruit more. We have to wait and see after the giant city is built. We have to wait and see how things develop." Lu Muxue nodded slightly, knowing that such things couldn't be forced. At this point, Chaoxing changed the subject and said, however, "If we're going to the ancient ruins this time, we can bring her along. Then, we see if we can find a way to help her reach the hero level. It'd be like making up for her taking you to the angel ruins." Lu Muxue smiled after hearing this. "Okay, Ah Xing, I go talk to Sister Baiji first." She seemed to like Baiji very much, and was delighted to hear that Chaoxing wanted to take her to the ancient ruins. Then, he called Baiji to discuss matters with her. A few minutes later, Lu Muxue hung up. She whispered, "Ah Xing, Baiji has agreed. She said she's heading to Yongshuang City right now to meet you." Chaoxing nodded slightly. "I understand. I contact her tomorrow. Now you two, go into the dream library." "Okay," Lu Muxue nodded obediently. At the same time, Chaoxing pulled 10 divine power fragments from his backpack and held them in his hands. As he clicked confirm, the divine power fragments once again transformed into beams of light and dissipated. Glancing at his backpack, he saw only a little over 150 divine power fragments remaining. Ever since the Blood Revolt expansion ended, he lost access to divine power fragments. After half a month, he spent quite a bit. Chaoxing sighed, "These divine power fragments are depleting too quickly. I need to find a way to replenish them quickly. Otherwise, I'd be running out of divine power fragments before I gather all the necessary fragments for the demigod breakthrough." At this moment, Chaoxing thought of something else. According to what the old king said, high-level legendaries possess the ability to gather divine power and craft it into fragments. All of my legendaries will soon reach level 140 and above. Based on the production efficiency of 7 high-level legendaries, they can restore a total of 35 divine power points per day. The process of converting divine power into divine power fragments consumes some energy, requiring approximately 20 to 30 divine power fragments to produce one. In other words, if 7 high-level legendaries were fully engaged in converting divine power fragments, they could consistently produce 1 to 2 fragments per day. That's a good efficiency, but it's still a bit slow to gather the divine power fragments needed for the demigod breakthrough. But at least it will offset the energy consumed while activating the dream library. Xiaoxing nodded in satisfaction. At the same time, as his divine power fragments were deposited, the library's doors opened, as if awaiting the next dreamer. Then, Lu Muxue gracefully walked in. When her figure completely vanished, the door clanged shut. A layer of bubbles then emerged, enveloping the entire library. Next, we just have to wait 7 days for Mu Shui to wake up. Xiaoxing clapped his hands, then thought to himself, now, let's begin preparing to build the giant city. The food problem was now almost solved. The next step was gathering enough staff. Xiaoxing had already thought of a solution to this problem. Chapter 692. Xiaoxing had already thought of a solution to gather a large number of personnel to help build the city. That was to leverage the power of the Legion, having the hundreds of lords within it each send a group of personnel to Xiaoxing's territory to help him build the city. Xiaoxing would also provide corresponding benefits. Previously, his idea was to offer some of the city's land or shops, renting them to these surviving lords for business, thereby attracting them to help build the city. But now, he had a better idea. Thinking of this, Xiaoxing switched to the Legion channel. First, he checked the number of people. Spark Legion chat channel, 600/600 people. The level 8 Spark Legion had a total of 600 lords, including the members within their territories, that easily numbered in the hundreds of thousands. So, Xiaoxing spoke into the chat at all members. Everyone, I am Captain Xiaoxing. As the captain of the Spark Legion, Xiaoxing naturally had some special privileges. One of them was the ability to tag everyone. At this moment, after receiving Xiaoxing's call, many members of the Legion couldn't help but turn their gazes to the Legion channel. They immediately responded. Zhong Taiyu, hello, Captain Xiaoxing. Chong Chen, hello, Captain. Any new missions? Hu Ning, Boss Xiaoxing, we're all here, standing by. Xiaoxing smiled and responded to the greetings. As more and more people saw the message, the Legion channel became lively again. Among them were Yao Yiming, Ji Xinyue, and even Deputy Captains Tianjing, who all spoke up. Everyone had almost arrived. Xiaoxing continued, I'm calling you all together because I have an important announcement to make. At this, the chat room gradually quieted down. The expressions of the survivors of the Spark Legion also grew slightly serious. After all, they all knew the power of this person. If even he said it was important, it must be something very serious. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Xiaoxing to say the next word. Xiaoxing, this matter is strictly speaking my personal matter, but because the workload is quite large, I need your help. Next, I'm going to build the city. At the word build the city, the chat room fell silent for a moment, as if everyone was stunned by the news. Immediately, the chat room exploded with activity. Li Haoran, build a city? Captain, did I hear correctly? This is a massive undertaking. Zhang Zixuan, oh my god, Captain Xiaoxing is actually starting to build a city so soon. My territory is barely taking shape. What a huge difference. Lu Wanwan, as expected of Captain Xiaoxing, he's making a big move. After the shock, everyone finally caught on. Deputy Captain Yao Yiming was the first to respond. Captain, please give us your orders. Tell us what you need us to do, and we fully cooperate. Ji Xinyue followed suit. Yes. This is our first time undertaking something as large as building a city. Captain, please call us. Chen Yutong, great. We, the survivors of Blue Star, are about to have our first lord own his own city. Wang Hao, Captain. I call all the staff back to support you in building this city. Everyone was thrilled, and they volunteered in the chat room. Many were even willing to give up their own territories to help Xiaoxing build the giant city for free. Seeing this, a smile crossed Xiaoxing's face. He had underestimated his own reputation and his position in the hearts of the Spark Legion. In fact, at the mere command of his, at least 80% of the members were willing to contribute their staff. Even if it was voluntary labor, they didn't complain. Xiaoxing chuckled in the chat room. You don't have to send everyone here. Building a giant city doesn't require that many people. If you sent all the staff, it would add up to at least hundreds of thousands. I can't afford to feed so many people every day. Xiaoxing's playful tone made the rest of the Spark Legion laugh, and the atmosphere in the chat room lightened considerably. After a pause, Xiaoxing continued, according to my plan, each legion should allocate 50 to 100 personnel to me, as far as is convenient. Currently, The Spark Legion has nearly 600 territories. Some of these territories have been merged into the Legion headquarters, totaling nearly 500. Even if each territory allocates only 50 personnel, there will be at least 20,000 personnel available to participate in the construction of the giant city. Furthermore, the lords who join the Spark Legion have all been selected by Yao Yiming, Tianjing, and others. Adding Chaoxing's care, their territories are significantly more powerful than those of ordinary lords. Assigning a few dozen personnel would be virtually insignificant. The members of the Spark Legion were about to respond when Chaoxing continued, "Of course, I won't ask you to work for free. In addition to providing meals for all staff, I also give each supported territory 50 or 100 portions of legendary beast meat. It's the same beast meat I traded at the market a few nights ago. It will significantly enhance your attributes and physical attack power." After hearing Chaoxing's final condition, the chat channel fell silent again for a moment. Then, hundreds of messages erupted again like a volcano. Lin Xiaoxiao, "Oh my god. Legendary beast meat." Hundreds of them at once. "Captain, you're throwing money around." Su Wan, "Yeah. Let alone 100 portions of this kind of beast meat. Even if you gave me 10, I don't know how many people would rush to get it." Chong Chen, "That's outrageous. Captain, you're truly wealthy." Hu Ning, "I send everyone I can from the territory right now. Forget building a city, I even build an empire." The atmosphere in the chat room was completely boiling, and the reaction was almost fanatical. After all, according to this calculation, this amount of beast meat could significantly increase the strength of most of the combatants in their territory, and the overall strength of the territory would also rise steadily. Watching the grand scene in the chat room, Chaoxing's face also broke into a smile. The allure of legendary beast meat was beyond imagination. And while 100 portions sounded like a lot, Chaoxing could say it was worth it. In fact, he had originally planned to distribute 100 portions of beast meat to each territory in the Legion, so that they could all improve. After all, as the leader, I had to give my members some special care. And the 600 legions, combined, only consumed 60,000 portions of meat, equivalent to 6,000 kilograms. Compared to Chaoxing's remaining reserves of nearly 1 million kilograms, this was completely insignificant. Now, not only had the meat been distributed, but so much labor had also been harvested. It was truly a win-win situation. Chaoxing continued, "Very good, then everyone, get moving. I'm sure you all know the coordinates of my territory." Everyone responded, "Of course we do. We be right there, Captain." "Wait for me, Captain." After hanging up the call, hundreds of Spark Legion territories began mobilizing. Each territory gathered its 100 most capable staff members and headed towards Chaoxing's territory. After completing this, Chaoxing clapped his hands. "Very good, the manpower issue for the city construction has been resolved. Next, we just have to wait for them to deliver the troops." In Legion mode, members of different territories will receive a certain speed bonus when traveling to other territories. So this shouldn't take too long. While waiting, Chaoxing decided to contact Lord Orin and ask him about the ancient ruins. Thinking of this, he switched the channel on his communication device and made a call. During their last meeting at the palace, Chaoxing had given Lord Orin of Dwuluin Lake City a communication device for easy follow-up communication. Now was the perfect time to use it. ZZZZ. With a whirring sound, the other side of the line connected. Chaoxing spoke first. "Lord Orin, I'm Chaoxing. I'd like to discuss something with you." Hearing Chaoxing's voice, Orin's voice was filled with surprise. "It's Lord Chaoxing. Last time, you saved our Dwuluin Lake City. I haven't had time to thank you yet, but I didn't expect you to contact me." During the Blood Rebellion, Dwuluin Lake City was in crisis. Then, Chaoxing dispatched Isabel to descend from the sky, swiftly annihilating the attacking Blood Army and saving the civilians and soldiers of Dwuluin Lake City. It was from that day that Orin's lord learned that Chaoxing had a legendary powerhouse under his command. Back when they first met, he was only a 5th level being. While equally powerful, he was still nothing compared to the legendary realm. Now, in the blink of an eye, he had become a being he admired. Thinking of this, Lord Orin was filled with emotion. Chaoxing smiled and said, "You're welcome, Lord Orin. I came to talk to you about the lost royal city." Hearing this, Lord Orin immediately understood his meaning and quickly replied, "Lord Chaoxing, the lost royal city was opened almost a week ago. But due to the blizzard, I didn't contact you right away. However, if we were to go to the ancient ruins now, it would be perfect timing. We might even find something unexpected." "An unexpected discovery?" Chaoxing asked with interest. "Yes." The Lord of Orlon City explained, the Lost Royal City is not simple. Not only is it massive, it's also divided into two areas, the inner city and the outer city. The opening hours of these two areas are different. The outer city opens on specific days and lasts for a month at a time. The inner city is only open for a week at a time. The real opportunities are hidden within the inner city. For example, the ancient Colosseum and the Soul Temple are all hidden within the inner city. Hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes flashed with surprise. This was the first time he had heard that the Lost Royal City was divided into an inner city and an outer city. Furthermore, it seemed somewhat similar to the layout of the giant city he was planning to build. But the next moment, the Lord of Orlan City's words disproved his suspicions. However, the outer city of the Lost Royal City is essentially a wilderness. There are few buildings outside, and the opportunities are far fewer than in the inner city. But similarly, while the inner city offers numerous opportunities, it also carries immense dangers. Only the most powerful can enter. Even masters and heroes have fallen within. In the past, even legends have fallen. At this point, Lord Orlan's voice trembled, as if something within the inner city terrified him. Chao Xing pondered. Even legends can fall? So it seems, the Lost Royal City is truly extraordinary. Of course, the more dangerous a place, the more incredible the opportunities it holds. Chao Xing asked, "Can we enter the inner city now?" The Lord of Oran City knew that, given Chao Xing's strength, his target should be the inner city. He replied, "It's not open yet. It should be around in 3 or 4 days. Before that, we can explore the outer city." After a pause, he continued, "Comparatively, the outer city is much safer. This is like the outer area of a huge city. The actual area is vast, and it looks like an endless wilderness. This wilderness is dotted with many dilapidated buildings, and deep within these buildings, countless treasures are buried underground. So far, we've only been able to explore a limited area, which is only a small part of the entire Lost Kingdom. But even so, this small area alone hides a wealth of treasures. Countless gold diggers and adventurers have found precious treasures here and become rich overnight." The Lord of Oran grew increasingly excited as he spoke, as if he were himself in that wilderness filled with opportunities and dangers. He continued, "Once the Lost City opens, there will be no restrictions on who can enter, regardless of their skill level. Even commoners can enter, provided they can pass the entrance test. So, every time this happens, it attracts a large number of mercenaries, adventurers, and even merchants. They usually search the outer areas, hoping to try their luck. Of course, while the outer areas are relatively safe, they are not without danger. Traps hidden within the ruins, roaming monsters, and other adventurers with ill intentions can all pose deadly threats. These dangers have already claimed the lives of many adventurers. Even so, countless more are drawn to the wealth and opportunities here, flocking to the ruins in droves, hoping to realize their dreams of getting rich overnight. However, everyone is limited to exploring within specific areas. As I mentioned before, even after so long, we've only explored less than 3% of the Lost Royal City. The vast opportunities and dangers hidden within its depths remain an unsolved mystery." After Lord Oran finished speaking, Chao Xing's curiosity and desire to explore were piqued. Although he had previously mentioned the Lost Royal City's vastness, it was only after hearing his detailed description that Chao Xing truly realized the scale and value of the ruins. Such a vast ruin must contain countless precious treasures and lost secrets, just waiting for him to explore and uncover. The thought of this made Chao Xing eager to explore. He suppressed his excitement and asked, "What do you mean by saying we might have some unexpected gains if we go there now?" The Lord of Orlan City replied, "An unexpected gain means that besides the Lost Royal City itself, we could also visit the Black Market in the Orchid Kingdom. There are 2 ruins near the Orchid Kingdom, arguably the largest black market in the surrounding kingdoms. There are already a large number of merchants, adventurers, and gold diggers gathered nearby. Especially now that the Lost Kingdom is open, it's an unprecedented event. We can go there and take a look. Maybe we can find something unexpected." A sudden realization flashed across Chao Xing's eyes again. The black market, as an underground trading venue, attracts a wide range of people from all walks of life. It can be said to be a truly mixed bag. Among them, there are many who might actually have something valuable. Last time, he found the tip of a legendary spear in the black market in Malayan City. He also ran into the beast tamer, and obtained the dragon taming reins from him. This time, being the largest black market in the surrounding kingdoms, there might be something unexpected. Chao Xing said, "I understand, Lord Oran. How about we set out together the day after tomorrow?" Lord Oran said respectfully, "Of course, no problem. As long as Lord Chaoxing is free, I'm available anytime. He seemed very polite. Chaoxing smiled. Okay, it's settled then. The day after tomorrow morning, we meet in Yongchuang main city, then use the teleportation array in the city center to travel to Yulan Kingdom. No problem. The two sides quickly agreed on a time for their operation and hung up. Afterward, Chaoxing opened the private chat interface and informed Bai Ji of the time. After receiving the woman's reply, he closed the private chat and resumed his patrol of the territory. Time flew by, and it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Chaoxing glanced up at the sky. It had already darkened completely. After a full day of resource gathering, his territory's basic resources had increased again. He had collected over 100,000 tons of coal and wood alone. After the snowstorm, the staff were incredibly motivated. Chaoxing nodded with satisfaction and pressed the communication device to his ear. Everyone, it's dark. All those working outside, return to the territory. As his order was issued, the territory members working outside stopped their work and put down their various gathering tools. Then, according to their teams, they climbed onto the bed of the transport truck, and this mechanical equipment transported the workers back in batches. Not only did this save time traveling through the snow, it also reduced physical exertion. It was a win-win situation. Chapter 693. Most lords now realize the importance of these machines, which can significantly speed up their resource collection time. So, they all gathered blueprints on the market channel and headed to the machinery factories to begin construction. Of course, it would still take quite a while for them to reach the scale of Chaoxing's territory. Boom! A series of black transport trucks slowly entered the territory, carrying a large number of workers. After jumping out of the truck bed, the staff immediately rushed to the cafeteria. After a long day of work, they were already starving and just wanted a hearty meal. However, when they stepped into the cafeteria and saw the table laden with food, everyone's faces suddenly lit up with surprise. Gods be with you. What a sumptuous dinner tonight. Yes. Lots of bread, and steaming hot stews and vegetables. Oh my god. This is truly hearty. Haha, this must be a reward from the Lord. At the same time, Dahua, who was in charge of the entire kitchen, stood at the doorway with a pleased smile on her face. Everyone, the food is ready. Let's eat. Instantly, the staff rushed into the cafeteria, eagerly grabbing their utensils to enjoy this long-awaited delicious meal. Everyone devoured the food, their pupils dilated. After nearly 2 weeks, they finally had a hearty meal. Nothing brings greater happiness than enjoying a steaming hot dinner on a cold winter's day. The people of the territory gathered around the table, their faces filled with happy smiles. At the same time, Chaoxing, who was inventorying the territory's supplies, suddenly saw a message appear before him. During this snowstorm, thanks to your decisions, the safety of all the people in the territory was ensured, and none of their loyalty decreased during this period. After the disaster, a plentiful supply of food was prepared for all the people in the territory, increasing their happiness. Unlock Special Achievement, Snow Guardian. Achievement Reward, 10 Pure Shards, 1 Primal Snowflake Mark. Seeing this message, Chaoxing's eyes flashed with surprise. Oh! This is a hidden achievement? Wow! 10 Pure Shards. That's a pretty good reward. You know, this material is used to craft legendary equipment. Last time, Chaoxing ended the Blood Expansion, a major achievement, but he only got 10. This time, the hidden achievement gave him 10 more, a truly generous reward. Although he had gained over 1,000 pure fragments from this transaction, that didn't diminish the preciousness of this material. Chaoxing nodded with satisfaction, and at the same time, he noticed something behind him. What is this primordial snowflake mark? With a hint of doubt on his face, Chaoxing pulled it out of his backpack. A shimmering snowflake appeared out of thin air in his palm, gleaming brightly under the lighthouse's illumination. He could also feel waves of chill. It looked just like a real snowflake. And yet, even under the constant heat radiating from the territory's energy tower, the snowflake showed no signs of melting. Strange thing. Chaoxing glanced at the stats with a puzzled look. Primal Snowflake Mark Orange. Quality, Epic. Item Type, Accessory. Equipment Effects. 1, plus 100 Spirit, plus 50 Constitution. Equipment Effects. 2. Primal Snowflake Shelter, when activated, envelopes the body in the power of the primordial snowflake, isolating the surrounding snow and wind within a 1-meter radius. Lasting, 3 hours, cooldown, 5 hours. After reviewing the snowflake stats, Chaoxing's eyes flickered with surprise again. This thing is actually equipment? And an accessory at that? This was somewhat beyond his expectations. Accessories are the type of equipment with the fewest stat increases in this world, and Qiaoxing hadn't obtained one in a while. While the stat increase was small, the advantage was that they didn't occupy equipment slots, and each person could equip 3. Not bad, not bad. The effects are pretty good. This way, I can walk freely in blizzards or strong winds. Satisfied, he placed it on his chest. The snowflake seemed to have adhered to the Archlich's Frost Soul robe, appearing perfectly natural. Qiaoxing shook his robe and prepared to return to the Lord's castle. Just then, a burst of mechanical roars rose overhead, as if some enormous object were soaring through the air, rapidly approaching. Qiaoxing turned and looked. Illuminated by the lighthouse, a towering figure soared through the air. The metallic outline gleamed coldly in the light. It was the Earth Dragon Mecha. Several small figures clung to the mecha. They were Elisa, Tong Chuchu, and the others. Next to the mecha was an ice crystal dragon covered in frost-white scales. They flew together toward Qiaoxing. Before they even arrived, a voice reached them. "Lord, Elisa is back. Big brother." Ing. Qiaoxing smiled and shook his head, then rushed over. Boom! The Earth Dragon mecha flew swiftly and landed steadily on the ground. Elisa, Tong Chuchu, and the others jumped down from it, their faces beaming with excitement. Excited, they approached Qiaoxing and recounted their battle experiences outside today. Qiaoxing listened patiently, smiling. Elisa excitedly said, "In that Trog cave, Bing Bing disobeyed me and insisted on charging forward on her own, where she was trapped. Many Trogs were ready to attack it, and even the Trog leader inside was out. At the crucial moment, Captain Elisa intervened, killing all the Trogs with a single arrow. Ha ha! I'm awesome, aren't I?" She spoke triumphantly, as if anticipating Qiaoxing's praise. Ing! Beside her, Bing Bing let out a series of dragon roars, expressing strong protest, as if to say that things weren't what Elisa had said. Qiaoxing smiled and stroked Bing Bing's head. The ice dragon, feeling his comfort, quickly quieted down, appearing remarkably obedient. Bing Bing viewed Qiaoxing not only as her master, but also because he possessed the power of ice and the might of the dragon Kralkatorrik. This power made Bing Bing subconsciously consider Qiaoxing one of her own kind, which is why she felt so close to him. Tong Chuchu, standing nearby, said, "Big brother, by noon today, Bing Bing had already reached the maximum level of level 4. Then I used the expert level power heart you gave me to help Bing Bing break through to level 5. It's now at level 45. After hearing this, Qiaoxing's gaze shifted to the ice crystal dragon in the sky. After a long day of fighting and improving, the young dragon seemed to have grown a bit larger. However, it wasn't noticeable. It still maintained its young form. He glanced at Bing Bing's stats. After becoming a level 5 creature, its HP soared to 1 million. This growth rate is truly astonishing. Qiaoxing nodded in satisfaction and praised, "Well done, little Chu-Chu. And Elisa, you're great too." Smiles broke from the two young girls' faces at his praise. Elisa, in particular, was laughing foolishly. At this moment, Tong Chu-Chu seemed to recall something and said, "Oh, big brother, here's what we looted from that caveman tribe. Here you are." She then handed over a backpack. Qiaoxing took it and transferred the contents. Obtained, 5th tier caveman leader soul *1. Obtained, 4th tier caveman elite soul *3. Obtained, sticky substance *5244. Obtained, edelweiss mushroom seeds, blue *102. Obtained, iron birch seeds, purple *33. Obtained, old language, book. Obtained. In addition to this, there was a whole host of miscellaneous materials. Qiaoxing took a look. The most valuable items were the 4 souls, and over 100 magical plant seeds. Not a bad harvest. He put them in his backpack and looked up at the two girls. "Chu-Chu, Elisa, take Bing Bing back and rest. The day after tomorrow, you must come with me. This time, we're going to another country." Before Chu-Chu said anything, Elisa's eyes lit up. "Another country? Is that true, Lord?" Qiaoxing chuckled and nodded. "Of course, and the place we're going to this time will be bustling and full of fun things to do." At that moment, Elisa was so excited she almost jumped up. "Long live the Lord. I've never left the Ice Crystal Kingdom in my life. This is amazing." Even Tong Chu-Chu, standing beside her, seemed thrilled. Qiaoxing smiled and shook his head, saying, "Now, all of you go back and rest, and then await my orders." "As you command, Lord." Elisa straightened herself and quickly left with Tong Chu-Chu and Bing Bing. Watching them depart, Qiaoxing smiled and shook his head. Next, give these magical plant seeds to Neve and Juliet to plant. He searched around the city walls and quickly found the beautiful sisters. He handed the seeds to them. After this, Chaoxing returned to the territory's buffer zone. He thought to himself, tomorrow, the lords of the Spark Legion should be arriving with their staff. My territory's resources are almost fully stockpiled now, which means we can officially begin construction tomorrow. But before that, we need a rough blueprint. Shortly after the Blood Rebellion ended, Chaoxing gathered a group of territory managers to discuss city construction. He assigned the task of drawing the blueprint for the entire territory to Edward. It was unknown how the artist's work had progressed after all these days. So, Chaoxing pressed the communicator at his ear. Edward, come to the buffer zone. By the way, bring me the blueprints you've been working on these days. Tomorrow, we begin construction in our territory. After hearing Chaoxing's voice, there was a brief silence on the other end of the communicator. Then Edward's slightly nervous voice came on. Okay. Lord, I be right there. Chaoxing heard the uneasiness in Edward's tone, and couldn't help but wonder, why does this guy sound a little scared? Has he been slacking off for the past 2 weeks? Not completing his assignments properly. But after thinking about it, it seemed unlikely. After all, this painter had always been diligent in his work within the territory, never slacking off. Chaoxing shook his head, not dwelling on it, and waited quietly. A moment later, a slightly exhausted figure hurried over. Edward, clutching a stack of rolled-up blueprints in his arms, hurried to Chaoxing's side. Respected Lord, good night. Edward bowed slightly, his tone tinged with a hint of respect and trepidation. Chaoxing nodded, his gaze fixed on the blueprints in his arms, and asked, how are the drawings coming along? Edward took a deep breath and replied solemnly, my lord, I've spent the past 2 weeks intensively drawing up a blueprint for the territory. However, I encountered some problems along the way, making it difficult to choose the most appropriate plan. So, I drew several different versions. Now, please, Lord, decide which version to use. He then unfolded the pile of blueprints in his arms, carefully laying them on the ground and piecing them together. There were 16 blueprints in total, each depicting a corner of the entire territory. It was like slicing a cake in half, dividing it into 4 slices. Then, these 16 blueprints were combined to form 4 different types of territory planning schemes. Chaoxing took a quick look. The layouts of the 4 draft versions were similar to what they had discussed. The core remained the energy tower. In the very center of the map, an energy tower stood, next to the Lord's Castle and the Pale Tree. With these 3 major structures as the center, rows of buildings began to spread outward. Then, it was divided into 4 rings. Beyond these 4 rings were large buffer zones and agricultural areas, followed by the city walls. This was the current layout of Chaoxing's territory. Then came the layout of the outer city. Outside the inner city walls, numerous buildings and neatly laid out streets appeared. There were numerous residential buildings and shops, as well as public squares, parks, churches, and other places. In addition, there were also reserved agricultural and industrial areas. Further out, the view reached the second ring of the territory's walls, the outer city walls. Chaoxing took a quick look and nodded in sudden realization. So far, the plans for these 4 sketches appear similar to what they had originally discussed. The only difference is the layout and some of the buildings. Edward explained, my lord, each of these 4 approaches has its own advantages and disadvantages. The first version of the blueprint focuses on fortifications. I reinforced the city walls and planned a large number of defensive arrow towers, sentry towers, and war tools. Including within the city, we also plan to build many basements to cope with future war threats. Chaoxing followed his explanation and glanced at them. The first blueprint indeed showed numerous arrow towers, and even included a legendary defensive site like the Destroyer Tower. In addition, underground, there were interconnected air raid shelters and passages connecting to the outside world. If danger arose, the people inside could immediately evacuate into the tunnels. It was a true war city. He nodded. Go on. Edward continued, the second version is centered around resource collection and large-scale production, featuring numerous logging sites, ore sorting facilities, and heavy industrial areas. My vision is to achieve industrial development in the future, similar to the Goblin cities. The third version focuses on the residents' living experience and talent development, equipped with supporting living facilities, including churches and welfare institutions. In addition, there are numerous vocational colleges, technical academies, and even a mage academy. This way, we can constantly replenish our territory with fresh blood. Edward exhaled slowly and continued, the fourth version is more of a commercial city. The entire city will have numerous paved streets, essentially connecting everything in all directions. It will also house an exchange, a mage guild, a blacksmith guild, an alchemist guild, and so on. In addition, there will be some entertainment facilities. If this city is built, with the power of the Lord, we can instantly establish our commercial position in the surrounding kingdoms. It will also help replenish our territory with technical talent. Edward finished his words in one breath. Then, he looked at Chao Xing and said solemnly, "Please make your decision, Lord." Chao Xing frowned and pondered this carefully. Edward's 4 versions indeed each had their pros and cons. After a moment's reflection, he eliminated the 3rd version, the one that focused on the residents' living experience. Why make the residents' living experience so good? Just enough is enough. Once peace truly returns, we can consider building a livable city. As for the academy and the cultivation of intellectual talent, other versions can also accommodate both. The 2nd version involves rapidly gathering resources and constructing numerous heavy industrial zones to facilitate future industrial development. That's a good option and can be considered for the time being. As for the 1st version, turning it into a war city, Chao Xing shook his head. That's unnecessary. After all, his territory's defensive capabilities are already strong enough. A single legendary warrior could easily suppress any external enemy. If one isn't enough, bring 2. If 2 aren't enough, bring a whole group. No matter what the enemy, they'd be crushed. So, in the end, the choice is between the 2nd and 4th versions. Chao Xing's gaze lingered on the blueprints of the 2 versions, his brow furrowed slightly, as if he were weighing the pros and cons. After a moment, he made his decision. Let's go with the 4th version. I want to build a commercial city first. Chapter 694. Chao Xing made the final decision, adopting the 4 blueprints. The 2nd version, featuring industrial development, was indeed promising, but his territory was already strong enough, and the benefits of industrialization were unnecessary. In contrast, the 4th, featuring a commercial city, was more in line with his long-term plans and would lay the foundation for the territory's future diversified development. Edward smiled with relief upon hearing Chao Xing's decision. Your Excellency is wise. I also think the 4th version is the best. Chao Xing nodded, then with a wave of his hand, he gathered all 4 blueprints from the ground into his backpack. He glanced at Edward, his tone tinged with approval. You've done a great job. But there's still something I need you to do. Edward's expression straightened. Please give your orders, Lord. Chao Xing said, starting tomorrow, a large number of workers from our territory should be arriving, and we begin construction on the giant city. I appoint you as the chief engineer. Have these workers build a city according to your instructions and the blueprints. In addition, I also send you Luan and Chowie to assist. Make sure there are no mistakes. Edward had drawn this blueprint, and some of the details were best understood by him. Edward nodded solemnly. Yes, Lord. I will do my best, and will never let you down. Chao Xing nodded slightly. Very well. Go back and rest now. Refresh yourself for tomorrow's mission. As you wish. With these words, the painter quickly turned and left. After he left, Chao Xing took out the 4th version of the map and studied it carefully again. After confirming that the plans they had discussed earlier, such as the 3 major associations, the welfare home, the church, and other facilities, were basically in place, he felt relieved. Very good, the territory blueprint is finalized. We can officially implement it tomorrow and begin city construction. Chao Xing nodded contentedly. Just as he was about to go back to rest, he suddenly sensed 2 auras outside the territory, approaching the city gate. One familiar, the other unfamiliar. Chao Xing paused, a smile gradually forming on his face. You're back at this hour? Quite timely. He quickly opened the city gate and stepped outside the territory. Under the light, 2 figures advanced side by side. To his left was Qiong, his figure erect and straight as a spear. Beside him, a gentle and dignified woman, holding his arm, slowly approached the city gate. It was obvious that this was Qiong's wife. The 2 men also noticed Chao Xing. Qiong stepped forward, his voice filled with joy, saying, Lord Chao Xing, I've returned with my wife. Chao Xing smiled. Congratulations, Lord Qiong. You were really quick this time. Qiong shook his head, a hint of relief in his tone. Yes. I was lucky this time. I found my wife at the first stronghold I visited. The food and water in that stronghold were running low. If I had been any later, I would have been trapped in this blizzard, and my wife might have been. He didn't say anything else. Chao Xing's eyes flickered with emotion after hearing this. It's good to be back, Lord Qiong. Everything is over now. Qiong nodded, then led the woman beside him. Lord Chaoxing, this is my wife, Kylin. Chaoxing's gaze shifted to her. The woman looked to be in her early 40s, with a beautiful face, though her complexion was a little pale. Her lips, in particular, were completely bloodless, as if she had just recovered from a serious illness. Qiong turned and said to his wife beside him, Kylin, this is the Lord Chaoxing I was talking about. He saved me from the Watchers. It was he who led his powerful men, united with several great kings, to put an end to the Watchers' conspiracy and repel the Blood Legion. He saved countless lives from danger. Kylin bowed slightly, her tone tinged with respect. Greetings, Lord Chaoxing. Thank you for saving my husband and for taking us in. Chaoxing nodded, then said, You're welcome. Since Mr. Qiong has joined my territory, his family is also ours. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. His tone was friendly, yet also tinged with authority and composure. Having managed the territory for so long, Chaoxing's demeanor and words now carried the aura of a leader. He evoked both warmth and awe. Kylin didn't dare look up the entire time, only whispering, Yes, thank you, Lord Chaoxing. Chaoxing said nothing more, looking at Qiong. Mr. Qiong, you've all traveled so long, thank you for all the hard work. Take your wife back and rest now. Qiong nodded solemnly, his tone filled with gratitude. Thank you, Lord Chaoxing. With that, he supported his wife and entered the territory. Chaoxing watched their backs, feeling a sense of relief. Yes, Qiong is back too. Now, with the exception of Binglan, almost all the members of the territory are here. He thought to himself. So, the day after tomorrow, we can take Qiong with us and march on the ancient ruins. He's been there once before and has relevant experience. He can lead us. Of course, we can't take all the core members with us. We have to leave some behind to guard the territory. Chaoxing pondered as he headed towards the Lord's castle. As they returned to their rooms to rest, numerous figures from the Quangfing snowfield and the surrounding areas rushed towards his territory. They divided into small teams, traveling day and night under the stars. These people were none other than the lords of the Spark Corps' various territories. They were leading their staffs, rushing at full speed towards Chaoxing. Their mission was to provide Chaoxing with immediate labor support and participate in the construction of the great city. The night passed quickly. The next day, a system notification appeared. Attention all survivors. You have passed the 28th day of the turbulent period. Weather forecast. Today's weather will be sunny to partly cloudy, with a low of -57 degrees Celsius to -65 degrees Celsius. Suitable for outdoor activities and developing your territory. The moment the notification ended, Chaoxing opened his eyes instantly. He glanced to his side. No one was there. Lu Muxua had just entered the dream library yesterday, and it would still be some time before he woke up. He was just about to get up and wash up when there was a knock on the door outside the Lord's castle. Knock. Knock. Then, a steady voice rang out. Lord, I'm Chao Yi. I have something to report to you. Chaoxing's expression shifted slightly, and he replied, Got it. I'll be right down. He quickly dressed, and made his way to the first floor of the Lord's castle. Opening the door, he was greeted by the still tranquil morning scene. A thin mist enveloped the territory, and the distant arrow towers and city walls loomed in the morning light. And outside the gate, a figure stood. With a weathered face and an upright frame, it was none other than the Lord Chao Yi. Upon seeing Chaoxing, the Lord, Chao Yi, hurriedly bowed, his tone tinged with urgency. Lord, many lords from other worlds have arrived outside the territory. They've brought with them a large number of polar people and staff, and have been gathering outside the territory since early morning. They've all been clamoring to help you build the city. There are so many of them, I didn't dare make a decision on my own, so I told them to wait outside. A smile played on Chaoxing's face. He knew, too, that the lords of the Spark Legion had arrived. Opening the Legion channel, he saw a flood of messages. Tan Xiufeng, Captain. We're near your territory. Open the gate. Shu Shouchen, holy crap. Captain's territory is incredibly prosperous. So many arrow towers, and so many Nero's cannons on the walls. Oh my god. This defense is insane. Li Jingxian, living in a territory like this must be incredibly safe. I really want to move in. Tian Zimo, Captain. Open the door, Captain. Chaoxing watched the enthusiastic chatter on the channel, a slight twitch of his lips. He quickly replied, Everyone, be patient. I'll be right there. With that, Chaoxing pressed the communication device at his ear. Yon, Edward, Victoria, come with me. Then, the painter and the Queen of Mind, she responded. "I be right there, Lord." "Yes." Just a minute or two passed. The three of them approached from two different directions. As Chao Xing had explained last night, construction on the giant city would begin today, and a large number of workers would be arriving near the territory. Edward had deliberately changed out of his ink-stained clothes and donned something cleaner. As for Yolan, he was also wearing a simple cotton coat. As for Victoria, it was a completely different scene. As the former queen of the kingdom of Renwar, her demeanor and presence constantly exuded an innate nobility and majesty. A deep purple gown outlined her slender figure, the hem swaying slightly with her steps. As she approached, even the air around her seemed to grow heavier. The three of them approached Chao Xing and saluted simultaneously. "Lord, may you be well." Chao Xing nodded slightly and spoke first. "You three, and Chao Yi, come with me. Starting today, construction of the great city will officially begin. I first take you to meet the construction workers, and then I assign you specific tasks later." Everyone exchanged glances, then nodded solemnly. "Yes, Lord." Soon, Chao Xing and the other four arrived at the gate of the territory. Boom! As the heavy gate swung open, the scene outside suddenly came into view. In a vast open space, a large group of otherworldly lords gathered. Each of them, accompanied by hundreds of staff, stood in scattered groups, eagerly waiting. The lords' faces were filled with anticipation and excitement, their gazes fixed in unison in the direction of the gate. At the sight of Chao Xing, the surviving lords erupted in excitement. They shouted excitedly, "It's the captain! The captain is here! Boss Chao Xing, good morning. Captain, I've brought the 100 most capable men in the territory. Captain, when do we start? I can't wait." Chao Xing stood at the gate, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, a faint smile on his face. He raised his hand, motioning for silence. Then he said, "Everyone, first of all, I'd like to thank you all for bringing your staff and traveling all the way here. But before that, I need to explain something." The noise in the crowd gradually died down, and they all looked intently at Chao Xing, awaiting his next words. "I think everyone is clear about the specific actions, and what needs to be done next. Building a massive city is not something that can be accomplished overnight. It requires a tremendous amount of time and effort. So from now on, your crew will continue to work in my territory until the giant city is completed. And I will fulfill my promise and provide you with adequate compensation. In the meantime, I don't want any lord to call back their crew mid-construction." Chao Xing's voice was calm, yet it exuded an undeniable authority that reached everyone. He was being upfront about it, to prevent anyone from changing their minds later and delaying the project. Everyone nodded in understanding. They also knew that building a giant city was no small undertaking. "Don't worry, Captain. Now that we've brought the people here, we definitely see it through to the end." "That's right. I've already informed these people. They fully cooperate." Chao Xing nodded. The lords of the Spark Legion were highly aware and obedient. He continued, "Also, building a massive city is incredibly complex, involving many aspects. So I assigned several responsible individuals to oversee the overall situation. From now on, I hope the staff you bring with you will obey orders." He then looked at Chao Yi, Yolan, Edward, and Victoria. The four of them stepped forward and stood beside Chao Xing. At that moment, tens of thousands of eyes turned towards them. However, almost all attention was focused on Victoria. Few glanced at Yolan and Edward. This was simply because the queen's aura was so exceptional. Her figure was tall and graceful, her face cold and noble, impossible to look away from. "Oh my God! So beautiful! This sister is so cool, so beautiful!" A wave of exclamations echoed from the crowd, all marveling at the beauty of the Queen of Mind Chi. Even some women couldn't help but stare a few times, their eyes filled with envy. Victoria seemed accustomed to the reactions of her surroundings, and simply surveyed the crowd calmly. As her sapphire-like eyes swept across them, many people held their breath. Chao Xing smiled softly, unsurprised by their reactions. He asked in a deep voice, "Everyone, can you do this?" Only then did the lords regain their composure. Then, they shouted, "No problem, Captain Chao Xing. Our men will obey your command." The other lords also responded. Chao Xing nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Now, all lords, come and trade your agreed-upon portions of legendary beast meat. Then leave your staff behind, and you may depart." Then, the lords couldn't help but get excited when they heard about the legendary beast meat deal. While they were willing to help Chao Xing with their voluntary labor, the prospect of receiving benefits, especially such precious beast meat, intensified their enthusiasm. They lined up in formation and came to trade with Chao Xing in an orderly manner. Chao Xing also allocated meat to each lord based on the number of staff they brought. Basically, the price was 1 person equals 100 G, 1 portion, of meat. After about 10 minutes, the lords had all completed their trade. They had each harvested at least 50 pieces of legendary beast meat, each with a satisfied smile on their face. Observing the situation on the field, they knew Chao Xing still had much work to do. The lords said one after another, "Captain, we leave this group in your care. We won't disturb you any further. Goodbye, Lord Chao Xing. We come visit again when the giant city is finished. Captain, reserve a house for me, and I move into your city." Hearing their greetings, Chao Xing smiled and nodded in response. "Okay, I'll let you know when the giant city is finished, and you can take these staff back with you then." "No problem, Captain." The lord said goodbye and left one after another. Chao Xing, Victoria, and the others remained. In addition, there were tens of thousands of staff members waiting. Chao Xing made a rough count. The total number of staff here was approximately 50,000. More than half of them were polar people. As the world's most hard-working race, polar people are highly efficient and obedient. So, most of the people brought by these Legion Lords were from this race. Tens of thousands of staff members stood there, looking somewhat uneasy and at a loss. They could see that this territory was far more prosperous than their previous territories, and the lords were many times more powerful. Although the Spark Legion Lords had explained their upcoming tasks before they left, and told them that this was a non-dangerous mission, and that they should proceed as usual, even so, the staff members remained extremely nervous. Chao Xing could naturally discern their thoughts. He spoke slowly, "Don't be nervous, everyone. Your next mission isn't complicated. Just follow our instructions, and carry out what we ask. No one will harm you here, and we even send personnel to protect you while you work." His voice sounded calm, but amplified by his magical power, it exuded a soothing power. The staff felt a sense of relief after hearing this. They all raised their heads and gazed at the man who was speaking, the lord of this territory. Chapter 695. Chao Xing continued, "Also, you don't have to worry about the intensity of the work here being too high, or the hours being too long. Our territory operates on a 9-hour workday. 4 hours in the morning, 5 hours in the afternoon. The rest of the time is free for you to use as you please, whether to rest or do anything else." Hearing this, the tens of thousands of staff members below looked bewildered. Nine hours? One of the polar men muttered, his eyes filled with intense disbelief. Even the others thought they had misheard. After all, in this world, there's no such thing as a fixed workday. Aside from eating and sleeping, everyone else must work full-time. Even in their previous territories, the workday required more than 12 hours. There's no other way. These Blue Star survivors have just arrived in this world, and everything is starting over. Naturally, they have to seize every opportunity for development. The situation is better now. In the early days, they would have been willing to use one staff member as two. Chao Xing nodded and said, "That's right. In addition to the 9-hour workday, those who perform well and demonstrate outstanding work ability will receive special rewards. These rewards include rare foods. There's even a heart of power to make you even more powerful." As Chao Xing finished speaking, the entire room erupted in an uproar. The staff exclaimed in astonishment. "Heart of power. Did I hear that right? Oh my god. Isn't that something that can grant ordinary people even greater power? Gods behold. Can lowly polar dwellers, like us, possess power?" Like Duan and the others, these polar dwellers were bewildered, even incredulous. Chao Xing didn't elaborate, simply saying, "Everyone line up." Then, tens of thousands of people straightened their bodies. He continued, "Next, you will be under the command of Chao Yi and Yu Luan. Start familiarizing yourself with some instructions, and have them divide into small groups to ensure everyone clearly understands their responsibilities. Do you understand?" The tens of thousands of staff members shouted in unison. "Understood, Lord." The cheers of tens of thousands reached the sky, resounding for over 10 kilometers. Even the combatants, including Lord Chao Xing's own, heard the shouts and looked curiously outside the city walls. "Very good," Chao Xing nodded. After giving his instructions to the staff, he looked at the 4 managers behind him. "Next, Chao Yi and Yu Luan will be responsible for coordinating personnel allocation and assigning tasks to these tens of thousands of people, ensuring everyone performs their duties. The first task is to have them build a temporary camp outside the territory. This temporary camp will be where these workers will live for the next few months. I will maximize the heating range of the energy station, so they won't be exposed to the cold even while working outside. Once the camp is established, we will begin construction on the giant city." After hearing this, the 2 men's faces grew solemn. "Yes, Lord," they said respectfully. Chao Xing nodded slightly, and looked at the painter next to him. Edward, you be responsible for coordinating the project and ensuring every detail on the blueprint is accurately implemented. In addition, you also be responsible for the daily meals of these people. Later, you select some of the people who know how to cook. Their job will be to prepare meals for these tens of thousands of people. Food is the most important thing for the people. It's simply not enough to just work without eating. And Chao Xing had previously stated that the food for these tens of thousands of people would come from his territory. Of course, he had to keep his word. As for food reserves, there was no need to worry about them in the short term. Chao Xing had received news that the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce's transport convoy was on its way and would arrive soon. The Woodpecker Chamber of Commerce was almost finished collecting its second batch of food, which should provide enough food for tens of thousands of people for the next few months. After receiving Chao Xing's mission, Edward also replied solemnly, "Yes, Lord. I will do whatever you command." Chao Xing then looked at the Queen of Mind Power beside him. "Victoria, you have considerable management experience. It might seem a bit of an overkill to have you oversee the construction of a massive city. But you know, this massive city is extremely important to me. I need to ensure it's foolproof." Victoria turned her head slightly and said solemnly, "I understand. Simply give your instructions." "Very good." Chao Xing nodded. "From now on, you will be the overall leader of the massive city project. You will oversee the overall situation, monitor progress, and ensure it's completed on time. Also, I might be away for a while. Some of the administrative duties of the territory will also be handed over to you." After a pause, he continued, "Don't worry, my wife should be awake in a few days. She will then assist you in managing the territory." Victoria nodded again, "I understand." "Very good. Time is running out. Now, everyone, get moving." The four of them quickly set into motion. Then they began to follow the series of instructions issued by Chao Xing. Soon, Chao Yi and Yuluin began to divide the work and work together, organizing the tens of thousands of people into small teams. They also cooperated well. Everything seemed to be running smoothly. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. After observing for a moment and confirming that everything was fine, he turned and headed back to the territory. He walked alone in the territory's buffer zone, imagining what would happen after the giant city was built. Very good. Construction of the giant city has officially begun. In just 2 or 3 months, a great city will rise here, a legendary city. Then, I will create 3 major associations. There are legendary blacksmiths, legendary alchemists, and even legendary thunder mages, legendary wind mages, and legendary ice mages here. The entire western continent will soon hear of this territory. And I will use this opportunity to recruit even more talent and expand and strengthen this territory. The more Chao Xing thought about it, the more excited he became. He couldn't wait for the day the giant city would be completed. Of course, he couldn't waste this time. There's still a lot to do. The first thing to do is explore that ancient ruin. The lost royal city. Chao Xing whispered, "I've agreed with Lord Orlan to depart tomorrow. Except for Binglan, almost all the combatants in the entire territory are here, so we can set off on time. But before that, I have one more thing to do. That is, to see how Francesca's potion is progressing. 4 days ago, Chao Xing gave her a batch of ingredients for a legendary potion. After so many days, a batch should have been produced. Thinking of this, he prepared to head to the alchemy workshop to see how the witch was doing. Just then, a figure in a crimson dress, with a cool and elegant demeanor, approached. Her steps were graceful and deliberate, the hem of her dress swaying slightly like a blooming rose. This woman was Francesca. She approached gracefully, her voice as sweet as a spring. "I heard you're planning to lead a group out tomorrow?" Chao Xing was slightly taken aback, then asked, somewhat surprised, "Where did you get the news?" Although he had decided to lead a group out to explore the ancient ruins tomorrow, he hadn't officially announced it yet, and yet Francis already knew. The witch's lips curled up. "Those 2 girls told me. They're quite lively. They're worried I'd be lonely, so they often come to my alchemy workshop to chat with me." A sudden realization crossed Chao Xing's eyes. The girls Francesca was referring to were, of course, Tong Chu Chu and Elisa. Chao Xing had just mentioned his plan to explore the ancient ruins to these 2 girls yesterday, but they already gone and told Francesca. Chao Xing smiled and replied, "I'm preparing to go out. But I don't think you need to join us. We already have enough people. Just continue refining the potion at home." The witch nodded, "That's exactly what I want. By the way, this is the secret potion of power and demon I've been refining these past few days. Take a look." She then pulled a glass bottle from her bosom. The bottle held a bright red liquid, which slowly circulated within it, as if it had life. Even through the bottle, one could sense a powerful surge of energy. It was a heart-pounding force, as if drinking this potion would instantly break through one's limits and gain unparalleled power. After all, this was a legendary potion. Even Chao Xing couldn't help but be moved. With anticipation, he reached out and took the bottle. Obtained. Secret potion of power and demon. Legendary. Then he quickly glanced at the properties. Secret elixir of power. Quality. Legendary. Usable level. Level 70 and above. Potion properties. After taking, you will instantly gain immense strength based on your physical fitness. Level 7 creatures gain 50% increased strength and 20% increased ice damage, but will also reduce their spirit and armor by 40%. Level 8 to 10 creatures gain 40% increased strength and 10% increased ice damage, but will also reduce their spirit and armor by 30%. Legendary creatures gain 30% increased strength and 5% increased ice damage, but will also reduce their spirit and armor by 20%. Demigod creatures gain 20% increased strength and 3% increased ice damage, but will also reduce their spirit and armor by 10%. Potion duration, 5 to 10 minutes. After reading the above properties, Chao Xing's eyes lit up with realization. As Francesca had predicted, this potion's amplifying effect was truly terrifying. Even legendary level warriors could gain a 30% increase in strength. If consumed by a master level warrior, the increase could reach a staggering 50%. Of course, the side effects were also quite potent. It directly reduced their spirit attributes and armor by a certain percentage. In other words, with the exception of some melee strength-focused units in the territory, mages would even experience a negative effect from taking this potion. But it was still undeniable that this was an extremely powerful secret potion. After all, his territory was primarily populated by powerful melee units. Thinking of this, Chao Xing satisfactorily stowed the potion in his backpack. Then he asked, "How many bottles of this potion have you produced?" Francesca seemed to anticipate this question and replied directly, "About 700 or so." Chao Xing mentally calculated. Over 700 bottles of legendary potions in 4 days. That's a terrifying efficiency. Furthermore, these legendary potions are tradable. If melee-focused warriors, like the Cunard War King or the Ice Crystal King knew he had this legendary potion that significantly increased their strength, they would definitely be willing to pay a high price for it. According to Chao Xing's estimation, while this legendary potion is consumable and only lasts a few minutes, for those legendary warriors, a few minutes can even determine the outcome of a battle. Selling a bottle for 4 or 5 million crowns shouldn't be a problem. In other words, Francesca had brought him over 3 billion in profits in just 4 days. Thinking of this, Chao Xing smiled again. He said approvingly, "Very good. Now, give me these potions first." Francesca nodded slightly and handed the backpack from her waist to Chao Xing. Obtained 724 bottles of Power Demon's Attraction Elixir, Legendary. After handing all the potions to Chao Xing, Francesca continued, "Well, I go back and continue refining the potion. Next, while you're gone, I'd be responsible for the security of the territory." Chao Xing nodded. "Okay, thank you for your hard work." The witch smiled softly and turned to leave. Chao Xing looked at the hundreds of bottles of legendary elixirs in his backpack and was about to gather his melee personnel when another figure swiftly approached him. A plain robe trailed halfway on the ground, and a staff was clutched in a white hand. That delicate face held a look of majesty and holiness. It was Isabel. The Holy Light Sage approached Chao Xing and bowed slightly. "Lord, good day." Chao Xing nodded and asked, "Isabel, what can I do for you?" The Holy Light Sage replied softly, "Yes, the contaminated runestone you asked me to purify a few days ago has been successfully purified." Chao Xing's eyes flickered with surprise at this. "So quickly? But hasn't it only been 4 days?" Isabel pursed her lips with a faint smile and replied, "It has been 4 days, but I have found that meditating in the Mage Tower while releasing the power of holy light to purify the runestone is more effective. So it took much less time than expected." Chao Xing nodded in realization. "I see." A smile crossed his face. The bull runestone had been purified ahead of schedule, which was a good thing for him. After all, he still had a dominant level Tauren Chieftain recruitment scroll in his backpack and used. And it just so happened that he was heading to the Lost City tomorrow. Chao Xing planned to recruit this Tauren Chieftain and see if he could fuse it with the bull runestone. If he could, his power would skyrocket. Combined with the newly acquired Power Demon Elixir, it would be truly earth-shattering. Thinking of this, Chao Xing said, "Isabel, give me this runestone." "Yes, my lord." Isabel reached into her waist and pulled out a round runestone from her backpack. Compared to when she had first obtained it a few days ago, the black aura surrounding the runestone had completely dissipated, revealing its original appearance. The surface of the runestone shone a deep, dark gold, as if imbued with boundless power. Chaoxing reached out to take it, and instantly felt a warm energy radiate from his palm, as if filling his body with strength. Obtained, 12 Sacred Beasts Runestone Ox. Chaoxing glanced at the runestone's attributes. It was similar to what he had seen a few nights ago. However, since it had been purified, the infinite strength special effect was now operational. A flicker of excitement flashed in his eyes. Then, Chaoxing looked at Isabel beside him and praised, "Well done." The Holy Light Sage nodded slightly, and stood respectfully to the side. Then, Chaoxing pulled an ancient scroll from his backpack. The scroll seemed to be made of some kind of animal hide, and it seemed to constantly exude an ancient aura. It was the level 8 Tauren Chieftain recruitment scroll that had dropped after slaying the legendary giant rhinoceros that day. Overlord level. At the same time, a system prompt appeared. Do you want to consume this scroll and summon the level 8 Tauren Chieftain? Yes, Chaoxing clicked confirm without hesitation. The scroll erupted with a dazzling light, soaring hundreds of meters into the sky. At the same time, Chaoxing seemed to faintly hear an ancient, deep roar. The next moment, a swirling energy vortex, over 10 meters in diameter, appeared before him. Wah-la-la. The vortex spun wildly, as if it could sweep everything away. In the center, a massive figure could be vaguely seen. Roar! Followed by a terrifying roar. A massive bull hoof slowly emerged from the vortex and stomped heavily on the ground. Bang! The bluestone tiles beneath his feet were cracked like a spiderweb. Seeing this, Chaoxing frowned slightly. But he didn't react, instead waiting for the figure to emerge from the vortex. As the second bull hoof emerged, Chaoxing heard a voice echoing through his ears. Remember, Mother Earth protects us. Totems are our faith, a bridge of communication. Though the passage of time has left our tribe in decline, the blood of our ancestors still flows through our veins, and the flame in our hearts has never been extinguished. May the wind guide your path, and may Mother Earth be with you. The next moment, a massive figure, nearly 5 meters tall, emerged completely from the vortex. He was muscular, his skin a deep brown, and a pair of curved horns crowned his head, their tips gleaming with a deathly cold light. On his shoulder, he carried a stout, stake-like weapon. The stake's diameter was nearly 1 meter, and its length reached 5 meters. Its surface was covered in runes and ornately decorated. The weapon seemed imbued with a destructive power, yet also held a sacredness. Chaoxing knew what it was. It was an ancient weapon known as a totem. At the same time, the towering chief slowly raised his head, his gaze fixed on Chaoxing. I am Cairn Exploding Hoof, chief of the Tauren tribe. I once led my people across the endless wasteland, battling storms and fierce beasts, protecting our home and our faith. His voice was deep and rich, as if it came from deep beneath the earth. Now, I have answered your call, awakening from another dimension. Have you, powerful lord of another world, summoned me? Chapter 696. Chaoxing's expression remained unchanged as he faced the Tauren chieftain's oppressive gaze. He nodded and said, Yes, I am Lord Chaoxing. From today on, you will fight for me. The Tauren chieftain was silent for a moment, seemingly surprised by Chaoxing's bluntness. However, when his gaze fell on Chaoxing and Isabel, he seemed to sense their vast, oceanic aura. In fact, within this territory, he sensed an even greater, even more terrifying aura. At this moment, the Tauren chieftain seemed to realize something. He slowly and heavily placed the totem upright on the ground. The moment the shaft touched the ground, a deep rumble emanated. Then, he knelt on one knee and solemnly declared, As you command, great Lord Chaoxing, Cain Exploding Hoof fights for you in the name of Mother Earth. May the wind guide our path. A faint smile crossed Chaoxing's face. He knew that this Tauren chieftain, with his strength, was roughly in the upper tier below legendary, and would not easily submit to others. However, now, Chaoxing's demonstrated strength was sufficient to persuade him to pledge his allegiance so readily. Then, he glanced at the new member's attributes. Tauren Chieftain, Cairn Exploding Hoof. Race, Tauren. Level 75, Level 8. Potential, Domination. HP, 32,456, 800/32, for 56, 800, Pale Tree Bonus. Attack Damage, 51,421 to 53,923, Master Level Leadership. Armor, 6,325 to 6,641. Attributes, Strength 14,937, Agility 12,524, Spirit 11,237, Constitution 13,895. Skill. Totem Power. When the Tauren Chieftain uses a totem in battle, he gains a 30% attack damage bonus and a 30% increased attack speed. Brute Charge. Charges forward at breakneck speed, dealing attack asterisk 189% plus strength damage to enemies in its path, with knockback. Maximum charge distance is agility asterisk 0.1 m. Cooldown 30 seconds. Earth Tremor. Raises the totem in hand and slams it into the ground, dealing attack asterisk 175% plus strength asterisk 3 damage to surrounding enemies and stunning them for 1 to 3 seconds. Cooldown 80 seconds. Furious Smash. The Tauren Chieftain unleashes his inner strength, dealing attack asterisk 354% plus strength asterisk 2.5 critical damage to enemies in a fan-shaped area in front of him, knocking them away. Can attack up to 4 times in a row. Cooldown 120 seconds. Earth's Fury. The Tauren Chieftain drives his totem pole into the ground, triggering Earth's Fury, slowing enemies within 500 meters by 50%. This also deals attack power asterisk 257% plus strength asterisk 5 damage 4 times in a row. Duration 4 seconds. Cooldown 10 minutes. Commander level skill. Savage Ancestral Power. Activates Tauren Bloodline, consuming 50% of the player's health, increasing strength by 100%, attack speed by 100%, and armor by 60%. All attacks also grant destruction. Effect. Upon hitting an enemy, reduces their armor by 20%. Skill lasts 60 seconds. Cooldown 24 hours. Dominant Domain. Totem of Strength Domain. Suppresses the strength of all enemy units by 20% and absorbs 10% of their strength into the player. Maximum absorbed strength is limited to 50% of the player's strength. Talent. Minotaur Bloodline. Increases health by 30%, increases enrage effect by 35% when attacked. Bond. Minotaur. Not activated. Loyalty. 65. Satisfaction. 55. After reviewing the stats of this Minotaur Chieftain, Chao Xing's eyes gradually lit up with surprise. Karen Explosive Hoof's skill set is pure muscle wrecking, a war machine, especially the commander level skill, Savage Ancestral Strength, which, when activated, directly increases strength and attack speed by 100%. This becomes permanent when combined with Eternal Strength, that truly makes him a Minotaur Berserker, a bulldozer on the battlefield. Although this skill also has extremely powerful side effects, Chao Xing's series of amplifications more than compensate for them. Furthermore, he possesses a Domination Domain, capable of absorbing up to 50% of strength. This adds up to 150%. Add to that the Power Demonic Drinking Elixir, Blessing of Strength, and Aurora Radiant Skyfall. That's a total of 250%. If the Bull Runestone is given to him now, then his strength amplification will reach 550%. This is a terrifying number, self-evident. At the same level, in terms of destructive power, no one in the entire territory can compare to this Minotaur Chieftain. The more Chao Xing thought about it, the more satisfied he became. He nodded and said approvingly, Cane Exploding Hoof, you possess immense power. After hearing Chao Xing's praise, 2 streams of hot air emanated from the tip of the Minotaur Chieftain's nose. Huh? His eyes widened, and he said proudly, Mighty Lord, you have good judgment. I, Karen Exploding Hoof, am the most powerful of all the Tauren Chieftains. They said I was just a muscle-wrecking freak. Yet, I still defeated all my rivals and became chieftain. Even our ancestors, Norn Wind Hoof and Mind Blood Hoof, praised me for leading the Tauren to glory. At this point, his voice deepened, and the light in his eyes dimmed. I once believed that under my leadership, the Tauren would prosper even more. But the invasion shattered my tribe. A large number of my people perished in the war. Even if I tried my best, I was powerless. A look of defeat crossed the Tauren chief's eyes, as if he hadn't yet recovered from the loss. Chao Xing's heart trembled, and he finally understood. It seemed this Tauren chief had also died in the invasion, and had been sealed away in space by the system. This made Chao Xing think. Now, he was gradually uncovering the secrets of this world. 2 key moments that changed history: the Blood Rebellion and the invasion. Of these, the Blood Rebellion had already been quelled by him. If things continued this way, they might one day face the same invasion. According to the accounts of the Centaur Harati, the Star Nation swordsman Shao, and the Blood Spider Queen, although this information had been suppressed by the system, Chao Xing could only piece together a rough outline from fragmentary clues. But he also knew that the scale and destructive power of that invasion far surpassed the Blood Rebellion. It even affected not only the Western continent, but also the Eastern continent, home to the Star Nation. Chao Xing looked at the former Tauren chieftain, his gaze gradually growing serious. Cane Exploding Hoof, past failures mean nothing. Now that you've arrived in my territory, it's like a fresh start. In our territory, many, like you, were victims of that invasion. Including this holy light sage beside me, who also experienced the trauma of that war. But now, they've all rekindled their fighting spirit here, each possessing greater strength. Next, as long as you're willing to fight alongside me, we can definitely change our fate. Hearing Chao Xing's earnest words, Cane Exploding Hoof's ox-eyed gaze shifted to a solemn expression. He glanced at Chao Xing, then at Isabel beside him. The Holy Light Sage's gaze was calm and resolute, as if silently endorsing Chao Xing's words. The next moment, the Tauren chieftain's mountain-like figure slowly knelt on one knee. He bowed his head, his voice more solemn than ever. Great Lord, your words are like the whispers of Mother Earth, awakening my fighting spirit. I, Cane Exploding Hoof, am honored to fight for you. From now on, my totem and power will be at your service, until the day Mother Earth calls me again. Your speech has deeply inspired the loyalty of territory member Cane Exploding Hoof, and his loyalty has increased to 74. Seeing this message, Chao Xing's face once again showed a satisfied smile. He nodded and said, Rise, Cane Exploding Hoof. Yes, Lord. The Tauren chieftain rose from the ground, and once again grasped his massive totem. At this point, Chao Xing continued, according to the rules of our territory, every new member will be blessed upon arrival. Blessed? The Tauren chieftain seemed puzzled. Chao Xing nodded slightly. He did not explain much, but directly pressed the communication device next to his ear, and called a series of members with status skills in the territory over. Just a few minutes later, powerful figures swiftly approached. The Tauren chieftain, like the other new members, was deeply shocked by the might of this territory. And as various status skills befell him, he felt a surge of energy within him. His eyes grew dazed. Only after all the status skills had been unleashed did he suddenly awaken. Great! Mother Earth! What kind of power is this? The Tauren chieftain's eyes widened, staring at the crowd in disbelief. He could sense that just this wave of blessings had more than doubled his strength. Chao Xing chuckled, This is the power of blessing I spoke of, a power unique to our territory. However, my wife hasn't awakened yet. Otherwise, with her blessing, you could become even stronger. Lu Mushua's various blessings had greatly increased her power, but she was currently in a dream and couldn't come. But the blessings from the others alone were more than enough. The Tauren chieftain nodded in realization, though he still felt bewildered and shocked. At this moment, Chao Xing looked at the crowd and said, It's a good thing you're all here. Now, all melee units, come to me and receive a potion. Mages, please don't come. This potion isn't suitable for us. After hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. Then Assam, Birdie Sunstrider, Rennie's Hawkeye, and the Star Nation swordsman all stepped forward. Notably, Andrew was also among this group. Although he was a druid, under the natural balance domain, he could evenly distribute excess attributes among other attributes. So, this Might Demon Attraction elixir also improved him. On the field, a group of melee fighters took the elixir and gazed at the red liquid within. They, too, could sense the immensely violent power contained within it, a force their bodies yearned for. Chao Xing's voice rang out, All right, drink this potion. Everyone, without hesitation, opened the caps and gulped down the contents, including the newly joined Tauren chieftain, Cane Exploding Hoof. Then, they all felt a surge of scorching power within them. This power caused their aura to soar wildly, making them even more lethal. This was especially true for Tauren chieftain Cane Exploding Hoof and the giant Jord Ironfrost. After drinking the elixir, these two massive figures felt as if their muscles were infused with a frenzied vitality. It began to wriggle violently and swell. Your territory member, Assam, has successfully consumed the mighty demon drink secret elixir, legendary, increasing his strength by 40% and reducing his spirit and armor by 30%. Blessed by the gift of eternal power, this state has become permanent. A system notification flashed across the screen. The improvement of this group of members was complete. Looking at the astonishing aura emanating from each of them, Chao Xing nodded in satisfaction. Assam explained in amazement, It's incredible that this secret elixir can bring such a significant improvement to even us heroic-level warriors. The giant jawed next to him echoed, Yes. The boost from one potion is almost as great as our potential boost. Everyone marveled at the power of this secret potion. Even Cain Exploding Hoof's loyalty increased by another dozen points, reaching 86. Chao Xing smiled faintly, then cast his gaze upon the Tauren chieftain, pondering for a moment. He was considering whether to give the bull runestone directly to Cain for fusion. After all, Cain had only just arrived in his territory. Wouldn't it be a bit hasty to grant him such powerful power all at once? But after some thought, he felt it was not a big deal. Since he had already joined his territory, there was no chance of him leaving. Whether he improved his power sooner or later made no difference. So, Chao Xing no longer hesitated, pulled the dark golden runestone from his backpack, and handed it to Cain. Cain, try this and see if you can fuse it directly. The Tauren chieftain extended his sturdy hand, and carefully took the runestone. In his hand, the runestone appeared about the size of a bottle cap. He gazed intently at it, and after a moment, a flicker of astonishment flashed in his ox-eyed eyes. Cain Exploding Hoof exclaimed, "My lord, I sense this runestone contains a power perfectly suited to my bloodline. This power even makes my entire blood thirsty. I have a feeling this runestone will transform me." Chao Xing smiled after hearing this. He nodded. "Very well. Now, simply fuse this runestone." "As you command, lord." Cain Exploding Hoof responded respectfully. Then, in front of everyone, he opened his mouth and swallowed the runestone. Gulp. With a gulping sound, the runestone was completely swallowed. Everyone stared at the massive Minotaur chieftain with curiosity. However, after waiting for a few seconds, he seemed to show no reaction. Just as Chao Xing was feeling somewhat puzzled, suddenly, a strong heartbeat was heard. Boom boom! The heartbeat emanated from Cain Exploding Hoof. The next moment, his calm face began to twist, the veins beneath his forehead bulged, and his body began to tremble violently. The veins on Cain Exploding Hoof's sturdy arms coiled like a dragon, and the muscles beneath his skin writhed frantically, emitting a fiery breath. Huff! Followed by a heavy snort. His eyes glowed crimson, like an ancient beast about to erupt. Roar! He raised his head to the heavens with a terrifying roar, a melding of pain and immense power. Then, his body suddenly soared, expanding from 5 meters to nearly 7 meters. Then, Cain Exploding Hoof grabbed the totem and swung it overhead. Whoosh, whoosh. The heavy totem pole seemed weightless in his hands. He then grasped it firmly and placed it on the ground. A system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Cain Exploding Hoof, has successfully fused the 12 active runestones, Ox, increasing base strength by 300%. Due to your assistance in improving his strength, territory member, Cain Exploding Hoof's loyalty has increased. Current loyalty, 92. At this moment, Cain Exploding Hoof's transformation was complete. The Tauren chief had been summoned to the territory less than half an hour earlier by Chao Xing. After several upgrades, his loyalty soared to over 90. He solemnly said, "Lord, I feel it. This power has returned me to my peak, even more powerful." Chao Xing nodded, then glanced at his stats. Tauren chieftain, Cain Exploding Hoof. Race, Tauren. Level 75, level 8. Potential, domination. HP, 32,456, 800/32, for 56, 800, Pale Tree bonus. Attack, 142,418 to 151,526, Master level leadership. Armor, 9,472 to 9,385, Ice armor. Attributes, Strength 64,229, Agility 14,138, Spirit 12,154, Constitution 15,243. Seeing his full 60,000 HP, Chao Xing couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Very good, Cain. Chao Xing said approvingly, "From now on, you will become one of the backbone of my territory. Use your strength to fight for our future." Cain Exploding Hoof nodded heavily, his voice thundering, "Yes, Lord. Cain Exploding Hoof will clear all obstacles for you." Then, Chao Xing looked at the others on the field. "All right, everyone, go back and rest. There's nothing to worry about here." "Yes, sir." Everyone left. Soon, Chao Xing was the only one left. He murmured, "The power of the Bull Talisman Stone is truly beyond imagination." Chapter 697. Cain is only level 75 now, and his base strength isn't high, yet the boost is already so formidable. If he breaks through to legendary in the future, he experiences another qualitative transformation. So, the other 11 runes are also quite powerful. If I had them all in my hands, I might be able to significantly increase the strength of the territory members. Chao Xing had even thought of the territory members that each rune matched with. The dragon rune could be given to Binglan. The snake rune to Elena or Lana. The horse rune to the centaur Harati. The chicken rune to light feather chicken buoyancy, and so on. Except for some runes that don't have suitable candidates, most of them can be used. Of course, imagination is beautiful. Collecting these 11 rune stones is incredibly difficult. Shaking his head, Chaoxing whispered, "Forget it. The next major task is still building the giant city. And tomorrow's mission, heading to the Orchid Kingdom to explore the lost royal city." Thinking of this, he continued to wander around the territory. An hour or two later, Chaoxing stood on the city wall again, observing the situation outside the territory. Under the command of Chao Yi and Yuluan, tens of thousands of workers were busily setting up a temporary camp, a canteen, toilets, and other areas. The camp was already taking shape. At this rate, it should be almost complete today. Once these preparations are complete, construction of the giant city can begin tomorrow. After observing for a while, confirming that everything was fine, Chaoxing returned to the territory. Time passed quickly. In the afternoon, the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce delivered a shipment of food as agreed. This batch of food weighed a total of 150,000 kilograms, representing another wave of food replenishment for Chaoxing's territory. However, Chaoxing moved all of this food to the temporary camp outside. After all, there were over 50,000 people outside, consuming at least 70,000 to 80,000 kilograms of food a day. These 150,000 kilograms of food would only last them 2 days. As night fell, smoke rose from the temporary camp. Edward had selected over 500 people to serve as the kitchen staff, providing food for these tens of thousands of people. Although this large number of people looked a bit bloated, with the cooperation of the three, they seemed to be in good order. In the blink of an eye, it was night. Both the contractors outside the territory and the staff inside had finished their meals and returned to their rooms to rest. Chaoxing had just finished his meal as well. Just as he was about to return to the Lord's castle to rest, he suddenly realized something. Oh right. Mu Shui seems to still be in the dream library. It's a bit cold sleeping alone. Let's see whose room we can squeeze into tonight. The perfect bodies of the women in the territory kept appearing in his mind. A moment later, he resolutely stepped into the sewing shop. Clang. As the door of the sewing shop closed, Chaoxing once again embraced the mature women, Xia Yani and Elena, and began to work diligently. The entire sewing shop was filled with the scent of lust. At the same time, in the distant territory of the Kingdom of Ostia, in an unknown underground palace, a dark and eerie ritual was taking place. Deep within the palace, a dim firelight flickered, illuminating a group of shadowy figures clad in black robes. They knelt on the ground, chanting an obscure incantation simultaneously. The chanting was deep and hoarse, as if emanating from the depths of hell. And as they chanted, a vast black aura suddenly appeared in the air. This aura resembled powder, or perhaps some kind of moving particles, and it was incredibly sinister. At the front, a figure also clad in black robes stood atop a high platform. His aura was even deeper and more sinister, like a ferocious beast lurking in the darkness, and before him, a square pool of water. A black liquid accumulated within it. The liquid was as thick as ink and exuded a pungent, fishy odor. It seemed to be a mixture of blood and viscera from various animals, bubbling and gurgling. Rustle. Rustle. With the sound of falling clothing, the man's black robe peeled off, revealing a body covered in scars. The scars crisscrossed, as if they had endured countless lashes and torture. The most striking mark was the distinctive symbol on his right wrist. Next to this man stood a figure shrouded in a pink mist. The haze obscured the figure's features, but from the vague outline, one could discern a woman. At the same time, a soft voice emanated from the pink mist. "Theodore, you may enter." Her voice seemed filled with infinite allure, like a half-covered, peerless beauty whispering softly beside you in bed. The naked man shuddered. Turning his head, he saw a tiny puff of pink smoke drifting toward him. As his body accidentally came into contact with the dust, his eyes suddenly turned blood red, as if filled with a terrifying desire. He wanted to rush over, pounce on the woman in the mist, and ravage her fiercely, but he quickly suppressed the urge. Looking at the figure shrouded in pink smoke, a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. He nodded, his voice hoarse, "I understand." With that, the man stepped into the black pool before him. Gulp, gulp. As his body was completely submerged in the black liquid, the pool seemed to begin undergoing some strange transformation. Fine ripples appeared on the surface of the pool, resembling a frying pan of oil gradually boiling. Or it was as if countless tiny insects were swimming in the liquid. They were all eager to burrow into the man's skin, devouring his flesh and soul, Instantly, the middle-aged man's eyes widened, and his whole body began to tremble violently. Who? Ha! He was now gasping for air, as if enduring extreme pain. Veins bulged on his forehead, and sweat dripped like rain. As time passed, his skin turned pale and translucent, his blood vessels clearly visible beneath the skin, as if ready to burst at any moment. After a few minutes, the middle-aged man turned his head with difficulty and looked at the figure beside him. A weak, hoarse voice asked, "Does your method really work? I just need to absorb all the dark power into my body, and I'd be able to reach the legendary realm?" At this moment, the figure shrouded in pink mist let out a resounding laugh, carrying both endless allure and danger. That laughter alone stirred a wave of restlessness within the group of black-robed mages kneeling below, as if a certain desire had been aroused, an irresistible one. Ha. Of course it's true. My method is 100% guaranteed to break your limits and become a legendary black mage. A flicker of hesitation flashed across the middle-aged man's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by determination. He said, "But my body has long been completely eroded by frequent use of black magic. Now, I've absorbed so much black magic power all at once. Won't that cause my magic power to spiral out of control and explode prematurely?" "Of course not." The voice within the pink mist chuckled, "Don't forget I'm the god of desire. I still need you to help me recruit more followers. How could I bear to see you self-destruct?" Hearing this, the middle-aged man slowly shook his head and said, "No, you've lost your godhood now. You're no longer the god of desire you once were. And, for some reason, you're no longer even as powerful as a typical legend. Your words make me a little skeptical." Hearing this, the figure shrouded in pink mist paused slightly. As if the middle-aged man's words had touched a sore spot, her shoulders began to shake violently. As if a simmering volcano was about to erupt, everyone in the underground palace felt a pang of anxiety. But she didn't get angry. Instead, she said coldly, "Theodore, you borrowed the power of dark magic. This forbidden power has already caused severe backlash on you. Even if you do nothing, you won't live long. My method is indeed risky. But if you can reach the legendary realm in one fell swoop, you will become a rare, legendary dark magician in the world. Not only will you be able to suppress the backlash of the dark magic within your body, but you will also gain unparalleled power. Now make your choice." The middle-aged man was silent for a moment. Then, a hint of madness and greed gradually flashed in his eyes. He clenched his teeth, his voice filled with determination. "Okay. I trust you this time. Help me reach the legendary realm, and together, we seize the throne of the kingdom of Ostia. Then, I be the new king of this country, and all the people of this kingdom will begin to believe in you." Hearing this, the figure in the pink smoke chuckled. Ha. Theodore, you're so aware. That's great. I make sure you succeed." Her laughter was filled with intense allure and delight. At that moment, a young man, also dressed in a black robe, rushed into the underground palace with a panicked look on his face. Seeing the scene before him, he froze for a moment. Then he quickly knelt. "Lord Theodore, I have something to report. It's about the matter you asked me to investigate last time." At that moment, the middle-aged man soaking in the pool raised his head and said coldly, "Speak." The young mage quickly reported his intelligence. After hearing this, the middle-aged man in the pool was silent for a moment, a smile gradually forming on his lips. "I never thought, after all these years, this woman would finally appear. You're the only one who knows my secret. If I eliminate you, no one in this world will ever know my past again." A hint of cruelty gradually flashed in his eyes. Just then, a wisp of pink smoke drifted in. The cruelty in the middle-aged man's eyes faded, and a hint of greed and desire gradually emerged. "No, this woman is a beauty. I must capture her and teach her a lesson. Make the Queen Renoir, who once stood above everyone else, kneel at my feet and submit." Elsewhere, the young man, covered in tattoos, stood on the wall of a survivor's territory. Behind him, a massive snake covered in black scales slithered. Half of its body clung to the wall, its tail sweeping across the snow below. Compared to a while ago, this giant snake seemed even stronger. Hiss! As its crimson tongue moved in and out, wisps of black mist lingered. The young man turned his head, the coldness in his eyes gradually fading. A rare smile crossed his icy face. "Not bad, little one. You've actually successfully integrated the power of the snake rune. Next, as you digest it a little more, with the help of my origin power, you'll be able to break through to the legendary realm in one fell swoop." At this, the giant snake's compound eyes suddenly contracted. Hiss! The snake suddenly raised its head, and the black mist from its fangs instantly corroded half of the city wall. It nudged its head affectionately towards the young man, but was gently pushed away. Don't worry. I need to regain some strength. He turned his head and scanned the territory below. This territory was roughly medium-sized, with numerous residential buildings, watchtowers, and an 18th-level furnace. The facilities were relatively complete, but a closer look revealed a difference from the others. This was a Legion's headquarters. Dozens of survivors and their subjects lived within the territory, totaling over 2,000 people. However, an eerie silence enveloped the territory. From the staff and combatants to the animals in the cattle sheds and chicken coops, everyone was in a peaceful slumber, as if controlled by some invisible force. It seems they're all asleep. Let me savor the dreams of you little creatures from another world. The young man's lips curled slightly, revealing a cold smile. He extended his right hand and waved it casually. Instantly, thousands of purple points of light drifted up from across the territory, converging toward him like fireflies. Then, he took a deep breath, absorbing all of the light points into his body. Who? His body shuddered violently, as if experiencing some intense stimulation, and he subconsciously closed his eyes. A moment later, he exhaled sharply again. The young man slowly opened his eyes, a hint of interest playing on his lips. These little ones' dreams are truly fascinating. Blue Star, technology, and systems. Is this the reason you're growing so powerful so quickly? He murmured softly, a look of happiness gradually appearing in his eyes. It was as if he had discovered some astonishing secret. After a moment, the young man seemed to realize something, and his brow furrowed slightly. Among these, some of these little ones are quite resolute, having remained unaffected by the nightmare until now. However, they are only resisting stubbornly. Ultimately, you cannot escape the control of the dream. Now, let me help you. The young man's smile grew even more intense. The next moment, a large amount of dark purple aura emanated from him, enveloping the entire territory. Some of the members were still frowning, their bodies trembling violently, as if trying to wake from the nightmare. However, once the dark purple aura enveloped them, their struggles ceased completely. Their bodies gradually calmed down. Clang! Clang! The sound of doors slamming could be heard. The doors throughout the territory were all pushed open, and figures emerged one after another. Their eyes were hollow, their movements stiff, as if controlled by some force, as they slowly gathered in the direction of the young man. Then, in the dead of night, over 2,000 people knelt. Seeing this, the young man nodded with satisfaction. Very well, starting from here, I will establish my nightmare court. These ants will be my first step towards godhood. Not just in these two areas. In remote villages and towns, even in small cities. Those who had escaped the abyss and hidden in the shadows were once again on the move. The next day, when the dawn light shone across the snow-white earth, the system notification appeared on time. Attention all survivors, you have successfully survived day 29 of the turbulent period. 44 days until the opening of the Dream Fractal event, and 45 days until the opening of the Golden Scripts treasure. Weather forecast. Overcast today, with lows between -58 degrees Celsius and -63 degrees Celsius. Suitable for outdoor activities and developing your territory. When the notification ended, Chao Xing suddenly opened his eyes. Then he looked around. In the warm bed, two plump, mature women nestled in Chao Xing's arms. Both of them had rosy cheeks. Chao Xing had just pulled himself out of their embrace. Xia Yani also opened her eyes, softly calling, "My lord." Chao Xing remained silent. After a moment, Xia Yani closed her eyes as well. Elena, standing nearby, seemed to have been awakened by the noise. She stood up, her beautiful eyes scanning Chao Xing and Xia Yani. A slight smile played at the corner of her mouth. Elena said softly, Sir, you're really diligent with Sister Yani. You weren't so attentive to me last night." Xia Yani's face flushed crimson, unable to respond. He chuckled, "Don't worry, I let you experience it later." Hearing this, Elena licked her lips. She whispered, "I'm looking forward to it, sir." An hour later, Chao Xing finished packing his clothes and left the room. On the large bed behind him, the two mature women cuddled together, gazing lovingly at the man's back. Chao Xing pushed open the door to the sewing shop. He glanced at the sky. It was cloudless, and a gentle breeze blew towards him. A smile crossed Chao Xing's face, and he whispered, "The weather's nice, a perfect day for an outing. Today, I take the group to the Orchid Kingdom and explore the ancient ruins." Chapter 698. Let's take our men to the Yuan Kingdom today and explore the ancient ruins. Binglan hasn't returned yet, so we won't wait any longer. Thinking of this, Chao Xing quickly pressed the communication device at his ear and gave an order. All members of the territory, gather at the territory center now. Upon hearing the order, the over 8,000 people in the territory sprang into action. Chao Xing quickly washed himself, and then pushed open the gates of the Lord's castle. He stood in the center of the territory, watching the thousands of people gathering from all directions, feeling a sense of accomplishment. After all, these were the forces he had built. A few minutes later, all the members had assembled and formed their ranks. Chao Xing didn't waste any time, getting straight to the point. Next, I will be leading a group of members on an outing. We'll be away for a while. While we're gone, all operations in the territory will continue as normal. All staff will continue to collect resources and build the city walls. Everyone's expression straightened. Then, he turned his gaze to Duan, the polar man in the crowd. Duan, while I'm away, you will be responsible for coordinating the work of the territory's staff. The main task remains to upgrade the Lord's Castle, Energy Tower, and other advanced structures. The polar man straightened his body and said respectfully, "Yes, Lord. I will do my best to complete the task you have assigned me." Chao Xing nodded slightly, then looked at Chao Yi, Yolan, and Victoria. He said slowly, "I believe you all know the details. The next important task for our territory is the construction of the giant city. As I said yesterday, you will be responsible for coordinating the work of the tens of thousands of staff members outside. I shouldn't be out for long this time. I hope everything will be running smoothly when I return." The three of them exchanged glances and solemnly pledged, "We've taken note, Lord." Chao Xing nodded and said, "Now, except for our core combatants, everyone else move." With that, everyone began to move. Clatter. Thousands of people dispersed in a sea of clouds. A few minutes later, only about 40 figures remained. These were the core combat forces of his territory. The lowest of them had leader potential at level 70. And only about half of them had leader potential. The other half were commanders, overlords, and even mutated overlords. Chao Xing quickly scanned the crowd. Currently, the core combat forces of the entire territory were divided into 3 echelons. First, the first tier consisted of legendaries like Sarah and Isabel. There were 6 legendaries here. Chao Xing said slowly, "Among the legendaries, Braun, Isabel, Sarah, and Zeverin, the 4 of you will follow me out. Francesca will be in charge of the territory." Although he only left 1 legendary, it didn't matter. After all, with Francesca's fighting prowess, she could easily defeat 2 legendaries alone. And in a few days, Lu Mushua would awaken from her dream. This way, there would be 2 legendaries in charge of the territory. As long as they didn't encounter a demigod, they could basically handle it with ease. The 4 legendary warriors named by Chao Xing stepped forward. Braun's face was a brilliant smile. "I will protect you, Lord." Sarah and Isabel, standing by, tightened their weapons and looked at him solemnly. Chao Xing nodded, then continued his search through the group of powerful warriors. Next up were the second tier of warriors, the heroic level warriors. Currently, in the entire territory, besides Chao Xing himself, a level 100 Frost Dragon Mage, there were 4 veteran members, Assam, Andrew, Rennies, and Hilda, who had all broken through to heroic and successfully reached level 100. In addition, there was the recently joined Green Snake Lana, the Tauren Chieftain Kane Explosive Hoof, and Kainon. In total, there were 8. Chao Xing slowly said, "Now, all heroes, except Hilda, step forward." The Tauren Chief, holding his totem high, stepped forward. The others followed closely behind. Even the Green Snake Lana cooperated perfectly. In the crowd, Hilda frowned slightly, a flicker of doubt in her eyes. She crossed her arms, her tone tinged with worry. "You're not taking me, the queen?" Chao Xing shook his head and said slowly, "I won't be taking you this time. You command a vast army of blood spiders. Even if we all leave, you can handle the situation on your own. Our territory needs a powerful hero to lead it, and you are the perfect candidate." He paused, looking directly at Hilda. "So, I entrust this important mission to you." Hearing this, the blood spider queen's lips curled up slightly, a seductive smile forming. "Since you're so sincere, I reluctantly agree to your request." There was a hint of pride in her expression, as if she was quite satisfied with this arrangement. Chao Xing, on the other hand, smiled faintly. After spending some time together, he had already gotten to know Hilda's personality. This blood spider queen, with her proud exterior and a certain inner simplicity, was actually not difficult to deal with. As long as he played to her personality and gave her some guidance, he could easily control her. Of course, this method only worked for Chao Xing. Hilda's loyalty to him was unwavering. Any other lord would likely have been devoured by Hilda, becoming food for the blood spiders. Chao Xing pondered, including the 4 legends, there are 10 people here. However, this trip is mainly to help those masters break through to the hero level. So we need to bring more master level members. In his territory, master level experts belong to the 3rd tier. This tier also has the largest number of members. In addition to the Black Smoke Shaman Blot, the White Snake Eilina, the Dragon Blood Warriors Berger, Jonard, and Josen. There are also Water Mages Ellie and Sylvia, Wind Mages Alan, Earth Mages Tyron, and so on. Add to that some newcomers like Giant Jode, Priestess Fanaz, and Baifu Blackheart. In total, there are 34 people. The Dragon Blood Warriors are the most numerous among them. With 7 potential leader level warriors and above, they are truly the elite of the elite. Which ones to bring along is the problem. Chao Xing fell into deep thought. After a moment, he raised his head and said, except for the Dragon Blood Warriors, all other individuals with potential to become leaders and above, come with me. Among the Dragon Blood Warriors, Jonald and Joseph will also come with me. At this moment, excitement shone in the eyes of these master-level warriors. They solemnly responded, as ordered, Lord. The few Dragon Blood Warriors Chao Xing hadn't taken with him had no complaints. After all, Chao Xing had devoted the most resources to cultivating this unit, and their loyalty was practically unwavering. They wouldn't object to the Lord's orders. Then, Chao Xing looked at the group of pets nearby. Besides the Mammoth Dabai, there were also Volibear the Thunder Bear, Little Blue the Frost Moose, Old One the Griffin King, Bewley the Lightning Feather Chicken, and so on. These were all to be taken along. After a moment of careful consideration, he made sure nothing was left out. Chao Xing looked at the crowd and said, now, the personnel have been confirmed. I hope that those remaining will safeguard our territory while we're away. The Dragon Blood warrior leaders exchanged glances and solemnly replied, rest assured, Lord, we will defend our territory with our lives. Chao Xing nodded. Very well. Now, I will first place the personnel departing this time into the undead bag and prepare them. The expressions of everyone on the field shifted slightly. Beep. A melodious flute sounded, and waves of death spread. Chao Xing blew the undead flute, transforming everyone, including their pets, into undead form. Then, with a wave of his hand, dozens of figures vanished in an instant. The surroundings also became empty. Then, Chao Xing walked alone towards the teleportation array area. Activate the teleportation array and head to Yongshuang main city? Yes. As he clicked confirm, a beam of light burst out from the teleportation array, enveloping his figure. Then, Chao Xing disappeared. After a moment of dizziness, Chao Xing gradually regained his sight. Opening his eyes again, he saw a familiar building. A system notification appeared. You have arrived at Yongshuang main city. When Chao Xing took in the surroundings, he noticed a burly figure in silver-white armor standing next to the teleportation array. It was Lord Oren. It looked as if he had been waiting here for a long time. When he saw Chao Xing appear, a look of surprise suddenly appeared in Lord Oren's eyes. He quickly approached, excitedly asking Lord Chao Xing, you've arrived so soon? Chao Xing smiled and said, I was just arranging matters in the territory, so I was delayed a bit. Lord Oren, I've been waiting for you. The Lord of Oren may appear rough and unrestrained, but he possesses a delicate heart. He quickly waved his hand, saying modestly, no, I just arrived. He paused, then glanced suspiciously behind Chao Xing, tentatively asking, Lord Chao Xing, are you alone? He hadn't yet known that Chao Xing possessed the magical death bag, which could collect allies and release them in times of danger. Chao Xing smiled, and was about to explain when a calm figure appeared behind him. Lord Chao Xing's methods are beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. He can summon a large number of powerful warriors to join the battle at any time. Lord Oren is worrying too much. The two looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a figure with a deep, majestic, and powerful aura. It was the Ice Crystal King. Through their previous collaborations, he had witnessed Chao Xing's ability to summon a large number of powerful warriors from thin air with a wave of his hand. The Lord of Orlan City quickly bowed respectfully, saying, Greetings, Your Majesty. The Ice Crystal King waved his hand, his tone casual yet dignified. No need for formalities. He turned to Chao Xing and asked, Lord Chao Xing, I heard. Are you planning to travel to the Yuan Kingdom with Lord Orlan City to explore the ancient ruins? Chao Xing nodded slightly. Yes, I heard there are many opportunities there that can help us improve our strength. It's just as well. I still have many subordinates in my territory waiting to break through. The Ice Crystal King nodded thoughtfully, his tone tinged with emotion. That place is indeed quite good. In my early years, I also ventured into the Yuan Kingdom, and stumbled upon some opportunities there. It was these opportunities that laid the foundation for my breakthrough to legendary status. I still remember them vividly. The Lord of Orlon City, standing nearby, was a little surprised, as if he had never heard of the old king's experience before. Chao Xing was also somewhat surprised. He asked, "Your Majesty, do you have any special knowledge of this ancient ruin?" Hearing this question, the Ice Crystal King pondered for a moment and shook his head. "No. When I explored the ruins, I was only around level 6. I took a chance and joined a group of master-level warriors to break into the inner city. Not long after we entered, we encountered danger within the inner city. That encounter left most of us dead or wounded, and everyone began running around like headless flies." The Ice Crystal King's tone was calm, as if he were recounting a memory from his youth. But even from this brief description, one could sense the depth of their peril. He continued, "A friend and I were lucky enough to stumble into a building while fleeing and obtain a treasure. Then, we decided to take advantage and escape from the inner city. So, I don't really know much about that ancient ruin." Chao Xing nodded, realizing something. "I see." The Ice Crystal King paused, his expression suddenly becoming serious. He said solemnly, "Lord Chao Xing, if you're heading to the Orchid Kingdom this time, I have one favor to ask of you." The Lord of Orlon City, standing nearby, quickly interrupted, "Your Majesty, just tell me what you're doing." The Ice Crystal King glanced at him calmly and said, "Count Orlon, sometimes, I find you talk too much." Hearing this, the Lord of Orlon City shuddered. He quickly lowered his head, not daring to speak any more. Chao Xing stepped forward to smooth things over, saying, "Your Majesty, please tell me what it is." The Ice Crystal King smiled again at him, his tone softening. "I want you to bring a message." "A message?" Chao Xing asked, puzzled. "Whom?" The Ice Crystal King seemed a little hesitant to speak. After a moment's hesitation, he mustered the courage to say, "It's Rosie." "Luoshi?" Chao Xing's eyes flashed with contemplation. After a moment, he asked in surprise, "Is it Luoshi from Chuanhai Fort?" Chao Xing had heard the old king mention this name once before. It was said that this woman had lost her voice for some reason, but later inherited a power from a certain inheritance, soaring to the sky. She even reached the legendary realm. In her youth, even the Ice Crystal King couldn't defeat her. The old king nodded slightly, a hint of nostalgia and sadness in his eyes. "It's her." Chao Xing noticed his expression at that moment. Instinctively, he realized that the Ice Crystal King and this Luoshi might have a special relationship. Chao Xing pondered for a moment and asked, "What message do you need me to convey?" The Ice Crystal King hesitated, then lowered his voice and whispered something in Chao Xing's ear. At that moment, Chao Xing's eyes widened in disbelief. "This? Are you telling the truth?" He felt that his previous guess had been a bit conservative. The Lord of Orlon, standing nearby, didn't hear what the Ice Crystal King said. However, seeing Chao Xing's reaction, he knew it must be something quite significant. But he didn't dare ask further questions. He could only lower his head and remain silent, pretending he hadn't seen anything. The old king sighed, his tone earnest. "Lord Chao Xing, please don't make this public." Chao Xing recovered from his shock and nodded solemnly. "No problem, Your Majesty. Beyond this, is there anything else I can do?" The old king pondered for a moment, then nodded, "Yes." With that, a wooden comb appeared out of thin air in his hand. The wooden comb looked ordinary, like something you buy in a typical grocery store. The old king solemnly said, "Lord Chao Xing, please help me deliver this comb to her." At this point, he changed the subject. "Of course, I won't let you run around in vain. I pay you well after this." Chao Xing quickly waved his hand, saying, "No need for compensation, Your Majesty. It's just a side hustle. Besides, you've told me such an important matter, which shows your trust in me. It's such a simple favor, so there's no need to bother." The old king shook his head and said, "Let's be clear. With your current status, you've even surpassed mine. By asking you for help, I'm overstepping my bounds. And I heard Lord Chao Xing's territory is planning to build a city, right?" Chao Xing raised his head, his expression calm. He wasn't surprised that the Ice Crystal King knew about this. After all, his territory was still within the Ice Crystal Kingdom. A lord from another world wants to build a city. Naturally, such a major event couldn't be hidden from the leader of this nation. The old king showed no displeasure, his face still wearing a peaceful smile. "Then when you return this time, I make the entire snowstorm your autonomous territory. How about that?" Chao Xing's eyes flashed with surprise again. An autonomous territory isn't a territory. An autonomous territory means that, from now on, this area belongs entirely to Chao Xing. Here, He can make laws, set taxes, and raise his own army. It's like being the king of a small country, with absolute autonomy. Even if the Ice Crystal King comes, he has to greet him first, and no longer interfere as arbitrarily as before. This is truly significant. The Lord of Orin, standing nearby, was almost shocked when he heard the old king's offer. It had been nearly 1,000 years since the Ice Crystal Kingdom was founded, and he had never heard of such a thing. His Majesty the King gifted a piece of his kingdom to a lord from another world. This is simply unbelievable. Forget the several nearby kingdoms. It's likely that such a thing has never happened in the entire western continent. The Lord of Orlan City took a deep breath and cautiously glanced at the Ice Crystal King, then at Chao Xing. He instinctively realized that this was no simple request from the Ice Crystal King. There must be a deeper secret behind it. At the same time, a system prompt appeared in front of Chao Xing. Do you accept the Ice Crystal King's commission? Mission difficulty, C rank. Mission description, travel to the Orchid Kingdom, find Luoxi and Chuahai Fort, and hand over the Ice Crystal King's wooden comb. Mission reward, the snowstorm region will be divided into your autonomous territory. Chapter 699. Seeing the mission prompt, a thoughtful look appeared in Chao Xing's eyes. Clearly, his commission was of low difficulty, hardly worthy of the Ice Crystal King directly gifting Chao Xing an area as vast as the snowstorm plains. This was more of a gesture of goodwill and gratitude. After all, everyone now knew that Chao Xing already possessed 8 legendary warriors. In the previous battle, he even slew a demigod. In the future, he might even possess his own demigod warriors. It could be said that he possessed not only immense strength, but also boundless potential. Such an excellent ally was naturally worth attracting and investing in. Chao Xing nodded slightly, and took the old wooden comb from the Ice Crystal King. Then he solemnly said, I understand, Your Majesty. I will bring this item to you. Obtained, Rosie's wooden comb, quest item. You have successfully accepted the quest, the Ice Crystal King's commission, C rank. When the Ice Crystal King saw that he had accepted the mission, a smile of relief crossed his aged face. Needless to say, the Ice Crystal King understood that Chao Xing had accepted his goodwill. At this moment, Chao Xing suddenly asked, By the way, Your Majesty, where is the old patriarch? The Ice Crystal King replied, He's still in the palace, but he's recuperating and can't come out at the moment. I see. Chao Xing nodded in sudden realization. Seeing this, the Ice Crystal King said gently, Then, I won't waste Lord Chao Xing's time. I will take you to the depths of the palace to activate the ancient teleportation array. Chao Xing was about to agree when, as if remembering something, he hurriedly said, Wait a moment, Your Majesty, I have a friend who hasn't arrived yet. Hearing this, the Ice Crystal King also stopped and waited patiently. Meanwhile, Chao Xing quickly opened the private chat channel and contacted Bai Ji. He soon learned that she was waiting at the Helenda Tavern in the city, the same tavern they had stayed at last time. Chao Xing quickly said, Your Majesty, Lord Orlan, please wait here for a moment. I will go and fetch my friend. The Ice Crystal King nodded. No problem. Go ahead, Lord Chao Xing. Lord Orlan, standing nearby, had absolutely no objections. Chao Xing wasted no time and immediately took action. To save time, a pair of transparent wind wings appeared behind him. Then, with a whoosh, he soared into the air. And at a burst of speed exceeding 1,000 meters per second, he shot forward. Swish! Like a sharp arrow, it streaked across the sky above the palace, so fast the soldiers barely had time to react. In just 3 or 4 seconds, Chao Xing was above the Helenda Tavern. Then, his gaze fell on the street below. The Helenda Tavern was as bustling as ever, with people coming and going. However, the crowds instinctively avoided a certain figure. That figure had white hair, and beneath her beautiful features lay an icy coldness. Furthermore, the chill emanating from her seemed to freeze the air around her, creating a sense of keep away from strangers. This figure was Bai Ji. After seeing Chao Xing's private message, she arrived outside the tavern and waited. The next moment, Chao Xing's wings flapped, and he swooped down like a meteor. Whoosh! In an instant, he appeared before the white-haired beauty. Bai Ji was still dazed at the sudden appearance. Chao Xing extended a hand and said calmly, Someone's waiting for us in the palace. To save time, I take you there. Okay. Bai Ji responded instinctively, extending a pale jade hand. Before she could react, she felt a warm, strong hand grasp her wrist. Then he carried her directly into the air. Whoosh! The sound of wind whistled in her ears, and the surrounding scene rapidly receded. To care for Bai Ji, Chao Xing slowed his speed to over 700 meters per second. Even so, it only took a few seconds for the two of them to reach the palace. They landed gently before the Ice Crystal King. Lord Orlan watched Chao Xing, who came and went like the wind, and a look of admiration once again filled his eyes. Lord Chao Xing, truly an incredible being. As a mage, not only is his magical power as vast as the ocean, but his speed is also astonishing. Though he hated to admit it, he had to say it. Lord Orlan was no longer Chao Xing's match. Thinking back to their first encounter a few months ago, Chao Xing was only at the 5th level of combat power, a world of difference from himself. In the blink of an eye, he had surpassed him by a long shot. At the thought, Lord Orlan's eyes flickered with emotion. Chao Xing brought Bai Ji to the two of them, released his grip on her wrist, and said, "Your Majesty, my friend has arrived." The Ice Crystal King nodded slightly, his gaze settling on Bai Ji beside him. A flash of surprise suddenly crossed his eyes. He explained, "Such a pure icy soul constitution. Truly a natural ice attribute powerhouse. In a world as frigid as ours, he can unleash immense power." Lord Chao Xing's friends are truly exceptional. Having lived through millennia, he immediately recognized Bai Ji's exceptional physique. The survivors, on the other hand, simply listed this physique as a talent, displaying it on their dashboards. Chao Xing chuckled softly, "Your Majesty, you're too polite. Let's hurry and set off." "Okay." The Ice Crystal King nodded slightly, then, with a wave of his sleeves, led the group deeper into the palace. Bai Ji, meanwhile, remained bewildered. Had she heard correctly? Chao Xing had just addressed the old man as Your Majesty. Could it be? He was the king of the Ice Crystal Kingdom? The supreme ruler of the entire nation? At that moment, Bai Ji's heart was already in turmoil, especially seeing Chao Xing chatting and laughing with him, and the old man being so polite to him. It seemed to overturn her imagination. After all, how many survivors had ever come into contact with a being of this caliber? Not to mention, having the king of a nation treat him so politely. However, considering the series of major events Chao Xing had previously committed, it seemed unsurprising that he knew the Ice Crystal King. Huh? Bai Ji took a deep breath, calmed herself, and followed the three men. A few minutes later, the Ice Crystal King had already led them deep into the palace. An even more ancient and magnificent teleportation array appeared before everyone. The surface of this ancient array was covered in complex runes, and waves of spatial fluctuations emanated from it. "Enter, Lord Chao Xing," the Ice Crystal King said calmly. Chao Xing nodded slightly, then, along with Bai Ji and Lord Oren, stepped into the teleportation array. He bowed and said, "Your Majesty, farewell." The Ice Crystal King chuckled and nodded, then waved his hand. Several objects flew from his hands and landed above the teleportation array. Then, a dazzling beam of light shot up into the sky. Buzz! At the same time, as the light enveloped Chao Xing and the others, everyone felt a tearing sensation. It was as if they were being pulled into a special, rotating tunnel. All around him was darkness, and all he could hear was his own figure spinning madly. Swish! Swish! After the intense spinning, Chao Xing felt his stomach churn and nearly vomit. Ugh! Even a level 100 hero, like him felt this way, let alone the Orange City Lord and Bai Ji beside him. The two of them squeezed their eyes shut, their faces pale. Chao Xing couldn't help but grumble inwardly, "This damn thing truly deserves to be a teleportation array designed for legendary level powerhouses. The noise alone during this teleportation is too much for the average person to endure." Finally, after a few seconds, the dizziness subsided. The three of them steadied themselves. The darkness around him quickly receded, and the scene gradually became clearer. Chao Xing opened his eyes, only to be slightly startled by the sight before him. What came into view was an ancient palace covered in vines and orchids. The kingdom seemed to blend seamlessly with nature, with vines snaking like snakes, clambering over the city walls. The delicate fragrance of orchids mingled with a cool breeze, imbuing him with a constant sense of tranquility and clarity. Chao Xing looked up, and saw a faint blue curtain of light enveloping the entire city. It completely blocked out the wind and snow outside. Not only that, the temperature inside the city was as warm as spring, a stark contrast to the bitter cold outside. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Bai Ji's eyes widened, and she murmured, "In this freezing world, there's actually such a beautiful, warm city. Incredible." The Lord of Orlan couldn't help but sigh softly. This is the main city of the Yuan Kingdom. It's truly beautiful. As expected of a great nation that has existed for thousands of years. At the same time, a system notification appeared before Chao Xing. "You have arrived in a new area, Linglan Main City. Map exploration experience gained, 300,000, reputation gained, 1,000. I didn't expect to arrive in the main city straight after arriving in the Yuan Kingdom. Chao Xing chuckled and shook his head. Then, with a wave of his hand, he summoned all 30 or so powerful warriors he had brought with him, minus his pets, including the mammoth Dabai. Clatter. One after another, powerful figures materialized before the three of them. As they emerged from their undead state, a terrifying aura rose to the sky, seemingly shaking the very air. In an instant, every being in Linglan City felt this terrifying pressure. You know, a single hero-level expert has the power to destroy a city. And every person on Chao Xing's side possessed power far exceeding that of an average hero-level expert. Furthermore, there were 4 legendary-level experts among them. A terrifying aura swept over like a tide, instantly enveloping the entire city. The civilians' faces paled, and they froze in place, unable to move. Chao Xing realized this and quickly said, "All right, everyone, restrain your aura. Don't frighten the civilians of this country." Hearing this, the warriors suppressed their auras. In reality, they hadn't done it on purpose. They had simply emerged from the necromancer's bag, and having transformed from undead into living beings, their auras were a little difficult to control. After suppressing their auras, everyone's gazes could not help but wander. After a moment, curiosity and astonishment filled their eyes. They too were amazed at the beauty and grandeur of this city. At the same time, several soldiers on guard duty nearby sensed the burst of energy and rushed over immediately. When they saw so many terrifying and unfamiliar beings suddenly appear around the teleportation array, they froze in place. They stared wide-eyed, their voices trembling. "God of Orchids. So many powerful beings." Another soldier stammered, Quick, inform Her Majesty." It was only then that the soldiers finally woke up from their dream and scrambled to escape. Just then, the surrounding vines swayed gently, and orchids blossomed in the air. A graceful figure, clad in splendid attire and imposing in elegance, slowly descended, stepping on orchids. Her magnificent skirt swayed gently in the air, and she landed before Chao Xing with a light and graceful presence, like a figure from a painting. Everyone's gaze was instantly captivated by this stunning figure. Her skin was as white as snow, her features were picturesque, and her deep eyes, like petals, shimmered with a majestic aura that could not be violated. Her long hair cascaded down, dotted with sparkling orchids, adding a touch of coolness and nobility. It was Queen Yuan. Seeing the queen's arrival, the soldiers felt as if they had found a pillar of support, their fear quickly dissipating. They knelt on one knee and respectfully said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Queen Yuan extended her slender jade-like right hand and waved it gently in the air, signaling the soldiers to depart. Her gesture was graceful and composed. The soldiers exchanged glances and quickly withdrew from the area. At the same time, Queen Yuan cast her gaze upon the legendary warriors standing behind Chao Xing, nodding slightly as a greeting. Then, she turned her gaze to Chao Xing, a faint smile playing on her lips. "Lord Chao Xing, how are you? After our last meeting, I was planning to visit your territory when I had time, but you brought your own people with you." Her voice was gentle yet commanding. Out of combat, Queen Yuan seemed much more approachable. But despite this, her natural aura of superiority still made people wary of approaching her. This aura was similar to Victoria in Chao Xing's territory, but even more powerful. After all, the Yuan Kingdom was far more powerful than the Rinmar Kingdom, naturally possessing a corresponding aura and majesty. Chao Xing smiled, a hint of apology in his tone, and said, "Your Majesty, you're too polite. We came so suddenly without saying hello, which was a bit presumptuous." Queen Yuan shook her head slightly, saying calmly, "It was indeed a surprise. I suddenly sensed so many legendary auras in my palace, and I thought the ancient teleportation array had been compromised." Chao Xing was also somewhat embarrassed. He hadn't expected the Ice Crystal King to have not informed the Queen of his visit to the Yuan Kingdom in advance. Presumably, the Ice Crystal King had assumed that Chao Xing would contact Queen Yuan himself, which led to this situation. However, Queen Yuan didn't take it seriously. She calmly asked, "Lord Chao Xing, is there anything important that has brought you to our Yuan Kingdom?" Chao Xing explained his purpose. After hearing this, Queen Yuan's eyes flickered with understanding, and she said softly, "So, you too want to visit the ruins? The lost royal city has indeed been reopened. However, according to the information I've received, there's been a strong tremor in the inner city of the ruins lately. It's said that something extraordinary may have emerged." Hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes lit up with surprise. Something extraordinary emerging? Is there such a thing? Without waiting for Queen Yuan's reply, the Lord of Orlan City beside him interjected, "This kind of thing does occasionally occur when the ruins are opened in previous years. If there are unusual movements within the inner city before it's open, it means there's a high probability that some kind of treasure or special scene will appear after the opening. Sometimes, even magical structures appear, like that ancient arena. I think Mr. Qinong, who's sitting next to you, should know this. Olin seemed to know Qinong, and knew he once won the title of champion fighter. Chaoxing looked at him. The tall, upright old man nodded slightly. He's right. After receiving Qinong's confirmation, Chaoxing's interest piqued even more. If that were the case, they might actually discover something unexpected during their visit to the ancient ruins. At this point, Queen Yuan slowly said, because of this, several legendary auras have emerged from the ruins. Some legendary masters, who had been hidden from the world, have also been drawn to these rumors and have emerged. So, she was about to tell Chaoxing to be careful. But her gaze swept over the several legendary masters behind him, and she stopped herself. Because she knew that with Chaoxing's strength, if only those legends didn't provoke this otherworldly lord. If they dare to provoke Chaoxing, those are the ones who should be wary. Queen Yuan smiled and shook her head. With Lord Chaoxing's strength, he shouldn't have to worry about that. In that case, I have someone prepare rooms for you all and treat you well before you depart. At this point, she seemed to remember something and said, by the way, our Yuan kingdom is holding the 100 Flowers Festival these days. Many citizens of the kingdom will be sending the plants and flowers they've carefully cultivated for a year to Linglong City to compete. Those who pass the judging and are selected for the 100 Flowers Garden will receive generous rewards. Therefore, the city will be bustling with activity, and you can enjoy exploring the city. Of course, you can also bring your favorite plants and flowers to compete. After a pause, Queen Yuan turned her head, her beautiful eyes filled with inquiry. I wonder if Lord Chaoxing is interested. Chapter 700. I wonder. Is Lord Chaoxing interested in participating? Queen Yuan asked. Beside her, Chaoxing hadn't spoken yet. Alyssa's eyes lit up. Wow! The 100 Flowers Festival sounds so exciting. She excitedly said, Lord, I want to participate. I want to participate. Chaoxing's face darkened. You haven't even planted a blade of grass in your territory. What are you going to bring to the table? Alyssa seemed to remember this and nodded dejectedly okay. She looked deeply disappointed, while little Choo Choo beside her tactfully comforted her. The magic dragon Bing Bing rubbed its head against her clothes. Queen Yuan smiled faintly and said, It doesn't matter if there are no plants. I can let Lord Chaoxing serve as a judge. It was clear that the queen really wanted them to visit Linglong City. Hearing this, hope filled Elisa's eyes again. Chaoxing smiled and shook his head, saying, That's not necessary, Your Majesty. We still have to rush to the black market before heading to the ancient ruins. After we finish exploring, we visit Yuan Kingdom again. Hearing Chaoxing's words, Queen Yuan didn't insist, nodding and saying, Okay, Lord Chaoxing, please do as you please. Chaoxing nodded, then remembered something and asked, By the way, Your Majesty, do you know where Luoxi from Chuanhai Fort is now? After all, he had accepted a commission from the old king, and if possible, he could complete it along the way. Hearing this question, Queen Yuan's eyes flickered with reminiscence. After a moment, she whispered, Luoxi, she did stay in our Linglong main city for a while. I once spoke with her for a while. She's a remarkable woman, with insights I even surpass. Rosie and I have discussed many things, cultivation, governance, and life itself. Because of this, we became good friends. However, she left Linglong City many years ago, and I don't know where she went. After a pause, Queen Yuan continued, If Lord Chaoxing needs her help, I can send someone to locate her. A grateful smile crossed Chaoxing's face. Thank you, Your Majesty. I do need help from Ms. Rosie. The queen nodded gently and said casually, You're welcome. Putting aside your victory over the Blood Legion, I'm glad you did. The fact that you saved my daughter, Fran, and my sister, Marita, alone is enough to warrant my assistance. Hearing Marita's name, Chaoxing suddenly felt a little guilty. I wondered if Queen Yuan knew about his relationship with Marita. Chaoxing looked up at her. The queen didn't seem to react at all. Chaoxing breathed a sigh of relief. After a moment, Queen Yuan slowly spoke. Please, everyone. I won't bother you anymore. I arranged for someone to locate Luoxi. If you need anything, you can come find me in the center of the palace. Chaoxing nodded. Okay. At the same time, Queen Yuan slowly turned around. The surrounding vines began to stir again, and orchids sprouted from thin air. She stepped on these orchids and left the scene step by step. After Queen Yuan left, a lingering fragrance lingered on everyone's noses. Only Bai Ji, Lord Orlan, and Chao Xing and his group remained. A moment later, Chao Xing waved his hand and released the Griffin King from the death pouch. He then said, "Lord Orlan, by G, you two don't have the ability to fly. I let Old One take you. Everyone else, do you want to stay in the death pouch or get some fresh air outside?" Everyone glanced at each other. Aelina spoke first. "Lord, please put my sister and me in the death pouch. We don't like to be seen in front of so many people." The towering chieftain, Cane Explosion, nearby, added, "Lord, our towern are too large and will cause you some trouble. Please put me in the pouch and release me when the battle is needed." The newcomers, including Priestess Fanas and Dragon Shaman Vimni, all expressed their desire to remain in the death pouch. Chao Xing glanced at the crowd and said with a smile, "All right, then I take you in first and release you when the battle begins." With another wave of his hand, he vanished all the master-level warriors on the field. Left behind were 4 legends, 4 heroes, Chao Xing, and the Griffin King. However, at Elisa's insistence, Chao Xing also released the young girl, along with Tong Chu Chu and the demonic dragon Bing Bing. After confirming the personnel, Chao Xing leaped onto Lao Wang's back. Then he said, "Let's go! We're off." Everyone followed suit. At the same time, Lao Wang flapped his wings, his massive body creating a surge of air that instantly soared thousands of meters into the air. The blue energy shield enveloping the entire main city offered no hindrance, allowing them to pass through. Whoosh! The wind whistled in their ears as they sped off into the distance. In the blink of an eye, they had left the main city of the Orchid Kingdom. I don't know if it's because this country has existed longer than the Ice Crystal Kingdom, or because of the Orchid Kingdom's unique geographical location. The living environment here seems much better than that of the Ice Crystal Kingdom. The most obvious thing is the denser vegetation. Looking out, vast expanses of white forest, like works of art carved from ice and snow, covered the vast expanse. The trees were tall and straight, their branches and leaves as white as snow, swaying gently in the chill wind. And on the snowy plains, you could see some unidentified white plants. They stubbornly thrived in the extreme cold. Occasionally, you could see a strange blue dot, the national flower of the Orchid Kingdom. Although the air still held a biting chill, the scene before them evoked a sense of tranquility and vitality. Elissa, sprawled on the Griffin King's back, staring intently at the scenery, exclaimed, "Wow! This country is so beautiful." Everyone nodded in approval. The Lord of Orlan said, "The Kingdom of Yuan is also one of the oldest kingdoms in the Western continent. Over thousands of years of history, this country has seen the rule of more than a dozen successive queens. It has also endured several coups and even crises of national destruction, but it has persevered. Just like the Blood Rebellion 1,000 years ago, the even more powerful kingdoms of Ascalon and Kelix were destroyed. And yet, the relatively weak Yuan kingdom has survived. Just like the name of this country, Yuan. Seemingly fragile, yet possessing a tenacious vitality." A flicker of curiosity flashed in Chao Xing's eyes. He asked, "Has the Yuan kingdom been ruled by women from the beginning?" "Yes." The Lord of Orlan City nodded slightly, his tone tinged with emotion. This country's history dates back thousands of years. Originally, the Yuan kingdom was founded by a group of powerful women. They were extremely hostile to men, believing them to be symbols of violence and chaos. However, because women make up over 90% of the country's population, they have to face a practical problem: how to sustain the country's population. At this point, the Lord of Orlan City's tone became somewhat complicated. During that period, both the first and second generations of Yuan queens issued a series of new policies. For example, they purchased large numbers of strong male slaves from around the world and used them as breeding tools. They were imprisoned in designated areas all day, becoming seeding machines, solely to fulfill their reproductive mandate. They also used state funding to invite powerful individuals from other kingdoms to their country. Elissa, who was standing by, quickly covered Xiao Chuchu's ears upon hearing this. The crowd on the Griffin King's back, their interest piqued, their ears perked up, listening with even greater attention. The Lord of Orlan continued, "Despite this, the country's fertility rate continued to decline year by year, almost reaching the point of no successor. A population crisis is imminent, and the entire country is on the brink of collapse." Then, a famous coup d'état took place in the Kingdom of Yuan. The third Queen of Yuan, Wana Xiao, led her followers into the palace, overthrew the second Queen of Yuan, and took over the entire kingdom. Upon assuming power, Queen Wana immediately enacted a series of reform policies. She granted men in the kingdom sufficient social status and preferential treatment. She even publicly announced a series of attractive benefits to the major kingdoms. These included, but were not limited to, allowing every man in the kingdom of Yuan to legally marry multiple wives, and the state even provided monthly subsidies to these families, ensuring they had enough food and clothing. This attracted a large influx of men to the country, all with the goal of saving this nation from extinction. Thanks to her efforts, the kingdom of Yuan finally stabilized its fertility rate, and its population gradually recovered. Then, Queen Weina began implementing the next step of her plan, achieving true equality between men and women in the country. True equality? A hint of doubt flashed in Chao Xing's eyes. The Lord of Orlan nodded, his tone firm. Yes, both women and men are treated equally here. The equality here isn't just a slogan, but real social change. The most obvious example is the Moon Goddess Chamber of Commerce. In the Orchid Kingdom, women can engage in business and even become leaders of chambers of commerce. And within the Moon Goddess Chamber of Commerce, there are also many men holding important positions. Through mutual cooperation, the Moon Goddess Chamber of Commerce has gradually grown in size, becoming one of the 3 major chambers of commerce. She also forbids women in the kingdom from demanding any benefits from men. Both men and women are independent beings, and must have their own abilities to survive. Queen Weina's reforms have completely transformed the social structure of the Yuan kingdom, and revitalized the country. Although the Yuan kingdom is still ruled by the queen today, the concept of gender equality has taken root in the hearts of the people, and has become the cornerstone of the nation. After hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes lit up with admiration. No wonder the Yuan kingdom has stood firm for thousands of years. This philosophy is truly forward-thinking. The group continued their conversation, admiring the scenery below. They traveled for thousands of kilometers. The mountains undulated, and the blend of ice and snow with forests formed a unique landscape. Along the way, they saw many massive cities nestled in the snowfields and valleys, as well as villages and towns scattered around them. It must be said that the Yuan kingdom was indeed much more prosperous than the Ice Crystal Kingdom, and its population was much larger. Roads crisscrossed the towns, and occasionally caravans could be seen slowly moving along, adding a touch of life to this icy world. However, as with all nations, the closer one approaches the border, the more desolate the area becomes. As they advanced, the bustling towns gradually disappeared, leaving only the occasional sparse village and watchtower, standing tall in the snow. After about 2 hours, they finally reached the border. Here lay a vast snowy plain, and the Yuan kingdom's border was equally heavily fortified. Large war fortresses, each one adorned with massive artillery and weapons of war. Many soldiers could be seen patrolling the forts. Wrapped in thick fur coats, they constantly surveyed the surroundings. The Lord of Oran City said, "Lord Chao Xing, I go give them a heads up to avoid unnecessary trouble." Chao Xing nodded slightly. "Go ahead." Then, the Lord of Oran City leaped off Old King's back and landed steadily in the snow below. He entered a fortress at breakneck speed. After waiting for about 5 minutes, the Lord of Oran City quickly returned and jumped back onto the Griffin King's back. "Lord Chao Xing, I've given them the heads up. We can proceed directly." "Okay." With that, Chao Xing patted Old King at his feet. "Cry!" Old King let out a clear cry, leading everyone across the border unimpeded. Beyond the border lay desolation and silence. Beyond this point, vast expanses of uninhabited land. On the snow-covered land, there was barely a trace of life. Only the whistling wind echoed in my ears. It was as if I had suddenly entered another world. After flying for about 5 kilometers, the Lord of Oran City suddenly spoke. "Lord Chao Xing, let's change direction now." "Why?" Chao Xing asked, puzzled. The Lord explained, "Aren't we planning to visit the Black Market before heading to the Lost Royal City this time?" That Black Market is some distance from the Lost Royal City, also in an underground city. Chao Xing asked, somewhat surprised, "You mean, in this wilderness area, there's an underground city specifically used as a black market?" "Yes." The Lord of Oran City nodded and continued, "That underground city was once occupied by a group of powerful undead who claimed to be followers of the god of war. Later, the Great Axe Mercenaries discovered that city. By the way, let me add that the Great Axe Mercenaries were one of the most powerful mercenary groups in the nearby kingdoms, and their leader was a legendary figure. The Great Axe Mercenaries engaged in a fierce battle with the undead and eventually drove them out. Since then, it has become a gathering place for mercenaries, adventurers, and gold diggers. Over time, it developed into the largest black market in the surrounding kingdoms." Chao Xing's eyes flickered with realization again after hearing this. This city sounded very familiar, similar to the underground city near his territory. It was also beneath that city that Chao Xing subdued an army of over 100,000 undead, obtained a legendary shield, and accepted an SS-level quest. I just wonder, is there any treasure hidden in this underground city? But Xiaoxing quickly shook his head. Even if there is treasure, it's probably already been discovered and taken away by the Great Axe mercenaries. Thinking of this, Xiaoxing again commanded, Old Wang, turn northwest and continue forward. Cry! Old Wang let out a low cry, and with a slight tilt of his massive wings, his figure traced a graceful arc through the air, speeding forward. They crossed vast uninhabited areas and mountain ranges. As they advanced further from the Orchid Kingdom, the surrounding scenery grew increasingly desolate. The snow-covered land was devoid of human life. Only the occasional wild animal scurried across the snowy plains. About an hour later, they had advanced nearly 1,000 kilometers since crossing the border. The Griffin King and his men hovered above a vast white forest. This white forest was so vast that it stretched as far as the eye could see. Its diameter was nearly hundreds of kilometers, the size of an entire snowy plain. At the same time, the voice of the Orlan City Lord echoed. We've arrived, Lord Xiaoxing. Underneath this forest lies the underground black market. Xiaoxing nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across the forest below. He keenly sensed the presence of numerous auras beneath the dense forest. Clearly, many gold prospectors and adventurers from the surrounding areas had already arrived. How do we get in? Xiaoxing asked. The Orlan City Lord replied, there are many entrances to this underground black market. We can simply choose any one of them in the forest below. Okay, Xiaoxing replied, then guided Old King down slowly. Crash! The Griffin King's massive wings pierced through the treetops, carrying the men down steadily into the forest. Led by the Lord of Orlan, they journeyed through the dense woods. After advancing for a while, they slowed down. The crowd saw the entrance to a pitch-black passage not far ahead. Below the passage was a long staircase, winding downward, seemingly leading directly underground. This terrain looked similar to the entrance to the Ascalon underground. Xiaoxing felt a sense of familiarity with the scene before him. When he had led Ji Xinhua to the underground palace where the demons lay, there seemed to be a similar passage there as well. He continued to command, Old King, let us down. Cry. The Griffin King responded softly, then slowly landed on the ground. Everyone jumped off Old King's back. They all came to the edge of the passage to take a look. The entrance was barely a meter deep, and the interior was shrouded in darkness, making it impossible to tell how deep it was. Alyssa and Tong Chu Chu, along with the demon dragon Bing Bing, poked their heads out, peering curiously inside. Such a narrow cave entrance would surely be impossible for the Griffin King, given its massive size. Luckily, Xiaoxing had the Dead Soul bag. So, with a simple wave of his hand, he transformed Old Wang into his undead form and stored it away. The Lord of Oran said, Lord Xiaoxing, we can enter. Xiaoxing nodded slightly. Okay. Chapter 701. Just as Xiaoxing was about to lead his men into the passage, several figures were secretly watching them from the nearby forest. Did you see clearly? One of them whispered. Yes, those guys are well equipped, likely worth a fortune. And I even saw a giant dragon, a young one that had just completed its growth phase. The man replied with a hint of excitement. Hearing this, the others gathered around, their eyes gleaming with greed. However, these people have an extraordinary aura. They're probably from some powerful background. Someone whispered a warning. We better be cautious and not provoke those we can't afford to offend. Hearing this, a hint of hesitation crossed the faces of the others. At this moment, a burly figure stepped forward, his tone filled with disdain. What are you afraid of? We're members of the White Eagle Mercenary Group. The leader said that the White Eagle Mercenary Group has the backing of the Great Axe Mercenary Group. We control the entire forest. Anyone who wants to pass through here must leave something behind. If anything goes wrong, he help us resolve it. After these words, the other mercenaries seemed tempted, but two remained hesitant. Seeing this, the burly man continued, think about it. How long has it been since a treasure that caused a sensation appeared in this black market? The last time a dragon egg appeared here, it sold for billions of crowns. And here, there's a live baby dragon. If we can capture this baby dragon and sell it on the black market, we'd be rich. Even if the captain only gives us a portion of the profits, it'd be enough to provide for us for the rest of our lives. Hearing this, the others were persuaded, a glint of greed in their eyes. They were eager to act. It seemed the White Eagle Mercenary Group's name gave them enough courage. They exchanged glances, seemingly resolving their decision. Go! Then, they quickly drew their bows and shot arrows, aiming at Xiaoxing and his group. Swish! Swish! Arrows flew through the air, hurtling towards Xiaoxing and his companions. However, Just as the arrows were about to strike their targets, the black-clad assassin in the crowd suddenly vanished. Then, the arrows turned into a cloud of powder, dissipating into the air. Few even saw how she struck. At the same time, several figures quickly emerged from the forest. They wore simple leather armor and wielded crude weapons. Their strength was only around level 3 or 4, and they looked like just ordinary mercenaries. "Stop!" one of them shouted, a hint of warning in his tone. Chao Xing and the others stopped, their faces quizzical. In reality, with their strength, they had naturally sensed these people's presence long ago. However, because their aura was so weak, they didn't take them seriously. What Chao Xing and the others didn't expect was that such a weak being would actually dare to attack them. "Are they tired of living?" Chao Xing turned his gaze away and asked calmly. "Who are you?" The burly man puffed out his chest, his tone filled with pride. "We are mercenaries from the White Eagle mercenary group. The entrance to this black market is our territory. Anyone passing through here must pay a toll. Otherwise, forget it." Chao Xing looked at City Lord Oren, his eyes questioning. Olin lowered his head, pondering for a moment, then said, "I've heard of the White Eagle mercenaries. Their leader is quite capable, with the potential to become a rank 7 commander. However, I didn't know the White Eagle mercenaries had monopolized this black market entrance." The mercenaries, upon hearing City Lord Oren's words, grew even more proud. "It seems you've heard of our leader too. Let me tell you, our White Eagle mercenaries have long established a partnership with the Great Axe mercenaries. This forest is the Great Axe mercenaries' territory. We, the White Eagle mercenaries, are guarding it on their behalf. Offend us, and you're offending the Great Axe mercenaries. Be smart and pay the toll. Otherwise, even if you enter the black market, you won't be able to leave safely." Chao Xing frowned slightly. "What do you want?" The leading mercenary's gaze swept over Chao Xing and his group, finally settling on the little dragon behind him. A glint of greed flashed in his eyes. "Hand over your little dragon." At this request, Chao Xing's eyes flickered with realization. Then, a sneer curled his lips. "So, you're after my pet? I have to say, you're quite bold." His tone was calm, yet it carried a chilling chill. As the saying goes, ignorance is bliss. Given their power, even a legend wouldn't dare to provoke them. Yet, these 3rd and 4th tier mercenaries dared to step forward and threaten them, simply courting death. Oblivious to the danger, these mercenaries continued their arrogant remarks. "Stop the nonsense. Our leader is a master-level expert, and the leader of the Great Axe mercenaries is a legendary figure. Even if you are stronger than us, if you dare to attack, you will be hunted relentlessly. By then, even if you regret it, it will be too late." Chao Xing shook his head, not wanting to waste any more time talking. He simply waved his hand. "Don't waste time. Finish them off." Everyone nodded, looking at the mercenaries as if they were dead. Meanwhile, Rennies, standing nearby, had already unleashed Elegy of Time. She pulled the bowstring to a full moon. The next moment, the bowstring released, releasing a trembling sound. Swish. 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 4 or 5 arrows shot out in quick succession, striking the mercenaries directly between their brows with lightning speed. Puff. Puff. -119, 5246. -134, 9124. -138, 2351. A series of terrifying damage figures exceeding 1 million appeared. Renice was currently only a level 100 hero. To be able to inflict such damage was far beyond the limits of her level. Furthermore, because she was equipped with the legendary weapon Elegy of Ages, which accelerated the speed of her arrows, combined with her power, the speed of these arrows reached a terrifying level. Even Chao Xing was caught off guard and unable to react. And what about these, just level 3 and 4 mercenaries? The nearby Lord of Orlan and Bai Ji simultaneously felt a deadly threat from Reni's attack. They had a premonition that if the archer unleashed his full force, they would be instantly killed without even a chance to react. Even more shocking was the fact that this terrifying archer was just one of the many powerful individuals surrounding Chao Xing. Beside him were many others whose strength was no less than Reni's, or even greater. They cast a deep glance at Chao Xing. Their understanding of his terrifying power was once again clear. Meanwhile, Chao Xing had already walked over and collected the items dropped by the men, as well as their bodies. Then he turned and said, "Let's go down." Everyone nodded and headed towards the passage, descending the stairs. As for the deaths of the mercenaries, no one paid any attention. Trample, trample. The dense sound of footsteps echoed through the deep staircase. The staircase was long and dark, spiraling downward as if reaching deep underground. The surroundings were pitch black, with only the faint glow of the energy torches held by the crowd barely illuminating the stairway ahead. Chao Xing said cheerfully, "This scene, this atmosphere, feels quite like exploring a dungeon." Bai Ji tilted her head and stared at Chao Xing. Noticing her gaze, Chao Xing chuckled, "What's wrong? Have you played that game too?" The white-haired woman nodded. When I was in school. A flicker of confusion crossed Chao Xing's eyes, and he suddenly asked, "By the way, how old are you?" Then, as if realizing something, he added, "If you don't feel comfortable answering, you don't have to." Bai Ji paused for a moment, then slowly said, 19? At this answer, Chao Xing's eyes flickered with surprise again. Before he could speak, Elisa beside him exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, this white-haired lady is only 2 years older than Elisa. She looks so mature and cold, I'm afraid to even talk to her." Hearing this, Bai Ji gradually shifted her gaze toward Elisa, then revealed a hint of apology. "Sorry, I've always been like this." "It's okay, pretty sister." Elisa blinked, an innocent smile on her face. After a moment, she suddenly asked, "Pretty sister, can I touch your hair?" Hearing this, Bai Ji's expression froze, and she seemed hesitant. "Can you, pretty sister?" Elisa put on a pitiful expression, her eyes filled with anticipation. Chao Xing, watching from the side, couldn't help but laugh. Elisa was just like that, a natural at climbing the ladder. Baiji's cold personality was no match for this little girl. After a moment, Baiji nodded gently, a hint of resignation in her tone. "Okay. Great." Elisa excitedly approached her, then carefully reached out and gently stroked Baiji's long, silver-white hair. "Wow, it's so cool, like silk," Elisa exclaimed, her eyes filled with delight. Baiji lowered her head slightly, allowing Elisa to play with her hair. Although his face remained expressionless, his eyes softened considerably. Smiles also crept across the faces of those around him. In this joyful atmosphere, they continued to descend. After descending approximately 1,000 meters, a faint glimmer of light appeared ahead. The light emanated from an ancient stone door, covered in mottled cracks, as if it could collapse at any moment. The door was half open, barely wide enough for 2 people to pass through. The Lord of Oran City walked at the front of the group and said, "Lord Chao Xing, pass through this gate, and you will officially enter the underground city." Chao Xing nodded, "Okay." Then, everyone followed their order and passed through the gate one by one. The narrow spiral passage around them vanished, and suddenly a clearing appeared. At that moment, everyone was stunned, awestruck by the scene before them. Braum stroked his bald head and exclaimed in amazement, "Gods, there's such a huge city beneath this forest. And so many people gathered there. It's incredible." They were standing on a high platform. Ahead, a vast underground space came into view. Densely packed with ruined buildings, it was dotted with ruins. Among these ruins, vendors could be seen setting up stalls, displaying their wares for passers-by to choose from. And on the streets amidst the ruins, a constant stream of people could be seen. They paused at each stall, then left, moving on to the next. It seemed like everyone was here. Besides mercenaries in leather armor, there were also merchants in lavish attire. He was accompanied by several guards, revealing at a glance that he held a distinguished position. Among them were also some mysterious figures in black robes. The entire underground city was ablaze with lights and bustling with activity, as if it never sleeps. Seeing this, Chao Xing's lips curled up into a smile. "Interesting. It seems we might be able to find some goodies in here." Thinking of this, he ordered, "Let's go down and take a look." With that, Chao Xing and his group quickly descended from the platform. Then, they approached the ruins of the city. The closer they got, the clearer the surrounding scene became. Atop the shattered ruins, vendors sat, their belongings behind them. Clearly, many had taken refuge here. Chao Xing glanced overhead. Current temperature, 1 degree Celsius compared to the submerged temperatures outside, which dipped below -70 degrees Celsius. It was quite warm here. Some vendors setting up stalls on the outskirts quickly noticed Chao Xing and the other strangers. They cast their gazes over, sizing the strangers up and down with a look of scrutiny and curiosity, as if assessing their backgrounds and strengths. Some pedestrians on the street also stopped, their eyes glancing over Chao Xing and his group, then lowered their heads and whispered to each other. Chao Xing paid no attention. After all, with their attire and demeanor, it was hard not to draw attention. He continued to lead the group forward. As they walked, the Lord of Oran City gave an explanation. "Lord Chao Xing, these stalls on the outskirts are all run by gold diggers and adventurers. They usually don't have anything valuable, mostly junk or worthless items. But occasionally, there are hidden treasures. Of course, that requires a lot of luck and discerning eyes. Once you get past the outer perimeter and into the inner perimeter, the quality of the goods is much higher. But to enter, you need to verify your financial resources first, to prove you have enough money. You need to verify your funds? Chao Xing was a little surprised. How do you do it? The Lord of Orlan explained, if you're buying something, you need to have at least 5 million crowns on you. If you're a seller, you need to bring valuable goods. And the one responsible for verifying these things is the Great Axe Mercenary Group, the controller of this underground black market. Chao Xing nodded in understanding. After the previous few attempts, he was on the verge of bankruptcy. But 5 million crowns was still something he could still come up with. However, Chao Xing didn't plan to go straight into the black market. He wanted to explore the outer perimeter first. The Lord of Oran City solemnly warned, this underground black market is a hodgepodge of good and bad. New people come in and out every day. Those who can stay here regularly are veterans, waiting to catch some newbies. So, when buying things on the black market, you must be extremely cautious. Chao Xing nodded slightly, understanding that this was a warning from the Lord of Oran City. Then, he looked at Bai Ji beside him. Bai Ji, it's time for us to make our move. Come with me and see if there are any good items on these stalls. Bai Ji was stunned for a moment, then suddenly understood something. I see. You know, these survivors all have their own system dashboards. In most cases, simply focusing your gaze on an item will reveal its corresponding attributes. So, the two of them began to move in tacit understanding, standing on either side of the team. They scanned the items on the stalls. Broken ancient sword hilt, white. Torn pottery jar. Torn energy core. Moonflower seed, blue. Unknown metal fragment. The information on each item flashed by. As Lord Orlan had said, most of the items on these stalls were ordinary, even worthless. Some items were deliberately made to look aged, giving them a distinct sense of age. Other items were imbued with special stones that glowed faintly at certain angles, adding to their mysterious appearance. If someone new to this black market saw these items, they might impulsively buy them. By then, you lose everything. After all, according to the rules of this black market, once you've paid and taken the item, the stall owner has nothing to do with anything else. Whether you make a profit or a loss, you have to bear the consequences yourself. Chao Xing also noticed that some stalls seemed unusual. When they looked at them, they saw only a sea of question marks. Clearly, these stall owners knew that certain powerful individuals possessed special abilities that allowed them to discern the quality of items. So, they had placed some kind of shielding power over their stalls, preventing others from exploring. Chao Xing and Bai Ji exchanged a glance. Even Bai Ji shook her head. Clearly, neither of them had found anything valuable. Chao Xing thought to himself, it seems there's really nothing good out there. So he simply said, let's go. Let's go inside and take a look. With that, Chao Xing and his group quickly crossed the first street. Pedestrians they met along the way generally gave them a wide berth. After all, the aura Chao Xing and his group emanated gave them a faint sense of oppression, although the underground black market maintained a basic order thanks to the presence of the Great Axe mercenaries. If one accidentally provoked the wrong person and a conflict ensued, then, if they were slapped to death, not even the Great Axe mercenaries would be able to intervene. So, generally speaking, with the exception of a few, like the group of profit-driven young men they had just encountered at the entrance, everyone kept a low profile. To avoid trouble, Chao Xing had already stored the demon dragon Bing Bing in his undead bag. Similarly, the black market also had various intelligence organizations. Some people quickly recorded the appearances and numbers of Chao Xing, and the others then left. Chao Xing paid no attention to these things. Just then, Bai Ji suddenly tugged at Chao Xing's sleeve. Chao Xing turned around, puzzled, and asked, what's wrong? She pointed to one of the stalls and whispered, look over there, there's a jar. Chao Xing calmly shifted his gaze. He saw a pile of small, miscellaneous items on a stall to the left. Among them, covered in dirt and dust, was a jar about 40 centimeters tall, appearing to be very ancient. Through the thick mud, a few yellowed marks could be seen on the jar. As his eyes fell on the jar, a message suddenly appeared before his eyes. Unopened gold jar gold. Chapter 702. Unopened gold jar gold. Oh! A gold quality jar? Chao Xing's interest was piqued. However, he didn't immediately rush over to ask the price. Instead, he looked at the Lord of Orlan City and asked quietly, Lord, have you heard of this kind of jar when you came to this black market before? The Lord of Orlan City pondered for a moment, then nodded. Yes. Most of these jars were unearthed from the outskirts of the ancient ruins. They are usually buried underground and not easily discovered. Even with your special detection equipment, or even with aura detection, you can't find these jars. So far, the number unearthed is relatively small. After a pause, he continued, these jars are divided into the common earthenware jars, silver jars, gold jars, and the rarest black jars. Colored jars. Depending on the color of the jar, the items revealed vary. In addition to the usual ancient coins, you also find valuable items like gold, mithril, and jade. Sometimes, you even find precious gems. Of course, the chance is very small. Hearing this, Chao Xing quickly interrupted, wait a minute, you're saying you can find ancient coins in the jars? This kind of coin? After saying this, Chao Xing pulled a silver ancient coin from his backpack. The Lord of Orin took it and examined it. Then he nodded and said, yes, that's the kind of ancient coin. But silver coins like yours should have come from those silver jars. The ancient coins from the earthen jars are copper coins, and the gold jars are gold coins. After receiving his confirmation, Chao Xing's breath suddenly stopped. Wow! It's actually true. Doesn't this mean that these jars and the ancient treasure chest are from the same era? This also gave Chao Xing an idea. Most of the items on this black market came from that ancient ruins. That meant there must be quite a few jars like this. So could he spend some money and buy up all the jars on this black market? Or could he simply buy the ancient coins directly and then exchange them for ancient treasure chests himself? The thought of this made him excited. Of course, this was just an idea Chao Xing had. Whether he would actually implement it depended on the situation. After all, he didn't know the market price of these jars and ancient coins. If they were too expensive, even if he collected them, he might still end up losing money. Chao Xing suppressed his excitement and nodded, saying, besides these ancient coins and some gems, can anything else be found inside the jar? Of course. The Orin City Lord nodded solemnly, then continued, what can be found inside the jar is uncertain. It seems to contain some special spatial fabrication method. In other words, if you smash the jar open, you might even find a large war mecha or even a turret. Besides these, you could also find some extremely valuable items. At this point, the Orin City Lord's tone rose slightly. It said that someone once bought a black jar here and found a special item, making him instantly wealthy. That's a relic left behind by a legendary level expert. It can enable many who have been stuck in the hero realm for years to break through to legendary status, enough to drive many heroes crazy. Hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes suddenly lit up. Wow! A relic can be found in a black jar? You know, within his territory, there are a large number of heroes and master-level experts waiting to break through to legendary status. Breaking through to legendary status requires two conditions. One is the legendary heart, and the other is the relic corresponding to the class. They had already amassed a considerable amount of this in the previous 2 wars, having slain a large number of Blood Legion captains. Now, they just needed the corresponding relic. Chao Xing asked doubtfully, who ultimately bought this relic. The Orin City Lord replied, the Great Axe Mercenary Group ultimately acquired it for a high price. They seemed to be planning to put it up for public auction, but it was later bought by another mysterious figure. We don't know the exact price. Chao Xing nodded in realization, a thoughtful look at his eyes. So, these jars are actually similar to ancient treasure chests, capable of revealing all sorts of strange and bizarre items or props. Chao Xing continued, are there many jars like this on the black market? And do you know how many ancient coins you can find in one jar? He needed to know how many coins each jar like this could yield. Would he lose money if he bought them on a large scale? The Orin City Lord answered Chao Xing's questions with almost no hesitation. There aren't many jars on the black market, or rather very few. Because the items found inside are not fixed and the prices are high, even a clay jar can cost tens of thousands of kronor. Those gold jars, for example, can easily cost millions of kronor. But sometimes, you might find less than 1/10 of the value, essentially losing everything. As for the number of ancient coins you can find in a jar, the Lord of Orin City pondered for a moment and replied, there's no specific number. Sometimes you can find a dozen, sometimes dozens. But these coins are of little value to us. We usually keep them as collectibles or melt them down for silver or gold. Except for those newbies on the black market who, out of curiosity, want to open a jar for fun. Generally speaking, not many people would buy these jars. After hearing this, Chao Xing's thoughts became active again. According to the Lord of Orin City, with luck, a jar could yield even dozens of ancient coins. In other words, the ancient coins in about 2 or 3 jars combined could be exchanged for an ancient treasure chest, Even with a bit of bad luck, you could still get a dozen or so ancient coins, and the contents of an ancient treasure chest, even the most common ancient bronze treasure chest, are worth at least 100,000 crowns, right? Clearly, this is a lucrative deal for Chao Xing. At this point, the Lord of Oran seemed to see through his thoughts, and solemnly warned him. Lord Chao Xing, while jars occasionally reveal precious items that can make someone instantly rich, the probability is incredibly small. Plus, the vendors on this black market are all experienced, and they might tamper with the jars. If you're truly interested in these jars, I think you should be extremely cautious. Tamper? What kind? Chao Xing asked, puzzled. The Lord of Orlan sighed and explained, for example, they might clean the jars beforehand, then paint them to change their color. For example, they might transform clay jars into silver jars, and silver jars into gold jars. Some even go so far as to smash the jars, remove the contents, and then reseal them to appear unopened. There are so many tricks, they're using every possible means. At this point, he shook his head helplessly, looking as if he'd been ripped off before. Chao Xing, however, remained calm after hearing this. Instead, a smile played on his face. After all, against these survivors, such counterfeiting tactics were useless. They could tell the quality and unopened state of these jars with just a glance. And most importantly, what they didn't know was that the most valuable items inside these jars were actually the ancient coins. As long as they exchanged them for treasure chests, they would be practically guaranteed to make a profit. Of course, this method only worked for the survivors. After all, these indigenous people didn't have the ability to exchange ancient coins for ancient treasure chests. Chao Xing nodded and said, I understand. I go take a look at the jar and ask the price. Then I decide whether to buy it. Seeing him say this, Lord Oran stopped trying to dissuade him. Chao Xing continued, Sarah, and Lord Oran, follow me. The rest of you wait here. Yes, Lord. The group responded solemnly. Then, Chao Xing led Lord Orlan toward the stall. Sarah vanished silently, blending into Chao Xing's shadow. Soon, the two arrived in front of the stall. Chao Xing's eyes swept across the stall. Besides the ancient jar, it also contained a miscellaneous collection of mechanical parts, broken weapons, and fragments of unknown metal. It looked as if they had just been dug out of the ground. At this moment, seeing two figures standing in front of the stall owner gradually raised his head. He glanced first at Chao Xing, then at Lord Orlan. Instantly, his eyes lit up, and he perked up. From the attire and demeanor of Chao Xing and Lord Orlan, the stall owner immediately realized that these two were not ordinary people. He quickly forced a smile, his tone ingratiating, my lords, these are all items from the Lost City. Feel free to take your pick. If there's anything you like, let me know, and I'd definitely give you a good price. Chao Xing nodded slightly, saying nothing. He didn't immediately rush to ask the price of the jar. Instead, he leisurely browsed the stalls. He looked like a genuine treasure hunter. After a moment, he casually picked up a piece of ochre crystal and asked, how much is this? The stall owner took a look and said with a smile, my lords, this is a relatively rare tiger's eye crystal. 100,000 crowns for it. Hearing the price, Chao Xing understood. This guy was really asking for too much, treating himself like a fat sheep. This thing was clearly a fragment of a damaged energy core, yet he claimed it was a tiger's eye crystal. And he was asking 100,000. If he actually bought it, he'd be completely ripped off. However, Chao Xing didn't get angry. Instead, he quietly put the thing down and continued selecting other items. A moment later, he picked up a robotic arm and asked, how about this? The stall owner took a look, still smiling, and said, sir, you have good taste. This is a robotic arm removed from a high-level mecha. A master-level expert asked for the price before. How about 50,000 crowns? Chao Xing shook his head and put the robotic arm down again. Then he began selecting other items. After asking several times, the stall owner gave a somewhat exaggerated price each time. Of course, Chao Xing didn't buy a single time. After several attempts, the stall owner grew impatient. He frowned, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction and resignation. Sir, are you going to buy anything? If not, please go to another stall. Everyone's time is precious, so please don't bother me. Chao Xing chuckled, yes, of course. He casually picked up a necklace and asked, how much is this? This was one of the few items on the stall that looked reasonably fine. Chao Xing had already scanned it using the system panel. It was a purple necklace, its attributes merely average. The stall owner's eyes lit up when he saw the item in his hand, and he exclaimed, sir, you have excellent taste. This necklace was unearthed from the tomb of an ancient noble beneath the ruins. Just give me 1,000,000 kronor. Hearing the price, Chao-Shing seemed somewhat tempted. After a moment's hesitation, he put the necklace down again. Forget it. The stall owner, seeing that he still hadn't bought it, was furious. But due to Chao-Shing's strength, he could only force a smile, even though his anger was almost uncontrollable. At this point, Chao-Shing said apologetically, "I'm sorry, boss, I didn't bring many kronor this time. Next time I have more kronor, I definitely patronize you." Seeing Chao-Shing's politeness, the stall owner's face was slightly surprised, and his anger instantly dissipated a little. "Sir, you are so powerful and well-educated, you must be of a distinguished background. Don't worry, if you want to take another look you can. My name is Granger Curry, and I love to associate with people like you," he said with a smile. As mentioned before, those who can survive in the black market are experienced and well-connected. The stall owner was clearly well-versed in this. Chao-Shing shook his head and smiled. "You're welcome, sir. But I did waste a lot of your time this time. In that case, I can't let you work in vain. By the way, sir, how much is that jar over there?" The stall owner looked at the jar he was pointing to. He then looked up at Chao-Shing, as if contemplating something. After a moment he said, "Sir, you should be aware of the market price of this kind of jar. If you really want it, give me 3,000,000 kronor. That's already my cost." Chao-Shing pondered this for a moment. This price should indeed be the lowest cost. From the stall owner's words, Chao-Shing also learned another piece of information. That is, he didn't dig this gold jar himself. It looked like he purchased it from somewhere. Seeing he was still hesitant, the owner continued, "Sir, don't worry about the authenticity of the jar. This is a genuine, unopened gold jar. Absolutely authentic. If you buy it, you can smash it open right in front of me. If it's fake, not only will I not charge you a penny, I return double the price." He made this promise with a solemn promise, seeming extremely confident in his merchandise. Chao-Shing smiled and shook his head, saying, "Of course I believe this jar is real, sir. In that case I buy it." A flicker of surprise crossed the vendor's face at this, as if he hadn't expected Chao-Shing to agree so easily. It wasn't until Chao-Shing pulled out a bag filled with crowns that the vendor finally reacted. A smile suddenly spread across his face. "Sir, you're so generous. This jar is yours." He then picked up the jar, and made the transaction with Chao-Shing. Transaction successful. You gained unopened gold jar *1, and lost coins *3,000,000. Ding! Item Diamond Membership Card activated. You received a return of coins *600,000. Chao-Shing was slightly taken aback by the following message. A subtle smile then curved his lips. He sighed inwardly. "I almost forgot I still have this incredible item called the Diamond Membership Card. No matter what transaction involves kronor, I get a 20% refund. That's pretty generous. So, I've only spent 2.4 million kronor on this gold jar, a guaranteed profit." Thinking of this, Chao-Shing became even more determined to buy up all sorts of jars on the black market. After the transaction was completed, the stall owner finally smiled sincerely. "Thank you for your patronage, sir. You're the first person to buy a gold jar from me. Would you like to break it open in front of me to verify its authenticity?" The surrounding vendors and passers-by, upon hearing the words "buy a gold jar," all turned their curious gazes. At least dozens of eyes fixed on the jar in Chao-Shing's hand. There was curiosity, greed, and even a hint of wonder in their eyes. Many others waited silently. Seeing this, Chao-Shing looked peculiar and asked, "Lord Oren, what are they waiting for? Are they waiting to steal my jars?" The Lord Oren shook his head and said, "That's not the case. This black market maintains a basic order thanks to the Great Axe mercenaries. Openly stealing someone's goods is forbidden. They want to see what you can find in the jars." At this point, the Lord Oren smiled meaningfully. In this black market, watching others open jars is a special kind of entertainment. A flash of realization crossed Chao-Shing's eyes. These jars, as objects that randomly drop objects when smashed, inherently possess a certain element of gambling. Some have become overnight riches by uncovering extremely valuable treasures from the jars. Others have spent vast sums on jars, hoping to make a killing, only to end up losing everything. So, everyone wanted to see the excitement. However, Chao-Shing shook his head and said, "There's no need to verify authenticity. I trust this owner's character. In reality, there's no such thing as character in the black market. It's just some nice, polite talk." With that, Chao-Shing tucked the jar into his backpack. The onlookers, seeing the jar vanish into thin air, were immediately disappointed. They knew this mysterious young man wouldn't be opening the jar here, so they all looked away. The vendor, observing this, spoke sensibly. "Then I won't bother you, sir. I hope you visit, and take care of my business when the opportunity presents itself. Chao Xing smiled. Of course. With that, he left the stall with Lord Orlan and Sarah. When he returned to the group, some eyes were still fixed on Chao Xing. Chao Xing turned around and realized that these people weren't giving up, eager to see him open the golden jar. He did want to open the jar and see what he could find. However, finding a deserted corner in this black market was quite a hassle. At that moment, Chao Xing's eyes fell on the several large men nearby, and an idea suddenly occurred to him. He chuckled, Brown, Assam, and Andrew, come over and hold them off for a bit. I'm going to see what's inside this jar. Yes, sir. Everyone responded in unison, then sprang into action. Brown raised his shield, protecting Chao Xing like a wall. The others gathered around him, forming a wall. When they couldn't see Chao Xing, their gazes suddenly felt a touch of disappointment. Meanwhile, Chao Xing, standing amidst the crowd, pulled the gold jar from his backpack. The gray gold jar, held in his hand, looked heavy. Chao Xing asked, Lord Oren, is it enough to just throw the jar on the ground and smash it open? The Lord nodded yes. I hope Lord Chao Xing can find something good. His tone held a hint of anticipation. Even Elisa, Bai Ji, and the others seemed incredibly curious. Under the gaze of the crowd, Chao Xing tossed the gold jar to the ground. With a crisp snap, the jar shattered. Like fireworks, a mountain of golden coins burst from the shattered jar. A clanking sound echoed, and the gold coins scattered across the floor. The scene was quite reminiscent of a piggy bank being smashed open. Chapter 703. At the same time, the moment the golden jar was smashed open, a system prompt appeared before Chao Xing survivors. Please take note. You have successfully opened the golden jar, triggering the hidden achievement, King of Can Openers. King of Can Openers, open 100 gold quality or higher jars to activate this achievement. Achievement reward, 1 King of Can Openers. Title, 1 unopened black jar. Seeing the prompt, Chao Xing's eyes lit up with surprise. King of Can Openers achievement? And you get a title and a black jar as rewards. That's something I didn't expect. Clearly, the reward for this achievement is quite impressive. Not to mention the title, the black jar alone is incredibly valuable. Similarly, completing this achievement is quite difficult. After all, you have to open 100 gold quality or higher jars. Even at the market price of 3 million each, that would still require at least 300 million kronor. For the average survivor, this is already an astronomical sum. However, with Chao Xing's abilities, he has a chance of completing it. So, with this hidden achievement here, my chances of losing money opening the jars are even lower. I could collect a few more jars, and have Lu Muxua and Xiao Chuchu open them together. After all, as survivors, they too have achievements. Thinking of this, Chao Xing's lips curled up slightly. He was already thinking about how to raise enough funds to buy up more jars. Bang! After hearing the sound of the jars breaking, the people around him stood on tiptoe, trying to see what was inside. However, they were blocked by the figures of Braun, Assam, and the others, and could not see what was inside at all. At the same time, when the golden jar completely shattered, Chao Xing and the others looked over. Scattered on the ground among the jar fragments were dozens of gold coins. Atop the pile of gold coins lay a colorful gem. Besides that, there was some mithril ore. Seeing this, a look of disappointment crossed Lord Orlan's face. This is a relatively common opal orb, and the price of one is around 1.1 million crowns. All that mithril ore, combined, is only worth around a few 100,000 crowns. Lord Chao Xing, you seem to have lost out. Chao Xing said nothing, but silently picked up everything on the ground. Obtained, ancient gold coins *43. Obtained, opal orb gold *1. Obtained, mithril or *17. Although there were only 3 items, Chao Xing was not disappointed at all. Instead, a faint smile appeared on his face. After all, to him, these 43 ancient gold coins alone were worth at least several million crowns. As for the opal orb and mithril ore, they were gifts. There was no question of him losing money opening the jar. Of course, Lord Orlan and the others didn't know the function of the ancient gold coins, nor could they exchange them for treasure chests. So, the probability of losing money opening the jar was indeed higher. Chao Xing chuckled and shook his head, saying, no problem. I'm quite satisfied with what I found in this jar. Let's continue browsing the other stalls. Hearing this, Lord Orlan glanced at him with a hint of surprise. It was unclear whether Chao Xing was truly satisfied, or simply trying to comfort himself. But he didn't say much and continued to follow Chao Xing. The group wandered around the surrounding stalls a few more times. This underground black market, hailed as the largest of several nearby thrones, lived up to its reputation. As they wondered, they saw at least tens of thousands of bizarre and exotic items. All sorts of mechanical parts, gems, blueprints, weapons, and so on. The sheer variety was dizzying. Of course, most of these items were useless, or rather, of little use to Chao Xing. He didn't waste too much time on these props. Their biggest goal now was the jars. However, as Lord Oren had said, very few of these jars had been unearthed. They browsed around the corner of the black market, and only saw 3 vendors selling them. After some haggling, Chao Xing bought them all. The 3 jars were 2 silver jars, and 1 earthenware jar. As for the gold jars, there were none. Chao Xing bought the 2 silver jars for 700,000 kronor, equivalent to 350,000 kronor each, which should be the market price. As for the clay jars, they were cheaper, costing 50,000 kronor each. And after the cashback from his diamond membership card, it only cost 40,000 kronor. At this moment, everyone gathered again. Chao Xing looked at the 3 jars in his backpack and thought, it said that the items opened from these silver and clay jars are not very valuable, so there's no need to hide them. In that case, let's just open them. After saying this, he first took out the earthenware jar and threw it to the ground. Pa! With the same crisp sound, the jar shattered again. Mixed with it were yellowed copper coins and ochre-colored gem fragments, which flew everywhere. With a wave of his hand, Chao Xing gathered all the items, including the jar fragments, into his backpack. Gained 22 ancient brass coins. Gained 3 tiger's eye pebble fragments, green. Gained 28 copper ore. The contents of this earthenware jar weren't bad either. A full 22 ancient brass coins, plus a few green quality gem fragments. A slight smile curved Chao Xing's lips. However, a look of regret crossed the face of the Lord of Orange City beside him. Lord Chao Xing, this earthenware jar is a loss. 3 tiger eye pebble fragments have a market value of 3,000 crowns each. With the copper ore, yours is less than 10,000 crowns. Hearing this, Chao Xing chuckled, no problem, just treat it as entertainment. Let's continue opening. With that, he pulled 2 more silver jars from his backpack. This time, Chao Xing prepared to open both jars at once. He held the bottoms of the jars with both hands and tossed them to the ground. Pa! Pa! 2 crisp cracks followed, and the silvery white jar fragments flew everywhere. Mixed with them were a large number of silver coins. Additionally, there were several pieces of black magic stone and a thumb-sized, gleaming black diamond. Seeing this, Lord Oren's eyes lit up. He quickly calculated in his mind and said, huh? 9 magic stones, worth nearly 180,000. This black diamond is quite large, worth at least 600,000. Lord Chao Xing, we didn't lose money this time. Hearing this, everyone smiled with relief. After all, these 2 silver jars cost 700,000 crowns, and the items inside were worth a guaranteed 800,000 crowns. It was indeed a profit. A faint smile played on Chao Xing's lips. He continued to collect the silver coins and materials on the ground into his backpack. Obtained, ancient silver coins *48. Obtained, magic stone, gold *9. Obtained, black diamond *1. Obtained, eternal gold or *17. After about an hour on the black market, he had purchased 4 jars, spending a total of 3.75 million crowns. After the discount from the diamond membership card, the price was 3 million crowns. And the materials found inside could be sold for about 2.05 million crowns. This amounted to a net loss of nearly 1 million crowns. For others, this was a pretty good result. After all, the black market saying, 9 out of 10 openings result in a loss, is no mere rhetoric. However, Chao Xing, looking at the ancient coins in his backpack, a satisfied smile crossed his face. To him, these coins far surpassed the value of the jars themselves. The Lord of Orange City said with emotion, Lord Chao Xing, you're truly lucky. Only 1 million crowns were lost on the 4 jars. If you hadn't opened the gold jar, you might have even made a profit. Do you want to continue opening jars? Chao Xing smiled and shook his head. Not yet. I've spent all my crowns. I need to sell some things to replenish my losses, otherwise I won't be able to continue. After hearing this, Lord Orlan pondered for a moment. Then tentatively asked, how about? I lend you some? Chao Xing turned to him and asked, how much do you have? Lord Orlan replied, I brought about 60 million crowns with me on this trip. If Lord Chao Xing needs it, I can give it all to you. Chao Xing did the math in his mind. 60 million crowns, at the purchase price, would only yield 20 gold jars at most. Cracking them all open would yield approximately 400 to 600 ancient gold coins, or 4 gold treasure chests. While that's a lot, there are probably more jars on the black market. Furthermore, Chao Xing had heard that in addition to silver and gold jars, there were even more valuable black jars. This jar, which could yield relics, would surely be even more valuable. Chao Xing shook his head, a hint of regret in his tone. It's not quite enough. City Lord, if I want to sell some of these treasures and quickly raise more crowns, are there any relevant channels on the black market? He still had quite a few treasures, including the flesh of the legendary giant rhinoceros, the legendary secret medicine refined by Francesca, and the various crystals produced by the Crystal People. According to the merchant from the Giant Chamber of Commerce, these crystals of the Crystal People were extremely valuable. The most common dark crystals cost over 100,000 crowns each. The more advanced shimmering crystals could reach as high as 1 or 2 million. As for the most precious colorful crystals, they started at tens of millions of crowns. Chao Xing used all of those colorful crystals to enhance legendary weapons and equipment. He still had about 130 dark crystals and shimmering crystals in his backpack, worth nearly 30 million. Then, there are the hundreds of thousands of mithril, eternal gold ingots, and crystals obtained from King Velan's treasure. This alone is truly staggering, likely worth at least tens of billions. In addition, there are also some unique treasures, such as the dried heart, the Mad King fishing rod, and so on. These are all incredibly valuable. It's safe to say that Chao Xing now carries items worth tens of billions. Upon hearing this, Lord Orlan thought for a moment and replied, if you want to sell treasures, then you have to go to the trading hall in the central area. Trading hall? Chao Xing asked, somewhat surprised. There's such a place here? Lord Orlan nodded. Yes. This trading hall was established by the Great Axe Mercenary Group. They claim to buy anything on the black market. As long as you dare to sell, they buy. Of course, their purchase price will be lower than the market price. Alternatively, you can set up a stall here like everyone else and wait for others to come and pick your items. Hearing this last suggestion, Chao Xing shook his head. Forget setting up a stall. I'm planning on exploring the ancient ruins. Let's go directly to the trading hall. Okay, Lord Chao Xing, please follow me. With that, Lord Orlan led Chao Xing and his group toward the center of the underground black market. Halfway through, they encountered a group of mercenaries blocking their way. Chao Xing looked at the Lord of Orlan's city in confusion. The Lord explained, Lord Chao Xing, these are the people I mentioned, responsible for verifying capital. You need to prove you have 5 million crowns to enter. Chao Xing nodded in sudden realization. However, he glanced at his backpack. He had originally had several million left when he entered the black market. After opening those jars, he was completely bankrupt. Only a few 100,000 crowns remained. As if sensing Chao Xing's current predicament, Lord Orlan took the lead and stepped forward to greet the mercenaries. The mercenaries looked from Lord Orlan to Chao Xing. Then he waved his hand and said, go in. Seeing them pass, Lord Orlan smiled. He bowed and said, thank you. Although Lord Orlan's status meant he didn't take these mercenaries seriously from the outside, let alone thank them, there was no other way. This was the Great Axe Mercenary Group's territory. Adhering to the principle of less is more, everyone kept a low profile. They made their way through the outer ruins and into the depths of the underground city. The atmosphere here was distinctly different from that outside. First, most of the buildings here are still in pristine condition. Ancient buildings stand tall on both sides of the street. Though their exteriors are tarnished by the passage of thousands of years, they still stand tall. Compared to the vendors on the outskirts, who simply sit on the ground and spread out their cloth amidst the ruins to conduct business, the inner city is much more sophisticated. Each vendor occupies a building, setting up their stalls in the rooms, appearing to be in perfect order. Chao Xing said with amusement, interesting. These people have actually opened shops in the black market. The Lord of Oren, standing nearby, nodded and said, yes, this is also a form of trading in the underground black market. Most of those who can occupy a building here and do business have some connections. The goods they carry are relatively high-end, and the prices are also slightly higher. Some wealthy individuals, after arriving at the black market and disliking the goods sold outside, come inside to choose. After a pause, he continued, and unlike the vendors outside, those doing business here are protected by the Great Axe Mercenaries. Anyone who dares to cause trouble here or attack the merchants inside will be punished by the Great Axe Mercenaries. Similarly, they will also pay a monthly protection fee in exchange for the Great Axe Mercenaries' protection. Chao Xing nodded slightly, feeling a sense of admiration. This great axe mercenaries are quite good at business. After 10,000 years, this underground city had been completely abandoned and worthless. And yet, they have developed it into a massive underground black market. Not only has it been revitalized, but it also generates substantial profits for them every day. Of course, this also has to do with the strength of the Great Axe Mercenary Group. The leader of this mercenary group is a legendary figure, and this title alone is enough to suppress most shady individuals. If it were any other mercenary group, they would never be able to control such a large black market. In any world, power reigns supreme. And this gave Chao Xing an idea. Should we also develop the underground city next to my territory? After all, in terms of strength, Chao Xing's command of legendary figures far outnumbers the Great Axe Mercenary Group. Any one of them could be invincible below the level of a demigod. But Chao Xing quickly shook his head. After all, the Great Axe Mercenary Group was able to develop this place because of a massive ancient ruin nearby. And what did the snowstorm plains have? Nothing at all, nothing to attract anyone else. So this idea wasn't very realistic. As they thought, they had already crossed several streets. As they walked through the city center, they peered into the shops. To attract customers, those shops displayed their most valuable wares in the most prominent locations. Along the way, Chao Xing actually spotted some remarkable things. For example, inside one building stood a massive war machine, at least 5 meters tall and constructed entirely of metal. On each of its arms, a cannon over 30 centimeters in diameter appeared to be quite intimidating. Chao Xing glanced at it. Ancient weapon, Type 7 battlefield sweeping robot, Tier 7. Level 70. Durability, 4-500, 000/4, 500, 000. Attack power, 15,000 to 15,000. Armor, 3,500 to 3,500. Remaining energy, 0/500, 000 units. Note, standby mode consumes 50 energy units per day, and combat mode consumes 10,000 energy units per minute. Note 2. Primary magic crystal equals 100 energy units, intermediate equals 500 energy units, advanced equals 5,000 energy units, expert equals 50,000 energy units, master equals 500,000 energy units. Skills: destruction bombardment, sweeping charge, death energy ray, energy shield. Ultimate skill: final destruction battlefield judgment. Core device: master level energy core. Current status: inactive. Seeing the above attributes, Chao Xing was amazed. This war sweeper robot possessed attributes comparable to a level 70 commander creature, perhaps even superior. This ancient war machine was no less impressive than the mechas of the goblins. It even made Chao Xing consider purchasing it. Of course, the price of this ancient weapon was also quite outrageous. The owner had directly listed it at 200 million yuan. Clearly, even if Chao Xing had the money, he wouldn't spend 200 million on one. Shaking their heads, they continued their cursory inspection, heading forward. Then, Chao Xing was drawn to a massive firearm. Tong Chu, standing nearby, widened her eyes, her gaze filled with longing. Chapter 704. While walking, Chao Xing was drawn to a massive gun. Even Tong Chu, standing beside him, widened her eyes, her gaze filled with longing. It was a spear over 2 meters long, forged entirely from an unknown black metal. The surface was covered in intricate runes and energy patterns. The muzzle diameter reached a staggering 30 centimeters. Just a glance at it revealed its intimidating power. He scanned the information. Ancient weapon, Death Eye Launcher, orange. Quality, epic. Equipment level, level 70 and above. Attack power, 178,542 to 216,243. Attack interval, 1.8 seconds per attack. Cost: each attack fires 1 Death Eye projectile. Without a Death Eye, it consumes energy instead. Additional effects. Additional effects. Additional effects. Additional effects. Additional effects. Equipment description: a single-person launcher combining magic and technology, possessing extremely powerful destructive power. Please use with caution. This thing is a bit outrageous, Chao Xing exclaimed. If Tong Chu equips it, combined with her current expert-level mechanical affinity, it will increase her firearm attack power by 40%. Add to that the series of blessings we bestowed upon her, and this single shot could deal over 1 million in damage. Of course, this thing also has a fatal flaw: its long attack interval. It takes nearly 2 seconds to fire once, And it's also quite expensive, costing 40 million crowns. Chao Xing had absolutely no desire to buy anything. He glanced at Tom Choo Choo beside him and said, "Let's go, little Choo Choo. This gun's attack speed is too slow. It's not suitable for our battle. I find you a better one later." Hearing this, the little girl's face lit up with joy. She nodded obediently. "Okay, big brother." The group continued walking a distance forward. Just then, Elisa, standing nearby, stopped again. She stared intently ahead, as if she had seen something surprising. Elisa's mouth dropped open as she exclaimed, "Wow! So big!" Following her gaze, everyone else's eyes flickered with surprise. At the entrance of a shop ahead stood a massive object, resembling a missile. It was at least 5 meters tall, and over a meter in diameter. Its surface was also covered in intricate runes and metallic patterns. It was surrounded by stone, and a prominent slogan was posted nearby. "Touching is strictly prohibited." Chao Xing exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my god! This thing looks terrifyingly powerful." With a hint of curiosity, he glanced at its properties. Ancient Super Bomb. Introduction. One of the most advanced weapons of ancient civilization, it possesses terrifying destructive power. Combining the skills of top alchemists and rune masters, it is extremely difficult to create. Effect. 1. Upon detonation, it deals 32,849,124 to 43,281,532 points of impact damage to all creatures within a 5,000 to 10,000 meter radius. Effect. 2. After the super bomb detonates, it will trigger 4 aftershock waves over the next 10 seconds, each dealing 20% damage. Note, this bomb possesses extremely terrifying destructive power. Upon detonation, it will destroy all surrounding terrain and structures. Please use with caution. Reading the above description, Chao Xing swallowed. Wow! The effects of this super bomb are terrifying. After detonation, it deals at least 30 million damage. Even a hero-level warrior would be severely damaged, or even instantly killed. Furthermore, after the initial explosion, this thing has 4 aftershock waves, adding up to another 80% of the damage. It's fair to say that few creatures below legendary rank can withstand the damage of this bomb. If there were enough of these bombs, and they were airdropped by goblin airships or other flying units, it's terrifying to even think about. Thinking of this, Chao Xing looked at the Lord of Orlan next to him and couldn't help but ask, "Did you also unearth this bomb from that ruin?" The Lord of Orlan nodded slightly. "Yes, but super bombs of this size are probably rare in the outer city. They can only be found in certain buildings or special chambers within the inner city." Chao Xing nodded, somewhat tempted by the bomb. But the price was also outrageous, 50 million crowns. If it weren't for the collective breakthrough of the over 1,000 soldiers in his territory, Chao Xing could still afford it. But now, he was short of money. Shaking his head, Chao Xing dismissed the thought. Then he continued to lead the group on their stroll, heading towards the black market center. After walking a distance, Chao Xing's gaze drifted towards the interior of a building. On a wooden display stand at the entrance sat a completely black jar. The surface was smooth and shiny, and it was obvious that the owner polished it daily. However, due to its age, the jar exuded an air of antiquity, and even had a few cracks on it. Chao Xing looked over. Unopened black jar, orange. Clearly, this was the legendary black jar, far more precious than the silver and gold jars. Similarly, the items found within were even rarer. It's said that someone has even uncovered a legendary relic. The Lord of Oran City examined it carefully, nodded, and said, "Judging from the surface and workmanship of this jar, it must be genuine." Chao Xing's heart was already stirring. "Lord of Oran City, Assam, follow me inside." "Yes, Lord." With that, Chao Xing led the two into the black market building. The interior, compared to the chaotic exterior, was remarkably clean and tidy. Several ancient paintings hung on the walls, the floor was covered with soft carpets, and the air was filled with a faint scent of incense. A delicate reception table sat nearby. The owner seemed a man of distinction. At this moment, upon seeing Chao Xing and the others enter, a well-dressed middle-aged man, seemingly in his early 40s, quickly emerged from the room. His eyes swept over the group. The next moment, a warm smile appeared on his face. "Gentlemen, welcome. If there's anything you like, feel free to take a look." Chao Xing nodded, his eyes scanning the surroundings. The shelves were neatly stacked with a variety of items, ranging from period jewelry and weapons to exquisite handicrafts. The items sold in this shop were indeed of high quality, with items at the lowest being purple quality. Chao Xing didn't waste any time, but got straight to the point. Pointing to the black jar at the door, he asked, "Boss, how much is that jar?" The boss followed Chaoxing's finger, his smile undimmed, and said respectfully, "Sir, this jar is one of our treasures. I believe you've already heard about the price of this kind of jar. I see you have an extraordinary demeanor. You must be a prominent figure." He began with a few compliments, then got down to business. "Then, how about selling it to you at the market price of 28 million? Hearing this price, Chaoxing frowned slightly. Although he knew the price of this black jar was high, compared to the 3 million for the gold jar, the black jar's price was almost 10 times higher, which was quite a bit exaggerated. Chaoxing pondered for a moment, then asked, "Can you make it cheaper?" Hearing this question, the boss's face showed a hint of embarrassment. After a few seconds of silence, he hesitantly said then, "How about 27.5 million? Chaoxing rolled his eyes, and said bluntly, "Let's not waste time haggling. Let's be straightforward. 25 million kronor. I take this black jar straight away." The boss smiled wryly, and shook his head. "Sir, this price is indeed a bit too low. I bought this jar from a powerful mercenary at a high price." Chaoxing remained silent, but he had already given up on the idea of buying it. 25 million was about the highest price he could accept. At this moment, the boss suddenly changed the subject, saying, however, "If you are willing to open this black jar in front of everyone, I can give it to you at that price." Chaoxing's face flickered with confusion. "Open it in front of everyone? What's the point of that?" The boss chuckled and explained, "Well, if a customer opens a can in front of everyone and finds something priceless, word will spread quickly throughout the black market. It's like advertising for our shop. Other customers who want to open cans will hear about this and come here. They call it a good luck charm." Chaoxing, looking puzzled, said, "You still believe that?" The boss nodded repeatedly, his tone a bit serious. "Yes, opening cans is inherently a form of gambling. Those gamblers, seeking comfort, will subconsciously come to our shop to buy cans." After hearing his explanation, Chaoxing chuckled. He nodded and said, "Okay, I promise. But if the contents of the jar are terrible, don't blame me for ruining your reputation." For Chaoxing, simply opening the jar in person could save him over 2 million crowns, so why not? The boss chuckled, "If the contents are terrible, that's God's will." Chaoxing nodded. Meanwhile, Lord Oren, seeing they had reached an agreement, offered, "Then I pay on behalf of Lord Chaoxing." He was about to withdraw the crowns. Chaoxing raised his hand to stop him, saying calmly, "Lord Oren, give me the 25 million crowns first. I personally deal with this boss." Hearing this, Lord Oren was a little puzzled. But he still obeyed, transferring the crowns from his backpack to Chaoxing. Transaction successful. Received coins * 25 million. Looking at the extra 25 million crowns in his backpack, Chaoxing looked at the shopkeeper and said, "Okay, we can trade." The shopkeeper smiled broadly, "No problem, sir." He quickly walked over and carefully lifted the black can off the display stand. After the exchange of money and goods, a system prompt appeared. Transaction successful. You gain unopened black can *1. You lose coins * 25 million. Ding! Diamond membership card activated. You receive a refund of coins * 5 million. Chaoxing's face lit up with satisfaction. It had to be said that this membership card was truly effective. No matter what you buy, it's equivalent to a 20% discount. It indirectly saved him an untold amount of money. Chaoxing weighed the black can in his hand and said, "Let's go outside and open it." The shopkeeper, still polite, said, "Thank you, sir." Chaoxing went outside. Isabel, Bai Ji, and the others were waiting. Seeing the black can in his hand, they felt a little strange. Chaoxing explained what had happened in the shop and explained that they would be opening a jar in the street. Everyone's faces lit up with anticipation. Elisa, standing beside him, exclaimed excitedly, "Wow! Will the moon goddess bless our lord and bring forth something valuable?" Chaoxing smiled and said, "I hope so." In reality, rather than whether or not something valuable could be found, he was more curious about the quality of ancient coins that could be found in a black jar like this. After all, a silver jar corresponds to silver coins, not gold. If a black jar yielded platinum coins, that would be even more significant. When Chaoxing reached the street outside the shop, the owner suddenly shouted, "Everyone, this gentleman has purchased our most valuable treasure, the black jar. He will personally open this jar in front of everyone. Will it be instant wealth or total ruin? Let's wait and see." Upon hearing the news of the black jar opening, pedestrians strolling along the street, and even nearby shop owners, stopped what they were doing. One shop owner asked in confusion, "What was Thompson just talking about?" "Someone bought a black jar from their store, and they're opening it in public. Another shop owner replied, "It seems so. That young man is holding a jar from Thompson's shop. Gods be damned. This is worth tens of millions. This young man is truly capable. Ha ha. We haven't seen anyone open a black jar in public in ages. If something truly priceless comes out, it'd be all over town tomorrow." More and more people, intrigued, gathered around. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of people gathered. When the crowd was nearly full, Chao Xing looked at the shop owner and said, "I'm going to begin." The shop owner nodded quickly and said solemnly, "Yes, sir, please begin." At the same time, Chao Xing gradually removed the black can. Amidst the crowd's expectant gaze, he casually tossed it to the ground. Pa! A crisp sound. The can rolled several times on the ground, but remained intact. Not broken. Chao Xing raised an eyebrow, seeming a little surprised. The onlookers rolled their eyes, and some even laughed. However, some, watching the can roll to the ground, had greed in their eyes. After all, this item was worth over 20 million yuan, enough to make many people willing to take a risk. But at that moment, a dark figure flashed and quickly picked up the black jar. It came to Chao Xing's side, and respectfully handed it back to him. She was truly his personal bodyguard. Sarah. After accepting the jar, Chao Xing thought to himself, "Looks like I need to use a little more force." So, he held the jar firmly, and tossed it to the ground with a slight force. Pa! With a crisp crack, the entire jar shattered into countless black fragments. Among these fragments, Chao Xing saw a large number of scattered white coins. Those were ancient platinum coins. Successfully opened the black jar. King of Can Openers achievement updated. Current progress, 2/100. At this moment, Chao Xing couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Great, the black jars finally contained platinum coins. Looks like this round of jar opening won't be a loss. In addition to the platinum coins, there was also a strangely shaped red fruit, emitting powerful energy fluctuations. And some scattered materials. The moment the objects on the ground were spotted, all eyes quickly focused on them. And Chao Xing immediately swept up everything. Obtained, platinum coins *32. Obtained, blood heart fruit, orange, *1. Obtained, meteorite ingots *15. Obtained, pure fragment *1. When all these items were placed in his backpack. Before Chao Xing could even check their properties, he heard a cry of surprise. A female mercenary in leather armor excitedly said, "That red fruit. Looks like a blood heart fruit." Hearing this, the others' eyes flickered with reminiscence, as if they suddenly lost track of what the red blood heart fruit was. At this moment, as if remembering something, they exclaimed in surprise, "Is it the red blood heart fruit that permanently improves a person's physical fitness, even affecting legendary warriors?" "It is. I'm sure of it," the female mercenary declared firmly. 3 years ago, someone else also opened one. It was later bought by a mysterious and powerful individual for the staggering price of 60 million crowns. Some didn't know what the red blood heart fruit was, but they had heard the exaggerated figure of 60 million crowns. Instantly, many eyes turned to Chao Xing. Some were filled with envy, some with jealousy. Still, there was undisguised greed. Some in the crowd even began to stir, their eyes flickering with danger. Seeing this, Chao Xing didn't panic. Instead, he took out the red fruit and deliberately weighed it in his hand, as if to show it off. Chao Xing wanted to see if anyone was bold enough to snatch the fruit from his hand. Then the powerful warriors around him would teach him a lesson. However, these people weren't fools, nor were they so impulsive. They knew that anyone who spent tens of millions on a black jar and dared to open it in public was no ordinary person. Although the guards around this young man were discreet, including Isabel, who wore a white veil obscuring her stunning features, their auras revealed that they were extraordinary. After a brief commotion, they all suppressed their greed, their eyes still fixed on the blood heart fruit. Seeing this, the shopkeeper nearby quickly stepped forward and shouted, "Everyone! This gentleman bought the jar from my shop. Remember, this is Thompson's shop. If you want to open a jar and get rich overnight, buy from me. Maybe you be the next to find a treasure." Hearing this, the crowd around him turned their gazes. It could be said that this shopkeeper, Thompson, had done a good job of advertising. His gamble paid off, of course. Whether it actually worked or not remains to be seen. Chao Xing waited a moment, and when no one else took action, he put the blood heart fruit into his backpack. Then, looking at the shopkeeper next to him, he said, "We've opened all the jars, so we be leaving now." The shopkeeper quickly and respectfully said, "Okay, sir, please take care. If you have time, please come back to my shop. I definitely give you a discount." Of course. Chao Xing smiled and nodded, then led his men out. On the way, he took out the red fruit again. Amidst the curious gazes of the crowd, Chao Xing glanced at its attributes. Red blood heart fruit orange. Quality, special. Item description. A fruit imbued with pure blood energy. Consuming it strengthens the physique and activates special abilities. Item effect. Upon consumption, increases all attributes by 10% and activates the special ability, Red Blood Fury. Red Blood Fury. The user reduces their maximum health by 30%, increasing their strength by 30% for 24 hours. Note: the red blood heart fruit contains extremely violent power. Prolonged exposure to this red blood fury state may cause the user to become irritable and even lose control. Please use with caution. Chapter 705. Seeing the stats above, Chao Xing's eyes flashed with surprise. Wow! A permanent 10% boost to all stats. After activating Blood Fury, it also increases strength by an additional 30%. That adds up to a 40% boost. This boost is truly terrifying. If consumed by a mutated overlord like Binglan, it would increase attack damage by at least 200,000. Sarah's damage would also skyrocket, especially. A pure strength hero had just joined his territory. Tauren Chieftain, Cain Explosive Hoof. Given this fruit, his combat power would be even higher. Of course, such a huge boost comes at a terrifying price. His maximum health will be reduced by 30%. And if he remains in Blood Fury for a long time, there's a risk of losing control. It's somewhat similar to Andrew's behemoth form. But regardless, this is an extremely precious fruit. With this thought, Chao Xing placed it in his backpack with satisfaction. The Lord of Orin, standing nearby, exclaimed, "Lord Chao Xing, you're truly incredibly lucky. Most others who open a black pot lose everything. You directly opened such a precious fruit, netting tens of millions in profit. That's beyond imagination." Chao Xing chuckled and shook his head. In reality, he made more than just tens of millions. In addition to the fruit, there were also over 30 platinum ancient coins, equivalent to 1/3 of a Halyue treasure chest. Add to that, the one pure shard and the precious starfall ingot. It could be said that Chao Xing was practically guaranteed to win money by opening this jar. Olin City Lord continued, "By the way, Lord Chao Xing, are you selling this fruit? If you do, I'd be interested in buying it." Here, he lowered his head somewhat embarrassedly. At this question, Chao Xing glanced at him in surprise, and saw the desire in Orlan City Lord's eyes. This scarlet blood heart fruit is a god-level fruit for most strength-based classes. After all, the Crimson Blood Fury state at the end increases strength by 30%, which can be used to turn the tide in a critical moment. At this moment, Chao Xing remembered something. Back then, when Orlan City Lord was fighting several Red Road bishops alone, he displayed a special ability. It dramatically increased his strength and made him extremely resistant to attack, practically an immortal being. This made Chao Xing curious. What exactly did this ability entail? His gaze fell on Orlan City Lord, and a stat panel suddenly appeared before him. Name: Orlan Sharp. Race: Human. Faction: Ice Crystal Kingdom. Level: Level 70. Potential: Domination. HP: 2158354/3220925. Attack: 30,452 to 31,224. Armor: 2415 to 2572. Skills: Master Level Kingdom Swordsmanship, Kingdom Swordsmanship Destruction, Kingdom Swordsmanship Sealing Blade, Kingdom Swordsmanship 9 Swords, Kingdom Swordsmanship Flying Blade. Commander Level Skill, Desperate Rampage, activates all the power within, entering a rampage state. Every second that your health decreases by 1%, your strength increases by 5%, and damage taken is reduced by 5%. While in Desperate Rampage, each 1% decrease in your health increases your strength by 5%, and your damage reduction by 5%, up to a maximum of 90%. This state is released when your health drops below 5%. Cooldown: 24 hours. Domination Domain, Berserker Domain, when using a sword, increases your strength by 30% and that of allies by 10%. Talent: Infinite Strength. Since childhood, you have possessed strength far exceeding that of your peers. Each level up increases your strength by an additional 30% to 50%. After reviewing the City Lord's attributes, Chao Xing withdrew his gaze, a look of realization crossing his eyes. Clearly, the state he activated during the battle with the 4 archbishops must have been that commander-level skill. Desperate Rampage. This skill is truly terrifying. The lower your health, the greater the increase in strength, which also comes with damage reduction. stacking up to 90%. Of course, great power comes at a significant price. It reduces his maximum health by 1% every second, automatically disabling it at 5%. In other words, this skill can only last for a maximum of 95 seconds, and it also increases the risk of death. Chaoxing also understood why he wanted to purchase the red blood heart fruit. Although his death rampage was powerful, its effect wasn't immediately apparent when activated. Only as his health continued to decrease would it gradually unleash its true power. The power granted by this fruit instantly reduced his maximum health by 30% and increased his strength by 30%. In other words, after activating Rampage, Lord Orin no longer needs to wait for his health to drain before gradually growing stronger, as before. The combination of these two skills instantly boosts his strength by 60%. For him, this is indeed a huge improvement. However, this fruit is also very important to Chaoxing. After all, his territory also has so many power classes, and he also possesses the SSS level talent Eternal Power. Chaoxing shook his head and said, Lord Orin, I'm not selling this fruit. Hearing this, a hint of regret flashed in Lord Orin's eyes, but he didn't say anything more. At this moment, Chaoxing's next words rekindled his hope. Lord Orin, don't despair. Although we only have one red blood heart fruit now. But aren't we heading to the ruins next? There, we might find more red blood heart fruits. Lord Orin's eyes suddenly lit up. The ruins held countless treasures and opportunities, and the crimson heart fruit was just one of them. Of course, the ruins also harbored numerous terrifying dangers. Without sufficient strength, it would be impossible to advance even a single step, let alone obtain the treasures within. If anyone else had said this, he wouldn't have quite believed it. But if it were Chaoxing, perhaps it was truly possible. Thinking of this, a flicker of anticipation welled up in the heart of the Orin City Lord. As the group chatted, they advanced another kilometer or two. This underground city was truly vast. Including the outer ruins, its diameter was approximately 5 or 6 kilometers. After strolling along for about 20 minutes, they arrived at the central area. The city's center was unlike the layout of Chaoxing's territory or the other giant cities outside. There was no Lord's Mansion or City Lord's Palace. Like the ancient battlefield where they had encountered the undead, the center of this underground city was a vast square. A towering statue once stood in the center of the square. However, the statue had collapsed, reduced to ruins. Looking around, Chaoxing spotted a two-story black building nearby, which stood out. The Lord of Orin City said, Lord Chaoxing, that's the exchange set up by the Great Axe Mercenary Group. People in this black market, who want to quickly sell treasures in exchange for funds generally come here. Chaoxing looked over and indeed saw a constant stream of people entering and exiting the building. He nodded, looked at the people around him, and instructed, wait outside. Assam, come in with me. The loyal knight straightened his posture and said respectfully, yes, my lord. Then, the two of them entered the interior of the exchange. The interior was bustling with activity, with mercenaries and adventurers forming long lines. The trading hall had 7 or 8 trading windows, each with a long queue. Chaoxing, observing this, found a less crowded window and patiently waited in line. The staff at this exchange were quite efficient. In the queue ahead, mercenaries and adventurers quickly completed their transactions and departed. A few minutes later, it was Chaoxing's turn. Sitting behind the counter was a woman in her 30s or 40s. Her dark brown curls fell casually over her shoulders, giving her a lazy, rather than elegant, appearance. She had fair skin and slightly upturned eyes, a mature charm. The woman glanced at Chaoxing, her gaze lingering on his robes for a moment, a subtle glint in her eyes. The frost-sole robe of the archlich Chaoxing wore wouldn't normally reveal much magical activity, but its exquisite craftsmanship and ornate appearance alone revealed its extraordinary qualities. This was the largest black market in the area, and as a member of the Great Axe Mercenary Group, the woman had seen all sorts of people there. Although she knew the young man before her might be someone special, she didn't react. Instead, she asked calmly, Sir, what would you like to sell? Chaoxing first took out the opal orb, gold. He asked, What's the purchase price for this? The woman casually glanced at it and quoted, 900,000 kronor. Chaoxing was a little surprised. So low? Isn't the market price outside 1.1 million kronor? The middle-aged woman chuckled, her wavy hair waving at her shoulders. You said that's the market price outside? If you want to sell it quickly here, either pay this price or sell it somewhere else slowly. Hearing this, Chaoxing was silent for a moment. He took out the black diamond again and asked, What about this one? The middle-aged woman glanced at it again. 1 black diamond, good quality, 500,000 kronor. Xiaoxing frowned slightly, calculating secretly. According to this calculation, everything here is about 15% lower than the outside purchase price. That means a loss of hundreds of thousands on goods worth 1 million. 10 million would mean a loss of over 1 million. And the items Xiaoxing was planning to sell were worth at least tens of millions. That would be too much of a loss. He shook his head and said, forget it. Let's think of another way. So, he turned and left with a sum. The woman at the counter looked at Xiaoxing's back, a subtle smile playing on her lips. Then she said lightly next. Xiaoxing and Assam walked out of the exchange together. Isabel, Braun, and the others waiting outside quickly approached. The Lord of Oran saw the expression on his face, and seemed to realize something. He asked, Lord Xiaoxing, didn't you get a satisfactory price? Xiaoxing nodded. Yes, the purchase price here is too low. If we trade on a large scale, the losses would be quite high. We think of other ways later to raise funds. After a pause, Xiaoxing chuckled. If that doesn't work, we can just go dig a few jars ourselves. The Lord of Orlan City smiled upon hearing this. He nodded. All right, let's get ready to set off for the ancient ruins. Overall, this trip to the black market had yielded a good harvest. There were indeed many items that even Xiaoxing was tempted by, but they would require a large amount of crowns. He planned to visit the Orchid Kingdom after his visit to the ruins. After all, that was the headquarters of the Moon Goddess Merchant Guild. Simply selling a batch of their resources would fetch a considerable sum of crowns. And because of his relationship with Marita and Queen Yuan, I'm sure the Moon Goddess Merchant Guild would also offer a good price. Thinking of this, Xiaoxing's lips curled up. Then, the group headed towards the outskirts of the black market. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a gray robe, clutching an account book, trotted over. Everyone, please wait a moment. Everyone stopped and turned to look at the middle-aged man in confusion. They quickly searched their minds, but no one seemed to recognize him. Xiaoxing asked, What can I do for you? The middle-aged man quickly said, Sir, you appear to be quite distinguished. Do you have anything valuable to trade with our great axe mercenaries? Xiaoxing pondered for a moment and nodded, I do have something to trade, but your price is too low. We're considering moving to another location. The middle-aged man quickly said, The price is negotiable. As long as the item you bring is valuable enough, we even pay above market value. Xiaoxing remained silent, waiting for him to continue. The middle-aged man smiled and continued, Let me introduce myself. My name is Cliff Webster, and I'm a senior trading consultant for the Great Axe Mercenaries. In fact, we're currently preparing for our annual auction. If you have any rare treasures, we can not only offer you the best price, but also ensure they shine at the auction. However, our Great Axe Mercenary Group will charge a certain handling fee. Of course, it's not high, between 1% and 3% of the transaction price. Xiaoxing, after hearing this, asked with interest, Oh, there's such a good deal? The middle-aged man chuckled, of course. The Great Axe Mercenary Group has always been known for its sincerity and fairness. As long as your treasure is rare enough, it can be entered into the auction, and we will even help you promote it for free. In recent years, many powerful individuals' treasures have fetched astonishingly high prices at our auctions. After saying this, he looked at Xiaoxing with a smile. Xiaoxing pondered for a moment. The next second, a prismatic crystal appeared out of thin air in his hand. The crystal had neat edges, and its surface shone with a rainbow of colors, looking breathtakingly beautiful. This thing was none other than the rarest of the crystals produced by the Crystal People, the 7-colored crystal. They had recently produced 2 more. Xiaoxing asked, Can this thing be put up for auction? Looking at the crystal, the middle-aged man pondered for a moment, seemingly reminiscing. Then, as if remembering something, he exclaimed in surprise, This seems to be a 7-colored crystal unique to the Crystal People. It can significantly enhance the abilities of weapons or equipment, even legendary-level equipment. But because the Crystal People are so rare, this crystal is even more rare. I didn't expect you to have one. Xiaoxing nodded secretly. It seemed the so-called senior trader was quite discerning. The middle-aged man quickly regained his composure, saying, If you're willing to sell this crystal, we can buy it for 24 million crowns. Of course, this crystal is worthy of being included in the auction, and one of the items up for grabs. But it's still a little short of being the grand prize. Hearing this, the nearby Lord of Orlan asked in confusion, How can such a rare, colorful crystal not be the grand prize? Of course. The middle-aged man nodded. Our Great Axe Mercenary Group, as the masters of this black market, naturally holds auctions of the highest quality. Each time, we prepare 100 items, the lowest value of which is over 20 million crowns. For some of the grand prize items, there's no upper limit. His tone was filled with pride, as if he was extremely confident in their auction. Chao Xing nodded silently. According to the other party, this auction was indeed of high caliber. Even he was a little tempted, eager to see what precious treasure the so-called grand finale would be. At this moment, the middle-aged man's tone changed, and he whispered, "Sir, your 7-colored crystal is indeed precious. But I imagine you probably have something even more precious, right?" Chao Xing's gaze fixed on the man. Just now, he had opened a black jar in the street and obtained a red blood heart fruit, surrounded by so many people. It wasn't surprising that this person knew he had a treasure. Chao Xing shook his head and said, "The red blood heart fruit is for my own use, not for trading." Hearing this, the middle-aged man smiled and said, "It's not the red blood heart fruit. Your Excellency probably has something more valuable." Chao Xing frowned, pondering for a moment. He had quite a few treasures in his backpack, but most of them were equipment and materials. There were actually relatively few items more precious than the red blood heart fruit. Moreover, he hadn't displayed these things to anyone, so the middle-aged man probably didn't know about them. Chao Xing pondered for a moment and said, "I don't have any more precious treasures." The middle-aged man smiled meaningfully upon hearing this. "I think so, sir. As far as I know, you still have a young dragon, don't you?" At this, everyone in the room was stunned for a moment, and then their collective aura trembled. They stared at the middle-aged man before them with serious expressions. Chao Xing's expression instantly turned cold. Chapter 706. Chao Xing's expression instantly turned cold. He flatly refused. "I'm sorry, that's my partner. There's no way I trade him." Elisa, standing beside him, said angrily, "That's right. Bing Bing is family. How can we trade her? That's impossible." The middle-aged man, still smiling, said, "Sir, are you sure you won't consider it? A few years ago, we auctioned a dragon egg at an auction on the black market. That dragon egg fetched an unprecedented price. And a hatchling like the one you have in your hand. Even our great axe mercenaries have never encountered one before. If it were to appear at the auction, it would cause a sensation not only in the entire black market, but also in the neighboring kingdoms." His voice was low, persuading, as if trying to persuade Chao Xing. "If you simply hand over this young dragon to our great axe mercenaries, we will surely offer you an astonishing price. Your name will also be celebrated throughout the nearby kingdoms, truly gaining both fame and fortune. And you will also gain the friendship of our great axe mercenary leader, a legendary figure." The middle-aged man stared at Chao Xing with a fiery gaze, as if he had already anticipated his agreement. He believed that even a being with the highest willpower would be tempted by such offers. However, Chao Xing remained calm after hearing this. "No need. I don't want to repeat myself. If there's nothing else, we be leaving." With that, he prepared to lead his men away. At this moment, the middle-aged man suddenly spoke. "I want to remind you, sir. You killed 4 members of the White Eagle mercenary group in the forest earlier. I'm afraid this matter won't be easily resolved." Hearing this, Chao Xing stopped in his tracks. He wasn't surprised that the middle-aged man knew about the mercenaries he had killed outside. After all, the great axe mercenaries controlled the entire black market. They would be the first to know of any disturbances there. Before Chao Xing could speak, Elisa immediately stepped forward and angrily declared, "They attacked us first. We were just fighting back." The middle-aged man nodded, his smile still on his face. "I know, but this is the underground black market, the territory of the great axe mercenaries. And the White Eagle mercenaries are a subordinate faction of the great axe mercenaries. You killed our people, so you deserve an explanation, don't you?" Chao Xing heard this, a hint of interest playing on his lips. "Oh, what explanation do you want?" An invisible aura emanated from him. Just a hint, and the middle-aged man's face paled, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. A faint sense of intimidation spread over everyone beside him, including Isabel, Assam, and the others. Faced with the aura of so many powerful men, the middle-aged man's legs were weak, and he could barely stand. But he still suppressed his fear, his voice trembling as he spoke. "Sir. Sir, I know you dare to take action, so you must have the necessary skills. But don't forget who owns this black market. If you try to cause trouble here, the consequences will be more than you can bear." Chao Xing was about to speak when he suddenly heard hurried footsteps in the distance. A group of men in standard leather armor, armed with weapons, rapidly approached the area. There were over 100 of them, and they looked menacing. Pedestrians, seeing this, automatically made way for them. Surprise filled their faces, as they murmured, "Those look like they are from the White Eagle mercenaries. Judging from their posture, are they planning to cause trouble for someone? It seems so." Do you see the one leading them? That's the White Eagle Mercenaries' deputy leader, also said to be a 6th-level expert. Who's about to get into trouble again? Hearing the chatter, more and more spectators nearby perked up their necks, curiously watching. Their eyes gleamed with excitement, as if they were all waiting for a spectacle. At the same time, the 100-plus figures quickly surrounded Chao Xing and the others. Seeing this, the middle-aged man said with a hint of pride, "Sir, do you understand what I mean now?" Watching this, Chao Xing and the others stood calmly, as if the scene before them were merely child's play. At the same time, a man wearing a white feathered hat and holding a long sword swiftly emerged. His gaze was stern, and his tone was filled with questioning. "Are these the people who killed our members?" A young-looking mercenary nearby nodded quickly and shouted, "Yes, they are. I was hiding behind those trees at the time, and saw it with my own eyes." Hearing this, the leading man sneered. He glanced at Chao Xing and his group, his tone tinged with disdain. "You dared to kill our White Eagle mercenaries in this forest? You're quite brave. Since you dared to do it, you must have considered the price you pay if this is exposed, right?" Chao Xing remained unmoved and asked calmly, "What price do you want me to pay?" The coldness in the man's eyes grew even colder. "I can see you have some skills. Even with so many of us surrounding you, you're still so fearless. But this isn't the outside world. No matter what your methods or background, they're useless here. Even if you're royal nobles, you must surrender." With a swipe of his sword, he shouted, "Capture them." Upon command, the over 100 mercenaries immediately drew their weapons and charged towards Chao Xing and his group. The gray-robed middle-aged man quickly stepped forward and stopped the man. He wore a smile, his tone persuading, "Lord Frayne, please be patient. These guests possess distinguished personalities and appear to possess influential backgrounds. They don't seem like reckless individuals. There might be some misunderstanding here. Would you like to speak with this lord?" Hearing this, the man snorted coldly, "There's nothing to discuss. These individuals were witness killing members of our White Eagle mercenary group. Now, we just need to capture them and avenge our members." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his sword and prepared to charge again. The gray-robed middle-aged man hurriedly said, "Lord Frayne, calm down. From what I understand, this lord attacked members of your White Eagle mercenary group because of a young dragon. Perhaps we can resolve this more peacefully. Don't you agree?" He winked at the man. Hearing this, the man was silent for a moment, a subtle glint of greed flashing in his eyes. He raised his sword, pointed at Chao Xing, and said, "Boy, since Cliff personally pleaded for you, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Now, hand over that dragon cub, and then pay 40 million crowns as a token of condolence for our fallen brothers. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave the black market today." One of them played the good cop, the other the bad cop. Their goal was Chao Xing's dragon cub. Seeing this, not only did Chao Xing remain motionless, but everyone else on the field also stood still calmly. After all, with their strength, they could easily wipe out the entire underground black market. When you're standing atop a mountain, would you care about the provocations of a few ants below? In their eyes, this group's performance was quite poor, a complete clown. Seeing they still didn't move, the man seemed to grow impatient. "Boy, my patience is limited. If you don't answer, we won't care about anything else, and we'll take you all down." His tone was filled with cold murderous intent, as if he was about to pounce and attack at any moment. Only then did a smile playfully play on Chao Xing's lips. He chuckled and asked, "Are these the only ones from your White Eagle mercenary group? Do you want to join the Great Axe mercenary group? It would save me the trouble. After I kill you, I still have to deal with the Great Axe mercenaries. Why not just call the Great Axe mercenary group leader over? I take care of them all together, and save the trouble." At this, not only the mercenaries themselves, but also the surrounding onlookers, stared wide-eyed. They murmured in surprise, "What did the young man just say? He wants to take care of the Great Axe mercenary group leader?" Next to him, another. A bystander nodded. "It seems true. He's going to take on both the White Eagle and Great Axe mercenaries at once." The crowd erupted in excitement at this. Gods be damned. Is this kid crazy? The Great Axe mercenary leader is a legendary figure. A single stomp of his foot would send the entire black market trembling, a formidable figure even the king would yield to. Crazy. This kid is absolutely insane. For a moment, everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on Chao Xing in the crowd, and the group behind him. No matter the outcome of today's incident, they would remember this audacious young man who threatened to take on a legendary figure. The members of the White Eagle mercenary group now had a grim expression. Even the middle-aged man's face was ashen. He said in a deep voice, "How dare you, arrogant boy, insult our great leader. I've given you chances time and time again, yet you're so ungrateful. Now no one can save you." The man next to him sneered. "I told you, there's no need to talk to this kind of guy. Just take them down. There are plenty of ways to make them surrender." His voice turned cold. "Go ahead. Anyone who dares to resist will be crippled." "Yes." The mercenaries responded in unison. They then drew their weapons and prepared to charge. Seeing this, everyone on the scene remained unmoved. Aside from Lord Orlan and Bai Ji, the men Cao Xing had brought could easily wipe out these guys with a single skill. Then he gave a calm order. "Marlenina, finish them off." "Yes, master," the Valkyrie whispered, a disembodied voice emanating from beneath her golden mask. Then, she casually drew her blood-thrower blade. Clang! A metallic tremor echoed, and the air around her rippled slightly. Then, she made no further movement, simply standing still. The group of mercenaries charging forward remained dazed. At that moment, they suddenly felt a chill at their waists. Looking down, they saw a thin line of blood slowly emerging. It rapidly expanded and became incredibly visible. The leading man, with the white feathered hat, and the middle-aged man holding the account book also had a line of blood on their chests. As if they had a premonition, their eyes flashed with horror and disbelief. The middle-aged man opened his mouth and spoke with difficulty. How is this possible? Puff. Before he could finish his words, he broke in two and tumbled to the ground. At the same time, the wounds of the other mercenaries erupted instantly. Over 100 streams of blood gushed out. Puff. Puff. Body fragments instantly covered the ground. Crimson blood gradually dyed the ground of the ancient city red. No one even saw Marlene's movements before the 100+ mercenaries were completely wiped out. Members of your territory, Marlene has killed 131 members of the White Eagle mercenary group, including the deputy leader. Experience points earned, 0. Combatants earned experience points, 21,478,200. Pale attraction. Attention! You have killed a large number of members of the White Eagle mercenary group, and your relationship with that faction has become a mortal enemy. Violent enemy, a mortal enemy, mortal and irreconcilable, mortal and irreconcilable. Attention! Due to your rampant slaughter in the city, your relationship with the Great Axe mercenary group has deteriorated and has now become hostile. 3 prompts appeared in succession, but Cao Xing paid no attention. He's not a good person. Since these guys want to cause trouble for him, then destroy them all together. It just so happens that he feels he only has a group of powerful men, but they're not being fully utilized. If he can destroy the Great Axe mercenary group this time, perhaps he can also take over the entire underground black market. Thinking of this, Cao Xing stood quietly, waiting for things to unfold. Meanwhile, the onlookers were still in a state of confusion after seeing the sudden incident. The scattered corpses on the ground seemed to constantly irritate their nerves. After a moment, someone shouted, "Out, out, out, something's happened." His voice was incredibly shrill, as if he had witnessed some horrific scene. At the same time, alarm sounded throughout the underground black market. Beep beep! The dull, piercing sirens continued to blare, echoing throughout the underground space. As if in response, powerful auras erupted from every corner of the underground black market. Boom! Boom! With astonishing momentum, they all rushed towards the scene. When they arrived, they saw the bodies scattered across the ground, still clad in familiar leather armor. A look of horror immediately filled their eyes, and then, endless rage. They immediately locked onto Cao Xing and the others, standing calmly in the crowd. They knew the instigators of all this were these individuals. Since Cao Xing and the others hadn't unleashed their full aura from beginning to end, the group had no idea of their true strength. But from the scene before them, and their calm demeanor, they knew they were not to be trifled with. The group of warriors who charged forward shouted, "How dare you! You dare to commit a crime on our Giant Axe mercenary group's territory. No matter what you possess, you're dead today. Mobilize all your forces, capture them." Instantly, all the Giant Axe mercenaries in the underground black market were mobilized, rushing towards the city center at top speed. Clatter. They tore through the streets, knocking down stalls and scattering goods everywhere. Their momentum was astonishing. The overall quality of the Giant Axe mercenaries was far superior to that of the White Eagle mercenaries. They all started as level 4 warriors, with many level 5 warriors among them. The entire underground black market was guarded and maintained by approximately 400 to 500 mercenaries. In the forest outside, a large number of mercenaries were patrolling. After receiving the alarm from the black market below, They poured into it from various entrances. It was a formidable force. This underground black market was a vital source of income for the Great Axe mercenary group. They had invested the most resources and manpower there, and would not tolerate any disturbances or challenges to their authority. The entire city was instantly filled with a solemn and murderous atmosphere. The vendors, who had been setting up stalls, quickly packed up and retreated to the side. They began to discuss things. What happened? Why are the alarms going off? It's said that a group of outsiders killed over 100 members of the White Eagle mercenary group at the entrance to the city's stock exchange. What? Isn't the White Eagle mercenary group a subordinate of the Great Axe mercenary group? These guys actually dared to attack here. How insane! Yes. So the Great Axe mercenary group is furious, and is preparing to mobilize all the mercenaries in the city to apprehend these daring individuals. Hearing this, the onlookers, eager to see the excitement, erupted in excitement. Ha ha. It's been ages since something like this has happened in the underground black market. Today we're in for something exciting. Yeah. The last time someone caused trouble here, it seemed like a 7th level master, relying on his own strength to slaughter over a dozen Great Axe mercenaries. And then the Great Axe leader personally attacked and killed a guy with a single blow of his axe. That's right, these guys are in trouble. Meanwhile, Chao Xing and the others remained where they were, unmoved. Watching the 400 or 500 mercenaries rapidly gathering around him, he quickly scanned the area, looking for any particularly powerful individuals. At that moment, a middle-aged man with only one arm remaining swiftly rushed over. The aura he exuded was deep and vast, possessing the strength of at least a 7th-tier leader. Chapter 707. The one-armed middle-aged man looked at the corpse of the man wearing the white feathered hat on the ground, his eyes suddenly filled with shock and anger. Fred! Then he quickly raised his head, and glared at Chao Xing with bloodshot eyes. Damn it! You killed my deputy commander. Chao Xing said nothing, instead turning his gaze towards the middle-aged man. Name, Meredith Albert. Level, 70. Potential, Commander. Affiliation, White Eagle Mercenary Group. Clearly, this man was the leader of the White Eagle Mercenary Group. Having the combat power of a level 70 commander was quite impressive. But for Chao Xing, he was still a figure that could be dealt with a single magical blow. The White Eagle mercenary leader, clutching his broadsword in one hand, sternly shouted, Boy! Have you decided how you're going to die? Chao Xing ignored him, saying calmly, Do you have any more men? Or do you want to wait until the leader of your Great Axe mercenary group arrives before we attack together? The surrounding mercenaries' breaths caught at this. They too sensed the young man's impudence. However, the White Eagle mercenary leader, looking at the corpses strewn across the ground, could no longer endure it. Damn you! I'm going to kill you! He gripped his long sword in one hand, unleashing a terrifying force. He charged forward like a dragon. A deep crack appeared in the ground along his path. Even before the sword reached him, the terrifying power it held was palpable. In an instant, it was about to reach Chao Xing. His voice was icy, revealing boundless hatred. Die! The next moment, the sword was about to strike. At that moment, a twisted black shadow suddenly appeared behind the leader. The shadow shape was indistinct, as if it could devour all surrounding light. It was Sarah, in her death comes form. She passed silently, the dagger in her hand casually slashing across the man's neck. Swish! The sound of flesh being sliced rang out. Then, the White Eagle mercenary leader froze in place. He turned his head with difficulty, as if trying to see who had attacked him. However, after a successful strike, Sarah vanished again. He opened his mouth and uttered a single word with difficulty, transmit. Before the words were out, he collapsed. Puff! -119525513. Blessed release. After awakening Assassin's Heart, Sarah's chance of triggering Blessed Release doubled. Furthermore, this was a critical hit, with a nearly 300% burst damage. So even a simple attack dealt over 10 million in damage. And with the death of the one-armed middle-aged man, the White Eagle mercenary group was declared utterly annihilated. A system prompt appeared. You have annihilated all members of the White Eagle mercenary group. Your sworn enemies have been resolved. You have gained 50,000 reputation points. Chao Xing chuckled. Not bad. Destroying this mercenary group also increases your reputation points. That's not bad. The surrounding crowd had now fallen into a deathly silence. Especially the mercenaries of the Great Axe mercenary group. Seeing the White Eagle leader, a level 70 commander, being instantly slain with a single strike, their hearts were filled with turmoil. For the first time, they clearly felt the terror of this group of people. Chao Xing stood there, silent, as if waiting for something. At this moment, the group of mercenaries were at a loss as to whether to advance or retreat, unsure of what to do. The current active population of the entire underground black market was over 100,000. At least tens of thousands of people were watching from all corners, whispering and discussing. What's going on? Why haven't the Great Axe mercenaries taken action yet to capture this man? What else could it be? Didn't they see the White Eagle mercenary leader being killed instantly? This proves that this group's strength is beyond imagination. Indeed, I see the Great Axe mercenaries are terrified and afraid to move. This is the first time I've seen them suffer a setback in the black market. Among the onlookers, two had striking expressions on their faces. One was the stall owner, who had first contacted Chao Xing and sold him a gold jar. The other was the stall owner, who had sold Chao Xing the black jar. Both of them had expressions of disbelief. Gods, what happened? How did such a scoundrel appear in today's underground black market? This is bad. If the Great Axe mercenaries learn that I've had contact with them before, I'd probably be in trouble too. Although Chao Xing's current strength was formidable, they still didn't believe he could escape this black market unscathed. After all, the Great Axe mercenary leader hadn't appeared yet, and he was a legendary figure. Such a major event must have alerted this powerful figure. When he arrived, he would suppress everything. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, everyone suddenly sensed a vast aura descending. This aura instantly filled the entire underground black market, like an invisible mountain bearing down on everyone's heart. The weaker stall owners and passers-by felt their legs weaken, and some even instinctively fell to their knees. The members of the Great Axe mercenary group, however, were filled with surprise and delight. This aura is the captain. Great! The captain has arrived in person. They all looked at Chao Xing, their voices tinged with pride and mockery. The captain has arrived. You arrogant fellows are doomed. Just wait. The captain will show you the consequences of causing trouble in the black market. Chao Xing tilted his head slightly and whispered to the people behind him, the real boss is here. Get ready. If a fight breaks out, kill them instantly. Don't let anyone else get involved. Everyone nodded slightly, their faces devoid of any nervousness, but rather a certain nonchalance. It was as if the arrival of a legendary powerhouse was nothing more than a minor figure, easily dispatched. Their nonchalant attitude only infuriated the members of the Great Axe mercenary group. Humph. Wait until the leader arrives, and we see how arrogant you still are. At the same time, a dark figure, transformed into a streak of light, sped towards the center of the black market. A deep, commanding voice echoed from afar. I heard someone dared to cause trouble in my Great Axe territory. As the voice trailed off, a tall, burly figure slowly emerged before the crowd. He wore heavy black armor, a massive battle axe slung across his shoulder, a relaxed smile on his face, as if he had everything under control. As he approached, the ground seemed to tremble slightly with each step. Dong! Dong! The heavy footsteps echoed, carrying a startling sense of oppression. When he reached the front of the group, a nearby member immediately stepped forward, pointed at Chao Xing and his group, and said, Captain, these are the people causing trouble here. The burly man then fixed his gaze on Chao Xing and the group behind him, examining them closely. At first, he felt a sense of familiarity, and his brow furrowed slightly. After a moment, his eyes suddenly widened, a look of horror in them. The member next to him continued to chatter. Captain, these people are committing violence in the streets, and even annihilating the White Eagle mercenaries. They have absolutely no regard for you. Please take action, and let them know. Before he finished his words, a terrifying aura erupted from the burly man, and he shouted sharply, Put down your weapons, and kneel before this lord. At this, the other's eyes flickered with bewilderment. Captain! Captain! What are you saying? Kneel before this brat? At this moment, a look of fear and unease crossed the burly man's face. Suppressing his anger and fear, he shouted again, I say, all of you kneel before this lord and apologize. Don't you understand? An invisible sense of oppression surged like a tide, forcing their bodies to tremble. Although the mercenaries were still bewildered, they instinctively obeyed. Hua la la. Suddenly, the sound of kneeling could be heard. Hundreds of people knelt in unison, including the burly man, who now lost his composure, bent at a full 90 degrees, and bowed deeply to Chao Xing. He solemnly said, Greetings, Lord Chao Xing. This scene wasn't just witnessed by the members of the Great Axe mercenary group. Throughout the underground black market, the tens of thousands of people watching had looks of astonishment in their eyes. What had they witnessed? The overlord who controlled the entire underground black market, a figure of legendary power. He actually bowed to a young man in front of so many people. Many wiped their eyes, wondering if they had seen anything wrong. This was a scene they hadn't even dreamed of. At this moment, Chao Xing, hearing him call out his name, was surprised. "Oh? You know me?" The burly man nodded and said solemnly, "Of course. Who in these surrounding kingdoms doesn't know you, Lord Chao Xing? You united the 4 kingdoms, slew numerous legendary centurions of the Blood Legion, ended the Blood Rebellion, and saved countless lives from disaster. This astonishing feat has long been known throughout the surrounding kingdoms. Those bards have compiled your heroic deeds into poetry, and are singing it everywhere." Chao Xing nodded in realization. "I see. Clearly, this was the work of the 4 kings. After the battle, they said they would return to organize the records and record the events of the great battle for the annals of the major kingdoms. Unexpectedly, in addition to recording these events, they also arranged for the bards to travel around. This was likely intentional, intended to build momentum for Chao Xing." At this moment, Chao Xing suddenly changed the subject, his tone taking on a hint of coldness. "Your name is Great Axe, is it?" The burly man nodded quickly, his tone respectful. "Lord Chao Xing, Great Axe is just my title. My real name is Leonard Quick. Just call me Leonard." His attitude was extremely humble, completely lacking the dignity of a legendary. Chao Xing nodded slightly and spoke again in a deep voice. "Leonard, let me ask you a question. As a legendary, during the Blood Rebellion, we were both on the front lines, fighting the Blood Legion in a life-and-death battle. What were you doing back then?" There was a hint of hostility in his tone. At this question, Leonard's face suddenly changed, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. He heard the murderous intent in Chao Xing's tone. If he didn't answer this question correctly, the other party might actually attack him. Leonard quickly replied, "Lord Chao Xing, I have a good relationship with the King of Cunard. Before the war, the king and I made an agreement. They told me that if they failed in this battle, they would likely not return alive. The Cunard kingdom would be leaderless, and they hoped I would take over and protect the people. As a condition, they would pass on the War King's legacy to me. So, after careful consideration, I agreed." Chao Xing was silent for a moment, as if contemplating something. Then he slowly said, "I give you a pass on this reason." Hearing this, Leonard breathed a sigh of relief, his tense nerves relaxing slightly. Chao Xing continued to glance at him, his tone tinged with warning, "But I hope you remember this. Legendary power has afforded you countless benefits and a position unattainable by ordinary people. But at critical moments, I also hope you step forward and shoulder your due responsibilities. Don't wait for us to fight tooth and nail on the front lines and defeat a powerful enemy while you sit back and reap the rewards." Chao Xing knew the Western continent was a complex place, housing many powerful individuals. This blood rebellion nearly erupted completely, wiping out several kingdoms. But from beginning to end, only he and the legendary masters of the 4 kingdoms took action. Those lurking in the shadows remained on the sidelines. This also made him very unhappy. Leonard nodded repeatedly and said solemnly, "Lord Chao Xing's teachings are true. I will definitely keep them in mind. I wanted to fight this time, too. But King Cunard told me he wanted to preserve the kingdom's last spark, and having another legend like me on the front lines wouldn't be of much use. So, I ended up staying behind. At the time, I was also very worried about the battle situation and wanted to rush to the battlefield to help several times. But I was worried that with my own strength, I would cause trouble for you." He spoke sincerely, as if he was truly worried about the situation Chao Xing and the others were in. Of course, his exact thoughts were unknown. Chao Xing didn't bother to delve into this and waved his hand, saying, "All right, I understand." At the same moment, Leonard's tense muscles relaxed, a sense of relief washing over him. He let out a soft breath, then quickly stood up and turned to the group of mercenaries behind him. He spoke sternly, "Do you know who this person is?" He was Lord Chao Xing, who united the mighties of the 4 kingdoms during the Blood Rebellion and fought on the front lines against the Blood Legion. Thanks to his strategy and combat prowess, he repeatedly turned the tide and ultimately ended the Blood Legion's plot. He not only saved several kingdoms, but indirectly saved half of the Western continent. Even I don't dare to attack this man. You're truly courageous." His voice was so loud it echoed throughout the underground black market. Everyone present was stunned upon hearing these words. This young man resolved the Blood Rebellion? Isn't that right? You know, although this Blood Rebellion only lasted a week, the devastation it caused was equally horrific. Large tracts of land across the territories of several kingdoms were contaminated. The kingdom of Varen was the worst hit, nearly annihilated. And now, they were told that such a horrific disaster had been averted by this young man before them. This was simply a fairy tale. However, though unbelievable, This was the word spoken by the leader of the Great Axe mercenary group himself. For a moment, the entire underground black market fell silent. A moment later, the legendary Leonard sternly declared, "Right now, you must sincerely apologize to Lord Chaoxing. This is the savior of our western continent, a hero of great achievements. No one shall be allowed to offend." He spoke with righteous indignation. The prostrate mercenaries suddenly shouted in unison, "Great Lord Chaoxing, we meant no offense. Please forgive us. Please forgive us. Please forgive us." The entire Great Axe mercenary group, including their leader, simultaneously apologized to a young man. This scene, even years later, will remain etched in the minds of these mercenaries and the vendors. This also indirectly led to a decline in the Great Axe mercenary group's reputation. However, compared to the imminent destruction at the hands of Chaoxing, so-called dignity and face were nothing. Seeing this, Chaoxing couldn't continue his outburst. Otherwise, he would have truly planned to wipe out the Great Axe mercenary group and take over this black market. But this Great Axe leader was quite tactful. He immediately acted humble and respectful, completely disregarding his legendary status. As the saying goes, don't strike a smiling face. Chaoxing waved his hand and shook his head, saying, "All right, let them all get up." Leonard immediately responded respectfully, "Yes." He then turned around, his tone brimming with authority, and said, "Return to your positions. Everyone, forget what happened here. As if it never happened." "Yes, Captain." Hundreds of mercenaries instantly felt a sense of relief, and they all rose from the ground. Then, without a glance back, they hurried away, as if staying even a second longer would bring disaster. Even the curious onlookers and vendors averted their gazes and went about their business. They knew that the conversation between the bigwigs would begin next. Those who had spent years in the underground black market were no fools. Even those who dared to continue exploring were quickly pulled away by the others. Soon, the underground black market returned to peace. However, beneath this surface of calm, a turbulent undercurrent seemed to simmer. Everyone knows it. A group of remarkable individuals arrived at the black market today. Chapter 708. Half an hour later. The chaotic battlefield outside the exchange had returned to calm. The bodies of the White Eagle mercenaries and their loot were all collected by Chaoxing into his death bag and dragon-patterned bag. Even the blood on the ground was cleaned away, as if nothing had happened. At the same time, in the central area of the underground black market, in the lobby of a relatively well-preserved building, Chaoxing sat in a large wooden chair, the main seat of the hall. Assam, Isabel, Braun, and the others sat on either side. Leonard sat at the bottom, a look of respect on his face. A group of attractive maids treaded quietly in, bringing them hot food and tea. After placing the tea on the table, they smiled slightly and quietly withdrew. Chaoxing picked up the tea from the table and took a sip. Then, he chuckled and said, "Leonard, you're living quite well here. Are you enjoying a comfortable life?" The burly man smiled apologetically, his tone tinged with humility. "No, I just picked up some bargains. It's nothing compared to Lord Chaoxing's territory. King Cunard once said you're a great lord with 8 legendary masters. Your territory must be prosperous, far surpassing even a small place like ours." Hearing this, Chaoxing's face darkened. His territory had barely reached the size of a small town, and even the giant city had only just begun construction. This guy was just bringing up all sorts of issues. Noticing the change in Chaoxing's expression, Leonard felt a surge of unease. But he couldn't figure out where he said it wrong, and he felt incredibly uneasy. At this point, Lord Orlan stepped in to smooth things over, saying, "Lord Chaoxing's territory is simply home to a large number of powerful warriors. It's still in its infancy. These otherworldly lords have only been in this world for less than half a year. How could they possibly have a large territory? Even Lord Chaoxing is only just beginning to build a city." A sudden realization crossed Leonard's face, and he quickly apologized. "I see. I spoke too much, Lord Chaoxing." Chaoxing waved his hand, unconcerned. At this point, Leonard continued, "Only 6 months later, and they're already starting to build a city. As expected, they're capable of defeating the Blood Legion. If you wish to build a city, I can dispatch all members of the Great Axe mercenary group to assist. Whatever you need, we do our best to satisfy you." This guy was quite the man. As soon as he realized he made a mistake, he immediately tried to make amends. This made Chaoxing involuntarily look up to the burly man. As expected, to be able to control such a vast black market, this man must have both immense strength and considerable abilities. Chaoxing chuckled and said, "No need for personnel. I already have more than enough. But I do need your help with something else." Hearing this, Leonard's expression shifted, and he quickly patted his chest, saying, "Lord Chaoxing, please speak. As long as I can do it, I will do my utmost, even if it means danger." Seeing his serious expression, Chaoxing shook his head and said, "It's not a big deal. I need you to help me collect all the jars from the entire black market." "Collect jars?" Leonard asked, puzzled. Chaoxing nodded. "That's right. Whether it's clay jars, silver jars, gold jars, or even black jars, I want them all. And as many as I can." After a pause, he added, "Of course, I won't take them for free. Please collect these jars for now, and then give them to me at the market price." Hearing this, Leonard quickly said, "Lord Chaoxing, the money is easy to discuss. There aren't many jars on the entire black market. Even if we collected them all, they only be worth a few billion kronor." Chaoxing's eyelids jumped. Just a few billion kronor. It sounded like he was talking about a few 100,000 kronor. It seemed this guy had more resources than he had imagined. In that case, Chaoxing wouldn't hold back. He nodded. "Okay, I trouble you with this." Leonard quickly said respectfully, "Lord Chaoxing, you're so polite. It's just a simple favor." After a pause, he asked with some confusion, "But sir, why do you need so many jars? From what I've heard, these jars only contain common gems and materials. They rarely contain anything valuable. Although there's a chance of finding a precious relic in a black jar, the chance is incredibly small. I've been here all these years, and I've only seen that happen once. If you want to open a relic through a black jar, I think that's a bit unrealistic." Chaoxing rolled his eyes at him, and said speechlessly, "Why ask so many questions? Just do what you're told." Leonard nodded quickly, and said respectfully, "Yes. I definitely pass on the instructions." Chaoxing said nothing more, simply picking up his teacup and taking a sip. At this point, Leonard said cautiously, "Well, Lord Chaoxing, collecting all the jars in the black market is a lot of work and will take some time. Do you think? Could you wait a few days? Of course, if you're pressed for time, I can mobilize all the mercenaries and try to complete the collection within 2 days." Chaoxing waved his hand, his tone somewhat nonchalant. "I'm not in a hurry. I'm going to the Lost Kingdom next, so it might take 10 days. I see you when I get back." Hearing this, Leonard's face lit up with realization. "I see. Those ruins do indeed hold many amazing opportunities, but also immense dangers. However, with Lord Chaoxing's strength, he should be able to thrive there and reap a wealth of treasures." After a pause, Leonard seemed to recall something and suddenly said, "By the way, Lord Chaoxing, when you go to the Lost Royal City this time, will you head directly to the inner city? Or explore the outer perimeter as well?" Hearing this question, Chaoxing pondered for a moment and replied, "It depends on the time. If the inner city is already open when we arrive, we go straight in. If it's not open yet, we explore the outer perimeter first." Hearing this, Leonard tentatively asked, "So, Lord Chaoxing, are you interested in searching for treasures outside the Lost Royal City?" "Treasures outside the Lost City?" Chaoxing couldn't help but repeat, a flicker of interest in his eyes. Leonard nodded and said mysteriously, "Yes. To be honest, I recently stumbled upon a treasure map of the Lost City's periphery on the black market. It records the location of a hidden treasure somewhere outside the periphery. It said there might be some incredible treasure hidden there, but I haven't verified its authenticity yet. Besides, I've got time to plan the auction soon, so I really don't have time to explore. If Lord Chaoxing is interested, you might take it and explore." Chaoxing pondered for a moment. He didn't immediately agree to the treasure map. Instead, he said, "Let me see the map first." "Yes," Leonard replied respectfully. He then reached into his backpack and pulled out a piece of yellowed parchment. "Lord Chaoxing, please take a look." Chaoxing reached out to take it, and a system message appeared. "Obtained, treasure map of the Lost Royal City." Spreading out the treasure map, Chaoxing scanned it carefully. The parchment was worn, even scorched at the edges, evidently from the passage of time. The map seemed to depict only a corner of the outer perimeter of the ruins. A strange mist enveloped the desolate landscape. The faint shadows of buildings and the markings of several unique symbols could be seen, as if guiding something. In the upper right corner of the treasure map, a corner of a massive city wall could be seen. Although it's just a corner, it still takes up nearly a quarter of the entire map. From this, one can imagine the vastness and grandeur of this enormous city. Unfortunately, the information above alone doesn't reveal the exact location of the treasure. Chaoxing decided to use the system's functions to see if he could find any clues. Treasure map of the outskirts of the Lost Royal City. Quality, unknown. Drawing description, This map records the location of the tomb of the Master of Statics, Alcad. Upon realizing his impending death, Alcad constructed a secret tomb in advance. He placed all his research findings and wealth in the tomb and later executed all the craftsmen involved in its construction. However, due to his inherent pride, he didn't reveal the tomb's location directly. Instead, he left behind a series of puzzles, hoping that future generations would try to solve them in order to find the true location of the treasure. Treasure coordinates. ? Unlit. Note, Arkad is a renowned master of statics among the Azura race, also possessing a unique understanding of alchemy. Combined with his legendary arcanist prowess, his research has advanced the Azura race's technological capabilities to new heights. Note 2. When the three echoes resonate at the same moment, dormant gears will begin to turn again, and the true path will be revealed. Remember, balance is the key to unlocking everything. After reading the above information, Chao Xing's brow furrowed slightly again. Leonard was indeed right. This is a precious treasure map. And it seems to have a rather impressive origin. It's actually connected to a master of statics. Although Chao Xing didn't know what statics was, the descriptions on the blueprint suggested that the research achievements of this man named Alcad must be remarkable. Of course, this master was also a unique individual, and future generations would need to unravel the mystery left behind before the treasure's true location could be found. Will the true path only be revealed when three echoes resonate at the same moment? Chao Xing frowned slightly, pondering the meaning of this statement. At the same time, his gaze shifted over the treasure map, scanning it back and forth. But after some thought and observation, he still had no clue. He shook his head. Forget it. This thing offers too few clues. It seems impossible to solve it for now. Up to now, he had never actually entered the ancient ruins, and his understanding of the situation inside was only a fragment, let alone solving the mystery through the clues on this treasure map. But regardless, this treasure map must be extremely valuable. Chao Xing looked at Leonard with a strange look. You, man, gave me such a precious treasure map. Are you trying to gain something from me? Hearing this, Leonard quickly waved his hands. How dare I? This is just a token of my gratitude to Lord Chao Xing for not holding a grudge against me. Besides, I don't have time to explore the ancient ruins this time, so this treasure map is just sitting there for good. Why not give it to you and put it to good use? Chao Xing's expression remained unchanged. He knew that a man like Leonard would never give up such a precious treasure for no reason. Sure enough, the next moment, Leonard rubbed his hands sheepishly and whispered, "But I do have a small matter I need your help with." Chao Xing thought to himself, as expected, this guy isn't so kind. He asked calmly, "Tell me, what is it?" Captain of the Great Axe quickly replied, "Well, about 10 days from now, the day the Lost City closes, we'll be holding our annual auction. There are some unique items here that you might find interesting. If it's possible, I hope Lord Chao Xing can attend. Of course, if you have valuables, you can give them to us, and we auction them for you, free of charge." At this point, he seemed to remember something and quickly explained, "I'm not asking you to consign the dragon cub. Please don't misunderstand." A thoughtful look crossed Chao Xing's face. He had heard the middle-aged man describe this auction once before, and it was indeed of a very high standard. Even he was somewhat interested. If there's time, he could come and take a look. Chao Xing nodded slightly and said, "Okay, I take this treasure map. When I have time, I come to your auction." After receiving Chao Xing's confirmation, Leonard's smile lit up. He said with a hint of excitement, "Okay. I be here, waiting for you to come again." Chao Xing waved his hand, then stood up and left with a group of people. Leonard kept smiling. Only after Chao Xing and the others had completely left did he gradually breathe a sigh of relief. He gently wiped the sweat from his forehead and muttered softly, This Lord Chao Xing may not look young, but his aura is truly terrifying. As expected of someone who led a group of legendary warriors to defeat the Blood Legion. In fact, Leonard's respect for Chao Xing was due not only to Chao Xing's strength, but also to a secret he knew. That is, this otherworldly lord possessed the ability to slay demigods. However, the four kings tacitly kept this secret, keeping it secret from the public. Only a few high-ranking officials knew of it. Leonard, as the leader of the Great Axe mercenaries and his close relationship with the War King of the Cunard Kingdom, was privy to this information. Otherwise, if he had rashly offended this person today without knowing the truth, his death would have been in vain. Thinking of this, he knocked on the armrest of his chair. A moment later, a middle-aged man, seemingly in his early 40s, and with considerable strength, walked in. He bowed respectfully, saying, "Captain, please give your orders." Leonard nodded slightly and said, "Pass the order down." Mobilize all forces of the mercenary group to collect jars from the entire black market. Also, tell everyone in the group that from now on, when they see Lord Xiaoxing or anyone around him, they must be extremely respectful. Anyone who offends him, don't blame me for being rude." His expression was extremely serious. The middle-aged man's expression froze, realizing the seriousness of the situation. He said solemnly, "Yes, Captain, I will carry it out." A few minutes later, Xiaoxing and the others had already exited the black market entrance. Compared to the temperature underground, the temperature in the forest plummeted dramatically. It was like jumping from a warm room into freezing snow. The drastic temperature difference set even the most stoic of people shivering. At this moment, the Orange City Lord suddenly asked tentatively, "Lord Xiaoxing, why did you just let Leonard go? With your strength and status, even if you wiped out the Great Axe mercenaries and took over this black market, no one would say anything." The Orange City Lord could see that Xiaoxing was deeply attracted to this black market. If he could control it, it would bring in staggering profits every day. However, Xiaoxing chuckled and shook his head, saying, "It's unnecessary. Although I'm very powerful now, there's no need to resort to force in every situation. And that's not good either. If everyone in this world thinks this way, that the strong can plunder the weak without restraint, then the world will only descend into endless chaos and hatred. In the end, you always encounter beings more powerful than you. Instead of using force to fight for limited resources, it's better to cooperate and expand the pie." After a pause, he continued, "Besides, Great Axe is more valuable alive than dead." He agreed to one condition. "From now on, this black market will continuously generate wealth for me, and I won't even need to assign anyone to manage it." Such a good thing, why not take advantage of it? The Lord of Orange City nodded in realization, looking at Xiaoxing with a hint of admiration. "Lord Xiaoxing, your vision and foresight are truly admirable. I was short-sighted." Before this, he didn't know much about Xiaoxing. He only knew that this otherworldly lord was incredibly powerful, and his growth rate was beyond imagination. Even His Majesty the King treated him with respect. Now, he had a better understanding of his ways. Xiaoxing smiled, his gaze indifferent. "Nothing, just my personal opinion." At the same time, with a casual gesture, he released the Griffin King from the necromancer's pouch. Swish! The old king spread his enormous wings and crouched down, waiting for everyone to board. Xiaoxing chuckled, "Let's go! Let's continue our journey, directly to the lost city." With that, he leaped onto the old king's back. The others followed suit. Then, Xiaoxing gently patted the old king's wings. The griffin understood his meaning. It was the signal to depart. The next moment, its wings gently flapped. Whoosh! A gust of air whipped up, and the Griffin King's massive body ripped through the treetops, carrying them swiftly high into the sky. Then, like a sharp arrow, it rushed forward. The surrounding scene rapidly receded. In the blink of an eye, they had left the forest behind. On the way, Lord Xiaoxing, Orange City Lord said, "The distance from the black market to the lost city is about 700 or 800 kilometers. We still need to fly for a while." Xiaoxing casually said, "It's okay, there's no rush. We just make our way slowly." Orange City Lord nodded and said nothing more. Old Wang's flight was as fast and steady as ever. Furthermore, Brown was able to withstand the whistling air currents at high altitude. So their flight experience could be said to be quite good. Chapter 709. Whoosh! They crossed another stretch of uninhabited land. After about 40 minutes, they had advanced over 700 kilometers. The Lord of Orange City said, "Lord Xiaoxing, we're almost there." Xiaoxing lowered his head and gazed down at the snow-covered land below. This was also a desolate, uninhabited land. Besides the endless snowfields and several frozen lakes, there was no sign of humanity. "Is this where we are? Where are the ruins?" Xiaoxing asked, puzzled. The Lord of Orange City explained, "The ruins are also hidden underground. It's just that the entrance is a bit unusual." He then pointed downwards and said, "Lord Xiaoxing, do you see those icy lakes?" Looking in the direction he pointed, Xiaoxing indeed saw several enormous icy lakes. The lakes, covered in a thick layer of ice, resembled giant mirrors, reflecting a faint light. "You mean, those icy lakes are the entrances to the ruins?" Xiaoxing asked. Orange City Lord nodded yes. The entrance is usually at the bottom of the icy lake, about 300 meters deep. Only by diving to the deepest point, and passing through a vortex portal can you truly enter the ruins. However, this step alone has stopped countless people. The lake water can freeze people instantly, and the ferocious beasts hidden within it can take the lives of many adventurers. After a pause, he continued. This is considered the first test of the ruins. If you can't dive deep enough, you don't even qualify to enter the ruins. Otherwise, the dangers within the ruins are even more terrifying. Even the mechanical creatures that appear on the outskirts, or even those golems, can easily take the lives of intruders. Chao Xing nodded in understanding. Qinong, who was standing beside him, added, besides the dangers of these icy lakes themselves, we also need to be wary of adventurers with ill intentions. They might set traps underwater or at the entrance to the ruins to ensnare explorers who attempt to enter. A cold glint flashed in Chao Xing's eyes upon hearing this. As for these creatures, if they didn't actively provoke him, he wouldn't interfere. But if they dared to make a move on him, don't blame him for being rude. Chao Xing continued, then, let's find a random icy lake and enter the ruins. 300 meters of water might sound terrifying, but considering their strength, it was nothing. With that, the Griffin King flapped his wings and led the group toward the surface of one of the icy lakes. At this moment, looking down from the sky, one could see huge holes appearing on the frozen lake. The ice had been broken, and it looked like many adventurers had already entered. At the same time, Qinong suddenly manifested a metal spear in his hand, and said in a deep voice, Lord Chao Xing, let me break the lake water to avoid unnecessary trouble. Hearing this, Chao Xing was a little puzzled. But he nodded yes. After receiving Chao Xing's permission, Qinong instantly raised his spear, his grip firmly fixed on the shaft. At that moment, Qinong shattered his usual calm demeanor as an invisible aura erupted from him. His entire being seemed to merge with the spear, brimming with lethal force. The next moment, he whispered, rainbow piercing the sun, go. With those words, the spear transformed into a crimson sun. Like a sun falling from the sky, it shot towards the lake. The moment it made contact with the surface, a devastating explosion occurred. Boom! Not only the surface ice, but even the surging waters were shattered by this terrifying impact. A massive whirlpool formed in the center of the lake, revealing even the sand and rocks at the bottom. At that moment, Chao Xing understood what Qinong meant by breaking through the lake water. He had actually used this very method to forcibly create a passage. This level of control over power was truly astonishing, including the Oran City Lord and Bai Ji. Everyone stared at the old man in amazement. However, the passage opened by Qinong's spear would not last long. Chao Xing took advantage of this moment to quickly say, Old Wang, take us down. The next moment, the Griffin King's wings flapped violently. Cry! With a resounding cry, it plunged into the water, carrying the people on its back. Splash! Splash! Since the lake water had already been shattered by Qinong's spear energy, the Griffin King's momentum was unimpeded. Adding to its terrifying speed, they traversed hundreds of meters of water in an instant. Instantly, they reached the deep lake bottom. Even their clothes weren't even stained by water. At the same time, the surrounding lake water surged and churned, carrying a startling chill. It seemed about to close again, completely submerging the area. Chao Xing quickly asked, Lord Oren, where is the passage? Olin glanced around quickly. Then he pointed in a direction and said quickly, there. Everyone turned their attention. About a few dozen meters away, there was a faintly glowing area. Looking closely, it appeared to be a circular portal, its surface shimmering with a blue light, slowly rotating. Like a whirlpool beneath the water. Chao Xing said helplessly, looks like we're going to get wet after all. This cold weather is quite a challenge. But that didn't bother them. Chao Xing quickly adjusted his composure and ordered, let's go. Let's charge in. With that, the Griffin King let out another cry. Cry! It flapped its wings, leading everyone into the icy lake. Splash! The icy water instantly engulfed their figures, and the biting chill washed over them. But the group didn't stop. Instead, they rushed towards the glowing vortex without hesitation. The sound of surging water filled their ears, and a chilling air lingered. In the blink of an eye, they reached the portal. Chao Xing, on the other hand, became slightly wary. He remembered Qinong's words that near underwater portals like this, there might be traps set by malicious individuals, to entrap other adventurers seeking to enter the ruins. However, after observing the area for a while, they found nothing unusual. It seemed they had good luck. This entrance was fine. The next moment, the Griffin King led the group into the vortex. In an instant, everyone's vision went dark. It was as if they had suddenly emerged from the bottom of an icy lake into a tunnel. The surroundings were utterly dark, and only faintly luminous spheres could be seen, constantly rotating. The distance of this teleportation tunnel was extremely short. Before Chao Xing could take a closer look, everyone's vision went dark again. At the same time, a system notification appeared. You have discovered a special area, The Lost Royal City. Exploration experience points increased by 450,000, and reputation points increased by 1,500. When they opened their eyes again, a strange scene appeared before them. Before them, a boundless wasteland stretched as far as the eye could see. Compared to the vast expanse of snow-covered ground, this place seemed even more desolate and desolate. Amid the dark yellow earth, a pile of black metal fragments and the remains of some buildings could be faintly seen. The air was filled with an ancient, heavy atmosphere, as if time had stopped here for thousands of years. Looking out, one could see a thick layer of fog shrouding the surroundings. The deeper one went, the thicker the fog grew, like an invisible barrier blocking out any outsiders. In the mist, the faint outlines of ancient buildings could be seen, standing quietly on this desolate land. The architectural style here was extremely unique. Compared to the domes and spires common in other ancient cities in this world, these buildings appeared angular, like geometric shapes. The walls, clad entirely in black, were made of an unknown material, their surface smooth as a mirror, reflecting a faint light. Even after so many years, these buildings still stood tall. After 10 years. I'm here again. Qinong surveyed the surroundings, a look of emotion in his eyes. The Oran City Lord beside him also looked a little excited. Chaoxing glanced around, confirming everyone was present, and quickly said, "Everyone, take care of your soaked clothes first, to avoid hypothermia." Everyone glanced at their bodies. The soaked clothes clung to their bodies, sending waves of chill that quickly drained away their warmth. But this time, those Chaoxing had brought with him were all at least level 70. Their auras surged, their energy surging, quickly draining the moisture from their clothes. They briefly cleaned their soaked clothes. At that moment, Elisa, as if she had discovered something new, excitedly pointed ahead and said, "Look, look! There are so many people over there, and so many tents." Everyone looked ahead. About 500 meters away, there was a wide open space, dotted with simple tents. Next to the tents, numerous bonfires burned, creating the illusion of a large gathering place. Through the flames, one could see numerous figures scattered throughout the camp. They were adventurers who had entered the ruins beforehand. Some sat on the ground, others rested. Some even set up stalls. Chaoxing looked at the Lord of Oran City nearby. "What is this?" The Lord of Oran City explained, "This is where outsiders like us gather. It's one of the few safe areas in the ruins. Because it's close to the entrance, that area won't be engulfed by the fog. Many adventurers rest there or trade. You can also find suitable companions there to form an expedition team. Because it's inside the ruins, sometimes you can find some goodies." Chaoxing nodded in realization. Then, with a wave of his hand, he released the dozens of powerful warriors under his command from their undead pouches. Dozens of gray figures suddenly appeared before the crowd. The moment they appeared, they rapidly exited their undead state, their skin returning to normal. The towering Jord Frost, and the Tauren Chieftain. The enchanting white snake Lena, and the green snake Lana. The mountain-like mammoth Dabai, the snowstorm bear Volibear. Figures emerged one after another, having just returned from undead form. They still had difficulty controlling their aura. The auras of dozens of powerful figures converged, spreading like a tide. Even the adventurers in the large camp, hundreds of meters away, could sense this aura. However, the overwhelming sense of oppression also made their faces turn pale instantly. It was as if a horde of ferocious beasts appeared before them. Thankfully, after just a few seconds, these powerful beings subsided. Andrew, Bertier Sunchaser, and the others bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Lord." The others also said, "Greetings, Lord." Chaoxing nodded slightly. "Everyone, we have now arrived at the ancient ruins." After hearing this, everyone looked around. Like Chaoxing and the others, surprise flashed in their eyes. They were deeply intrigued by the strange sight within these ancient ruins. Tong Chu-Chu, perched on the shoulders of the earth dragon mech, exclaimed, "Wow! This place is so huge! And these buildings look so strange." The demon dragon Bing Bing also fluttered its small wings, soaring into the air, and surveying its surroundings curiously. At this moment, the massive Braum seemed to have noticed something. He pointed ahead and said, "Lord, is there a wall over there?" Hearing this, everyone looked in the direction he pointed. Through the thick fog, at the end of their sight, a black wall could be seen. The wall was thousands of meters high, seemingly obscuring everything. Chaoxing seemed to realize something and asked in confusion, "Is that the inner city behind that wall that we're teleporting to?" Oran City Lord nodded slightly. "Yes, the entire inner city is currently shrouded in this fog, preventing us from approaching. This also means the inner city isn't open to the public yet. We can only enter after the fog dissipates." Chao Xing frowned and continued, "You mentioned a safe zone that won't be swallowed by the fog. And you said the inner city is shrouded in fog. Are there any dangers within this fog?" Olin City Lord nodded and said, "Yes, this fog can harbor high-level vengeful spirits. They can suddenly emerge and drag adventurers into the fog." "Vengeful spirits?" Chao Xing was again puzzled. "Yes," Olin City Lord replied, "these vengeful spirits in the fog are very powerful, mostly between level 5 and level 9. It's said that within the inner city, there are even powerful vengeful spirits above level 10. They are different from the undead in the outside world. Unlike the undead, they still retain some consciousness and can communicate in a simple way. The vengeful spirits here are purely evil creatures, filled with only murderous desires, and will attack all living things. They appear and disappear mysteriously in the fog, occasionally attacking adventurers. But fortunately, these vengeful spirits can only leave a certain range of the fog. As long as you stay away from it, you will basically be safe from attack." Next to him, Qiong took over and said, "These vengeful spirits are just one of the dangers in the ruins. The real danger is the fog itself. This fog may seem harmless, but once you enter it, you will be completely lost. Even legendary powerhouses are not immune." At this point, Qiong said with a serious expression, "According to some experts, the power within this fog is similar to the heavy haze disaster." Hearing the term heavy haze disaster, Chao Xing raised his eyelids. Having experienced the natural disaster a few months ago, he could say that he had a deep impression of it. Shrouded by the fog, the entire continent seemed to be plunged into darkness, even legendary warriors unable to walk within. He even prepared to lead his men to cause a disturbance because the creatures in the fog wanted to take Elisa away. But then the old witch appeared and helped him retrieve Elisa. This also made Chao Xing even more wary and hostile towards the fog. The Lord of Oran City nodded and said, "Mr. Qiong is right. Not just in the inner city, but also in the outer areas. If you see those areas with thick shadow fog, try to stay away from it. Otherwise, if you're accidentally swallowed by the fog, even if you're only inside for a short while, you could be completely lost. Besides, we have to be careful of those adventurers." Here, he glanced at the camp ahead. In these ruins, some people specifically exploit this fog to trap newcomers from outside. Chao Xing frowned slightly, looking at the fog-shrouded land before him, realizing that this lost royal city was no ordinary place. It held many dangers. He continued, "The inner city isn't open yet. Does that mean we can only operate outside for now?" The Oran City Lord nodded, "Yes, but we need to be mindful of the time and find a safe zone before midnight." "What is a safe zone?" Chao Xing asked again, puzzled. Qiong, standing nearby, took over and explained, "It's because of that strange fog. At a certain time, the fog in the inner city will erupt and spread, until it completely covers the outer and inner areas of the lost royal city. The fog is covering the entire area from midnight to 6 in the morning. By then, only a few safe places in the entire ruins will be protected from the fog. These places include the adventurer camp ahead and some buildings within the ruins." Qiong looked at Chao Xing. He continued, "So, before the fog breaks completely, we only have two choices: either return to the entrance, that adventurer camp ahead, or find a building inside and hide." Chao Xing nodded in realization, a hint of emotion in his tone. There are quite a lot of rules here. The Lord of Oran sighed, "Yes, these are all learned through experience gained at the cost of countless lives. Behind every rule, there may be the cost of countless lives." Chapter 710. Just as Chao Xing and the others were still lamenting the dangers of the lost royal city, Elisa had already jumped onto the back of the frost moose, Little Blue. She turned around and excitedly said, "Lord, stop chatting. Let's get going. There seem to be so many fun things in here." This little girl was always so lively, completely oblivious to the dangers here. Even little Choo Choo, who was standing beside her, seemed quite interested in the place. Watching them like this, a smile crossed Chao Xing's face. He shook his head and leaped directly onto Big White's back. Then he said, "Let's go. While the fog tide hasn't erupted yet, let's explore the surrounding areas." "Yes, Lord." With that, everyone headed forward together. On the way, Chao Xing rode Big White, the mammoth. Elisa rode Little Blue, the frost moose, and Little Choo Choo piloted the earth dragon mech. Nearby were behemoths like Volibear, the snowstorm bear, the giant Jord, and the towering chieftain Kane. Add to that a host of powerful warriors following behind them, and the scene looked formidable. Boom, boom, boom. Tobias' sturdy elephant hooves stomped on the ancient earth, leaving deep pits. Soon, they arrived at the adventurers' camp. The adventurers and mercenaries gathered there numbered 3,000 to 4,000, making it a large camp. However, upon seeing Chao Xing and his companions approach, they all voluntarily made way. The gazes of these adventurers were filled with intense fear. It was as if the approaching creatures were not humans, but a horde of ferocious beasts. This lost royal city is fraught with danger, and those who survived here were naturally extraordinary. They could sense the terrifying aura of these newcomers. No one was so foolish as to dare to cause trouble. At this moment, Chao Xing sat on Debai's back. From a height of nearly 5 meters, he could see the entire camp and the expressions on the adventurers' faces. This time, he didn't put the demon dragon Bing Bing into his necromancy bag. The adventurers looked at the young dragon and the peerless beauty of beauties, like Isabel and Eilina, their eyes filled with deep greed, jealousy, and envy. In these ruins, a young dragon and such peerless beauties were both extremely rare and precious. For the adventurers and mercenaries, who had spent years venturing into dangerous places, this was undoubtedly a huge temptation. However, they dared only to observe, refusing to make any unnecessary moves. Chao Xing ignored the glances, simply patting Dabai on the back, signaling it to continue. Dong! Dong! The heavy footsteps echoed again. They passed unimpeded, passing directly through the center of the camp. Just as they were about to head deeper into the ruins, a group of adventurers wearing leather armor and armed with weapons blocked Chao Xing and his companions. The leader was a middle-aged man with a broad smile on his face. He rubbed his hands, his tone ingratiating. "Gentlemen, are you planning to explore the depths of the ruins?" Chao Xing gave him a speechless look and said, "Aren't you talking nonsense? We're not here to explore the ruins, are we here for tourism?" The middle-aged man quickly apologized with a smile. "I'm sorry for being so nosy, sir. I see this is your first time visiting this ancient ruin. I wonder if you'd be interested in collaborating." "Collaborate?" Chao Xing looked puzzled. The middle-aged man nodded and said, "Yes, we are members of the Iron Rose mercenary group. Our leader is Talia Iron Rose. Perhaps your excellency hasn't heard of our mercenary group, but our leader is also a hero-level expert, not far from becoming a legend." Chao Xing waited for him to finish, then asked calmly, "And what?" The middle-aged man was slightly startled. He was somewhat surprised that the young man remained unmoved after he had already revealed the leader's name and strength. After all, their Iron Rose mercenary group was quite well known in the surrounding kingdoms. Especially their leader, a female hero-level expert, not only possessed immense strength, but also possessed stunning beauty. She was known as the Rose Goddess of the battlefield. Numerous nobles and powerful individuals admired her and made overtures to her. However, she responded to these suitors with a burst of combat prowess, sending them fleeing in panic. She also threatened that anyone seeking her must first surpass her in strength. This single condition alone killed countless suitors. More importantly, this woman was on the verge of breaking through to the legendary realm, possessing boundless potential. Even several kings secretly expressed interest in recruiting the Iron Rose mercenary group to their cause. However, the young man before him seemed unconcerned, as if he didn't even take a legendary expert seriously. The middle-aged man was surprised, but at the same time, he realized that this young man was no ordinary person. After all, that kind of indifference and casualness couldn't be faked. He straightened his expression, adopting a more humble tone. "To be honest, sir, our Iron Rose mercenary group controls a key location in the outer region, which may contain some powerful treasure. It might even contain a relic of an ancient being. Our leader has already led a team to explore the area, but they're not strong enough, so they sent us out. She asked us to find some powerful partners to explore the area together. As for the rewards, we can discuss how to distribute them after the mission is over." The middle-aged man finally revealed his purpose. He had come to join forces with Chao Xing and the others, seeing their impressive presence and strength. After listening to the middle-aged man's story, Chao Xing's eyes flickered with thought, and he secretly felt a surge of excitement. This was because he had heard the middle-aged man say that place might contain relics left behind by an ancient being. For Chao Xing, there weren't many things that could currently attract him, and relics were one of them. When combined with the middle-aged man's words about their leader also preparing to reach legendary status, this seemed highly likely to be true. However, he didn't agree. Instead, he turned and looked at Orlan and Qinong, two powerful figures who had previously visited the ruins, with a questioning look in his eyes. The Orlan city lord pondered for a moment and replied, "It's true that unexplored areas occasionally appear in the outer areas of the ruins, and they may contain some important treasures. But similarly, places with treasures like these also carry corresponding dangers." Qinong nodded slightly, confirming the Orlan city lord's statement. The middle-aged man before him, seeing this, quickly said, "My lords, our Iron Rose mercenary group is almost through that area. We're just one step away. With your assistance, we can completely conquer this area and seize the treasures within in a short time." However, after hearing this, Chao Xing still shook his head and said, "No need. We will explore on our own. Ask your captain to find others." The middle-aged man froze in his tracks when he heard his refusal. He had said so much. Most people would have agreed by now, but this young man still refused so bluntly. The middle-aged man was about to say something when he saw Dubai's massive elephant hoof, already raised high, approaching him with a heavy, imposing presence. He paled with fear and hurriedly moved aside. Chao Xing continued to lead his group, moving straight ahead. The middle-aged man and his mercenaries never dared to approach, until their figures completely vanished. A look of frustration crossed the middle-aged man's face. A young member nearby looked at him and whispered, "Captain Jamie, what do we do now? This group is the strongest force we've encountered entering the ruins this week. If they refuse, what about the captain?" Everyone's faces lit up with worry after hearing this. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment and sighed softly. "Alas, there's nothing we can do if they refuse our invitation to join the team. They're too strong. We can't use any coercive means. Now we can only continue to look for others and see if we can go together. I hope the captain can hold on until then." Hearing this, the other members' faces also grew worried. At this moment, Chao Xing, riding a mammoth, led a group of people through this vast wilderness. Boom! Boom! The sound of heavy footsteps echoed continuously. After becoming a 7th level commander level creature, Dubai's size increased again, reaching 5 or 6 meters. Its weight reached over 10 tons. Every step left a deep footprint on the ground. Add to that the frost moose, the earth dragon mech, the volibear, as well as the giant Jord Iron Frost, and the towering chieftain Cane exploding hoof. There were already 6 behemoths in their group. As they marched, their imposing presence was truly formidable. At this moment, Bai Ji, standing nearby, her rosy lips parted slightly as she looked at Chao Xing and asked, "I can see you're very interested in that place. Why didn't you agree?" Hearing this, Lord Orlan, Qinong, and the others also turned their gazes. They were also curious about Chao Xing's decision. Chao Xing glanced at them, chuckled, and said, "Because I feel something's wrong. Assuming what they say is true, and there really is a relic in that place, there can only be one at most. And their leader, Iron Rose, a powerful hero, is in urgent need of a relic to achieve a breakthrough. If it were you, would you proactively announce such a place and invite others to explore it?" After hearing this, everyone reflected carefully and felt that it was unlikely. After all, a relic that could reach legendary status was so precious, and the goal was so close. There was no way they could pass up such an opportunity. Chao Xing continued. "So, regardless of whether that place truly contained treasures, or was simply too dangerous for their leader to explore alone, I'm not prepared to agree. We've just arrived at this ruin and aren't familiar with it yet, so our main task now is to explore it on our own and get a feel for the situation." Everyone nodded, not dwelling on the topic any further. After all, to them, the Iron Rose mercenary group's invitation was merely a minor incident. Then, the group continued their journey through the fog-shrouded, desolate underground ruins. They skirted the foggy areas and advanced for several kilometers. At this moment, Chao Xing suddenly gestured, commanding, "Stop." The team halted simultaneously. Everyone, somewhat puzzled, looked ahead. Now, they understood why Chao Xing had ordered them to stop. Not far ahead, a narrow, dark path appeared. Thick fog covered both sides of the path, revealing only a roughly 2 or 3 meter area in the middle. Clearly, if they wanted to continue their exploration, they now faced 2 choices. Either go through this path, or take a detour and explore from another direction. Just as Chao Xing was debating which option to choose, Sarah said proudly and courageously, "Lord, let me go and investigate." Hearing this suggestion, Chao Xing pondered for a moment. With Sarah's strength, as long as she stayed out of the fog, she would be largely safe. So he nodded and said, "Okay, go ahead." "Yes." With a flash of cold light, the death dagger in Sarah's hand flashed, and she grasped it in her hand. Then, maintaining her graceful and nimble steps, she headed towards the misty path ahead. Under the gaze of the crowd, Sarah reached her target in a few moves. She paused for a moment, sensing the chilling air emanating from the fog on both sides, her expression unchanged. Then she continued forward. The misty path was long, perhaps 1 or 2 kilometers. Sarah's figure seemed to gradually fade into the mist. At that moment, Chao Xing suddenly sensed at least a dozen cold and eerie auras rapidly approaching. They surged from both sides of the mist. Their target, unmistakably, was Sarah in front of them. Clang, clang. At that moment, everyone drew their weapons, ready for battle. Chao Xing raised his hand, signaling for everyone to remain calm. He didn't sense any particularly dangerous aura here. At the same time, the thick mist stirred like a tide, as if something was rapidly moving within. Sarah stood still, each hand gripping a dagger. As they watched, the creature from the mist suddenly rushed out. They were a group of terrifying creatures. Their pale bodies were translucent, like water-soaked shrouds. Their contours constantly twisted and distorted, sometimes stretching into slender, 3-meter-tall ghosts, sometimes curling up to the size of infants. Beneath their unkempt hair, a terrifying face could be seen. Their mouths gaped, revealing a dense row of fangs. Their noses and eyes were punctuated by 3 holes oozing black mucus. Their terrifying appearance was a powerful visual shock at first sight. My goodness! These little creatures are so unique. Chao Xing marveled, then quickly glanced at the monster's attributes. Wraiths in the mist. Species, undead. Level 55. Potential, elite. HP, 592412/592412. Wraith guards in the mist. Species, undead. Level 65. Potential, boss. HP, 11298223/11298223. After casually scanning the information on a few monsters, Chao Xing understood. Indeed, as Lord Orlan had said, these wraiths were of a very high level. Among them, there were even quite a few elite and even boss-level wraiths. If an ordinary team encountered them, they would be annihilated in a short period of time. However, for them, monsters of this level posed no threat at all. Meanwhile, in the misty path ahead, Sarah was surrounded by a dozen wraiths. They exuded a chilling aura that would make ordinary people seriously ill or even shorten their lives simply by contact. Those terrifying features seemed to hold a fierce vengeance, eager to tear Sarah to pieces. The next moment, the wraiths simultaneously lunged at her. Sarah remained unmoved. Only when the wraith's sharp claws were about to strike her skin did the legendary assassin make a move. She tapped her toes and raised her daggers. Then, like a ballet dancer, she spun in a seemingly slow, yet incredibly fast, circle. The dagger's sharp blades silently sliced through the wraiths' bodies. Then, a dozen terrifying damage numbers appeared. -415-5232. -319-2352. -285-2519. -372-8214. -492-3523. Blessed with liberation. Instantly, the health of the dozen or so wraiths above level 5 was emptied. Then, their movements froze in midair, their bodies vanishing at a visible speed, seemingly about to vanish from the world. At this moment, the expressions of the wraiths became even more distorted, filled with rage. They glared at Sarah with venomous eyes, then opened their fanged mouths and let out furious cries. I won't accept this. I won't accept this. Ah! As the wraith's shrieks echoed past, a system notification appeared. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance slew 13 missed wraiths, cumulative experience points earned, 3,250,000, Pale Attraction plus Savior Star. Combatants earned experience points, 1,625,000. After the battle, Sarah picked up all the fallen items. However, she didn't immediately return to Chao Xing. Instead, she continued forward, until she emerged from the misty path, then turned back. Sarah stood respectfully beside Chao Xing and reported, Lord, I have reached the end of the trail and encountered no further danger. Here are the items dropped by the wraiths. Please take a look. Chao Xing lowered his head and put everything in her backpack. Obtained, Wraith Crystals * 158. Obtained, Wraith Dust * 44. Obtained, Large Spirit Book * 11. Obtained, Large Almighty Book * 2. Obtained, Master Level Elemental Crystals * 21. Chapter 711. Killing these wraiths was quite rewarding. After all, the final Master Level Elemental Crystal was a very high-grade material. Chao Xing said with satisfaction, Well done, Sala. Then he turned and said, Alright, let's keep going. With that, Dubai stalked off, leading Chao Xing straight into the misty path. The group followed behind. A few minutes later, they had safely crossed the path. The view before them opened up again. Chao Xing looked around, chose a direction, and continued on. After walking for an hour, he encountered no more wraiths from the mist attacking. But then again, they encountered nothing. Chao Xing couldn't help but think, it seems, As Lord Oren said, opportunities are truly scarce in this outlying area. Finding treasures here is quite difficult. Shaking his head, he continued to lead the group forward. As they walked, a crack appeared in the ground ahead, nearly obscured by dust and rubble. The crack was so subtle that it could easily be overlooked without careful observation. Even Xiaoxing ignored it after seeing it. At that moment, Xinong suddenly spoke. "Wait a moment, Lord Xiaoxing." Xiaoxing paused and turned to ask, "What's wrong, Lord Xinong?" Xinong pointed to the ground and said, "Look there, there's a crack." Everyone followed his lead and looked. Sure enough, they discovered a nearly hidden crack. Elisa, now resting on Xiaolin's back, asked curiously, "Really? Is there anything special about this crack?" The towering chieftain placed the totem pole on the ground and said solemnly, "This is Mother Earth's warning to us. She's telling us this area is dangerous. Let me protect our lord." With that, his muscles bulged, and he assumed a fighting stance. Everyone was stunned, their gazes darting around. They instinctively assumed the vengeful spirits were about to reappear. However, the Lord of Orlan shook his head helplessly. He explained, "This isn't a warning from Mother Earth. It could be a sign that the seal within some treasure has loosened, poised to burst forth." Treasure? Everyone became intrigued, their eyes fixed intently on the crack. "That's right." The Lord of Orlan nodded. The outskirts of these ruins must have once been a special battlefield. Some of the treasures there were sealed and buried beneath the ground. Many jars found by adventurers were found this way. Hearing this, Xiaoxing asked, "Are you saying there might be a jar underneath?" "It's very likely." After receiving the Lord of Orlan's confirmation, Xiaoxing immediately became interested. He quickly said, "Then what are you waiting for? Dig." Upon hearing the order, Assam drew the sword of the lake lady without hesitation and prepared to dig. At this moment, Tong Chu-Chu, standing nearby, said, "Knight Assam, let me do it." Chu-Chu's mech has been modified, so she's amazing at digging. Hearing the little girl's clear voice, Assam stopped. He glanced at Chu-Chu, then at Xiaoxing. Xiaoxing nodded slightly. Seeing this, Assam sheathed the sword of the Lady of the Lake. He said gently, "Miss Chu-Chu, I leave it to you then." "Okay." Tong Chu-Chu responded excitedly, manipulating the Earth Dragon mech forward. She pulled a large metal shovel from her backpack and quickly replaced the chainsaw on the Earth Dragon mech's left arm. It's worth noting that this metal shovel was made specifically for Tong Chu-Chu by Goblin Walker at the machine shop. Originally, it was just for her to dig in the dirt for fun, but now it was actually useful. In addition, he also crafted a large drill, hexagonal wrench, a large hammer, and other supporting tools for Tong Chu-Chu. She could just swap them out whenever she needed them. Tong Chu-Chu, piloting the Earth Dragon mech, was like a mobile toolbox. At the same time, Tong Chu-Chu had already begun digging the soil beneath the crack. Everyone watched her movements with curiosity. Hunk, hunk. She dug up shovel after shovel of black earth, strewn with rusty metal parts and debris. It was clear that some large-scale mechanical war had taken place in this area, and these fragments looked like they came from some kind of mechanical creature. But after all these years, these fragments had become nothing more than scrap metal. Tong Chu-Chu dug along the crack, digging about 5 or 6 meters deep. The surrounding earth had piled up like a small mountain, but she still couldn't find the jar. Xiaoxing frowned slightly and muttered to himself, "No. Or has it already been dug up?" Just as he was about to give up, Tong Chu-Chu suddenly exclaimed, "We found it." Everyone's eyes turned to the digging area. At the bottom of the deep pit, a jar, covered in mud, lay buried. Because it had been buried for so long, it was impossible to tell from its appearance what kind of jar it was. "It really is." Xiaoxing's eyes flashed with surprise. At the same time, he felt immensely satisfied. Whatever the jar's quality, at least it was their first find since entering the ruins. "Wow! Little Chu-Chu actually found it. How impressive." Elisa, resting on Little Blue's back, applauded Tong Chu-Chu. Then, the little girl giggled. Then, she carefully maneuvered the shovel to dig out the jar and place it on the ground. Xiaoxing quickly jumped off Debai's back and picked up the jar. Obtained, unopened gold pot, gold, *1. Seeing this tip, Xiaoxing's face lit up with surprise. "Ha ha! I didn't expect to find a gold pot right out of the gate. What a stroke of luck." With that, he quickly wiped the dirt off the pot's surface, revealing its dark golden hue. The Lord of Oren, standing nearby, exclaimed, "As expected of Lord Xiaoxing, you're incredibly lucky. Other adventurers might not even find a pot in a month here. And yet, you found a gold pot shortly after arriving. That's incredible." The Minotaur chieftain said seriously, This must be Mother Earth's blessing to you, Lord. Chao Xing was also very pleased. He carefully examined the jar in his hand, then glanced at the deep pit behind him. He asked, "Are these jars usually buried this deep?" The Oran City Lord nodded and replied, "Yes, jars like these are generally buried very deep underground. Except in rare cases, such as a large-scale earthquake or the loosening of the seal, they are exposed. Under normal circumstances, finding these jars is extremely difficult." Chao Xing asked thoughtfully, "If that's the case, why don't those adventurers just dig deep into the ground here and conduct a blanket excavation? That way, they also find a lot of jars, right?" The Oran City Lord chuckled. Of course those adventurers did that. Every year, there are a large number of excavation teams, frantically digging around the perimeter of the ruins. Some, like you, brought large mecha equipment specifically for digging and treasure hunting. These excavation teams did make some gains, but the results weren't ideal. He paused, then continued, "First, the main reason is that these jars are too scattered. Maybe only one appears every few kilometers, or even more than 10 kilometers. Plus, the jars are buried at varying depths. Some may be buried 4 or 5 meters deep, while others are buried more than 10 meters deep. The Lost City only opens once a year, for a month at a time. Add to that the obstruction of the fog, and it's nearly impossible to excavate the entire ruins in such a short time." Chao Xing nodded in sudden realization. "I see." He glanced at the golden jar in his hand, then at the desolate ruins surrounding him. It was as if he beheld many long-buried secrets buried beneath the earth. After pondering for a moment, Chao Xing said, "This jar was dug out from here, and I'm not planning on selling it. In that case, let's just open it here." Thinking of this, he held up the jar and asked, "Does anyone want to try it?" At this, everyone turned their gazes, eager to try. After all, random things like this are truly fascinating. But there was only one jar, and everyone felt a little embarrassed to speak. Chao Xing understood their thoughts and scanned the surroundings. Finally, his gaze landed on the phantom dancer, Sarah. He tossed the jar in his hand. "Take this, Sarah." The dark elf assassin instinctively took it. Chao Xing continued, "Sarah, you open this jar." "Yes, Lord." Sarah obeyed without hesitation. She gently tossed the jar into the air, then moved her right hand slightly. The next moment, a flash of cold light flashed. The jar itself was cut in two midair. Instantly, a large number of golden coins emerged from it. "Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, successfully opened the golden jar." Achievement: King of Jar opening progress increased. Current progress: 3 out of 100. Clatter. Dozens of coins rained down, among them a blue orb that shone faintly. Chao Xing quickly walked over and put all the items into his backpack. Obtained: Ancient Gold Coins *46. Obtained: Azurite Orb, Gold *1. Obtained: Meteorite or *6. Obtained: Mithril or *13. The Lord of Orlan, standing nearby, had already seen these items and exclaimed, "Lord Chao Xing, the items in this jar are quite good. That Azurite Orb is much more valuable than the Opal Orb, with a purchase price of around 3 million. In addition, the Meteorite or and Mithril or are worth around 200,000. Chao Xing smiled upon hearing this. It didn't matter how much he earned from these additional items. The jar itself didn't cost anything. But the 40+ ancient gold coins surprised him. The 2 gold jars had yielded over 90 ancient coins. Add to that the dozen or so he had left from planting the golden sunflowers. In other words, the ancient gold coins in his backpack were enough to exchange for an ancient gold treasure chest. Thinking of this, he felt even more relieved. However, Chao Xing didn't make the exchange immediately. He instead glanced approvingly at the dark elf assassin beside him. Then, he jumped back onto Debai's back and ordered, "Let's go. Let's continue our journey." With that, the mammoth took the lead, carrying Chao Xing on its back at the front of the group. The group advanced about 7 or 8 kilometers. Along the way, they encountered several adventurers and mercenary groups. They formed makeshift groups of 3 or 5. Some were exploring the ruins, others were digging the ground. Still, some specialized excavation teams were frantically digging in a single area. They had dug a deep, square pit throughout the area, which, from a distance, looked like a giant pond. Chao Xing smiled. "I didn't expect such a team to exist. They're truly digging deep." He observed the group for a moment as he walked. However, judging by the expressions of the people, their gain seemed modest. Many wore expressions of fatigue and disappointment, clearly having found no valuable treasures. Chao Xing shook his head, not watching any further, and continued forward with the others. They continued their journey for the next hour. As they crossed the foggy areas, they encountered several attacks from vengeful spirits. But these spirits were only about level 6 or 7, and were easily dispatched. As the group continued deeper into the ruins, they drew closer to the massive, towering city wall. The wall was majestic and imposing, like a natural moat, separating the inner and outer areas of the ruins. At that moment, Chaoxing seemed to recall something. He pulled a yellowed piece of parchment from his backpack, unfolded it, and said to the group, "Here's a treasure map to the outer reaches of the ruins. Come take a look and see if you can solve the puzzle." Even back on the Griffin King's back, most of the group had been stored in his necromancy bag, so not everyone had seen the treasure map. Adhering to the principle of strength in numbers, Chaoxing wanted to mobilize everyone's brainpower or thinking to decipher the secrets of the treasure map. After hearing this, everyone gathered around, their eyes fixed on the parchment. However, the situation was the same as Chaoxing and the others had experienced before. After watching for a moment, bewilderment filled their eyes. Braun rubbed his bald head, frowning, and said, "My lord, this map only has some unusual symbols and a bunch of ruins. There's no clue at all." Andrew whispered, "Nature hasn't indicated the way forward. But the symbols on the map don't seem ordinary." The others, including him, shook their heads, indicating they had no clue. Seeing this, Chaoxing didn't feel particularly disappointed. Or perhaps, this was within his expectations. After all, the clues on the map were too vague. Solving the puzzle based solely on this information wouldn't be easy. Chaoxing nodded and said, "It's okay if you can't see it. According to the information above, the recorded location seems to be some distance from the city wall. However, because the walls of the lost city are circular, we don't know the exact area. So, once we reach the general area, everyone should pay attention to your surroundings. You might find some clues." Chiong took over and added, "Lord Chaoxing's idea makes sense. Sometimes, the symbols on the map may not be direct directions, but require consideration of the actual situation to decipher. Once we reach the location, we search carefully and perhaps discover something new." Everyone nodded in agreement. Although the clues on the map couldn't be deciphered for the time being, at least they had a general direction. Chaoxing put the map away and continued to lead the team forward. After navigating several foggy areas and slaying several waves of wraiths, Chaoxing harvested a considerable number of wraith crystals and master-level elemental crystals. At this moment, Elisa, resting on the frost moose's head, seemed to notice something. She suddenly stood up and pointed to a certain area to the left in front, saying, "Lord, look there. There's something there." Everyone turned their gazes in that direction. Across the desolate land ahead stood a tall, unique building. The building was entirely black, seemingly cast from some special metal, imbued with a sense of heaviness. But a closer look revealed that it was not metal, but stone. It had been specially processed to achieve this metallic texture. The surface was as smooth as a mirror, gleaming with a cold sheen, and a distinctive symbol resembling an N could be seen on it. What a strange building! Chaoxing's eyes flashed with confusion. He had never seen a building of this style before. At this moment, a smile crossed the face of Lord Orlan. "Lord Chaoxing, it seems we've had good luck, having discovered a building in the ruins so quickly. When the fog tide breaks tonight, this place can serve as a temporary base for us to stay safe." Chaoxing nodded. He had indeed heard Lord Orlan mention this rule of the ruins. At midnight, the fog will surge from the inner city, covering the entire ruins. Adventurers outside need to return to the camp at the entrance, or find a building for shelter, otherwise they will be lost in the fog. Chaoxing said, "Let's go and see what's inside that building." Everyone's eyes lit up with interest. Everyone was genuinely intrigued by the interior of this strange building. The group advanced rapidly, at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, they had advanced 4 or 5 kilometers, drawing ever closer to the black building. And just then, they suddenly felt a violent vibration beneath their feet. Boom! Chaoxing, perched on the mammoth's back, raised his hand. "Stop!" Instantly, dozens of people stopped. Chaoxing stared ahead, with a solemn expression. For he could sense the vibration emanating from within the black building. Accompanied by a low rumble and crashing sound, it felt as if some enormous creature was rampaging within. "Is there something inside the building?" Chaoxing frowned slightly, a hint of doubt rising in his heart. Just as everyone was feeling strange, a group of adventurers, clad in worn leather armor and roughly level 4 or 5, rushed out of the building in a panic. At this moment, they unleashed their full potential, fleeing at breakneck speed. As they ran, they screamed in fear. The golem has gone berserk. Run!" The shrill cry echoed across hundreds of meters. Chapter 712. The golem is on the rampage. Run! Hearing the shrill cry, Chao Xing's eyes flashed with surprise. Golem? He turned to look at the Lord of Orin, about to ask. But at that moment, another powerful tremor erupted from within the black building. This tremor was far greater than the previous one, as if some enormous creature was frantically ramming against the walls, trying to break free. Boom! Accompanied by a resounding bang, a massive behemoth, 6 or 7 meters tall, suddenly burst out from the building. This monster had a strange appearance. Its entire body was constructed entirely of a special metal-like material, gleaming with a dull luster. Its oval shape resembled a large iron can, appearing extremely heavy and oppressive. Clearly, this thing was the golem the adventurers had been talking about. The golem's head shone with a dazzling red light, and the blue crystal on its chest emanated a powerful energy wave. Buzz! Then, everyone heard a cold, mechanical sound. Alert! Alert! Intruder detected. Executing. Elimination procedure. The golem stretched its thick, steely legs, continuing its frantic pursuit of the fleeing mercenaries. Every step it took caused a violent tremor on the ground. Like a giant beast out of control, the mercenaries fled in terror, their faces pale as paper. Run! Run! However, the golem's speed far exceeded their expectations. Though its massive body appeared heavy, it moved with incredible swiftness, comparable to that of a typical master-level warrior. In the blink of an eye, the distance between them and the adventurers closed. A deadly pressure instantly overwhelmed them. No matter how much they pushed their inner potential, they could only watch the distance between them shrink. In a panic, they spotted Chao Xing and his group in the distance and, as if they had found a lifeline, desperately ran towards them. The mercenaries excitedly shouted, "Help! Help us!" Boom! Chao Xing, watching the mercenaries rushing towards them with the golem, did not react. He instead observed the golem intently. It looked similar to the mechas created by the goblins, but more advanced and sophisticated. Compared to the anthropomorphic form of the earth dragon mecha, this golem's body was smooth and rounded, with flowing lines. In addition to its oval body, its limbs, including its head, were also oval, appearing to have no sharp edges. Its body was crisscrossed with energy veins, giving it a more sci-fi feel. Even more striking was the blue crystal embedded in its chest, emitting a faint glow. Is this thing a golem? Chao Xing whispered. The Orin City Lord nodded. Yes, but it's only the lowest level combat golem. These golems can be found in many buildings within this ruin. They appear to guard those buildings. Normally, even if they encounter trespassing adventurers, they simply drive them away. They wouldn't pursue them relentlessly like they are now. He pondered for a moment, frowning. I suspect it's because this golem has existed for so long that its internal programming has become disrupted, leading to its current state. Or perhaps the adventurers did something inside that triggered the golem's pursuit program. Golems are actually something that the major kingdoms are also researching. For example, the large war puppet developed by the Ice Crystal Kingdom actually referenced golem manufacturing technology. When this lost royal city was discovered, it caused a stir across half of the western continent, and countless powerful individuals flocked to it. The golems within, in particular, garnered immense attention from all the kingdoms. They had all taken many golem remains from the ruins for research. So, Lord Orin had a rough idea of how these golems operated. Chao Xing nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the charging mercenaries and the approaching golem. Then, he glanced at the golem's attributes. Golem, a UX-1 type. Level 60. Durability, 2051824/22000000. Attack, 24,500 to 24,500. Armor, 1800 to 1800. Skills, Energy Blast, Iron Punch, Shield Barrier, Death Ray. Special skill, Self-Destruct. When its health drops below 1%, it enters forced self-destruct mode, dealing damage equal to its attack power * 5,000% to all enemies and structures within a 500-meter radius. Introduction. Developed by the ancient Azura civilization, golems possess highly efficient coordinated combat capabilities and battlefield response capabilities. As the Azura's most common weapon of war, golems are crafted from iron, stone, vegetation, and other semi-natural materials. They are environmentally friendly yet possess extremely powerful destructive power. Seeing the description of this golem, Chao Xing's eyes once again flickered with contemplation. Azura civilization? That's a civilization I've never heard of. However, this golem is indeed quite powerful, at least equivalent to a 6-tier leader. According to Lord Orlan, such a powerful golem is only the lowest level combat golem in the ruins. From this, it can be imagined that there are definitely many golems more powerful and advanced than this one in the ruins. At the same time, the group of mercenaries was less than 2 kilometers away from them, and the golem itself was about to catch up. Bang! Bang! Help! Help! The sound of the golem stomping ground mixed with the adventurer's cries for help, drawing closer. At this moment, Chao Xing raised his hand. Sarah emerged from the shadows behind him. After so much cooperation, Chao Xing's gesture was enough for the dark elf assassin to understand his meaning. Just as Sarah was about to move forward to deal with the golem, Tong Chuchu's clear voice suddenly rang out from behind. "Big brother, let me deal with that giant monster. I have a better plan." Chao Xing's eyes flickered with suspicion after hearing this. But he didn't question her further, simply nodding and saying, "Okay, go ahead." While he didn't know what the better plan was, as a level 70 mechanic, this young woman might have some special abilities. As for Tong Chuchu's safety, there was no need to worry. With her strength, she could easily crush this level 60 demon elephant. After receiving Chao Xing's permission, the young woman immediately assumed a combat stance. Buzz! The Earth Dragon Mecha's chest energy core also erupted with a strong blue light. Then, with powerful strides, it swiftly charged toward the mech. Hunk! Hunk! The sound of heavy footsteps continued. The opposing golem also sensed the approaching threat. The red light on its head swept across, landing on the surging Earth Dragon mech. A mechanical synthesized voice, detecting technological equipment from other civilizations. Executing. The third instruction. Control system analysis. No response from the host. Analysis failed. Initiating cleanup procedure. The next moment, the golem abandoned the group of adventurers and bolted towards the Earth Dragon mech. Boom! Boom! The two behemoths raced across the ground at an astonishing speed. Both sides rapidly closed in, now within attack range. In an instant, the golem's metal arm swung out, striking the Earth Dragon mech's head with terrifying force. In terms of attack speed and agility, this golem clearly outclassed the mecha. Tong Chuchu's reaction was equally swift. She controlled the mecha, swung the steel chainsaw in her left hand, and clashed fiercely with the golem's mechanical arm. Clang! Firelight flew, and the sharp sound of metal rubbing echoed throughout the battlefield. This was a clash of technological power from two civilizations, a showdown between mechanical creations from two different eras. Instantly, a crack appeared on the Earth Dragon mecha's steel arm. The golem's arm, however, remained intact. This indicated that the Earth Dragon mecha had suffered a slight disadvantage in the initial collision. Of course, this didn't mean it was inferior to the golem. In terms of overall strength, the Earth Dragon mecha completely crushed the golem. The current disadvantage lies in the materials. The materials used to forge this golem are of a higher quality than those used in the Earth Dragon mecha. At this moment, the Earth Dragon mecha's energy core erupted with a powerful light. The chainsaw in his hand began to spin frantically. Buzz! Buzz! Clang! Clang! A sharp metallic cutting sound echoed. In a mere moment, the golem's metal arm was severed by the chainsaw, slamming heavily to the ground. -64573 won the golem, with only one arm remaining, uttered a mechanical sound. Target. Threat level increased. Execute annihilation sequence. The next moment, the golem's entire body glowed brightly red, as if it had entered some special form. But at this moment, Tong Chuchu seized the opportunity and raised the energy cannon in her right hand. A powerful beam of energy instantly condensed from the muzzle. Buzz! The energy cannon fired suddenly, sending a blazing ball of light hurtling straight towards the golem's chest. Bang! With a loud explosion, a massive dent was blasted into the golem's chest, and its durability plummeted by over 700,000. Adding to the previous attack, the golem's durability had already dropped by over 1.4 million. One more blow and the golem would be completely destroyed. The golems created by the Azura civilization might seem inferior to the Earth Dragon mechs built by the goblins. But in reality, at the same level, the Earth Dragon mechs were no match for the golems. The current performance was due to Tong Chuchu's Earth Dragon mech having undergone several modifications, surpassing the standard level of goblin technology. Add in Chao Xing's eternal power, and the support of the legendary Aurora Knight, and the result was truly extraordinary. With its attack power multiplied several times, it was a true killing machine. Boom! As Tong Chuchu controlled it, the Earth Dragon mecha's right arm energy cannon roared again. A blazing ball of light shot straight towards the golem. Bang! The golem's head was directly hit by the energy cannon, instantly charring it black, and its durability was depleted. Detecting. Severe damage. Initiating self-destruct sequence. The golem's mechanical voice echoed coldly, as if announcing its own end. As soon as the words fell, a dazzling red light suddenly erupted from the golem, like a massive bomb about to explode. Buzz. A destructive wave emanated from it. It was as if the surrounding air was twisted by this force, forming a visible energy vortex. Having seen the golem's control panel, Chao Xing knew that its self-destruction sequence was terrifyingly powerful, with a full 50 times the attack power. Braun, come and block it! Chao Xing's voice rang out. Brahm's here. A voice responded immediately. The moment the words left his mouth, the massive figure transformed into the originating titan, his height instantly expanding to 100 meters. Like an ancient giant suddenly appearing from the earth, he wielded a 100-meter-tall shield, shielding everyone behind him. Although they all possessed divine shield, capable of withstanding such attacks, it took time for each shield to recharge. Brown blocked the entire attack, effectively losing only one shield. Just as everyone prepared for the golem's self-destruction, the cockpit door of the Earth Dragon mech suddenly opened. A petite figure leaped out with a light leap. It was Tong Chu-Chu. A faint blue light emanated from her hands, as if countless electric currents danced through her fingertips. That was the mechanical force unique to mechanics. Little Chu-Chu. Elisa exclaimed in surprise. Everyone else, including the others, watched as this little girl actually leaped forward, their eyes instantly filled with intense worry. Chao Xing, on the other hand, appeared relatively calm. After all, while the golem's self-destruction power was astonishing, it was only a single attack. Tong Chu-Chu, with 3 layers of holy shields, was immune to any fatal damage. Meanwhile, Tong Chu-Chu had already swiftly leaped onto the head of the impending golem, her hands controlling a vast amount of mechanical force as she pressed down hard. Then, the blue mechanical force began to rapidly consume the golem's entire body. Ziz! Ziz! The sound of electric currents colliding echoed. The golem seemed to sense a powerful threat, its energy veins turning red. Its massive body was trembling violently. Alarm! Alarm! Detected. A special force. Invading the core program. Initiating. Emergency measures. For shutdown of all control systems. A mechanically synthesized voice echoed, and the golem's red light continuously erupted, as if resisting the terrifying mechanical force. Under this red light, Chao Xing seemed to sense a subtle threat. This threat came not from the golem itself, but from a deeper power. Chao Xing frowned slightly, observing the struggling golem. However, in just a few tenths of a second, the golem, as if forcibly suppressed by some force, ceased its trembling. System shutdown failed. The internal core program has been modified. At that moment, the destructive energy fluctuations emanating from it gradually dissipated, and its previously violent demeanor calmed. Seeing this, everyone on the scene looked in amazement. Is this even possible? Braum asked in amazement. Elissa, standing beside him, also smiled with delight. Wow! Little Chu-Chu is amazing. She actually managed to interrupt this golem self-destruction. Little Chu-Chu is awesome. Hearing the praise, Tong Chu-Chu replied sheepishly. It's because of that skill book Big Brother gave me last time, the ability of mechanical domination. I saw this golem enter its self-destruct sequence, and its durability had dropped below 1%, meeting the triggering conditions for mechanical domination, so I tried it. I didn't expect it to actually work, Tong Chu-Chu said happily. Everyone, including Chao Xing, also smiled heartily. Because Tong Chu-Chu's mechanical domination does more than just interrupt the golem's self-destruction. It also has an even more powerful ability. It can transform this mechanical creature into a friendly unit. In other words, this golem now belongs to him. He glanced at the message. Your territory member, Tong Chu-Chu used mechanical domination to successfully transform the special mechanical creature golem, AUX-1 type, increasing your territory's population by 5. Clearly, this golem has become his friendly unit. This also means that the golem, like the Earth Dragon mech, can benefit from eternal power. Then, Chao Xing casually cast an ice heal. The next moment, a series of healing damage increments of 58,232 appeared above the golem's head. Soon, the flaws inflicted by Tong Chu-Chu began to repair at a visible speed. Its durability gradually returned to over 300,000. Then, the red light on the golem's head turned blue, and something resembling emotion appeared in its eyes. The body is repairing. Thank you, Master. The golem, transformed into a friendly unit, still spoke in a mechanically synthesized voice, but it was much softer. Chao Xing chuckled and nodded. Not bad, this thing is quite intelligent. It actually knows I'm its master. He was very satisfied. Not long after entering this ancient ruins, he had already found a gold jar, which he opened to reveal a large number of ancient gold coins and a precious gem. Now, he had also found a 6th level golem. It was a truly remarkable haul. Standing nearby, the Lord of Orin was completely stunned. It took several seconds for him to recover, and he immediately exclaimed, "Unbelievable. This ancient ruin has been open for so long, and I've never heard of anyone successfully controlling a complete golem. I didn't expect Lord Chaoxing to make such an astonishing move upon entering. If others knew about this, they'd be willing to pay tens, even hundreds of millions of crowns for this golem." Chaoxing, somewhat surprised, said, "Oh? I think this thing's combat capabilities are about the same as a goblin mech of the same tier. Why is it so much more expensive? You know, even a tier 6 Earth Dragon mech is only worth a little over 20 million crowns. This thing is worth more than 10 times that." After hearing this, the Lord of Orlon City understood Chaoxing's confusion and patiently explained, "Lord Chaoxing, you don't know something. Golems and mechas appear to be similar in combat capabilities. But in terms of intelligence, golems surpass these goblin mechas by a factor of countless. In fact, these golems' IQs are almost equivalent to those of a normal human. Not only can they execute complex commands, they can also autonomously adjust their strategies based on environmental changes. Imagine if we could mass-produce golems that obey commands and are resistant to extreme environments. It would be a revolutionary change. In future wars, human involvement won't even be necessary. These golems can handle the battlefield completely." Chapter 713. The Orlon City Lord grew increasingly excited, his eyes gleaming. "Even if we can only produce 3rd or 4th tier golems, they can replace the soldiers guarding the border. They're not afraid of the cold, don't need rest, and don't fear death. They're truly perfect soldiers. At the same time, we can also deploy some golems to patrol the main city center or near important facilities to ensure safety. This way, our defenses will be greatly enhanced, and the pressure on the border will be greatly reduced." When everyone heard the Orlon City Lord's vision, a thoughtful look crossed their eyes. They seemed to foresee scenes of massive golems charging onto the battlefield, replacing soldiers. It would indeed be a completely different scene. One could even call it a technological revolution. The Lord of Orlon sighed. "For over 100 years, several kingdoms near our Ice Crystal Kingdom have been researching how to replicate this golem technology. But unfortunately, the golem's technology is far too advanced, and it also has extremely stringent protection mechanisms. Just as we just encountered, this golem, upon encountering a crisis, was about to enter its self-destruct sequence. And once it enters its self-destruct sequence, it's very difficult to stop. Even those legendary masters have forcibly sealed it and taken it back for research, but over the years, they've had little success. As soon as we attempt to dismantle its core device, we trigger the golem's protection mechanism, and it explodes instantly." At this point, he added with some regret, "So, after all these years, we've only scratched the surface of golem technology. Directly controlling a complete golem like you has never happened before." A realization flashed in Chaoxing's eyes. He also understood why Lord Orin was so excited. The reason was that golems were so rare and difficult to obtain. The surrounding kingdoms wanted to conduct research and crack the golem's core technology, requiring a large number of samples and repeated experiments. Golems, on the other hand, only appeared within the ruins and would self-destruct when faced with danger. So, even a damaged golem, as long as it wasn't completely scrapped, could still fetch a considerable price. What's more, Chaoxing had completely controlled this golem. So, the golem in his hands was of great significance. After all, according to Lord Orin, this might be the first complete golem ever controlled by someone outside the ruins. It's no surprise that it fetched such an outrageous price. At this moment, Chaoxing held his chin in his hand, gazing at the golem with a scrutinizing gaze. Then he said, "Come here." Buzz. The golem's energy core glowed faintly, and then a mechanical voice uttered, "Yes, Master. I'll be right there." It swiftly stretched its sturdy legs and stalked toward Chaoxing. This golem had been transformed by Tong Chu Chu through mechanical domination. In theory, its master should be Tong Chu Chu, not Chaoxing. However, due to mechanical domination, these golems were transformed into friendly units. And Tong Chu Chu's friendly units were also under Chaoxing's control. In other words, the Lord's authority was paramount. Therefore, he could bypass Tong Chu Chu and issue commands directly to the golem. "Master, please command," the golem said respectfully. Chaoxing wanted to test whether this golem was truly as intelligent as Lord Orin claimed. So he asked, "Answer me, what can you do?" On the golem's oval head, the two eyes glowed blue. Master, I can do anything. Whether it's fighting, or patrolling, or even pursuing the enemy. I can do it. Hearing the golem's fluent response, everyone's interest was piqued, and they all stared at its figure. Can you do anything? Chao Xing pondered for a moment, then asked with interest, then can you cook? At this question, the golem's eyes flickered again, as if analyzing something. After a moment, it replied, Master, I'm a combat golem, and haven't loaded the cooking function panel. Chao Xing was speechless after hearing this. And you still say you can do everything? The light in the golem's eyes gradually dimmed, and it whispered, I'm so sorry. Master, I've disappointed you. I work hard, and become even better. Chao Xing looked at the golem, and couldn't help but feel a little amused. Although this golem wasn't as capable as rumored, from this brief conversation, Chao Xing had confirmed that it was indeed highly intelligent. It could easily replace ordinary soldiers and perform complex tasks like patrolling or reconnaissance. This also gave Chao Xing a new idea. That is, can he get more golems back to his territory? His giant city is also under construction. If there are enough of them, he can have these golems patrol the city and take on the role of guards. Then he can build a city that truly blends magic and technology. But before that, Chao Xing needs to confirm one thing. He turned to look at Lord Orlan and asked, Lord, are there many golems like this in the outer city? Lord Orlan pondered for a moment and replied, the golems in the outer city are mostly inside those buildings. This wasteland area of the outer city is truly vast. If we could explore it all, we would surely find many buildings and golems. But it would take a lot of time. And exploring the entire outer city would be extremely difficult. He looked at Chao Xing and said with emotion, after all these years, we've only explored and developed 3% of this ruins. Chao Xing nodded. From his time in the ruins, he understood the immense difficulty of exploring the outer city. Even a small area would require a considerable amount of time and considerable skill. He glanced at the small map in the upper left corner. It was shrouded in thick fog, through which a thin white line could be faintly seen. This thin line marked their trajectory, covering roughly 20 to 30 kilometers. But on the entire map, the distance they explored was completely insignificant. This gives one an idea of the vastness of the outer city of this ruin. After a pause, the Orlan City Lord continued, but besides golems, you might also encounter other mechanical creatures in the outer city. For example, mechanical birds, mechanical hounds, and so on. They might not be as intelligent as golems, but their strength is no less. Some mechanical creatures are even more powerful than golems. Hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes flashed. According to the Orlan City Lord, there are quite a few mechanical creatures in this ruin. If Tong Chuchu's mechanical domination skill were used, Chao Xing could transform these golems or other mechanical creatures into allies en masse. Even if he could transform just a few dozen, Chao Xing would have made a killing. If he auctioned them on the black market, they would fetch an astonishing price. Even the opportunities within the inner city wouldn't matter. The Orlan City Lord seemed to have seen his thoughts, and a look of admiration crossed his face again. If I had known this before, no one would have been able to fully control even a single golem, let alone transform it en masse. And now, with this otherworldly lord and his men arriving, it seemed to have completely broken the rules of the ruins. Chao Xing nodded in satisfaction, then said, let's go and take a look inside that building. He hadn't forgotten that this battle golem had just burst out of the black building ahead. Including the adventurers, it was their desire to explore that building that triggered the golem's elimination mechanism. While he didn't know what was inside, there might be some unexpected treasures. With that, he leaped onto Dubai's back again and headed forward. Xiao Chuchu piloted the Earth Dragon mecha, followed by the newly joined golem, walking beside Chao Xing. Alisa led the demonic dragon Bing Bing. The group advanced in a mighty procession. After Chao Xing and the others had completely vanished, several figures gradually rose from the desolate ground behind them. Their faces still held expressions of fear and lingering anxiety. They were the adventurers, who had just been nearly overtaken by the golem. They gathered together and breathed a sigh of relief. That was a close call. We almost died. One adventurer patted his chest, his voice trembling. Another adventurer echoed, yes, thank goodness we were lucky to have encountered these powerful individuals. Otherwise, we'd be dead this time. Everyone nodded in agreement, their faces filled with relief at having survived. Thankfully, these warriors didn't take us personally for luring the golem. If they pursued the matter, they have wanted to deal with us. I'm afraid there would have been no escape for us. Hearing this, the adventurers' faces lit up with fear. They had clearly witnessed the terrifying combat prowess those warriors had just displayed. Sending one man anywhere, they easily dispatched such a terrifying golem. If they had wanted to deal with these adventurers, they could have easily destroyed them. Thankfully, they didn't pursue the matter. At this moment, one adventurer pointed into the distance and whispered, "Look, are those warriors preparing to enter that black house?" Hearing this, they quickly turned to look. Someone whispered, "What do you think? Should we go and take a look? There's a large chest inside that house, and it's being guarded by the golem. We're just one step away from the treasure inside." However, as soon as he finished speaking, another adventurer retorted, "Are you crazy? Don't you see how terrifyingly powerful these warriors are? If you're looking for death, don't take me with you." The others echoed, "That's right, I don't want to." Hearing this, the greed in the adventurer's eyes gradually vanished. Finally, with a sigh, he completely gave up on the idea of obtaining the treasure within. At this moment, Chao Xing and his group were getting closer and closer to the black building. They also had a clearer view of its exterior. The building looked like a standard rectangular block, about 10 meters tall and 30 meters wide. Clad entirely in black, from a distance it resembled a metal box lying on the ground. And beneath the building, there was a metal door that had been knocked open. Through the door, a faint light could still be seen emanating from within. Sarah appeared silently and respectfully said, "Lord, may I go in and investigate?" As the most powerful assassin in the territory, she was also known as the most powerful scout. Often, when heading to special places, Sarah was sent ahead to investigate. Chao Xing listened, pondered for a moment. Then he shook his head and said, "No need, let's go straight in." He was now a man of great skill and courage. The team strength gave him confidence. Since he didn't sense any danger inside, he led his group straight in. They soon arrived at the metal gate at the base of the building. The gate was square, about 7 or 8 meters across. As they passed through it one after another, it was as if they had suddenly entered a completely different world. The interior of the building wasn't as dark as they had imagined. It emanated a faint blue glow. The black walls also appeared to be made of metal, engraved with ancient magical runes, which emitted a glow. In the corners of the room, there were some strange electronic devices. The dials of the devices glowed faintly, seemingly still operating. The entire room looked like a fusion of magic and science fiction. This civilization's architecture is quite interesting. Chao Xing's eyes flashed with interest. He glanced at it and quickly ordered, "All right, everyone, search around and see if you can find anything valuable. Collect everything you can." "Yes, Lord." Everyone began to move. Most of the people here had been with Chao Xing for a long time and knew his personality and his usual approach. They quickly began their search. Some tried to detangle the floorboards, while others carefully examined the runes on the walls, looking for any potential targets. They even went so far as to search for the glowing instruments. However, these instruments were mounted on the ground, seemingly integrated into the building. Seeing they couldn't dismantle them, these powerful beings drew their weapons and launched a fierce attack. Bang! Crack! A series of explosions echoed. The Lord of Oran City stared at their bandit-like actions in near stunning amazement. You have to understand that the group Chao Xing had brought with him were all at least level 70 warriors. Given their strength, even for the sake of their dignity and prestige, they wouldn't do such a thing. But they seemed accustomed to this, their movements incredibly skillful. Including Qinong, their gazes kept scanning Chao Xing and the group of warriors, a look of emotion in their eyes. They seemed to have a new understanding of Chao Xing's character. Meanwhile, Elisa stood before a complex instrument, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She reached out to touch the instrument, but the intense electric current released from it sent her convulsing. After a few attempts, Elisa pouted, as if angry, and said, "You damned freak. How dare you electrocute Captain Elisa? I sent Bing Bing over to freeze you." After saying that, she quickly called out, "Bing Bing." The little ice dragon was now circling the interior of the building. At the call, it flapped its wings and quickly flew over to Elisa's side. Understanding Elisa's meaning, Bing Bing quickly opened its mouth and took a deep breath. Suck. Then, it violently exhaled a stream of extremely cold dragon breath. Crack. The dragon breath instantly froze the entire instrument, and the frost spread rapidly. A strong electrical sizzling sound emanated from the interior of the instrument, followed by a puff of black smoke, rendering it completely useless. Seeing this, Elisa exclaimed happily, "Bing Bing is awesome." Then, she squatted on the ground and tinkered, removing everything that could be removed from the instrument. The others also displayed their skills, exploring every corner of the building. Seeing this, Chao Xing also smiled faintly. At this moment, He noticed a dark blue metal fragment beneath his feet. He squatted down and picked it up. Obtained, strange metal fragment. Metal fragments, what do they do? Chaoxing muttered to himself. Then he checked the properties. Strange metal fragment. Quality, none. Item type, special. Item effect, 100 strange metal fragments can be synthesized into one strange metal. Strange metal. The Azura civilization uses cutting-edge alchemy to purify basic materials such as iron or stone and plant fibers to create a special metal. Strange metal possesses extremely strong ductility and excellent magical conductivity. Testing has shown that its effectiveness is 3.5 times that of mithril. It's the core material used in the construction of large-scale war equipment and golems. Wow! So this stuff is the main material used to make those golems? It's made of nothing more ordinary than iron, stone, and plant fiber. The alchemy of this Azura civilization is truly terrifying. Chaoxing experimented, squeezing the strange metal fragment in his hand with a slight force. However, with his level 100 Frost Dragon Mage's power, combined with the amplification of various stats, he only managed to cause a few cracks to appear on the fragment. To completely crush it, he had to exert all his strength. From this, one can imagine how incredibly hard a complete piece of strange metal would be. What's more, those golems, whose bodies are largely made of strange metal, at this moment, Chaoxing recalled the scene of Tong Chu controlling the Earth Dragon mech and battling the golems. After the first wave of battle, cracks appeared on the Earth Dragon mech's metal arms. Now it seemed perfectly plausible. After all, the materials used in the golems were far superior to those used in the Earth Dragon mecha. At this moment, a greedy thought suddenly occurred to Chaoxing. If I could crack this alchemy and master it in my own hands, then I could mass-produce a strange metal several times stronger than mithril. Then, it would be of immense significance not only to my territory, but to the entire Western continent, and indeed, the entire world. Chapter 714. A greedy thought emerged in Chaoxing's mind. He wanted to control this powerful alchemy for himself. You know, mithril holds an almost unchallenged position in the forging industry. Its immense ductility and magical conductivity make it an essential material for crafting epic equipment and other items. However, every material has its limits, including mithril. To meet the demands of forging higher-level equipment, legendary forgers, through their exquisite forging techniques and extensive experience, have forged a special material, enhanced mithril ingot. Enhanced mithril ingots possess ductility and magical conductivity several times greater than ordinary mithril, making them an essential material for crafting legendary weapons and equipment. The strange metal developed by the Azura civilization is nearly as effective as enhanced mithril ingot, possessing the same strength and excellent magical conductivity. However, enhanced mithril ingots are epic quality materials, requiring at least 1,000 pieces of mithril and other precious materials to craft one. By contrast, what are the raw materials for exotic metals? Iron, stone, and plant fiber, three incredibly simple materials. If I could master this technology, I'd be practically able to mass-produce enhanced mithril ingots. Thinking of this, Chaoxing couldn't help but sigh inwardly. From previous introductions to certain items, I already knew that this civilization called the Azura was highly proficient in alchemy. They also possess extremely powerful golem-making technology. In other words, this civilization truly has combined the power of magic and technology, conducting simultaneous research, and has achieved quite impressive results. This also intensified his interest in this lost royal city. While Chaoxing was pondering this, his men had already completely plundered the building's perimeter. They handed their spoils over to the overlord. Obtained, 17525 strange metal fragments. Obtained, 34 strange metals. Obtained, 5 broken mechanical parts. Obtained, 12 expert-level energy crystals used. Obtained. After a series of system prompts, Chaoxing's backpack overflowed with a large assortment of items. The largest of these, of course, were the strange metals and their fragments, totaling nearly 200 pieces. Chaoxing nodded with satisfaction, not a bad haul. After all, in the outside world, the price of an enhanced mithril ingot is somewhat unimaginable. He picked up over 200 yuan for nothing. Then, Chaoxing's gaze continued to scan the surroundings. They were currently in the building's lobby. Further down the hall, there was a large metal door that appeared to lead to another room. The door appeared to have been violently forced open from the inside. A faint light shone through the twisted edge of the doorframe, as if something was hidden within. Seeing this, Chaoxing gave another command. Let's go and take a look. After hearing this, everyone else took action. Brown was still in the vanguard, holding a large shield. The others followed him. Soon, They entered the inner doorway. A metal passage, about 4 or 5 meters long, appeared before them. The walls and ceiling of the passage were also covered with numerous magical runes, emitting a blue glow. As they walked, everyone gazed curiously at the runes. They seemed to follow some pattern. But after studying them for a while, they couldn't figure out what was going on. After a while, they passed through the metal passage. A spacious hall appeared before them again. Compared to the hall outside, this place was even more desolate. The ground was littered with various metal fragments, and the remains of some instruments, and the walls were punctured with holes from impact. It looked as if some giant creature had awakened, and was rampaging through it. Chaoxing scanned the area and quickly declared, "Everyone, let's proceed as usual. Search every corner of this hall, and take everything we can. If we can't take anything away, just dismantle it, and take it away." Before he finished speaking, the Tauren chieftain, raising his totem pole, smashed down a seemingly intact instrument. Although Cain Exploding Hoof had only recently joined the territory, he had quickly grasped its corporate culture. The others immediately sprang into action, hammering away at the floorboards and dismantling equipment with expert skill. Even the mature and steady Chinon quickly grasped the technique and began hammering away at the walls, seemingly trying to remove the runes. Only Lord Orlon and Baiji stood there awkwardly. After all, they were not part of Chaoxing's territory. As outsiders, they wanted to join in the looting, but they felt a bit embarrassed. Chaoxing didn't know what they were thinking. He himself was carefully searching every corner of the hall. As he walked, Chaoxing suddenly noticed something unusual in the dim area ahead. Looking closely, he saw a large, pitch-black metal box. The box was a full meter tall and 1.5 meters wide. Because the lighting was dim, it was easy to overlook it. Huh? What could be inside such a large box? Instantly intrigued, he quickly walked over to the box. Then, a system prompt appeared. Locked loot box found. Enter the corresponding password to open. Chaoxing was stunned for a moment, surprised. I actually need to enter a password? You have to remember, this was the first locked box he had encountered since entering this world. Although the treasure chests he had opened before were all locked, he hadn't encountered any yet. Chaoxing stared at the metal box before him, musing quietly, so, where do I enter the combination? Then, a faint light flashed across the box's surface. Then, a digital interface appeared. So that's how you enter it? It looked similar to the combination locks on our blue planet. Although he knew how to enter it, there was still a problem. That was, he had no idea what the combination to this box was. After pondering for a while without success, Chaoxing called the others over to figure it out together. However, everyone stared at the numbers on the large chest, clueless. At this moment, a strange idea suddenly occurred to Chaoxing. How about, let Sarah just chop this treasure chest apart with a single blow. Normally, the bronze, silver, and gold treasure chests they encountered in the wild couldn't be opened by force. Even if you possessed the power to destroy a treasure chest, if you forcibly broke it open, the contents would be damaged by the laws and disappear into the rifts of space. Chaoxing didn't know if this loot box had the same mechanism. But there was no better way now. It doesn't matter if I give it a try. The worst that can happen is that I lose a chest. Even if there were treasures inside, he hadn't seen them. So even if they were lost, he wouldn't feel bad at all. Chaoxing gestured. Behind him, Sarah immediately understood his meaning. Then, she raised the death blade. The dagger shone with a cold gleam in her hand, as if slicing through the very air. Just as she was about to strike, the war golem behind her suddenly emitted a mechanical sound. Master, these loot chests cannot be forced open. Hearing this, Chaoxing quickly said, Sarah, wait. The legendary assassin paused. Chaoxing turned and looked at the golem behind him, seemingly realizing something. This golem had escaped from this building, and this chest had also appeared inside. In other words, this golem was likely the guardian of this loot chest. Chaoxing asked, Golem, do you know how to open this chest? The golem's mechanical voice chimed, Master. Enter the corresponding password to open. Chaoxing glanced at the golem speechlessly and said, I know I need to enter the password, but I'm asking you because I don't know it. The golem's eyes flickered as it continued, explaining, the password is recorded on the instruments in the inner and outer rooms. You only need to activate the programs on these instruments in the correct order to obtain the correct password. I can tell you the order in which the instruments are activated. Everyone looked at the golem in surprise. They seemed to have not expected it to provide such detailed information. It was like being told the formula for solving a problem on an exam and simply copying it. A glint of surprise crossed Chaoxing's eyes as he continued, What's the order? The golem's eyes flickered again, as if it were pondering. After a moment, it replied, Master, I can no longer provide you with the correct activation sequence. The instruments in the inner and outer chambers have all been destroyed. At that moment, everyone was stunned, then thought about this. Just now, when they were searching outside, they had truly plundered the ground and dug deep. So, they dismantled those special glowing instruments, obtaining some strange metal and energy crystal. Unexpectedly, these instruments actually held the key to the treasure chest's password. Xiaoxing rolled his eyes. Resignedly, he asked, Can't you just tell me the password? After hearing this, the golem's oval head flickered with two eyes, one red and one blue. The mechanical body made a clacking sound, as if engaged in some intense programmatic confrontation. Trying to break through the password protection protocol. Core command conflict. Unable to output directly. The golem was now in a strange state of lag. It seemed as if Xiaoxing's commands conflicted with the golem's underlying instructions. Beep beep. As a series of rapid alarms blared, the golem's body twitched and vibrated violently. Alyssa whispered, Is TA going to self-destruct again? TA was the name she had given the golem, following Xiaoxing's naming style. Hearing this, the others grew nervous. Thankfully, after only a few moments, the golem returned to normal. Its eyes returned to their blue glow. Cracked. Master, the password is 8724, 2452, 355222451. It quickly recited the 16-digit code. Hearing this, Xiaoxing's lips curled once again. This proved that his control over the golem even surpassed that of the very being that created it. The Azura civilization. Thus, he had directly breached the underlying defenses and learned the box's password. After all, strictly speaking, this golem was transformed through the power of the system. No matter how technologically advanced the Azura civilization was, it could never rival the system. Meanwhile, Tong Chu Chu, upon hearing these numbers, had already crouched beside the box and began rapidly entering them. As the last digit of the password was entered, the box made a crisp click. Then, the lid slowly opened. Big brother, it's open! Tong Chu Chu exclaimed in delight. A smile crossed Xiaoxing's face. Well done, little Chu Chu. He stepped forward and took a look inside the box. At a glance, he saw a large pile of dark blue metal at the bottom. This thing was exotic metal. It looked like quite a lot, probably at least 100 pieces. In addition to this exotic metal, there were also a dozen palm-sized energy crystals, and some special materials. The most eye-catching of these was a peculiarly shaped cylindrical device. Also combining the power of magic and technology, the metal surface was engraved with magical runes. With a wave of his hand, Xiaoxing gathered all the items into his backpack. Obtained, strange metal, gold, *112. Obtained, expert level energy crystal *15. Obtained, dryland steel ingot, orange, *32. Obtained, ancient wood plank, orange, *35. Obtained, ancient weapon, short-range space teleporter, gold, *1. Seeing the contents of the box, Xiaoxing's eyes gradually lit up with surprise. Huh? 2 epic quality materials? Xiaoxing had encountered the Deliland steel ingot before. It was the material for forging legendary weapons. Back then, he spent quite a bit of money in the market to gather the materials for forging the legendary giant rhino horn. As for the ancient wood plank, Xiaoxing had never encountered it before. With anticipation, he glanced at the properties of the 2 materials. Delirite ingot, orange. Quality, epic. Item type, special material. Item description, a reinforced metal crafted from iron, steel, eternium, and mithril, possessing exceptional hardness and near-perfect mana storage properties. Item effect, can be used to craft core components of large golems, high-level mechas, and even legendary equipment. Note, forging a Delirite ingot requires legendary-level forging skill. Ancient wood planks, orange. Quality, epic. Item type, special material. Item effect 100 ancient wood planks can be crafted into 1 ancient hardwood, legendary. Ancient hardwood, legendary. This hardwood, imbued with powerful spiritual energy and boasting incredible hardness, is a key component in some legendary level buildings. Note, after the Lord's Castle reaches a certain level, further upgrades will require ancient hardwood. Item effect 2, can be used to construct some high-level epic buildings, such as the Psionic Mage Tower, the Fearless Knight's Hall, the Heroic Warrior Camp, etc. After reviewing the properties of these 2 epic materials, Xiaoxing's eyes lit up with enlightenment. Not bad, the effect of this Drillmer steel ingot is pretty much as expected. It's like a superpowered version of the Eternal Gold Ingot. As for this ancient wood plank, Its effect is somewhat beyond expectations. 100 ancient wood planks can be crafted into 1 ancient hardwood. This hardwood is also a required material for upgrading legendary buildings. Clearly, the contents of this loot box are quite good. This also fueled Chao Xing's intense desire to explore the other buildings within the ruins. After all, just entering any one building yielded so many high-grade materials. In his opinion, this ruins was the equivalent of a high-grade material production site. If he could explore a few more buildings along the way, his trip would truly be worthwhile. Excited, Chao Xing glanced at the properties of the final item. Ancient weapon, short-distance teleporter gold. Item type, special. Mana energy reserve, 1000/2000. Item effect, consumes 500 points of mana to instantly teleport forward 5 to 20 meters. Adjustable, cooldown, 25 seconds. Item description, one of the research results of the Azura Power Academy. It's beloved by many Azuras for its low cost and ease of use. A small teleporter? Chao Xing mused softly. This item can indeed be quite useful in certain situations. But Chao Xing also had an item with a similar effect. The dark crystal ball, the old which had given him last time in the Witch Forest. This crystal ball could open 2 short-distance portals, allowing them to quickly pass through certain barriers or dangerous areas when needed. However, as Chao Xing's strength rapidly increased, they had never encountered a situation where they needed to use it, so the crystal ball remained unused. Thinking of this, Chao Xing put the teleporter into his backpack with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. There are indeed quite a few goodies in the treasure chest. Meanwhile, the others had already finished looting the hall. They handed all their spoils to Chao Xing. With Chao Xing storing a large amount of materials in his backpack, the hall here was similar to that in the hall outside. There were also over 10,000 strange metal fragments and dozens of intact strange metals. Add to that some energy crystals. With this, he had completely plundered the building. Chao Xing clapped his hands, satisfied, and said, "Let's go out and continue searching for other buildings." With that, he prepared to lead everyone away. Just then, the Lord of Oran City suddenly asked, "Lord Chao Xing, how long has it been since we entered the ruins?" Chao Xing paused, his eyes thoughtful. He replied, "About 2 hours. So, it should be almost midnight now, right?" The Lord of Oran City asked. After hearing this, Chao Xing looked up at the time displayed overhead. Current time, 11:13 p.m. Just as the Oran City Lord had said, it was indeed almost midnight. Chao Xing told him the current time. After hearing this, the Oran City Lord continued, "In just over 40 minutes, the fog in the inner city will erupt, enveloping the entire ruins. You know that fog, it's quite strange and terrifying. Even a legendary warrior would be lost in it." After a pause, he tentatively asked, "How about we rest here for a while, and continue our exploration tomorrow?" Chao Xing pondered this, and felt that the Oran City Lord's suggestion was reasonable. Compared to the last fog disaster, Chao Xing's strength had indeed greatly improved. But he couldn't say he was completely confident he could deal with the terrifying creature in the fog. He nodded and said, "All right, let's rest here for a while." After hearing this, everyone stopped walking. Chao Xing continued, "Braun, go close the door. Based on previous experience, during the smog, doors and windows must be kept tightly shut, and no noticeable noises should be made. Otherwise, even if you remain inside, you might attract the attention of those strange creatures in the fog. They might even burst into the room and drag you away, which would be quite eerie." "No problem, Lord," the massive figure shouted in response, dashing to the door in a few steps. Roar. With a low roar, he immediately entered the original Titan form, his already powerful frame suddenly expanding. Like an inflated balloon, it expanded to over 10 meters in the blink of an eye. Chapter 715. Braun once again entered his original giant form, his size surging dramatically. The next moment, his palm leaf fan-like hands grasped the 2 iron doors and exerted a sudden force. Boom! With a dull sound, the 2 massive iron doors were dragged by him and began to slowly close. A moment later, they were completely shut. The light inside the ruins instantly dimmed. Somewhat embarrassingly, since they had dismantled everything that could be removed from the building, including the lighting equipment, the interior was now completely dark. Although a glimmer of light could still be seen through the several square windows in the ceiling, it was clearly insufficient. At that moment, Isabel lightly tapped the ground with her staff. OM! The next moment, a bright holy light erupted from the tip of her staff. In an instant, the entire building was illuminated brightly. A smile played across Chao Xing's lips, and he couldn't help but sigh. Having a legendary saint of light around is truly convenient. It's like a giant, mobile light bulb. After a pause, He looked at the group before him and said, "All right, everyone, find a place to rest. We be staying here tonight." Everyone relaxed, each finding a comfortable spot. Chaoxing pulled some wood and coal from his backpack and started a fire. Hiss, hiss. With sparks flying, the pile of wood gradually ignited. The orange-red flames gradually burned, emitting flickering light and shadows. Thankfully, the building wasn't completely enclosed, allowing air to circulate from outside. Otherwise, the fire wouldn't even start. Crackle, crackle. The wood gradually burned, emitting waves of warmth and raising the temperature inside the building. The crowd followed the fire and gathered around it. Massive creatures like the mammoths Dubai and Volibear also lay on the ground, their backs against the fire. Little Choo Choo, Elisa, and the others leaned against the beasts, nestling in their thick fur. They also invited Baiji to join them, lying on Volibear's fur. The snow bear's fur was incredibly thick and soft. Lying on it felt like sinking into it, and they couldn't help but relax. Huh? Baiji let out a soft breath of cold air. Beside her, Elisa grabbed her arm and asked, "Sister Baiji, feeling comfortable, right?" Baiji nodded softly and replied yes. Hee. Elisa chuckled softly. Then he continued chatting with Baiji. Time slipped by slowly. When not exploring, time flew by quickly. 40 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. That is, it was exactly midnight. Although Chaoxing and the others were inside the building, they could still sense some changes outside. It was as if some force had suddenly erupted. The temperature of the entire ruins plummeted. Chaoxing's expression shifted slightly, and he quickly said, "Attention." Everyone perked up instantly after hearing this. Although they were inside the building, they shouldn't be in any danger. But in this strange fog, no one could be sure. Just as they were on guard, something strange happened throughout the ruins. From the vast inner city, the fog suddenly surged. Like a surging ocean wave, it rolled and surged across the desolate land, and it spread rapidly. In less than 5 minutes, it completely enveloped the entire outer perimeter of the ruins. The entire lost royal city, both inside and out, was shrouded in endless fog. Only tiny glimmers of light could be seen emanating from the mist, like stars in the pitch-black night sky. These lights, naturally, were from the adventurer camps at the entrances to the ruins. Many others, like them, were hiding in the ruins buildings. At this moment, Chaoxing and the others concentrated their attention, listening for the sounds outside. At that moment, they suddenly heard a dense, crawling sound. Rustle, rustle. These sounds echoed from all around the buildings, even above their heads. It felt like countless insects were crawling around the building. The feeling was exactly the same as when they had encountered the smog disaster. Chaoxing thought to himself, "It seems the fog here is indeed related to the smog disaster." At this thought, his eyes fell on Elisa in the crowd. Back then, this little girl had nearly been taken away by the creatures in the fog during the outbreak. I wondered if she would be affected here, but after observing her for a moment, she didn't seem to have any special reaction. She was still whispering to Baiji. Aside from the sounds of the insects, everyone could hear bursts of sobbing. Woo! Woo! The cries sounded like those of a group of women, eerie and cold. Everyone knew they were coming from the vengeful spirits in the fog. However, even these spirits followed the same rules. That is, they could not force their way into the buildings and merely wandered through the fog. After a moment of vigilance, the sounds gradually faded away, eventually disappearing completely. Chaoxing said, "All right, it's time to relax. Everyone, go about your business." After hearing this, everyone lowered their weapons. In reality, with their current strength, such caution wasn't necessary. But Chaoxing, adhering to the principle of better safe than sorry, maintained a low profile until he could determine the true strength of the creatures in the fog. Of course, if they took the initiative to provoke him, just as they had done when the creatures in the fog tried to take Elisa away, then Chaoxing would unhesitatingly lead his entire force into an attack to confront the men in the fog, and compared to a few months ago, their strength was far superior. Not only did Chaoxing possess the formidable combat power of a demigod, but he also possessed the heart of the god of filth. This item was a trump card that could be used against the gods. Of course, this heart only had a single use, so unless faced with a truly invincible foe, it was best not to use it lightly. At this moment, Chaoxing suddenly pulled out a piece of legendary giant rhino meat weighing several kilograms from his backpack, and then a piece of wild boar meat weighing dozens of kilograms. He had acquired a large amount of legendary giant rhino meat last time, even trading it in the market. But he hadn't yet given this stat-enhancing meat to himself or the other members of his territory. "Everyone, let's have a barbecue tonight." Everyone glanced over at him, their eyes flickering with longing. Chao Xing took out 2 spears and several iron rods, fashioning a simple grill. After the fire died down, he added a generous amount of coal. Then he skewered the legendary giant rhino and wild boar meat and grilled them over the charcoal. He then pulled a jar of golden honey from his backpack, occasionally brushing it with a layer of honey. The amber-colored honey dripped onto the charcoal, sizzling. Soon, the rich aroma of meat mixed with the sweetness of honey filled every corner of the hall. Sniff. Sniff. Alyssa's nose twitched in the air, and she murmured, "What a delicious smell. I'm so hungry." She immediately gave up chatting with Bai Ji and scooted closer to Chao Xing, her eyes fixed on the grill. The others, too, turned their gazes in his direction. Chao Xing chuckled, "Don't worry, everyone gets a share." He flipped the skewers to ensure even cooking on all sides. "But there are 2 kinds of meat here. One is quite precious, so I can't give it to you as a staple. Let's mix it with the wild boar meat." The crowd nodded like chickens pecking at rice. For them, the aroma of the food was enough to tempt them. They didn't care what kind of meat it was. After about 10 minutes, the 2 pieces of meat, one large and one small, were roasted to a golden brown, and the mere sight of them was appetizing. Chao Xing took out a short knife and some paper, dividing the meat among everyone. As the crispy, tender meat was distributed to everyone, everyone couldn't help but gulp. Then, Chao Xing announced, "All right, let's enjoy." Then everyone eagerly began to devour it. Alyssa clutched the meat in both hands, devouring it ravenously, her cheeks puffed up in no time. Braun grabbed the entire piece of roasted meat and tore off a generous chunk. Even the newly joined priestess Fannas and Baifu Blackheart couldn't resist the temptation and devoured it with relish. Mother Earth. The towering chief's eyes, as big as copper bells, gleamed, and his sturdy arms, gripping the meat, trembled slightly. Karen Exploding Hoof has never tasted such delicious barbecue. It fills the tauren with strength. Every bite feels like drinking the blessing of their ancestors. Baifu Blackheart, feeling the energy surging within him, similarly exclaimed, "This beast meat holds some mysterious power. It's made me stronger." Everyone marveled at the wonders of the legendary giant rhino meat. Chao Xing smiled, and pulled a few more pieces of raw meat from his backpack, feeding them to the eagerly awaiting dragon Bing Bing, mammoth Dabai, and other pets. As the delicious food faded, the atmosphere in the hall grew more lively. Braun even began to hum quietly. The ancient dragon deep within the cave awakens. Cursed stars dance in its eyes. There's a fool with a rusty longsword, its hilt wrapped in a linen rope woven by my sister. A low, melodious voice echoed through the hall, echoing the melody. Chao Xing was just about to ask Brown to be quiet, lest the creatures in the mist notice. Lord Orlan saw his thoughts and said, "Don't worry, Lord Chao Xing. The fog in these ruins is somewhat different from the true smog disaster. Here, even if we shout and scream, as long as we don't enter the fog, we be fine." Chao Xing was a little surprised when he heard this. He looked up at Qinong. The old man nodded slightly, confirming Lord Orlan's statement. Braun, standing nearby, suddenly raised his voice a little higher after hearing this. He said dragon's blood is only slightly hotter than ale. He stepped on a staircase made of skeletons, and pushed open the bronze door. Behind the bronze door came a sigh of sulfur, and 12 eyes opened in a torrent of gold coins. As he sang, he tapped the ground beneath his feet with his shield, creating a simple melody. Meanwhile, Baifu Blackheart, seemingly familiar with the ancient ballad, began to hum along. "Foolish mortal, your blade is still stained with crumbs. Why not kneel down and become my 203rd collection?" But the fool's sword suddenly began to sprout, and from the linen robe bloomed the roses my sister planted. Baifu Blackheart's voice, compared to Brahm's rich and penetrating voice, was deeper and more captivating. Everyone joined in the chorus. Dragon's breath danced a comical dance on the petals, and in its surprise, the bone dragon was pierced through the left eye by the fool. As the melody rose, the atmosphere in the hall became more lively. Chao Xing, observing this scene, smiled. It must be said that in this foggy wasteland, hiding in a room, lighting a bonfire, eating barbecue, and humming a song is truly unique. So, he also pulled a large barrel of fine rum from his backpack, along with dozens of wine glasses. Chao Xing forcefully uncorked the cork, and a whiff of wine, a blend of vanilla, caramel, and oak, instantly filled the air. "Come, let's drink together." With that, everyone happily stepped forward, scooping up the wine from the barrel with their glasses. Cheers! After 3 rounds of drinks and a satisfying meal, everyone's faces flushed with satisfaction. Someone suggested, "How about some storytelling?" And so, naturally, the dinner entered its second round. A late-night storytelling session. Braun was the first to speak, recounting a dream in which he had been a captain. I was drifting on the sea when I saw the ghost ship. The sails were tattered like an old woman's foot wrap, and the deck was covered with waving seaweed. I rushed straight into the captain's cabin. The captain tried to draw his sword, but I punched him down. Braun pretended to throw a punch, causing everyone to laugh. After Braun finished, the Tauren chieftain began his story. Mother Earth, Mr. Braun's adventures are truly fascinating. Let me also share some ancient legends passed down through the Tauren tribe. Cairn Exploding Hoof's eyes gleamed with reminiscence, and his deep voice sounded like it came from ancient times. Everyone listened, entranced once again. And so, the night passed quickly. As the bonfire waned to a pile of dark red embers, the chilling atmosphere gradually faded. At 6 in the morning, when the system notification sounded, the fog that enveloped the ruins quickly dissipated like the receding tide, retreating back into the inner city. Chao Xing looked up and caught a glimpse of a faint light through the window above him. The Lord of Orlan said, "Lord Chao Xing, we can continue our journey." Chao Xing nodded slightly, stood up, and stretched himself. Then he said, "Everyone, pack up and prepare to leave." Everyone stood up. Braun was the first to leap up, striding towards the two metal doors. Then he pushed them hard. Boom! The heavy metal doors swiftly swung open, revealing a dim light before him. Chao Xing had already felt something strange yesterday. This lost royal city was clearly underground, so how could there be such dust-like light? He observed carefully. Finally, it was discovered that the light source seemed to be coming from a towering structure in the center of the lost kingdom. Like a dying sun, it provided a faint illumination throughout the ruins. The light is emitted from within the city, and it turns off at night, and automatically turns on the next day. A thought suddenly occurred to Chao Xing. Could it be that there are still people active in the inner city? Or is this some ancient device left behind by the Azura civilization operating automatically? This thought intensified his curiosity, and he was even eager to enter the city and explore. However, the inner city was still shrouded in fog, and it was not yet time to open. Chao Xing abandoned the idea. He turned to the crowd and said, "Everyone cheer up. Our mission today is to continue exploring the outer city." "Yes, Lord." Everyone responded in unison. Chao Xing mounted his mammoth, Dubai, and, leading a team of dozens, headed toward the wasteland ahead. Along the way, they avoided numerous areas shrouded in fog. After advancing 7 or 8 kilometers, a dark figure, like black smoke, gathered around Chao Xing. It was the legendary assassin. "Sarah," she said solemnly, "Lord, I just went ahead to investigate and discovered something unusual. Yesterday, many of the locations I marked were already engulfed in thick fog. Many places, previously shrouded in fog, have dissipated today, revealing their true nature." A thoughtful look crossed Chao Xing's eyes. Many areas are obscured by the thick fog, revealing new areas. This means that the area we can explore each day is entirely determined by the fog. He seemed to realize something. No wonder they say that, so far, we've only explored less than 3% of the entire ruins. At this rate, if this thick fog doesn't dissipate, I'm afraid we never be able to fully explore this ancient ruins. Or perhaps, someone powerful enough to ignore the fog will enter the inner city and eliminate the source of the fog. Thinking of this, his gaze returned to the towering city wall. Shaking his head, Chao Xing led the others, continuing to circumvent the thick fog. After traveling about 5 or 6 kilometers, Bai Ji suddenly stopped. She pointed to an area to the left and said, "Chao Xing, there's another building there." Everyone followed her lead and looked in the direction she pointed. A square, black building, over 20 meters tall, loomed. From a distance, it looked like a metal box. The Azura civilization's architectural style remained unique. The Lord of Orin exclaimed, "Lord Chao Xing, we're so lucky. We've only walked this short distance and discovered another building." Chapter 716. He had mentioned earlier that the outer city area of this ruin was vast, making it difficult to find a single building. A faint smile played on Chao Xing's face. He didn't know if it was due to his high luck. But overall, the result was good. "Let's go in." With that, Chao Xing led everyone closer to the building. Boom! The heavy metal door was pushed open again by Braun. Everyone entered the building one after another. The scene here was similar to the previous building, with metal walls and floors engraved with magical runes, and glowing instruments in the corners. The difference was that in the center of the hall stood a dark blue figure, 5 or 6 meters tall. Its metal body glowed a cold blue in the dim light, and its oval shape exuded a sense of heaviness. However, compared to the sleek AUX-1 model that Tong Chu Chu had transformed into a friendly unit earlier, this golem looked even more aggressive, Its hands resembled two giant claws, capable of latching onto enemies during combat. Each claw had a cannon muzzle at its center. Most uniquely, its legs were also shaped like two metal cannon barrels. Chao Xing's gaze fell on the bizarrely shaped golem, and a property panel suddenly appeared. Golem, BAT 9929. Level 70. Durability, 330000/330000. Attack damage, 31,325 to 31,325. Armor, 2250 to 2250. Skills, Energy Beam, Iron Fist, Gravity Suppression, Repair Protocol. Special skill, Self-Destruct. Compared to the AUX-1 Golem, this BAT 9929 Golem is of a higher level and possesses stronger attributes. Cracks appeared on the thick metal shell, revealing it had seen countless battles. Similarly, each golem was equipped with a self-destruct ability. When its health dropped to a certain level, it would activate its self-destruct sequence. Chao Xing, as usual, waved his hand and said, "Little Choo Choo, go ahead." "Okay, big brother." Tong Choo Choo responded crisply, her eyes gleaming with excitement. The next moment, she controlled the Earth Dragon mech and, along with the AUX-1 Golem, advanced on the golem. Buzz! The dormant golem suddenly sensed something, its energy veins illuminating red. It instantly locked onto the approaching Tong Choo Choo and emitted the same mechanically synthesized sound. Intruder detected. Intrusion. Initiating counterattack sequence. The golem rose from the ground in a strangely eerie manner. A blue beam of light emanated from the energy core in its chest, sweeping across Tong Choo Choo and the other golem. When this beam of light scanned the golem AUX-1 type, it seemed to trigger some kind of recognition program. "Golem, Guardian." A mechanical voice echoed. The golem seemed to be perplexed, but it immediately recognized something was amiss. "No, it's the enemy." At that moment, the golem's energy veins began to flicker between red and blue, as if its core program was experiencing a violent conflict. Hearing this, the golem AUX-1 type next to Tong Choo Choo shuddered. But it quickly regained its composure and, in a similarly mechanical voice, said, "I'm not, Guardian. I have a new master." However, these words also confirmed something for the golem before him. "You are a traitor. You must be eliminated." Then, its energy veins all over its body turned red, and its hands raised high, entering attack mode. Then, the golem charged forward. Boom! Boom! Its iron legs swiftly stepped forward, shaking the metal structure. The distance between the two sides was closing. The golem didn't charge at the Earth Dragon mecha, but at the AUX-1 golem. Compared to Tong Choo Choo, it seemed more interested in eliminating the traitor first. However, just as the two were about to collide, Tong Choo Choo controlled the golem and the Earth Dragon mecha, launching simultaneous attacks. Boom! Boom! Two energy cannons erupted simultaneously, both impacting the golem. -619,254. -53,234. Two damage numbers appeared, and the golem was knocked back several steps, its durability plummeting. Tong Choo Choo pressed on, continuing to control the Earth Dragon mech and the golem, launching a frenzied attack on the enemy. Bang! Boom! Energy bombardments and metal chainsaws bombarded the enemy, draining its durability like water. After two encounters, the golem, a nightmare for many adventurer teams, had its durability depleted. Damaged. Entering self-destruct sequence. The golem lay on the ground, its energy core glowing red. A wave of destruction emanated from it, like a furnace about to explode. Everyone's expressions froze. They knew the golem was about to self-destruct. And at that moment, Tong Choo Choo's hands erupted with blue mechanical force. A dazzling arc of electricity blazed from her palm, and she instantly pressed it against the golem's core on the ground. Buzz! At that moment, the golem's body began to tremble violently. Like the AUX-1 golem, its internal defenses were frantically resisting the mechanical force's attack. But it was clear that this struggle was futile. In less than 5 seconds, the destructive ripples of the golem ceased abruptly. The red light on its body faded like a tide, and a blue glow began to emerge. Then, a system notification appeared. Your territory member, Tong Choo Choo, used mechanical domination to successfully transform into a special mechanical creature golem, BAT 9929. Territory population increased by 5. Not bad, another level 70 golem. Chao Xing smiled. It's been less than 2 days since we entered this ruin, and we've already harvested 2 golems, a jar, and some other miscellaneous materials. Not bad this time. Chao Xing was very satisfied with his haul. Then he turned and ordered, "All right, as usual, gather everything you can from this building." "Yes." Everyone responded in unison, and then they all began to move. At the same time, Chao Xing looked at the golem before him and asked, "Tell me the location of the loot chest in this ruin." Based on previous experience, every building that hadn't been visited by adventurers would likely contain a loot chest. However, Chao Xing scanned the surroundings, but couldn't find the box anywhere. At the same time, the light on the golem's chest lit up, and it slowly replied, "Master, the loot box is hidden beneath the building. You need permission to open it." A smile crossed Chao Xing's face at this. "What are you waiting for? Bring the box up." The golem paused for a moment, then replied, "Yes, Master." Then, as it responded, the ground suddenly shook slightly. Boom! At the same time, the black floor in the center of the hall slowly shifted, revealing a hidden compartment. A pitch-black metal box, about a meter tall, rose up. A scrolling string of numbers appeared on the box. Clearly, this box, like the previous one, required a password to open. Chao Xing asked directly, "Where's the password?" At this question, the golem's core began to spin, and then it replied, "You need to activate the equipment and follow the sequence." Before he could finish his words, Chao Xing interrupted him, "I don't have time to activate any equipment. Just tell me the password." After a brief silence, the golem's energy veins glowed brightly again, activating the underlying program, trying to crack the password. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, the golem's energy fluctuations gradually subsided. Cracked successfully, password obtained. It turned back to Chao Xing, its mechanical eyes flashing blue. "Master, the password is 8832-124. The golem also read out a 16-digit code. Tong Chu Chu, standing nearby, was already waiting by the loot box. After hearing the code, her slender fingers danced across the code dial, entering it in the blink of an eye. Click. The loot box's lid slowly opened. "It's open, big brother," she said excitedly, turning around. Chao Xing smiled and nodded. "Great, little Chu Chu." He walked over quickly and, as usual, put everything inside the box into his backpack. Obtained, strange metal asterisk 174. Obtained, master level energy crystal asterisk 7. Obtained, ancient wood plank, orange, asterisk 45. Obtained, Deramo steel ingot, orange, asterisk 32. Compared to the last loot box I opened, there was a special ancient weapon. This box only contained a few materials, but the quantity was much greater than the previous one. Overall, the harvest was still quite good. Chao Xing nodded in satisfaction and glanced around again, seeing if he had missed anything. A few minutes later, the others had also searched every corner of the building. They handed their spoils to Chao Xing. Obtained 21524 strange metal fragments. Obtained 56 strange metals. Obtained broken mechanical core. Obtained 14 expert level energy crystals. The harvest was equally plentiful. Chao Xing clapped his hands, carefully checking his surroundings to ensure nothing was missed. He then ordered, "Let's go! Let's continue our exploration." With that, he flipped over and leaped onto Dubai's back. He led the group out of the building. However, compared to when they entered, there was a towering golem in the group. This new addition, the Bat 9929, was half a body taller than the others, its heavy metal body vibrating rhythmically as it moved. Dong dong. Dong dong. The 5 or 6 behemoths in the group made heavy footsteps as they moved. And so, they advanced dozens of kilometers across this vast land. The shattered ruins loomed in the thick fog, and occasionally a few broken stone pillars stood alone. Time flew by, and 3 hours had passed. However, Chao Xing's good luck seemed to be wearing thin. For the next 3 hours, not only did they encounter no buildings, they didn't even come across a single jar. All around them was endless wilderness and growing fog. "What's going on? I really can't find anything?" Chao Xing asked with a puzzled look on his face. Seeing this, the Lord of Orlan City quickly said, "Lord Chao Xing, this is normal. This ruins area is truly vast. Many adventure groups might spend a month exploring here, and still not encounter a single intact building. Let alone someone like you, who has reaped such a bountiful harvest in just 2 days." The Lord of Orlan City's tone was filled with envy. At this point, he changed the subject, lowering his voice, and said, "Lord Chao Xing, after this trip, are you considering selling one of your golems?" He looked at the 2 golems surrounding Tong Chu Chu, his eyes filled with anticipation. "If you're willing to sell them, I'm sure His Majesty will be willing to pay a high price for them." I even offer you precious divine power fragments and other kingdom treasures in exchange. Chao Xing's eyes lit up upon hearing this. For him, now was the time when he needed a vast amount of resources. Both crowns and various materials would cost an astronomical sum. Of course, the most lacking of these were divine power fragments. After all, Lu Muxia and Isabel were almost at level 150. As long as they had enough divine power fragments, they could then attempt to reach the demigod realm. In fact, Chao Xing still had a few blood cores in hand, which would allow these legendaries under his command to quickly reach level 150. However, since blood cores grant additional stats when used at the maximum level, and since he didn't have enough divine power fragments, he planned to wait until they reached level 150. While he didn't know how many divine power fragments the Ice Crystal King had, Chao Xing would be happy to trade his golems for divine power fragments. He could even get a few more golems out. Then, he wouldn't just trade with the Ice Crystal King. He could also trade with the Orchid Queen, the Grey Mist King, and others. These forces would undoubtedly be interested in these golems. That assumes he has a sufficient number of them. Thinking of this, Chao Xing replied, "We talk about it later. I'm still not sure if this type of golem can be transferred to anyone other than me." The Oran City Lord nodded tactfully, and didn't ask any further questions. Then, everyone continued forward. After walking 2 or 3 kilometers, Sarah seemed to notice something unusual and instantly became alert. The other experts on the scene also sensed something. All eyes turned to the same area. In a thick fog, several figures gradually emerged. Their leather armor looked worn, and their faces wore a weary expression. Chao Xing felt a sense of familiarity with these individuals. They were the mercenaries he had met earlier in the adventurers' camp. They had previously invited Chao Xing to explore the ruins, but had been rejected. These mercenaries had also noticed Chao Xing and his group. As if they had discovered something surprising, they quickly quickened their pace and approached. The middle-aged man approached with a broad smile. "Gentlemen, we meet again." However, his smile seemed a little stiff, and his fingers trembled slightly, dripping with blood. Chao Xing frowned slightly and asked, "Are you following us?" There was a hint of displeasure in his tone. Sarah, hidden in the shadows, had already tracked down all these adventurers. With a single command from Chao Xing, within a fraction of a second, this group of people would be reduced to icy corpses. The adventurers on the field also felt the same, a venomous murderous intent coiling around their necks. Their faces instantly turned pale, sweat dripping from their foreheads, and they looked utterly nervous. "Misunderstanding. Sir, this is a misunderstanding." The middle-aged man waved his hands hastily, his voice changing. "Even if we were brave enough, we wouldn't dare follow you." He quickly explained, "We were just exploring the area and heard some noise coming from the ground, so we decided to come over and take a look. We didn't expect it to be your group, sir. So we came over to say hello." Chao Xing observed these people. When faced with his gaze, the mercenaries instinctively lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely tense. The mercenaries feared that Chao Xing would displease them and send his men to exterminate them all. After all, this was deep within the ruins. No one would care if they died. After observing for a moment, Chao Xing withdrew his gaze. The truth wasn't what the middle-aged man had described, but he didn't delve into it. "I've already said goodbye. You may leave now." He waved his hand, dismissing them. At that moment, a look of struggle crossed the middle-aged man's eyes. In a split second, he made his decision. He forced another fawning smile. "Sir, do you remember what I told you before about our captain exploring a large building in the ruins?" Chao Xing nodded slightly. "Yes, how? That building is actually nearby." The middle-aged man lowered his voice. "Our captain is already inside. Would you be interested in exploring it? If you like, I can lead the way." These words caught the attention of Bai Ji, the Lord of Oran, and the others, all fixed on the middle-aged man. Chao Xing had previously warned them that this man's invitation was questionable. Perhaps the place held some danger, or was even a trap, and now, he had made the same request again, confirming Chao Xing's suspicions. Under the gazes of so many powerful figures, the middle-aged man's back was completely drenched in cold sweat. He forced a smile, even his calves trembling slightly. After a moment's silence, Chao Xing's lips curled up into a smile. "I'm not particularly interested. You can explore on your own." With that, he gently patted Dubai's back. The mammoth swung its trunk and departed, carrying Chao Xing with it. At this point, the middle-aged man seemed unwilling to give up. He hurried forward, his voice tinged with urgency. "Sir, are you truly not considering joining our captain in exploring the ruins?" "That place is." Chapter 717. Chao Xing waved his hand, interrupting directly. I said I'm not interested. If you keep pestering me, think carefully about the consequences. His voice gradually grew colder, and the adventurers once again felt a surge of immense pressure, and just then, the middle-aged man suddenly fell to his knees with a thud, his forehead banging heavily on the cold ground of the ruins. Sir! Please save our leader. His voice was filled with pleading. Chao Xing ignored him, and continued forward with the others. The middle-aged man behind him knelt on the ground, cowed out vigorously. Sir! Please! Save our leader. You are the only one who has a chance of saving her. The middle-aged man's tone was pleading, and blood streaked his forehead. The other mercenaries also knelt. Chao Xing's steps didn't pause, and neither did the others turn back. Only Elisa, curious as she was, quietly peeked out from behind the frost mousse to glance at the group of adventurers. At that moment, the middle-aged man suddenly roared, Sir! Please! Our leader is trapped in that large building, and many heroic golems have severely injured her. If you can save our leader, we will serve you like slaves for the rest of our lives. Hearing this, Chao Xing stopped dead in his tracks. He slowly turned the mammoth around and asked, What did you say? The middle-aged man, stunned by Chao Xing's sudden stop, replied timidly, I said, If you can save our leader, we will serve you like slaves for the rest of our lives. The previous sentence, Chao Xing said calmly. The captain is trapped inside a building with many heroic golems? The middle-aged man stammered. A smile played on Chao Xing's lips at this. He continued, How many heroic golems are there? Large. Probably 4 or 5. The middle-aged man swallowed and added, And they're all models I've never seen before, several times larger than the golems around you. Chao Xing narrowed his eyes. Besides these golems, what else is there? There's also a large black box. And inside, there seems to be a black canister. He then quickly added, That's what the captain told me. Hearing this, Chao Xing's mind suddenly became active. You see, he was currently worried about where to get a large number of golems and bring them outside. And the place the middle-aged man was talking about actually contained 4 or 5 golems. A powerful hero-level one at that. Add to that the large black box and the black jar he mentioned. These were the items Chao Xing had been searching for since entering the ruins. Clearly, the contents had excited him deeply. Chao Xing suddenly laughed. Very well, take me there. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, staring blankly at Chao Xing, as if he misheard. What did you say? He asked tentatively. Chao Xing was speechless. I said, Lead the way. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression vanished, replaced by a look of ecstasy. He had already given up hope, and even, with a desperate mentality, he had steeled himself to ask Chao Xing and the others for help. He even considered the possibility that he might be easily beaten to death by these powerful men for his persistent pursuit. And then, this mysterious master actually agreed. He stood up quickly, not even shaking the dirt off his knees, and turned to his companions. Quick! Take these gentlemen. The captain is saved. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope flashed in the companions' eyes, and they sprang into action. They ran forward at top speed. Gazing at the group, Chao Xing patted Debai's back again. Follow? Moo. The mammoth responded with a low growl, also breaking into a gallop. Behind him, the people knew Chao Xing was targeting the golem and other loot in the building. A smile of understanding crossed their faces, and they also quickened their pace. After advancing several kilometers, they passed through a foggy area. The next moment, an enormous building appeared before them. The building was semicircular in shape, like a giant bowl, inverted on the ground. Its diameter exceeded 2 or 3 kilometers. And on the main body of this bowl, a unique symbol was painted. Chao Xing led the group, gradually approaching the strange building. After a minute or two, they arrived near their target. Standing before the black building, everyone couldn't help but look up, as if they were looking at a giant black metal sphere. However, only half of this black metal sphere was visible. Even this half alone had a radius of over 1,000 meters. Standing before it, they felt so insignificant. What a huge ball! Tong Chu Chu exclaimed softly. Everyone was also amazed at the building's strangeness and size. After observing it for a while, Chao Xing fixed his gaze on the 2 metal doors at the building's base. The doors were 5 or 6 meters wide and over 10 meters high. Clearly, this was the building's entrance. At this point, Chao Xing asked, Is your captain inside this building? The middle-aged man quickly replied, Yes, sir. The space inside is vast. Besides a spacious hall, there are also many hidden chambers. Those golems are in the hall outside. Our captain was injured in the battle with those golems, and has been hiding in a hidden chamber with the others for almost 10 days. At this point, his eyes revealed a strong sense of worry. Chaoxing nodded and said, "Go in." The middle-aged man looked troubled. "Sir, the gate is sealed, we can't open it." Chaoxing was stunned. "Can't open the gate? Then how did you know your captain was trapped inside?" Hearing this question, the middle-aged man quickly explained, "Sir, we have a small communication device, and that's how we contacted the captain." As he finished speaking, a round metal device appeared in his hand. It was similar to the short-range communication device Chaoxing usually used, but much larger. Chaoxing took a quick look and realized they truly had no means of opening the gate. So, he looked at the two demon elephants beside him. "Is there any way to open the gate?" The cores of the two demon elephants began to spin, seemingly calculating something. Then, they simultaneously replied, "Master, this building is a Class A structure. We lack sufficient authority to force the gate." Chaoxing nodded. Then he looked at the two gates ahead, thinking, so, brute force is the only option? Thinking of this, Chaoxing gave the order, "Cain, open the gate." After undergoing various amplifications, and the blessing of the bull rune, the towering chieftain's power reached a terrifying level. Even legendary warriors couldn't match his strength. He was the perfect person for this task. Upon hearing the command, the towering chieftain beside him quickly replied, "I am happy to serve you, my lord." With these words, he lifted the massive totem pole. His muscles, like savage dragons, wriggled and swelled beneath his skin. His already outsized physique now resembled a demonic muscleman. Then, the towering chieftain's skin began to glow a blood red, and a destructive aura emanated from him. Roar. With a deep roar, the towering chieftain's imposing aura erupted instantly. "Your territory member, Cain Exploding Hoof, has used the commander-level skill power of the Savage Ancestors, increasing strength by 100%, attack speed by 100%, and armor by 60%. The effect lasts for 60 seconds. With the bonus of the talent Eternal Strength, this effect becomes permanent." Already formidable in strength, Cain Exploding Hoof's power doubled even more after activating the skill power of the Savage Ancestors. The sheer might and power he emanated made the surrounding adventurers feel a suffocating pressure. Even their breathing slowed. Huff. A fiery breath emanated from Cain Exploding Hoof's nose, and the muscles in his thick arms tensed instantly, like gnarled tree roots. He lifted the totem pole with one hand and, with immense force, slammed it down against the metal gate in front of him. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, Chaoxing and the others nearby felt a sharp impact on their ears, their bodies swaying. Even Chaoxing and the others felt this, let alone the weaker mercenaries. They stood there, as if under some kind of mental attack. The next moment, blood oozed from both eyes and nostrils, a truly terrifying sight. When the totem collided with the metal gate, a terrifying shockwave erupted, spreading 3 or 4 kilometers. The massive building before them shook violently. The towering chieftain's full-strength attack unleashed a formidable force. At the same time, as the aftermath of the collision gradually dissipated, the group of mercenaries took a deep breath and snapped back to their senses. They quickly wiped the blood from their faces, which were now smeared with blood and looked utterly awful. Gods above. Such terrifying power, a mercenary said in a trembling voice. The middle-aged man was even more shocked. Although he had known beforehand that these men were immensely powerful, seeing them with his own eyes now, he felt their terror even more deeply. This kind of power was unheard of, unseen. A strange thought arose in the middle-aged man's mind. That was, could his heroic captain withstand the full force of this massive being's attack? At the same time, Chaoxing and the others looked ahead. The metal gate in front of the towering chieftain had been dented, but regrettably, the blow hadn't cracked the gate open. This showed how strong these two gates were, likely beyond the reach of anyone but a legendary-level expert. No wonder their captain was trapped inside. At this moment, Cain Exploding Hoof gazed at the dented gate, a hint of frustration in his eyes. Mother Earth. After receiving so much blessing and help from the Lord, I can't even open a single gate. My power is too weak. The others looked at him with a strange expression. His power was so terrifying, even surpassing even the legendary Brown, yet he still claimed to be too weak. It felt like a giant doubting his own strength, because he couldn't move a mountain. Chaoxing smiled and comforted him. Don't blame yourself, Cain. Your strength is already strong enough. Now you just need to try again. You definitely succeed. Hearing the Lord's encouragement, Cain Explosive Hoof's eyes rekindled with fighting spirit. He solemnly declared, Your Excellency is right. I will never let you down. Then he took a deep breath, gripped the totem pole with both hands, and his muscles tensed instantly. A terrifying aura emanated, like a volcano about to erupt. For the glory of our Lord. Cain exploding hoof roared, charging towards the metal gate like a raging bull. The massive totem pole slammed down again. Boom! With a deafening roar, the heavy metal door finally shattered under the terrifying force. Countless metal fragments flew. It's opened! The mercenaries exclaimed in surprise. Then, their eyes widened as they peered inside the building. As the aftermath of the explosion gradually dissipated, they finally had a clear view of the building's interior. Like the buildings they had encountered before, a vast hall, over a kilometer in diameter, appeared before them. Walls engraved with magical runes surrounded them, and black metal tiles lay beneath their feet. Large instruments were placed in every corner of the hall. Across the hall, deep passages could be seen, seemingly leading to unknown regions. In the center of the hall, four golems, each over 10 meters tall and radiating a dark blue metallic hue, advanced in an orderly clockwise direction. Hunchy! Hunchy! Every time they advanced a certain distance, they paused briefly. They appeared to be moving in a circle, their movements mechanical yet powerful. At that moment, as if sensing the intrusion of Chao Xing and his companions, the four golems paused. They simultaneously turned, their two eyes instantly locking onto them. The energy cores in their chests glowed from blue to red. A mechanical, cold voice echoed. Intruders detected. The fortress gate has been breached. Activate level 1 alarm. The next moment, the magical runes and instruments throughout the building simultaneously erupted with intense red light. Beep beep! The piercing alarms continued. Fortress alarm activated. Initiating, clear command. An invisible force locked onto Chao Xing and the others, as if they were about to be subjected to a fatal attack. The next moment, the four golems before them vanished simultaneously. As golems of at least heroic rank, their speed was astonishing. Those 4th and 5th level adventurers couldn't even capture them with the naked eye. In a mere instant, they had crossed several hundred meters, and were about to reach the group. A terrifying sense of oppression washed over them. However, Chao Xing and the others gazed at the golems, their expressions unwavering. His gaze fell on one of the golems, and a system panel appeared. Enhanced Golem, KR421. Level 90. Durability, 28.6 million/28.6 million. Armor, 6800 to 6800, physical/magic resistance synchronized. Attack damage, 42,562 to 42,562, with 15% armor penetration. Core energy source, Fortress Power Reactor, restores 0.1% of durability per second. Energy reserve, ? Skills, Arcane Overload, Phase Rune Barrier, Annihilation Barrage, Tactical Prophecy Core, Gravity Rune Field. Ultimate move, End Rune Annihilation, consumes 20% of its own durability, and 100,000 energy points to unleash a devastating blow over a large area. Phase 1, release 12 Arcane Floaters. Each Arcane Floater unleashes Arcane Rays equal to 350% of the golem's attack power, lasting 5 seconds. Phase 2, trigger a Gravity Rune Burst, dealing true damage equal to 100% of the golem's maximum durability to all enemies within a 2,000-meter radius. Use this to enter Overload Paralysis, reducing all stats by 40% for 3 minutes. Special skill, Self-Destruct Protocol. This golem is equipped with an Omega-class Self-Destruct Protocol, with an explosive equivalent to a level 100 mage casting a forbidden spell, dealing attack power * 10,000%, destructive damage to all targets within a 1.5 kilometer radius. Note: the KR421 is a powerful combat golem developed over 156 years by generations of academicians from the Azura Civilization's Power Academy, in collaboration with a celestial mage. It possesses an extremely powerful intelligence system and rune system. After reading the golem's lengthy introduction, Chao Xing was stunned. Wow! A true level 90 golem. With this arsenal of skills and those terrifying attributes, it's enough to completely crush any leader of the same level, even rivaling a commander. It might not sound impressive, but you have to understand that in the outside world, a level 90 hero is extremely rare, even within the entire kingdom. The Ice Crystal Kingdom has existed for nearly 1,000 years, and it has no more than 5 hero-level warriors under its command. Ancient kingdoms, like the Orchid Kingdom, might have more, but definitely no more than 20. From this, you can imagine how rare a hero-level warrior is, and how difficult it is to break through to this level. And this civilization, by fusing the power of technology and magic, had actually created golems of this caliber. It was truly beyond imagination. At that moment, Chao Xing's eyes lit up with delight. Great! There are 4 hero-level golems here, and their stats appear to be similar. If I could convert all of them into my minions, it would be like having 4 more hero-level units. Even if I sold them, I could fetch a price far exceeding that of a master-level golem. Thinking of this, Chao Xing's eyes flickered with greed as he looked at the golems. Chapter 718. A gleam of greed crossed Chao Xing's gaze as he looked at the golems. He didn't even need to give the order. Braun, standing beside him, had already sprung into action. His body rapidly grew, his muscles expanding as if blown up, and in the blink of an eye, he reached a height of 10 meters. The shield of origin in his hand also grew as massive as a city gate. The next moment, he slammed the shield into the ground with a deafening roar. "Come here!" With Braun's roar, the 4 golems instantly charged towards him. Even their gun barrels changed direction. For energy shells, carrying destructive waves, struck with terrifying force. Boom! Boom! With several loud explosions, the area was instantly engulfed in a terrifying explosion. The energy waves alone were enough to instantly annihilate the mercenaries. However, as the flames gradually dissipated, a figure stood motionless. For attacks barely shattered Braum's 3 layers of divine shield. The final attack dealt him just over 20,000 damage. This figure wasn't even as much as his health regenerated per second. Furthermore, Braum hadn't yet activated his Guardian Domain and Glacier body forms. Only with these 2 abilities could he be considered truly complete. After all, Braum in his full power form could withstand demigod-level attacks. Though these 4 golems possess formidable firepower, compared to Braum's defenses, they were merely scratching an itch. Buzz! The core device in the golem's chest whirred frantically, as if sensing the threat posed by the massive figure before it. A cold mechanical voice echoed, "Detected. Target too powerful. Entering overload mode." Buzz! The next moment, a stream of high-pressure steam erupted from the joints of the 4 golems, and their runes transformed from blue to a glaring red. A destructive wave of force swept across the hall like a tidal wave, engulfing the entire hall. However, before they could make their next move, the 4 legendary warriors nearby, Sarah, Zeverin, Isabel, and Marinera, had already launched their attacks simultaneously. Thunderbolt, Heavenly Punishment! Zeverin's staff erupted with blinding lightning, and a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket lashed out at one of the golems like a whip. A raging electric current coursed through its body, shocking the golem's body to a constant tremor. Snap! -319-2554. A large damage number appeared, and the golem's durability instantly dropped, and it entered a paralyzed state. Isabel's holy light attack followed. A golden spear shot out from above her head, carrying a powerful purifying and penetrating force, piercing the second golem's chest directly. Puff! -265-2463. Another large damage number appeared. And this was just the prelude to the attacks of the 2 legendary mages. The next moment, Zeverin and Isabel unleashed spell after spell. Thunderbird, Thunder Song, Arcchain Lightning, Holy Light Sphere, Chain of Holy Light. Bang! 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 Thunder and light magic raged above the 2 golems, their health points, nearly 30 million, plummeting like water. The golems were battered beyond repair, their mechanical voices intermittently echoing, "Detected. Enemy is a legendary. Arcane Mage. The enemy is too powerful. Activating." Before their voices could finish, the other 2 melee legends, Marlene and Sarah, were already approaching. Swish! The flaming bloodthirster slashed down instantly, seemingly cleaving space wherever the blade passed. The death blade, emitting the aura of death, slashed past, completely devouring the light. Clang! Swish! -259-6243. -592-3522. Blessed with liberation. Of these 2 melee legends, one possessed the legendary burst skill Valkyrie's Wrath. One possessed a legendary weapon, the Gift of Liberation, and the Assassin's Heart. In combat form, their damage was no less than that of the 2 legendary mages. After a single blow, the 4 heroic golems' health plummeted to below 10 million, unable to even perform attack moves. The mercenaries nearby, observing the scene, were completely stunned. The terrifying golems that could easily annihilate a knightly order of 10,000, and even force their leader to retreat to a secret chamber for help, were as defenseless as children's toys before these powerful warriors. Gods! Gods! What am I seeing? 4 heroic golems. Beaten so miserably. Just how powerful are these warriors? The middle-aged man muttered, his eyes filled with shock. The other mercenaries, including him, stared at the battle ahead with a look of disbelief. The scene before them had completely shaken the mercenaries. And after the shock wore off, a thought suddenly crossed their minds. That was These warriors were so powerful. Doesn't this mean their leader is saved this time? At this thought, ecstasy flashed in the eyes of several mercenaries. At the same time, less than 3 seconds into the battle, the health of the 4 golems had dropped below 5 million, and they were on the verge of complete destruction. Seeing this, Chao Xing quickly declared, "Stop! Don't kill them all at once. Take them one at a time." He hadn't forgotten his ultimate goal, to transform these 4 heroic golems into his own units. But this required Tong Chuchu's mechanical domination skill. This skill had a 5-minute cooldown. If all 4 golems were taken out simultaneously, they would self-destruct. At that point, Tong Chuchu could only transform one at most. Upon hearing this, the 4 legendary warriors instantly halted their attacks. Only Brown remained, standing firm against the golem's attacks like a steel wall. Chao Xing observed the battle on the field, his gaze gradually fixed on one of the golems. Then, he raised his staff. A vast icy element was instantly mobilized. Instantly, a massive cone of ice, over a meter long, appeared at his side. This skill was merely a standard cone of ice, but with the legendary effects of the Archlich's Frost Soul Robe, it had become enhanced cone of ice. The power increased dramatically. The next moment, with a flick of his staff, the ice cone, with terrifying penetrating power, instantly struck the golem. Puff! Minus 723,421. After a series of status bonuses, and the Frost Soul Robe's 100% skill damage bonus, this small skill could deal over 700,000 damage. And this skill had no cooldown and a short cast time. He could unleash 3 or 4 ice cones per second. In other words, with this skill alone, as long as he had sufficient mental power, Chao Xing's damage per second had reached over 3 million. He was even approaching the legendary level. Puff! 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 As each ice cone fell, the golem's durability rapidly decreased. In the blink of an eye, it was completely depleted. Hing! Hing! The heroic golem stumbled and took a few steps back. A mechanically synthesized voice uttered again, "Damaged. Activating arcane self-destruct protocol." Buzz! A blinding red beam erupted from the energy core in its chest. Destructive waves erupted continuously, filling the air with a suffocating energy. And as it entered self-destruction mode, the magical runes on the walls of the entire building glowed a dazzling red. It was as if the entire building was responding to the golem's self-destruction program. Everyone felt a heart-pounding sense of oppression, as if the shadow of death was approaching. After all, the self-destruction of a hero-level golem was different from that of a master-level golem. That's 100 times the indiscriminate damage. Once it erupted, it would be enough to raze everything around it to the ground. At that moment, Chao Xing barely needed any command, as a petite figure rushed forward. Tong Chuchu leaped nimbly onto the giant golem. Between her small hands, a vast array of blue arcs swirled. Then, Tong Chuchu placed both hands on the golem's body and pressed down instantly. Then, a massive surge of mechanical force surged into its body, invading its core programming. The red glow on the golem's chest suddenly subsided, and its trembling body gradually regained its composure. It was clear that Tong Chuchu's mechanical domination was taking effect. Soon, she would completely alter the golem's core programming, forcing it to serve Chao Xing loyally. Seeing this scene, a smile of relief spread across everyone's faces. And just then, the golem's body began to tremble violently again. Defense successful, invasion terminated. Self-destruct. At this moment, a light even more intense than before erupted from the golem. The energy core instantly collapsed back into its chest, and the red light from its entire body converged towards a single point. A wave of destructive force erupted again. Damn! I forgot about that. Chao Xing cursed inwardly. He remembered that the skill mechanical domination had a success rate. And this rate was determined by the mechanic's mechanical mastery skill level. Tong Chuchu was currently only at advanced mechanical mastery, so her success rate was only 50%. She had successfully transformed a golem twice before. And this time, she transformed a golem 20 levels higher than her own. The probability of success would be drastically reduced. The consequence of a failed conversion is that the golem would immediately self-destruct. In a flash, Chao Xing swiftly ordered, "Chao Chuchu, retreat. Brown, protect those guys, and the other 3 golems." The 4 golems clustered together pose another fatal hazard. When the first golem self-destructs, it will indiscriminately damage all nearby units. The energy shockwave from the explosion will deplete the health of the other golems, triggering a chain reaction. One golem after another will self-destruct. Not only would Chao Xing be unable to convert any golems, but the team might also suffer significant damage. Upon receiving the order, Braum instantly transformed into a 100-meter giant and activated Glacier Body. With a sweep of his massive shield, he swept the 3 golems behind him. Elsewhere, Chao Xing raised his staff, mobilizing a vast amount of icy elements in the air. Clatter. Walls of ice rose from thin air, surrounding the impending golem. The ice wall's barrier further reduced the impact of the explosion. It might sound slow, but in reality, from the golem's initiation of the self-destruction protocol to Chao Xing's release of the ice wall, it took less than 2 seconds. At the same time, the golem's self-destruction had entered its final stage. All its energy seemed to be concentrated at a single point, the energy core in its chest, and then it instantly detonated. With a blinding flash of white light, everyone's vision was obliterated. Boom! Accompanied by an unprecedented roar, the shockwave from the explosion surged like a tsunami, instantly crumbling ice walls. Then, the shockwave swept through the entire building, engulfing everyone on the field. Crack! Crack! As waves of shattering sounds echoed, the holy shields on everyone's body shattered layer by layer. The massive equipment around them was instantly destroyed. Braum held up a 100-meter-high shield, like an immortal wall, blocking the terrifying shockwave. The others, relying on the protection of their holy shields, withstood this terrifying explosion. Everyone was like butterflies in a storm, being thrown back continuously. 3 seconds later, the terrifying shockwave finally subsided. As the earth-shattering sound of the explosion faded, the blinding white light gradually faded. Everyone quickly opened their eyes and looked forward. In the hall before them, a massive crater, tens of meters in diameter and perfectly circular in shape, appeared. The bottom of the crater reached a depth of 7 or 8 meters, and the exposed metal surface shone a crimson red like molten lava. The walls of the entire hall were covered in dense cracks, and all the equipment had been completely vaporized. This demonstrated the terrifying power of the explosion. After regaining his sight, Chao Xing quickly glanced around. After confirming that everyone was standing safely, a faint smile appeared on his face. It must be said that the Divine Shield skill was truly effective. Under such a terrifying explosion, they had merely shifted a few times, suffering no injuries at all. Chao Xing looked at the 100-meter-tall giant holding a massive shield nearby and asked, "Braun, how's the situation over there?" Hearing this, Braun gradually moved his shield aside, revealing several figures behind him. Besides the 3 golems attacking him, there were also several mercenaries hiding in the corner. Those mercenaries stared blankly at the scene before them, their faces shrouded in shock. Just now, they truly felt they were about to die. Under the terrifying explosion, they couldn't imagine any chance of survival. Escape was hopeless. The explosion's diameter reached 3 kilometers, and with their speed, it was impossible to escape such a large area in such a short time. But unexpectedly, the large figure in the team suddenly expanded, transforming into a giant 100 meters tall. He completely blocked the blast's energy. "Lord, Braum is completely fine. Those golems are still tickling me," Braum replied with a relaxed expression. His taunt skill lasts for 80 seconds, and the total duration of the battle is less than 20 seconds, so the other golems are forced to continue attacking. Chao Xing heard this, and a smile appeared on his face. "Okay, keep holding them. Force these golems into a corner, and wait for Xiao Chuchu's skills to recover." "No problem, my lord." Braum instantly released his ice body form, and regained his mobility. Then he flipped his shield over, blocking the remaining 3 golems. "Ha!" With a loud shout, Braum's thick leg muscles tensed instantly, and then he exerted force. Boom! Like a giant human bulldozer, he began pushing the 3 golems forward. No matter how the golems resisted, they offered no chance of struggle in the face of overwhelming force. They were pushed step by step into a corner, then confined to a narrow range by the massive figure's massive shield. Bang! Boom! The 3 golems continuously fired energy blasts, bombarding Braum. However, these attacks only left a trace of smoke on his body. Seeing this, Chao Xing said, "Isabel, Farnaz, you are responsible for restoring Braum's health." Although Farnaz was a plague priestess, she had a skill, Plague Pulse, which also restored health to allied units. While not as powerful as Isabel's, it was still quite good. The 2 priestesses, one black and one white, nodded slightly, then, staffs in hand, they moved behind Braum. Chao Xing continued his orders, "Everyone, take this opportunity to search the surrounding area and gather everything you can." "Yes, Lord." Everyone responded in unison, then dispersed. They began a thorough search of every corner of the hall. Only the mercenaries stood there, bewildered. Off to the other side, Braum, holding his great shield, cornered the 3 golems, giving them no chance to escape. Buzz! Buzz. Activating barrage. Activating rune field. They continuously unleashed terrifying attacks, attempting to break through Brahm's blockade. They even attempted to take flight, breaking free from the air. However, after Braum entered his four-armed giant form, two massive arms sprouted from his shoulders, wielding two icy great swords, and he frantically slashed at the flying golems. Swish. Swish, swish, swish. With a few blows, he chopped them down again. And so, the three golems were helplessly trapped. Minutes passed, unable to do anything to the giant. If golems weren't emotionless, they would have probably felt the depths of despair by this moment. Just then, Tong Chuchu's clear voice rang out, "Big brother, the cooldown for the mechanical domination is over." Hearing this, a smile crossed Chaoxing's face. "Very good, you wait over there. Braum, send out a golem." "No problem, Lord." The giant raised his shield, and leaned slightly to the side. With a casual push, he detached one of the golems. The golem had finally escaped from the cramped corner, but before it could even make an attack, several massive ice cones struck. Swish. Swish. Puff. Minus 842,432. Minus 871,956. Minus 892,522. Chapter 719. After several consecutive damage counts, the golem's durability was depleted. Buzz. The golem's energy core whirred continuously, and a cold mechanical voice echoed, activating self-destruct protocol. The next moment, the runes all over its body turned from blue to red. A dazzling red light appeared on the walls and ceiling of the entire building. This was a sign that the golem was about to self-destruct. But at this moment, Tong Chuchu, who had been waiting for a long time, leaped onto the golem in an instant. Hands wrapped in blue mechanical force pressed down. The trembling golem's body gradually calmed down. However, with his previous experience, Chaoxing was not careless this time. He had already released a large number of ice walls surrounding the golem. Clatter. At least dozens of ice walls converged, and the biting cold they emitted became material, coating the golem's metal body with a thick layer of ice crystals. At the same time, as Tong Chuchu's mechanical force began to invade the golem's core program, it, like the other golems, began to struggle violently. Buzz, buzz. Detecting an unknown intrusion into the core program, defending. The runes on the golem's body continuously changed color, their frequency increasing. Even Tong Chuchu, who was standing on it, pressed her hands firmly against the golem's body, continuously injecting mechanical force. Even the people nearby were now a little nervous. The mercenaries subconsciously moved towards Braum, fear in their eyes. They feared that Tong Chuchu's power would fail again, and the golem would instantly explode. They had no ability to survive such a horrific self-detonation. As everyone waited anxiously, the golem's trembling body suddenly calmed. The frantically spinning energy core in its chest ceased, and all the runes on its body turned a safe blue. A mechanical voice rang out, defense failed. Internal program tampered with. The next moment, a system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Tong Chuchu, used mechanical domination to successfully transform into an enhanced golem. KR-244, increasing territory population by 10. At this moment, the group of mercenaries breathed a sigh of relief. A smile crossed Chaoxing's face. He said, "Great, the second one is done. This trip to the ruins has yielded considerable rewards. After all, this heroic level golem is quite powerful." The reason it appeared powerless against Braum was because this massive figure was so abnormal. If we could get a few more, combined with Chaoxing's eternal power, it would be like having a few more loyal guards who could work 24 hours a day, unfazed by the cold. Next, Chaoxing continued with the previous routine. Wait 5 minutes. Once the cooldown on mechanical domination is off, have Braum release a golem. Then unleash another spell burst, reducing the golem's durability to 0. Seeing this, Tong Chuchu leaped forward. Perhaps because of the previous success, the transformation of this third golem was equally smooth. As Tong Chuchu's mechanical force intensified, after a few seconds, the struggling golem stopped trembling. The energy core in its chest also changed from red to blue. At the same time, a notification appeared. Your territory member, Tong Chuchu, uses mechanical domination to successfully transform into an enhanced golem. KR-288. Territory population increased by 10. Not bad, the second one. Chaoxing nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, he remembered what Lord Orlan had said. That the Ice Crystal King would even be willing to trade precious resources, like divine power fragments, for heroic level golems. Chaoxing thought to himself, If I sell these 2 heroic level golems, 100 divine power fragments each shouldn't be too much, right? 100 divine power fragments equals 1,000 divine power points. And as the Lizardman Chief had said, one of the conditions for achieving demigodhood, activating divinity, which requires 1,000 to 2,000 divine power points. In other words, the value of Chaoxing's 2 golems was nearly enough to activate the divine nature of a legend. Meanwhile, there was only 1 golem left on the field. This made things even simpler. As the 5 minutes ran out, Tong Chuchu's cooldown expired. Chaoxing immediately unleashed a wave of enhanced ice cone, reducing the golem's durability to 0. Tong Chuchu expertly leaped onto the golem, and used mechanical force to penetrate its core. Buzz! After a violent struggle, the golem's mechanical hum began to grow. Defense failed. Internal programming has been tampered with. With this, 3 hero-level golems had been successfully transformed. Seeing this, Chaoxing felt even more relieved. After all, to him, these golems were more than just formidable combatants. They were a vast, mobile shard of divine power. Nice takedown, little Chu-Chu, he explained admiringly. Tong Chu-Chu, standing on the shoulder of the last golem, a naive smile on her face. She was also delighted to be able to help Chaoxing. Meanwhile, Chaoxing looked at the 3 golems sitting on the ground and ordered, "All 3 of you, come here." Buzz! The energy cores in the chests of the 3 golems began to whirl, and the runes on their bodies re-illuminated. They all turned their heads simultaneously, looking towards Chaoxing. "Yes, Master. We be right there." Several golems stretched their arms, propped themselves up, and climbed from the ground. Then, with smooth movements, they came to Chaoxing's side. Chaoxing glanced at the 3 golem stats, and discovered that their durability had reached a critical low. However, the golems' heads repeatedly displayed healing numbers, adding 32,800, 32,800, and their durability steadily recovered. Their fortress power reactor cores seemed quite powerful. As long as they had energy, they could restore 0.1% of their health per second. In other words, in just a dozen minutes, they could be restored to peak condition. This recovery rate was even comparable to Chaoxing's eternal power. Of course, this was also because several of the beings in Chaoxing's territory, who possessed continuous healing skills, hadn't yet reached legendary status. For example, Andrew and Chaoxing himself. Once they reached legendary status, their healing stats would increase significantly, along with the surge in all their attributes. At the same moment, the golem's mechanical voice interrupted Chaoxing's thoughts. "Master, please give your orders." Chaoxing raised his head and glanced at the 3 golems standing respectfully before him. Over 10 meters tall, with their sleek curves and dark blue metallic bodies, these 3 behemoths, simply standing there, gave off a strong sense of oppression. Chaoxing nodded in satisfaction and said, "From today on, you will be called Tai San, Tai Si, and Tai Wu. Have you all remembered?" Hearing this, the 3 golems turned their heads and exchanged glances. They replied simultaneously, "Master, we remember." At this point, the golem named Tai Si turned its head and said, "Master, we like this name very much." "Thank you for the name." Chaoxing smiled at this. The intelligence of these hero-level golems was clearly much higher than that of the 2 master-level golems. Chaoxing nodded and said, "Very well. You can recover aside for now." "Yes, Master." The 3 golems retreated respectfully. Meanwhile, the others had already searched the entire hall. They all came to Chaoxing and handed him their loot. Obtained 31953 strange metal fragments. Obtained 254 strange metal gold. Obtained 8 master-level mana crystals. Obtained 32 expert-level mana crystals. Obtained 137 Drillmer steel ingots. Obtained. When the series of system prompts ended, Chaoxing's backpack once again contained a large amount of materials. The number of exotic metal fragments alone reached over 30,000, enough to combine into over 300 pieces of exotic metal, he said with satisfaction. As expected of a large building, the materials inside are greater than in other buildings. Chaoxing patted his backpack and continued to scan the building. Just then, the mercenaries approached cautiously. They looked at Chaoxing with awe. The fact that even such terrifying golems had been subdued by this otherworldly lord was completely beyond their comprehension. The middle-aged man, his Adam's apple rolling, tentatively asked, "Sir, now that these golems have been taken care of, can we go rescue our leader?" Hearing this, Chaoxing paused for a moment, then remembered the incident. Besides transforming these golems, he had a side quest this time, rescuing the leader of the Iron Rose mercenary group. But he wasn't simply out of kindness. It was because the middle-aged man had mentioned a black jar within the building, possibly hiding a relic. Rescuing their leader was merely a matter of convenience. Chao Xing didn't answer his question, but instead inquired, "Where is the black jar you mentioned earlier? And is there really a relic here?" The middle-aged man quickly replied, "Sir, the information about the black jar is absolutely true, and it's in the secret room where the leader is. As for the relic, our leader said it might be there." She said she felt a surge of divine power in front of a large chest, and she speculated that the relic might be inside. At this point, the middle-aged man's voice trailed off, and he rubbed his hands nervously. When Chao Xing heard the word big box, his eyes lit up. Based on previous experience, every building contained a treasure chest, and this one was clearly no exception. Combining the information the middle-aged man had provided with his own experience, he felt that what he said was likely true. So Chao Xing nodded and said, "Lead the way." Hearing this, the middle-aged man immediately raised his head, a look of surprise on his face. "Sir, please follow me." With that, he quickly turned around and, leading the other mercenaries, headed forward. Chao Xing looked at the people around him and said, "We follow." Everyone followed the mercenaries. They quickly passed through the spacious hall and entered a more secluded passage nearby. The building appeared circular from the outside, but the interior layout was quite unique. Beyond the spacious entrance hall, the interior boasted numerous intricate passageways. The group followed the middle-aged man, walking down a deep corridor. After winding their way through several turns and zigzagging for several minutes, they reached the end of the corridor. The middle-aged man turned and said quickly, "Sir, we've arrived." His tone was filled with a mixture of joy and eagerness. Everyone looked ahead. A heavy metal gate stood proudly at the end of the corridor. The smooth, dark blue metallic hue of the gate indicated that it was also crafted from exotic metal. Furthermore, the thickness of this gate was astonishing, even more impressive than the fortress gate they had previously breached. In other words, it would require at least legendary strength to force it open. Chao Xing took a look and asked, "Is your captain in here?" The middle-aged man nodded quickly, "Yes, sir." "Contact her and ask her to open the door," Chao Xing said. "Okay, I contact the captain right away." The middle-aged man hurriedly pulled the black metal sphere from his pocket. He pressed hard on a recessed button on the sphere. "Zizi, zizi." A rough electrical sound echoed as the middle-aged man called to the metal sphere, "Captain, are you all right?" However, there was only silence on the communication line. "Captain?" The middle-aged man called again. Still silent on the other end. Frustrated, the middle-aged man called out several more times, but received no response. Even behind the heavy metal door, there was a dead silence. Not a single sound reached. At that moment, the members of the Iron Rose mercenary group looked at each other, their faces gradually turning pale. A sense of foreboding spread throughout them. Chao Xing, observing the situation before him, asked thoughtfully, "Are you saying that your leader was already seriously injured when he hid in here?" "Yes. Yes." The middle-aged man's voice trembled. After hearing this, Chao Xing bluntly stated, "After so many days, even if she's a hero-level expert, without treatment, she's likely in grave danger." Hearing this, the entire Iron Rose mercenary group looked ashen. Although Chao Xing's words were blunt, it was indeed very likely. After all, being at the hero level doesn't guarantee invincibility. They too will die. However, the middle-aged man glanced at the metal door, then at the ball in his hand, seemingly unwilling to give up. He gritted his teeth, rushed to the door, and pounded on it. As he pounded, he shouted with all his might, "Captain! Captain! Are you there? Captain! Can you hear me?" His voice grew louder, echoing through the empty corridor. But after calling for a while, there was still no response. Gradually, the middle-aged man's movement slowed. Finally, he dropped his hands helplessly, his whole body seeming to have been drained of all strength, and he became dazed. Thinking of what lay beyond the metal door, the mercenaries felt a tightness in their chests. For the Iron Rose mercenary group, if their captain died, their mercenary group would have no need to exist. And just then, a weak female voice echoed in their ears. "Jamie?" The voice was faint, as if it were extremely far away. Added to the obstruction of the heavy metal door, it was almost inaudible. However, the hearing of the powerful warriors on the scene was so sharp that they still clearly picked up the weak voice. In an instant, the gloom on the faces of the Iron Rose mercenaries disappeared, replaced by ecstasy. The middle-aged man spun quickly and shouted against the metal door, "It's me, Captain. It's Jamie." His voice was filled with unconcealable excitement, and his shoulders were shaking violently. After hearing the middle-aged man's response, the voice behind the door seemed slightly clearer. With a hint of confusion and worry, he asked Jamie, "Why are you here?" Then, as if realizing something, the voice inside suddenly became more urgent. "Jamie, it's too dangerous here. There are several powerful golems outside. Leave." Hearing this, the middle-aged man quickly explained, "Captain, don't worry about our safety. We encountered several powerful individuals and requested them to rescue you. Now they've taken care of the golems outside, and we're safe." After a pause, he added hurriedly, "Captain, please open the door. We come in and rescue you. Take care of the golems?" The voice behind the door seemed incredulous, its tone filled with shock. "How is that possible? Those are 4 heroic golems. Unless we dispatch legendary warriors, we can't defeat such an enemy." The middle-aged man, Jamie, said, "It's true, Captain. Not just me, but Miko, Riley, and the others are here too." Several mercenaries behind him also rushed forward, shouting excitedly, "Captain, I'm Riley. We're here to save you." "Captain, hold on." Hearing the mercenaries' voices, the being behind the door seemed stunned. "You? Really?" However, before he could finish his sentence, the voice abruptly stopped. The Iron Rose captain inside seemed to have fainted again. "Captain! Captain!" The mercenaries anxiously pounded on the metal door, their voices choking with sobs. The middle-aged man turned and looked at Chaoxing, his eyes filled with pleading. "Sir, please save our captain." Chaoxing glanced at them. It was clear that these mercenaries were truly loyal to their leader. Although they were only at the 3rd or 4th level, they were doing everything they could to rescue the enemy. These people had decent character. Chaoxing casually said, "Please move aside. I opened the gate first." The middle-aged man's face lit up with hope upon hearing this. "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." With that, he quickly led the other mercenaries to the side. At the same time, the towering chieftain suddenly lifted his totem pole, a puff of hot air emanating from his nose, as if ready to strike. The middle-aged man, realizing something, quickly said, "Sir, our leader might still be behind the door. Could you be a little gentler in breaking down the door?" At this point, his eyes involuntarily glanced at the towering chieftain. Having witnessed his brutal approach, he was truly impressed. He feared that Cain's exploding hoof would crush his leader along with him in his attempt to force the door open. Chaoxing saw his concern and smiled. "Don't worry, I have another way to open the door." Chapter 720. Chaoxing said, "Don't worry, I have another way to open the door." The middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief. The towering chieftain beside him also put down his totem pole. Chaoxing smiled as he looked at the 3 golems nearby and asked, "Do you have the authority to open this gate?" The 3 golems turned their heads and mechanically replied, retrieving building permissions. Buzz! The golem's mechanical cores hummed, as if running some program. A moment later, the mechanical sound echoed again. Retrieval successful. Grade A building permissions have not been revoked, and the conditions for opening are met. With that, the 3 golems replied simultaneously, "Master. Can operate this gate." "Excellent." Chaoxing nodded, "Then help me open the gate." "No problem, Master." The golem's mechanical sounds continued steadily, their eyes flickering with a faint blue light. Calling resource room permissions. Starting permission verification. Permission verification passed. Starting the gate program. With a low mechanical hum, the heavy metal door slowly moved. Click, click. The sound of gears meshing echoed, and a glimmer of light gradually shone through the crack in the door. Boom! As the vibrations grew stronger, the metal door opened wider and wider. When the door fully opened, the first thing everyone saw was a red-haired woman lying on the ground behind the door. She was clad in blood-stained white armor, and a broadsword lay at her side. Although her face was pale, her chest was still rising and falling slightly. "Captain!" The Iron Rose mercenaries exclaimed in surprise. Upon seeing the figure, they rushed to the woman's side at top speed. Just as they were about to help her up, they suddenly realized something. Several mercenaries froze in midair, standing awkwardly in their positions. Meanwhile, everyone else entered the building. Seeing this, Chaoxing asked in confusion, "What's wrong? You're not going to save your captain?" The middle-aged man named Jamie looked embarrassed, and said sheepishly, "According to the rules of our Iron Rose mercenary group, all men are prohibited from contacting the captain. Otherwise, you will be expelled from the Iron Rose mercenary group." After a pause, he continued, "Could you please ask the woman next to you to help our captain to his feet?" At this, a strange look crossed Chaoxing's face. His gaze fell on the woman below. Although she lay on her side, her breathtaking curves and stunning beauty were still visible. Beneath her high nose bridge were lips as delicate as a rose, and her long eyelashes cast a faint shadow on her cheeks. Her slender figure, clad in form-fitting silver armor, only accentuated her curves. Though he hadn't seen her full form, he could already imagine she was a breathtakingly beautiful woman. She would even rank firmly in the top 5 of the beauties in his territory. At this moment, Chao Xing suddenly understood why the middle-aged man had said that a legendary figure had previously pursued their leader. This woman's beauty, strength, and aura could truly make such a powerful being bow down to her. Chao Xing shook his head, looked at the holy light sage beside him, and said, "Go heal this woman." Isabel bowed slightly. "The holy light will obey your will." She then walked slowly to the woman's side and crouched down. She placed her staff on the ground beside her, then gently lifted her head and rested it on her legs. Isabel then extended her right index finger, its tip radiating warm golden holy light. She gently pressed it against the woman's chest. Instantly, golden holy light spread rapidly throughout the woman's body like flowing water. A recovery number appeared above her head. At 56,423. At 56,423. At 56,423. As her health points gradually recovered, the woman's aura gradually began to fluctuate slightly. Chao Xing looked at the others and ordered, "All right, let's continue searching every corner here. Take everything you can." "Yes, Lord." The group split up again, searching the empty resource room. A few seconds later, the woman's health had returned to over 200,000. The power of holy light flowed through her, repairing her injuries. At that moment, her body moved slightly. Her slender fingers trembled slightly, as if grasping for something. After a moment, the woman slowly opened her eyes. Her thick eyelashes fluttered like a fan, revealing a pair of eyes as clear as emerald green. The first thing she saw was Isabel. The majestic and beautiful face of this holy light sage appeared before her. A faint halo of golden holy light formed behind her, like a descending deity. "Goddess." The woman's voice was weak and hoarse, a dazed look in her eyes. A gentle expression crossed Isabel's face, and she whispered, "You're awake." The woman seemed to come to her senses, aware of her current situation. With a soft nod, she pulled herself out of Isabel's embrace, and slowly lifted herself from the ground. As she stood, her expression grew more majestic. As the leader of the Iron Rose mercenary group, she constantly exuded the aura of a superior. Her sharp gaze swept around. She first glanced at her fellow mercenaries. After confirming they were all safe, she looked at Chao Xing, and the others not far away. Thinking back to the middle-aged man Jamie's last words to her, she seemed to understand something. She turned and bowed slightly to Isabel before her, placing one hand on her chest in a standard mercenary salute. "I am Talia Iron Rose, leader of the Iron Rose mercenaries. Thank you, lady, for saving my life." Isabel smiled faintly, and shook her head slowly. "It wasn't me who saved you, it was my lord." She pointed off into the distance. "That's our lord." Hearing this, the female leader, named Talia, quickly looked in the direction she pointed. She immediately spotted the young mage, staff in hand, gazing around in a frosty white robe. Talia's sharp gaze instantly locked onto Chao Xing, as if gazing at his strength. Feeling the gaze from behind him, Chao Xing turned and looked back calmly, a faint smile playing on his lips. At that moment, a strange look gradually emerged in Talia's eyes. For she could clearly sense that, while the young man was powerful, he still had a significant gap to reach the level of the holy light sage before her. She sensed a familiar surge of power within Isabel. That was the power she had longed for. Legendary, however, it struck her as somewhat unbelievable that such a powerful holy light sage would address this young man as lord. When Talia's gaze fell upon the towering golem standing silently beside the young man, her pupils suddenly constricted, her body tensed instantly, like a cheetah spotting danger. Clang! Followed by a humming sound, the next moment, the massive sword, 30 to 40 centimeters wide and 1.5 meters long, flew from the ground into her hands. She gripped the hilt of her sword and assumed a fighting stance, her red hair dancing in the wind. Seeing this, the middle-aged man hurried forward and said, "Captain, don't worry. Those golems have been subdued by this mysterious lord. Now, those golems obey Lord Chao Xing's orders. They won't attack us." "Subdued? Golems?" Talia muttered, her hand trembling slightly as she gripped the sword. "How is that possible?" The middle-aged man nodded vigorously. "We didn't believe it at first, but we saw it with our own eyes." Several other members of the group responded, Captain Jamie is right. These golems were subdued by this mysterious lord." Hearing this, Talia finally lowered her sword, but the shock in her eyes remained. Though she still found it incredibly difficult to believe, she had to accept the truth. Otherwise, there was no explanation for the golems outside being here, and why they weren't attacking them. At this moment, she also realized the importance of this mysterious lord's ability to subdue the golems. It's unbelievable. The ruins have been open for so many years, and this is the first time I've heard of anyone being able to subdue a golem here. And a heroic level golem. If word gets out about this, it's sure to cause a stir in the surrounding kingdoms. This lord's name will spread far and wide throughout the kingdoms. Talia's voice was filled with suppressed excitement, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. At this moment, the Lord of Orlan chuckled softly, saying, Lord Chaoxing doesn't need such deeds. His fame has already spread far and wide. After all, he was the one who led the 4 kingdoms into legend and ended the Blood Legion. The bards outside are now singing his name. Hearing this, Talia's beautiful eyes widened again. What? Her lips trembled slightly, and she asked in disbelief, He's the Lord Chaoxing? As a powerful hero, Talia knew some secrets. She also knew that the one who made the greatest contribution during the Blood Rebellion, and who had once saved the day, was a lord from another world. She also knew that this lord was called Chaoxing. She had assumed she would never encounter such a legendary figure in her lifetime. And now, Chaoxing himself appeared before her. At that moment, Talia seemed to finally understand everything before her. I see. If it were this man, taming the golem wouldn't be so shocking. After all, he even ended the Blood Rebellion with his own hands. It's not surprising that such a man would accomplish anything. The Lord of Oran nodded in agreement. Through their interactions over time, he had a new understanding of Chaoxing's mystery and power. And just as they were marveling at Chaoxing's mystery and power, someone exclaimed in delight, as if he had discovered a treasure, Haha, it's right here. Come here, everyone. I found the treasure chest here. At this, many people stopped what they were doing and gathered around. Including Isabel, who, along with Talia and the members of the Iron Rose mercenary group, approached Chaoxing. As they approached, they found Chaoxing standing excitedly before a large black box. This box was far larger than any they had encountered before, over 2 meters tall and a full 1.5 meters wide. From its appearance alone, one could imagine it must contain a wealth of treasures. At this moment, Talia coughed lightly and stepped forward saying, This box. I've tried it before, and it requires the corresponding password to open. Chaoxing turned his head, his gaze fixed on the speaker. He was immediately met with a face so exquisite it seemed almost unreal. Porcelain white skin, deep crimson hair draped like roses across her shoulders, and eyes as clear as emerald green. Compared to her perfect appearance, her attire gave her an even more heroic air. Silver armor hugged her figure tightly, yet her impressive proportions and slender waist were still visible. Nearly every part of her body was beautifully crafted to perfection. Chaoxing sighed inwardly. She is truly a peerless beauty. Faced with Chaoxing's direct gaze, Iron Rose, known for her sternness and decisiveness, suddenly turned away, a little embarrassed. But remembering her status, she quickly returned her gaze, firmly meeting Chaoxing's gaze. Chaoxing smiled, then looked at the golems beside him. It's okay, they tell me the password. Hearing this, Talia's eyes flickered with bewilderment. She looked at the motionless mechanical creations in confusion, completely baffled as to how these Cold War machines could possibly provide the code to unlock the chest. At this moment, Chaoxing said, Iron 3, Iron 4, Iron 5, tell me the code to the chest. The 3 heroic golems hummed again, their rune veins illuminating with a blue glow. Breaking through the underlying mechanism. Obtaining the code to the loot chest. Triggering the fortress alarm. Attempting to circumvent it. Beep beep! The shrill alarm rang out again, echoing throughout the empty room. On the surrounding walls, the magical runes also glowed red. However, the crowd remained unmoved, calmly watching the 3 golems, awaiting the outcome. Isabel silently erected a barrier of holy light, blocking out the piercing alarm. A moment later, the golem named Tai Si beeped. Then, turning to Chaoxing, declared, Avoidance successful. Alarm all cleared. The alarm abruptly ceased, and the room fell silent again. Golem Tai within said, The password has been cracked. The password is 8842, 1952. When the full 24-digit password was called out, Tong Chu was already standing on the box, waiting, rapidly entering the string of numbers. When the last digit was successfully entered, with a crisp click, the heavy lid slowly opened. Instantly, a powerful chill surged from the box, forming a visible white wave. This chill instantly dropped the temperature of the entire room by more than 10 degrees, and a thin layer of ice quickly formed on the metal floor and walls. Everyone felt a biting chill sweeping over them, shivering involuntarily. The white air they exhaled condensed into tiny ice crystals in the air. Wow! Such a strong chill. What's inside? Elisa exclaimed softly. Talia, standing nearby, replied, It's likely a relic. I sensed a faint aura of divine power right next to this chest. Relic? Elisa's amber eyes widened, curiously asking, Such a strong chill. Could this be an ice-attributed relic? Hearing this, everyone held their breath and unconsciously took a step forward. After all, among the powerful individuals present, many possessed icy powers. If this was their relic, it meant they were on the verge of legend. Even Chao Xing couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. He quickly stepped forward and peered into the box. A cold white mist blew in, instantly coating his eyelashes with a layer of tiny ice crystals. The next moment, he saw a pile of frosted white metal stones, a large number of energy crystals, and some dark red, ancient wooden boards at the bottom of the box. These objects were shrouded in a chill, a thick layer of white frost forming on their surfaces. And in the center of this pile lay a crown of an extremely unique shape. The crown's main body was woven from tiny ice crystal thorns, its spikes gleaming with a dangerous light. And in the center of the crown was a deep blue gem. What is this? With curiosity, Chao Xing immediately put the contents of the treasure chest into his backpack. Obtained, Relic Permafrost Crown. Obtained, Hero's Heart *1. Obtained, Strange Metal *4129. Obtained, Dryland Steel Ingot *172. Obtained, Ancient Hardwood, Orange, *3. Obtained, Master Level Mana Crystal *24. Obtained, Expert Level Mana Crystal *75. When Chao Xing saw the system notification, he was stunned. A moment later, he suddenly exclaimed, Holy crap! There really is a relic, and a hero's heart in here. Clearly, the contents of the treasure chest completely exceeded his expectations. Even the others' eyes sparkled with excitement when they heard the word relic. Although they had heard of relics in ancient ruins like these, they actually found one, and this relic they found on the outskirts. Even the Lord of Orin couldn't help but sigh. Lord Chao Xing's luck is truly beyond imagination. To actually find such a precious relic in the outer areas? Even in the inner city, such a treasure wouldn't necessarily be found. Chapter 721. Even the mercenaries looked at him with envy. A faint smile played on Chao Xing's face, and he was very satisfied with the contents of the box. Next, he would check the attributes of the items. There was no need to check the other items, as they had already been obtained. What he was most interested in was the relic. The next moment, a pure white crystal crown appeared in Chao Xing's left hand. A strong chill continuously penetrated his skin and penetrated his body. He thought to himself, as an ice-attributed relic, I wonder which class it belongs to. If it's for the Frost Mage class, that would be great. That way, I can immediately transform into legend. Of course, even if it's for another ice-attributed class, I wouldn't be at a loss. With trepidation, he checked the attributes. Relic, Perpetual Frozen Crown. Quality, Unknown. Item Effect 1. This crown contains a portion of icy divine power, one of the key ingredients required for ice mages to reach legendary status. Item Effect 2. Directly absorbs this divine power, gaining 100 points. However, the relic will disappear upon depletion of divine power. Chao Xing, shock. At this moment, he was once again in deep shock. This relic was actually meant for an ice mage reaching legendary status. And Chao Xing, as a frost mage, also belongs to the ice mage class. In other words, this was his relic. Oh my god! Is this really my luck? The first relic I've found since arriving in this ruins is mine. Doesn't this mean I soon reach legendary? Chao Xing's hands trembled with excitement at the thought. After all, he'd been stuck at level 100 for ages. He already fulfilled both requirements for the legendary breakthrough, including a dozen or so legendary hearts in his backpack. But he'd been unable to reach legendary because he lacked any relics. Now, finally, they've all been gathered. At this moment, Brown, standing nearby, curiously asked, Lord, whose relic is this? Everyone else pricked up their ears, their faces lit with anticipation. Chao Xing chuckled and replied, It's mine. Hearing this, the people on the scene were stunned for a moment. Then, like Chao Xing, their faces lit up with ecstasy. Wow! It's the Lord's relic. What a stroke of luck! Elisa exclaimed excitedly. The big man, Brown, also showed a look of relief. He grinned widely, exclaiming happily, Aha! Great! The Lord will soon reach legendary status. Cain Exploding Hoof bowed his head reverently. This must be Mother Earth's protection of the Lord. Chao Xing's subordinates all wore faces filled with genuine joy, for they knew their lord was about to attain legendary status. Lord Oren, Bai Ji, and the others, however, revealed mixed emotions. Some envy, but more of a sigh. After all, for them, the legendary realm was still too far away. The members of the Iron Rose mercenary group exchanged glances, clearly shocked by this unexpected development. Although they didn't know what the relic represented, they gathered a clue from the other's words. This mysterious and powerful otherworldly lord was about to break through to the legendary level. Talia asked tentatively, as far as I know, to break through to the legendary level, in addition to the corresponding relic, you also need a legendary level power carrier. Have you prepared that, too? Chao Xing chuckled and nodded. After receiving his confirmation, Talia's expression instantly grew complex. For her, the legendary level was a realm she had always dreamed of. To reach that level, she had ventured alone into this dangerous building, nearly losing her life. If Chao Xing hadn't brought a rescue team, she would have perished in 2 days at most. Talia took a deep breath and finally whispered, "Congratulations." Those few words contained so much emotion. Chao Xing naturally had no idea of their thoughts. He was only thinking about using the relic immediately and transforming to that legendary level. After all, the breakthrough wouldn't take long. But before that, he had one more thing to do. Chao Xing suppressed his excitement, looked at the middle-aged man named Jamie, and asked, "I remember you said there was a black jar in this building besides the relics? Where is the jar?" Hearing this, Jamie's expression suddenly became a little uneasy, and he looked at his captain for help. Talia frowned slightly, as if understanding something. She sighed softly and took a step forward. "The jar is with me. Since this was his condition for you to come and rescue me, then it rightfully belongs to you." As she finished speaking, she waved her hand, and a black jar appeared from thin air in her palm. The jar was covered in ancient markings, gleaming dimly in the light. Then, Talia tossed it gently, her movements smooth and decisive. Though the black jar was precious, she held no attachment to it, treating it as if it were just an ordinary container. Chao Xing also caught it. Obtained, unopened black jar, orange. Looking at the item in his hand, Chao Xing's face once again showed a satisfied smile. This trip had yielded quite a good harvest. Not only had she subdued 3 heroic golems, but she had also obtained a wealth of precious materials and a most precious relic. In that case, let's open this black jar while we're at it. Chao Xing weighed the jar in his hand and glanced at the group. Elisa, standing nearby, immediately stepped forward excitedly, saying, "My lord, let Elisa smash this jar. I'm sure to find something good." She clasped her hands together, her large amber eyes gleaming with anticipation, as she gazed longingly at Chao Xing. Chao Xing pondered for a moment, then casually said, "Okay, then I let you do it." With that, he tossed the jar to Elisa again. The young woman reached out and caught it steadily, a bright smile spreading across her face. Hee. Let's see what Captain Elisa has to offer." Elisa seemed brimming with confidence. Then, she raised the black jar with both hands, took a deep breath, and slammed it down hard. The jar traced a graceful arc in the air before slamming heavily against the metal floor. Snap! With a crisp sound, the jar shattered into pieces. As fragments flew everywhere, countless glittering objects burst forth from the shattered jar. Everyone saw scattered within a vast quantity of ancient platinum coins, shimmering fragments of pure purity, and a glowing crimson crystal. Hero's heart. Lord Orlan's pupils constricted, his voice trembled slightly with shock. Clearly, he recognized this object. Lord Orlan, a 7th-rank overlord, had been stuck in the Master Realm for many years. Legendary was too far for him, but heroic had always been his goal. However, for the natives of this world, achieving a breakthrough to heroic was equally challenging. Besides the painstaking effort of countless years, which took decades to break through the bottleneck, another method was to utilize powerful artifacts, absorb their power, and then achieve a breakthrough to the heroic realm in one fell swoop. However, such artifacts were exceedingly rare, with only a few in the entire kingdom. And with the arrival of these otherworldly lords, a new avenue for breakthrough was added. That's the hero's heart. That's why he was so excited. A faint smile played on Chao Xing's lips as he looked at the scattered treasures. Although he didn't get a relic, it was still pretty good. "Illicit is amazing, Lord." The girl puffed out her chest with pride, her face full of a praise me expression. Chao Xing chuckled softly. "Not bad. I open a jar for you next time I have one." "Excellent. Thank you, Lord," Elisa said happily. Then, with a wave of his hand, Chao Xing picked up everything on the ground. Obtained, Platinum Ancient Coins *35. Obtained, Hero's Heart *1. Obtained, Meteorite Ingot *24. Obtained, Pure Shard *15. Another Hero's Heart obtained. Including the one he just obtained from the loot box, he now had 2 Hero Hearts in his backpack. Plus, there was another relic. In other words, this batch of resources could very likely give birth to a legend and 2 hero-level powerhouses. Thinking of this, Qiaoxing couldn't help but feel a little excited. However, how to distribute these 2 Hero Hearts required careful consideration. Currently, there were still many players at level 70. Some, like the veterans, Black Smoke Shaman Blot, Dragon Blood Fighter Burji, Elisa, and others, were still around level 70. Qiaoxing pondered for a moment, his gaze sweeping through the crowd. When the others caught Qiaoxing's gaze, they seemed to realize something, and a sense of anticipation welled up in their hearts. After a moment, Qiaoxing's gaze finally settled on the 2 figures. Little Choo-Choo, Commander Burji. His voice was remarkably clear in the empty room. Come here, both of you. Take these 2 hearts of power and absorb them. Upon hearing this, the 2 of them quickly stepped forward. Tong Choo-Choo's face flushed, and she excitedly said, Okay, big brother. Boji gripped the axe handle tightly and saluted respectfully, Thank you, Lord. They simultaneously accepted the 2 hearts of power. Qiaoxing nodded, then looked at the crowd and said, Next, I attempt to break through to Legendary here. This includes Little Choo-Choo and Commander Boji, who will also attempt to break through to Hero. After a pause, he instructed, Sarah, stand guard at the door. Don't let anyone in. Braun, you stay here to protect us. Everyone else, stand guard. At this, everyone's expressions froze, and they solemnly replied, As you command, Lord. The voice echoed through the empty room. The next moment, they sprang into action. They all knew that the Lord's breakthrough was crucial, and no one was allowed to interfere. As for the members of the Iron Rose mercenary group, a look of bewilderment appeared in their eyes. They stared at each other, bewildered as to what to do. After all, these mercenaries had heard Qiaoxing's words. This otherworldly lord was about to achieve a legendary breakthrough here. In other words, today they would witness the birth of a legendary master. The thought of this suddenly overwhelmed them with a sense of unreality. Even Talia grasped her great sword with both hands, her emerald eyes fixed intently on Qiaoxing. She knew that being able to witness the breakthrough of a legendary master up close was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for her. On the other side, upon receiving Qiaoxing's command, Tong Choo-Choo and Commander Boji were the first to crush the hearts of power in their hands. Crack, crack. 2 consecutive crackling sounds were heard. A pure liquid flowed from the 2 dark red crystals, absorbed by the 2 men. Instantly, 2 powerful auras rose. Tong Choo-Choo's petite body suddenly erupted with a powerful mechanical force. A dazzling blue light swept across like a storm. She was already a level 70 cold iron mechanic. Once she reached Hero, she would become the world's first level 8 mechanic, and from Commander Boji, 3 chaotic auras erupted. The first aura was filled with intense fighting spirit, like a charge of thousands of troops, making one's blood boil. The second aura carried a bone-chilling chill, accompanied by waves of terrifying dragon might, as if an ancient ice dragon were awakening. The third aura was profoundly sinister and powerful, like a demon from the depths of hell. 3 distinct auras of power blended together, colliding within his body. His body underwent a strange transformation. Dragon scale-like patterns appeared on his skin, and 2 tiny demonic horns sprouted from his forehead. The violent energy fluctuations distorted the surrounding air. As they absorbed energy, the aura emanating from the 2 men grew stronger. The aura emanating from them alone made Natalie, standing nearby, feel a suffocating pressure. Her eyes were filled with shock, and she muttered, The power of their breakthrough is terrifying, several times more powerful than when I reached the hero level. Elsewhere, Qiaoxing also began the process of breaking through to the legendary realm. Huh? He exhaled softly, trying to regain his composure. He then pulled another legendary heart from the pile in his backpack and casually crushed it. Crack! As the black crystal shattered, a stream of extremely pure power flowed out, slowly being drawn into his body. Instantly, the icy aura emanating from Qiaoxing surged wildly. The terrifying chill spread from him and spread outward. The temperature in the room, originally around 10 degrees below zero, instantly plummeted to below 30 degrees. The moisture in the air instantly condensed into tiny ice crystals, which slowly drifted down. Huh? Qiaoxing exhaled again, the white mist condensing into tiny ice crystals in the icy air. The first step, absorbing the power of the Heart of Legend, is complete. Based on previous experience, The next step is to absorb the divine power within the relic. So, Chaoxing pulled the nearly transparent crystal crown from his backpack. The moment the crown came into contact with the air, the icy divine power within it emanated, forming a circle of pale blue energy ripples around it. For others, the chill emanating from this divine power would be enough to freeze the blood and make even breathing extremely difficult. But for Chaoxing, this icy power felt incredibly familiar, as if he had returned to his mother's womb, a comfortable and natural feeling. Then, he released frost magic from his body, covering the crystal crown in his hand. He then drew the divine power from the crown and absorbed it directly into his body. At that moment, Chaoxing felt an incomparably pure icy force surge through his body. This power was ancient and powerful, as if emanating from the profoundly cold origins of the world's birth. Every meridian through which the energy flowed vibrated with joy, greedily absorbing this power. He closed his eyes, completely immersed in this marvelous transformation. However, to outsiders, a strange scene unfolded. After absorbing the divine power contained within the crown, Chaoxing's blood color quickly faded, and his skin turned an incomparably pale white. Even through the surface of his skin, his blood vessels and muscle tissue could be seen. Furthermore, his body rapidly stiffened. Starting from the soles of Chaoxing's feet, the ice had completely transformed into pure ice, spreading at a slow pace. It seemed to transform him completely into an ice sculpture. Everyone noticed his transformation, but dared not make a sound, much less step forward to interrupt. Time slowly passed as they watched with tense anticipation. 1 minute later. With Chaoxing as the center, the ground dozens of meters around him was covered in a thick layer of frost. The ice formed a perfect radial pattern, with Chaoxing himself motionless at the center. Chaoxing made no sound, not even a breath could be heard, only the slight rise and fall of his chest testified to his life. About 2 minutes later, Chaoxing was still in a deep state of transformation. Tong Chu and Boji's breakthrough had reached its final stage. Tong Chu suddenly opened her eyes, and from her petite body burst forth an immense amount of mechanical force. Like a blue wave, it instantly spread out over a kilometer or two. The 5 surrounding golems seemed to freeze the moment they came into contact with the mechanical force, their runes dimming. And this ancient building, as if some kind of defensive program had been activated after being exposed to the mechanical force, instantly illuminated the runes on its walls. The entire building, from inside and out, began to erupt with an unprecedented brightness. Elsewhere, Burji's aura became extremely unstable, sometimes warm, sometimes cold, sometimes violent. 3 completely different forces collided violently within him. This collision caused Burji to endure excruciating pain. His face had turned completely pale, and his body was trembling violently. Drops of blood dripped from his right hand, gripping the axe handle. Ah! A hoarse gasp escaped Burji's mouth. His teeth were clenched tightly, and blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. Everyone could see the intense pain this Dragon Blood warrior commander was enduring. His thin body was shaky, and at any moment, he seemed on the verge of being torn apart by the raging energy within him. However, as a legendary figure of the Norn clan, Burji had experienced pain far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. His childhood experiences had forged in him an indomitable character. I will never succumb to your power. Zoma! He uttered a few words through gritted teeth, his bloodshot eyes gleaming with an unprecedented determination. Finally, with a roar, he forcibly suppressed all 3 distinct auras. Burji stood still, all the strange changes in his body vanishing. At the same time, 2 prompts appeared in quick succession. Your territory member, Tong Chu has successfully reached a hero-level creature, increasing basic attributes by 100%, attack range by 200%, and prosperity by 50%. Your territory member, Boji Sun Chaser has successfully reached a hero-level creature, increasing basic attributes by 100%, attack range by 200%, and prosperity by 50%. Due to Boji Sun Chaser's breakthrough, he activated his bloodline power, and has also activated the heroic skill, 3 Veins Resonance Dragon Awakening. This time, both of Chaoxing's heroic hearts were successfully obtained. Commander Boji also activated a heroic skill, a surprising bonus. However, at this moment, Chaoxing was still in a deep state of transformation.